Chapter 1. Black Gold. On April 12, 5075, this marks the 1038th year of humanity's wandering in the universe, also known as the star calendar year 1038. A starship named Deep Dive is docked near Lingping star, with thousands of mech parked on its deck, resembling rows of neatly arranged gravestones. High-density soundproof materials isolate the massive engine noise within the engine compartment, making it appear from a distance like a star sleeping in the universe. Its owner, Yin Sui, has quietly arrived at Lingping star piloting a light shuttle. The vastness of space is infinite. Even now, scientists at research institutions have yet to prove whether the universe is expanding or collapsing. The places humanity has visited are still far too few. For instance, Lingping star is not within the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Alliance, and over time, it has become a notorious base for the Island-born organization. Island-born is situated in the middle ground between Wasteland and the Alliance, where both representatives of justice and evil can coexist temporarily. The permanent residents here are of different species. In the era of the star calendar, humanity is divided into two major categories: natural humans and other species. Natural humans have stable gene chains since leaving their home planet Earth and are less affected by cosmic radiation, also known as purebreds. Other species, however, are those who survive the intense radiation during long space travels. It can be said that natural humans and other species are still part of the primate family, but they are not the same species. Therefore, although the Alliance's legislation emphasizes equality multiple times, in their hearts, no one truly accepts anyone else. This is human nature. Once the living environment is relatively stable, people will ponder seemingly trivial yet potentially useful questions. Just a month ago, Yin Sui submitted a substance intercepted and island-born to the Alliance's Kirk Research Institute, named Element 467, colloquially known as black gold. It was later confirmed to be a brand new dark matter, highly radioactive, with a long half-life and immense energy. Research Institute Director Lucas stated that this substance is extremely dangerous and that its source must be found as soon as possible. To keep the investigation of black gold confidential, the task was entrusted by Alliance President USO to General Yin Sui, and the deep dive has been hiding near Lingping star for nearly half a month. Yet only sporadic clues have been uncovered. The last appearance of black gold seemed like an ordinary coincidence, but Yin Sui does not believe in coincidences. This substance must have come to him intentionally. Yin Sui and his chief bodyguard, Qin Shan, arrive at Island-born Square, where a fervent speech against the pioneers was taking place, or rather, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a missionary activity. The preacher was Su Su, the third-in-command of the pioneer organization, also known as Su Lao-san, a key figure under the Alliance's watch. In the era of Earth, Darwin proposed that in the struggle for existence, the fittest survive. Evolutionary theory tells us that only excellent genes can be preserved. To this day, the Alliance still endorses this principle, which sufficiently proves that other species are the future of humanity. Yet those high and mighty natural humans suppress other species at every turn, as if we are some filthy creatures. And we, of course, have reason to become the leaders of humanity's future. Upon arriving at the square, Yin Sui heard Su Lao-san's inciting speech, and the other species below erupted in cheers as if they had found a spiritual leader. Su Lao-san isn't going to pull some trick, is he? Qin Shan frowned slightly as he looked at the shouting crowd. Yin Sui also gazed ahead and asked, "What do you think of his views?" Qin Shan clearly did not expect him to ask that. His expression slightly surprised, but he quickly adjusted and replied, "I am a natural human, and the Alliance's citizen statute clearly states that all Alliance citizens are equal. However, Su Su does not belong to the Alliance citizen category. He has caused us plenty of trouble over the years. I admit I have personal aversion towards him, so naturally, I do not agree with his views. I believe that whether natural or other species, existence is reasonable." After saying that, he continued to ask, "General, what do you think?" "I believe in science," Yin Sui replied. "What does that mean?" Qin Shan was puzzled. Science does not pretend to know what the future will be like, but religions and ideologies tell people that they have long anticipated it. Yet the universe is constantly happening with unpredictable events: planetary annihilation, gamma ray bursts, black hole collapses. That it is foolish for humanity to predict the unknown future with their narrow vision. After saying this, Yin Sui continued, "However, you are right, existence is reasonable. The basis of evolution is difference, not equality. Even among other species, their gene chains are vastly different, yet they label those with myriad differences as the same species, attempting to use their collectively recognized group to eliminate those excluded from it. The classification of races should not have overly clear boundaries. After saying this, Yin Sui smiled slightly. But the other species and island-born seemed to agree with his views. Not only that, but the other species in the Alliance and the interstellar pirates in the Wasteland also agree. Qin Shan felt that Yin Sui was showing off, but also found his points reasonable. That he looked at Su Lao San in the center of the square and thought that humanity itself is truly wondrous. Yin Sui chuckled and said, in the era of Earth, some who accidentally understood the rules would fabricate many false stories to make others obedient, such as praying to God for redemption, while the pioneer set is merely another set of lies. For them, it is just a constructed order exploited by Su Lao San that draws out desires that should not exist. As long as I am here, I will never allow them to disrupt the existing peace and human evolution that I wonder when natural humans and other species will reconcile. Qin Shan adjusted his head. Even in the era of Earth, despite the same human gene chains, there was a long history of conflict between black and white people. But I believe this issue will eventually be resolved. Yin Sui looked at the sky of Lingping Star. Su Lao San said something right. The evolution of other species indeed stems from crisis. Humanity was forced to leave their home planet, exposing themselves to cosmic rays, and only a few didn't know whether to call themselves unlucky or fortunate evolved into other species. But in this world, who knows what greater possibilities tomorrow might hold? Who can truly know where humanity's tomorrow lies? A plague outbreak, a nuclear explosion, a meteorite crash, stellar particle flow. Humanity can only seek a glimmer of survival in this crisis-laden universe. There have been too many strokes of luck to reach today. Qin Shan pondered, and Yin Sui patted his shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. Wasn't it said that Su Laosan might be related to black gold? Are we leaving now? Qin Shan asked, slightly puzzled. Yin Sui stood at the edge of the square and pointed at the fervent pioneer members, calmly saying, do you think we can obtain any effective information in this situation? Qin Shan shook his head, and Yin Sui continued, I've already instructed Snowflake to monitor him here. Let's first go see how Alan is doing. Snowflake is an artificial intelligence developed by the Kirk Research Institute. Due to scarce manufacturing materials, only 10 units were mass-produced, and Yin Sui's unit is the only one that has passed 5 rounds of Turing tests. Even so, it sometimes still struggles to comprehend human thoughts and feelings, but as a combat robot, its performance is sufficient. Yin Sui looked once more at the spittle-flying Su Laosan, chuckled softly, boarded the light shuttle, and departed. He harbors a secret unknown to anyone. In fact, to be precise, he is also an other species, a variant with extreme mutation intensity, and the place where Su Laosan gives speeches. An island-born is also where he was born. Chapter 2. Jaster. On the other end of Island-born, Alan, serving as Yin Sui's right-hand protector, followed the guidance of the smart brain to arrive at an underground boxing gym. The boxing gym outside was disguised as a nutrient liquid vending point, unremarkable, and the carbon-based humans and artificial intelligences coming and going did not notice its anomalies. Sitting in the light shuttle, she connected to Yin Sui's communication request, and Yin Sui's virtual 3D image appeared in the light shuttle space. How's it going on your side? Yin Sui asked straightforwardly. Someone is auctioning black gold on free. I won the bid and checked it, confirmed it's genuine, but it seems to be a different model from the last one we intercepted. I secretly infiltrated their auction database and found out the seller's identity. But most people from Daosheng tend to use fake identities. He hasn't left Daosheng, yet this guy has gone to an inconspicuous underground boxing gym, and I'm still tracking him. Got it. We're heading over right away. After speaking, Yin Sui was about to cut off the communication. Wait, Commander, the auction price for this black gold is a bit high. Daosheng isn't our territory, and we don't have the authority to confiscate it, Alan interjected. How much did you spend? Yin Sui immediately sensed what she was holding back. 1 million interstellar coins. Hearing this, Yin Sui's expression remained unchanged, but he took a deep breath. Daosheng has its own currency, but the inflation rate is high, making it almost worthless. Over time, the common currency has become the interstellar coins issued by the Alliance. In fact, whether they're interstellar pirates or those who daily shout about exterminating natural beings, they cannot resist using the currency issued by the enemy. 1 million interstellar coins is a lot. During the last commander's term, interstellar pirate attacks had decreased, the external environment stabilized, and the alliance's financial allocations have been gradually reduced. They have long ceased to be vigilant against potential crises over the years. The Ether army appeared glorious, but was actually strained. Get Xia Yin to reimburse it. Yin Sui said helplessly it seemed this debt could only grow larger. Before long, Yin Sui and Qin Shan piloted the light shuttle to the underground boxing gym where Alan was. After passing the nutrient liquid selling area, they faced a long corridor. Turning right at the end of the corridor, holding the entry code that Alan had prepared, they swiped it, and a door appeared at the end of the corridor where security guard was stationed, looking like a mutant. Sitting in a short space transport to the underground boxing gym, they arrived at the center of the gym, which was decorated like an ancient Roman Colosseum, arranged in a circular shape. The purple-blue lights flickered, contrasting with the bloody arena, creating a strange cyberpunk feel in the center of the stage. Two muscular men were fighting fiercely, with cheers erupting from the audience below. Clearly, this underground boxing gym operated on life, and death boxers risked their lives for money. While the audience pays to witness the danger, it seemed that no matter when, some people always felt exhilarated by the demise of powerful lives. Yin Sui found this hard to understand. Sir, outside, they needed to conceal their identities. The third person on my right, Jia Yun, Alan pointed out. Yin Sui glanced over and saw a short man with fair skin and a youthful appearance, wearing a pair of retro glasses from the Earth era. If he weren't cheering for the red team below, one might almost mistake him for a student from school. Are you sure it's him? Yin Sui frowned. Sure. How much did he bet on the red team? I didn't investigate that part. I just followed this kid here after winning the bid. Alan glanced at Yin Sui and immediately added, I'll check right away. Moments later, Alan replied incredulously. He bet the entire auction amount, 1 million interstellar coins. Moreover, more than 85 of the audience bet on the red team. Upon hearing this, Yin Sui said after a moment, he won't win after he loses. Bring him directly to the Zongshan. Aren't we going to fish for the big catch behind this? We finally found a clue. Alan asked, puzzled. We've been investigating for so long without any leads, and now he suddenly appears. Either this black gold was stolen by that kid, or we are the fish. Qin Shan suddenly interjected. Regardless of the reason, we need to find the person who controls this element, and right now, capturing him is the most suitable action. I understand. Alan closed his eyes for a moment and then asked, Sui Ge, why do you say he won't win? Yin Sui glanced at her and said, look at the scale of this boxing gym. Does it seem like they enjoy making losses? Just as he finished speaking, bang! The red team fell to the ground, and a few spectators gasped while a large portion of the audience shouted curses and sighed. Words like weakling and trash continuously ringing in their ears. If I had known, I would have listened to you and bet on the blue team. Alan sighed. Qin Shan looked at this latecomer speechlessly. Alliance soldiers are not allowed to gamble. True. Otherwise, with Commander Sir's incredible guesses, he would have been a billionaire by now. Time to work. Yin Sui reminded, knowing that the blue team would win, and another reason was that he understood the rules here too well. After all, this was the land he had lived on for 16 years. Capturing someone like Jia Yun was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for Alan before long. Blindfolded Jia Yun appeared in one of the flying compartments of the Zongshan. Jia Yun was blindfolded, and his seemingly valuable glasses had long since disappeared. His hearing became sensitive as he was bound to a chair with an unknown rope. The surroundings were silent, not a sound to be heard. Who are you? Come out. Yin Sui and his team watched Jia Yun becoming increasingly agitated and shook their heads. They donned virtual 3D face changers and opened the compartment door. Yin Sui walked over slowly, looking down at this potential lead. Jia Yun. Hearing someone finally arrive, he eagerly asked, Who are you? Yin Sui removed the blindfold from his eyes, took out the black gold box that Alan had won on free, and asked, Where did this come from? Seeing the black gold, his eyes clearly widened, and he immediately reacted, I don't know what you're talking about. This thing isn't mine. You have the wrong person. I checked your account at the underground boxing gym. You spent 1 million interstellar coins there, and that money just came in this morning. Moreover, you come here every month to spend some money, so why don't you tell me where this money came from? My family has money. I can spend it however I want. Is that any of your business? Unfortunately, I spent 1 million Interstellar coins this morning on this thing, and it just happened to go into your account. Why is that? Yin Sui weighed the box in his hand. How would I know? I've never seen black gold. You can't just say that money came from you, because 1 million Interstellar coins happened to enter my account. He said this for a reason. The auction. Funds on free must go through their third-party accounts, so his money could not have come from the person in front of him. Before he could think of how to dodge the next question, Yin Sui asked again, did I ever say this was black gold? How did you know? Cold sweat broke out all over him, but he still refused to admit it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a member of the Alliance. If you Daosheng don't want conflicts over someone as insignificant as me, you better let me go soon, otherwise the Ether Army will make you pay. Hearing this, Yin Sui smiled, surprised that his army still had this deterrent effect. We check your genetic data. Your real name is Geost, a Washington Star citizen, the Secretary General of Mori. You should have heard of mental guidance if you're a member of the Alliance. The term spiritual guidance sounds nice, but it is actually a method of mental force guidance invented by the Cork Institute. By removing the brainwave chip that links to the mental network, it allows for brainwave searches outside the domain. In this external domain, the human body's control over the mental network will be greatly reduced, leading to unintentional leaks. You have no right to do this. It's illegal. Just finally realized that the visitors were not friendly. He originally thought his identity would serve as a passport across various stars, but the person in front of him clearly did not care. The fact that they could find this out indicated that he was dealing with someone he shouldn't provoke. So, can you confess? Yin Sui asked. I can't say. If I do, I'll die, just replied, his tone filled with fear. Yin Sui moved slightly aside and turned to Alan, saying, Lon, apply spiritual guidance to him. Understood, sir. Just became visibly anxious. He'll talk. It's Mori. He meets a mysterious person every month. I'm his secretary, but I've never seen the true face of that mysterious person. The black gold, it's given to Mori by that person. I started liking to watch the boxing matches on the island, and since I didn't have much money, I stole some. Just's voice grew quieter as the secretary of Star Leader. This matter was quite dishonorable. How much black gold does he have? Yin Sui continued to ask. Not much, half a mecha hanger. Those belong to Mori, but there's a lot more processed in Washington Star, sent by the mysterious person. Only Washington Star and Ingwe Star have the extraction technology. How often does that person come? I'm not sure. There's no pattern, but on average about once a month. They seem to have some plan. Even though I'm Mori's chief secretary, I'm just like a personal assistant. He's always obsessed with things from the old era. I'm only responsible for collecting his preferences. His son handles the political affairs. Where's his black gold hidden? In Mori's personal mecha yard. Inside mecha number 13, does the mysterious person have any special traits? Yin Sui asked again. Just pondered for a moment before responding. There is one thing. I feel he's a bit strange. His sense of smell seems very sensitive. He should be a different species, but Mori has always hated different species. He's the only Star Leader in the Alliance planets who openly states he won't accept them. It's quite unreasonable. I understand. After saying this, Yin Sui turned to Qin Dan and said, take him to the central prison of the Alliance. Upon hearing this, just panicked. These people were indeed sent to investigate from above. You're conducting a secret investigation, right? If I disappear, Star Leader MO will definitely know. I can go back and work as your undercover agent. Qin Dan smiled. Do you think Mori wouldn't know what you did if you went back? Foolish. What? Yin Sui and his group did not answer him again. Chapter 3. Washington Star. After exiting the flight pod, they each removed their disguises. Qin Dan turned to Yin Sui and asked, can we trust just words? Whether it's trustworthy or not, we have to investigate. What if it's a trap? Yin Sui smiled. Haven't we encountered enough traps over the years? We're not afraid of one more. Regardless of whether just as a bait intentionally released by the other party, one thing is certain. Washington Star is definitely related to the black gold. So what's the harm? In taking a trip? What should we do now? Alan asked. Qin Dan, create a false message saying that just went into debt gambling while watching matches on the island and was eliminated by the island organization, and find a way to relay this message to Mori. Also, keep an eye on the news from Piaoxiu. Alan and I will go to Washington Star. Aren't we sending just to the central prison of the Alliance? Qin Dan asked, puzzled. Just to scare him a bit. We're conducting a secret investigation. Who knows if the Alliance has their people? Yin Sui chuckled. However, in the past 2 years, Washington Star has been quite active. They are developing rapidly and are the only planet besides Inghui star that possesses military autonomy, repeatedly trying to become independent. If it really is him, the Alliance probably wouldn't openly clash with him. Qindan sighed. Qindan, there's one thing you need to remember. Our mission is to follow the Alliance's orders and maintain external security for the planets under the Alliance. Their internal affairs are beyond our jurisdiction, and we have no right to overstep. Yin Sui reminded him that, I just feel it's a bit ridiculous if Mori really has it. According to the research report given by Luca, the power of black gold is so strong that he would surely break away from the Alliance. Even if we investigate, it would be futile and instead become a huge threat. I just don't know where this element is extracted or mined. Qindan shook his head. This reminds me of the history of humanity being forced to leave Earth. Even if a country used nuclear weapons in a war, we had to evacuate. What's the difference between today's black gold and the nuclear explosions of the past? Such hazardous materials shouldn't exist, Alan said. But it has appeared. What we need to do is find the source. With so many scientists in the Alliance, there's no need to be overly pessimistic, Yin Sui consoled. The current Interstellar Alliance was established when humanity left their home planet due to a nuclear crisis, forced to sail into the unknown depths of a universe. Various crises lurked. To consolidate resources from various countries and unify coordination, the Interstellar Alliance was born. The Ether Army was also formed at that time, with ether meaning limitless width and breadth. This name constantly reminds every member of the Ether Army to respect the unknown. The purpose of the Ether Army is to address external threats to the Interstellar Alliance, composed of military forces from various Earth nations. During that period, humanity was still wandering in space, having not found a planet to temporarily dock, nor were there any different species, so things were relatively harmonious. Later, as humanity moved further away from their homeland and gained more understanding of the universe, traditional physics was continuously denied and technology advanced rapidly. Yet people still did not find a habitable planet like Earth. Reluctantly, they chose to use existing technology to create an artificial planet similar to Earth, which is now Inghui star, also the location of the Alliance, naming the Alliance's central hub Zimming, meaning the voice of the homeland. It's somewhat laughable that the homeland was destroyed by humanity itself, so they chose to create a similar one to reminisce about their roots. Many buildings on Zimming are printed based on representative structures from various countries during the Earth era. The avant-garde technology, combined with retro architecture, always feels a bit disjointed. When humanity left Earth, they dreamed of finding a substitute that could be as habitable as Earth, but unfortunately, they have not found one even now. Instead, artificial planets are increasing, and humanity has shifted from initial unity to separation, with more and more star leaders beginning to stir, making the Alliance's leadership over the planets almost negligible. In Washington star, Yin Sui and Alan had quietly arrived in their mechas. They were fortunate one standard day after the Alliance. It would be the 200th anniversary of Washington's establishment. At that time, Alliance President USO would send them congratulations, and Washington star leader Mori would give a speech in public. For some well-known reasons, Mori does not like different species and has publicly stated that Washington star will never accept them. Therefore, the anniversary is a celebration for natural persons. Especially given the escalating conflict between natural persons and different species, it is expected that natural persons from various stars will send congratulations to Washington star using their virtual IDs. Sir, how do we investigate? Alan asked. Tomorrow, you attend Mori's speech and watch him while I go in to investigate myself. But can you do it alone? Washington star is on par with the Alliance in terms of technological and military strength. What do you think? Yin Sui looked down at her. When I didn't say anything, Alan quietly rolled his eyes in a place where Yin Sui couldn't see him. In this universe, things beyond the rules happen every day. The foundational disciplines have developed quite mature theoretical bases, yet 20 phenomena remain unexplained by science, such as Yin Sui. Generally, a natural person's mental strength reaches its limit at 70, while evolved species, known for their evolution, can reach a maximum of 85. However, Yin Sui, as a natural person, has astonishingly achieved a mental strength of 95. If it weren't for encountering natural phenomena, like the collapse of a black hole, which humans have no means to counter, Yin Sui could navigate the human society without obstruction. When humanity first began to venture into space, Operating a spacecraft required the cooperation of many knowledgeable scientists. Initially, this was manageable, but over time, with an increasing number of new births and human lifespans extending to nearly 200 years, there were not enough excellent scientists to address the various issues that arose during flight. As a result, research institutes invented brainwave chips that could connect directly to the human brain. By installing nanoscale chips in a person's brain, individuals could issue commands to their brains through the chips, greatly enhancing flight efficiency. Later, brainwave chips gradually evolved into an interconnected system applied to all aspects of life, among which the intelligent brain was a particularly perfect product. However, the efficiency of brainwave chips is limited and closely related to individual mental strength. Their introduction brought many conveniences, but as time passed, some issues gradually surfaced. For instance, since control information is transmitted in waveform, individuals with higher mental strength can prey on the mental networks of those with lower strength. To address this, research institutes developed new brainwave chips that ensure the safety of mental networks for individuals with mental strengths below 85. Beyond that, the Research Institute has no solutions. They periodically examine Yin Sui's brain structure, yet they cannot determine the underlying reasons. Thus, Yin Sui is both safe and dangerous for the Alliance. Chapter 4. Mecha number 13. In the years since the establishment of Washington Star, we have been grounded and dedicated to creating a better life for humanity. The glorious present of Washington Star is inseparable from the efforts of every generation of Washington Star citizens. In the days to come, I will lead all Washington Star citizens to be grounded and gaze at the stars. The speech of the Washington Star leader was broadcasted through particle flow sensors to every corner of Washington Star. At this moment, Yin Sui had successfully taken control of all of Maury's private mechas. He arrived at the mecha number 13 mentioned by Jace, linking his mental power to the chip sensor of mecha number 13, successfully opening the mecha's hangar door. As expected, it was empty inside, with no trace of black gold. It seemed that Maury, the old fox, had long known about Jace's actions. He tacitly allowed him to steal the black gold for auction on the island, intending to use this neutral institution to inform those with ulterior motives that he possessed such a lethal weapon. However, Washington Star remains a member of the Alliance. If he publicly stated that he had such dangerous goods, he would surely be condemned and investigated by other leaders of the Alliance. Furthermore, Washington Star might even be subjected to military surveillance. Therefore, when those investigating the black gold followed the clues to this place, they would find nothing, and thus the charges would not stand. Yin Sui linked his mental power to the chips of other mechas and found that they all had the same weight, indicating that there was definitely no black gold inside. It seemed that this time he would return empty-handed again. Yin Sui sat in mecha number 13, planning to exit the mecha when the mecha docking area sounded the alarm. It turned out that they were waiting for him here. Yin Sui's mind connected to the mecha chip and started the engine. He was not concerned about such a warning. Soon, Maury's private army stationed there rushed over and boarded the mechas. Judging by their stance, they were determined to keep this uninvited guest today, but Yin Sui would not let them have their way. He directly continued to seize control of the mental network of Maury's private army, and soon their mechas lost autonomous control. Yin Sui switched the mecha to manual driving mode and sped away. "Alan, I'm waiting for you at the number 3 folding point on Washington Star. Hurry." While driving the mecha away, he issued commands. Alan received the order and immediately rushed to their mecha docking point on Washington Star. However, today was the 200th anniversary of the founding of Washington Star, and those who usually live their lives entirely occupied by the Interstellar network had come out to experience this great festival. They were on the streets, listening to Maury's voice echoing in the sky, crowding together for this collective celebration, causing the streets to be jammed with people, making it difficult for Alan to move. After bumping into one person after another, Alan finally stumbled to the light shuttle. Because of this grand festival, the light shuttle was flying chaotically in the ground and sky, artificially causing traffic jams. Alan turned left and right and finally reached the place where they hid the mechas. When she arrived at the No. 3 folding point on Washington Star, several mechas had surrounded another mecha of the same kind in a semicircular formation. It was obvious that the one in the middle was her general, and those mechas did not advance but quietly stayed still, clearly under control. As the army of Washington, Star consisted of natural persons, and their mental power was obviously not as strong as Yen Sui's. "Sir, this is Alan." Alan connected to Yen Sui's communication. "This mecha has a tracker on it. Come and pick me up." "Okay, sir." After saying that, Alan drove the mecha towards the seemingly surrounded mecha. Yen Sui successfully transferred to Alan's mecha through the link at the rear of the mecha. "What do you think?" As soon as Yen Sui got into the mecha, Alan jokingly asked, recalling her concern for Yen Sui being in danger and her suggestion to accompany him. Yen Sui would not pay attention to her insolent behavior. All the phenomena indicated that Jaste was not lying, and Mori must have moved the black gold. After a month of investigation with no results, it suddenly reappeared. "It seems that Mori did this on purpose," Alan replied. "He is telling us he is black gold. But even if we investigate it, it will be a reward provided by a mysterious person for him to process, which has nothing to do with him." "What a sly old fox." Yen Sui frowned. "Fortunately, we have found a breakthrough. If we follow this line of inquiry, I don't believe we won't find anything. Now, there's a trouble. Mori should know that I am investigating." Yen Sui pointed to the mechas outside. "Do we need to silence them, sir?" Alan asked. "No need. To a certain extent, the Alliance's regulations state that they are also our protected subjects. To reach this point, it would be difficult for Mori not to know, especially since Jaste was bait personally set by him." Yen Sui sighed and continued, "But it's good. At least both sides are now in the open. However, investigating the mysterious person will probably be a bit difficult. Mori will definitely obstruct it." Alan looked at the mechas outside. It seemed that the people inside were about to wake up. The reason she and Yen Sui stayed here was to ensure they could wake up and pilot the mechas. Their current mechas were still under Yen Sui's control. Otherwise, under the influence of gravity, they would soon become space debris. "Shall we go, sir?" Alan asked. Yen Sui sensed the mental state of those mecha pilots, looked ahead calmly, and said, "Let's go. Let us check on Qinshan's side." Alan piloted the mecha to the folding point, preparing to go to the island. The Alliance was established for humanity's voyage, but with the emergence of artificial planets, more and more people chose to establish their own settlements. To commemorate the origin of humanity, they named these planets Washington Star, Cape Town Star, London Star, and they still belonged to the Alliance's management. The number of artificial settlement planets was increasing, and the distances between the stars were becoming greater. For example, there was a full 2 light-years distance from Ingwe Star to Washington Star, and human connections were continuously being isolated. Later, the director of the Kirk Institute proposed the megahertz theory, and later generations invented the folding point based on this. It serves as a link point in the spatial field, an accelerator and transit station for cosmic navigation. With the folding point, the connections between stars became closer and information exchange became faster. For example, human spacecraft would take 2 to 3 years to cover a distance of 1 light year. Now it only takes 1 day, which is 1 standard Alliance day. In the interstellar era, the rotation speeds of different stars are different, and thus time varies. To facilitate communication between stars, the Alliance's Kirk Institute proposed the concept of standard time, with all time based on Ingwe Star. Chapter 5 Provocation. At this moment, Mori, the long-standing leader of Washington Star, was slumped in his favorite rosewood chair. It was said to be a luxury item from ancient Earth, and its value today was unimaginable. An old man nearing 180 years of age, if he were to be pushed onto the road, people would avoid him, fearing that a careless bump would send him to the afterlife. Yet, this small old man had spent most of his life keeping Washington Star in the top 3, becoming a force to be reckoned with. Standing beside him was a young man in his 30s, with very pale skin and a somewhat effeminate appearance. When he fixed his gaze on something, it sent chills down people's spines. This was his executive secretary, Hall, whom he felt proud of at this moment, and was also the future default leader of Washington Star. He was currently bowing his head, making his expression unclear, appearing very submissive. "Father." The young man half knelt before the rosewood chair, indicating that he had something to say. It was said that this was the highest form of etiquette from ancient Earth's most developed countries. The old man, with half of his body immobile, insisted on maintaining the good manners and upbringing he valued. He straightened himself. then used his mental power to connect to the brainwave chip to activate the implanted support system in his body, ensuring that he wouldn't suddenly falter during the conversation. The assistant beside him seemed accustomed to this peculiar father-son relationship and discreetly left the conference room. Just that fool, Justin, actually provoked the ether army. Although Moray's limbs were stiff, his voice still carried strength. This can't be entirely blamed on him. That person said there was black gold appearing in island life, which wasn't from the numbers we processed, meaning others have mastered this technology. I just didn't expect the Alliance had already set its sights on this material. And clearly, they're also investigating that batch of black gold. What a pity that the bait I released didn't yield any news. Moray said with a sinister look in his eyes. Clearly, Yin Sui has already targeted us. I've heard he is strong, but only today did I truly witness it. So many mechs lying in wait could be easily controlled by him. In fact, Hall had something else to say. If there were alien species in their regiment, would the confrontation with Yin Sui last a little longer? But Moray detested alien species, and collaborating with that alien from the Alliance had already been his biggest compromise. Useless things, boosting others' ambitions while extinguishing one's own prestige. Moray spoke with a hint of anger. Hearing this, Hall seemed accustomed to it and did not refute. So what should we do now? What to do? You are the future leader of Washington Star. Our ancestors spent heavily to build this planet. Not so that one day we would hand it over. Since the Alliance already knows, then we must act decisively. Moray's slowly moving body triggered the sensors beneath him, causing them to beep as if sensing his madness. Then let us just go independent. We've been preparing for so long. The time has come. After a moment of silence, Moray spoke that latter half of the sentence, for which he had prepared his whole life, even at the cost of allying with alien species. Should we contact the Wasteland? Hall asked. What do you think? We need an independent opportunity to inform the Wasteland that Yin Sui, whether in the Alliance or not, has been struck for so long and will not give up this chance for revenge. We also need an opportunity to showcase new materials to all of humanity and send Yin Sui another batch of processed black gold. Moray slowly closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to say more. Hall cautiously stood up according to Washington Star's etiquette, clasped his hands, bowed, and quietly exited. However, once he completely left the room, his submissive demeanor vanished, revealing his eccentric side. On the third day after Yin Sui returned to island life for investigation, they intercepted a batch of black gold on the black market. Looking at the numbers, it was identical to the one Alan had photographed on Free, clearly coming from Moray. Although they didn't know his intentions yet, they both had laid their cards on the table, and he had a hunch that Moray must have a larger plan waiting for him. Is this a provocation? Qin looked at the black gold in the mech hangar, clearly dissatisfied with the other party's actions. No, Moray already knows I'm investigating black gold. This whole act is completely unnecessary. He must have further moves. Could it be that he wants to take the opportunity to woo us? Although we don't participate in the affairs of the stars, if he wants independence. The Ether Army is definitely the biggest obstacle on that road. Qin asked. There is no need for that. We have always maintained neutrality. It's a consensus of the Alliance. Yin Sui frowned, then suddenly seemed to think of something. No, he wants independence. This is a smokescreen. His target may be the Alliance. As soon as Yin Sui finished speaking, Alan burst in, visibly agitated. Commander. In island life, they usually called him Sir. So for her to be this flustered, it was clearly a big deal. Alan took a deep breath and quickly said, the Alliance is convening a cabinet meeting. Interstellar pirates have attacked Alpha 3, and the Alliance's Loadi energy supply chain has been cut off. I understand. After saying this, Yin Sui headed to the virtual meeting chamber of his ocean. Chapter 6. Interstellar pirates. Before the meeting, Yin Sui learned that the Interstellar pirates had seized Alpha 3, the largest supply planet of Loadi in the Alliance. Loadi is the most important energy resource in the interstellar era, essential for the normal operation of the Alliance. New Delhi, the closest planet to Alpha 3, detected that the interstellar pirates were approaching, putting its situation in jeopardy. Meanwhile, a massive protest erupted at the Alliance's headquarters in Zimming, where the predominantly natural human London Star declared independence, establishing a new regime to safeguard the interests of natural humans and pioneers. The alliance faced its greatest challenge since its inception, prompting the cabinet to convene an emergency meeting. New Delhi was under attack by interstellar pirates, housing the alliance's most critical energy transit station. If captured, the alliance would be in grave danger. General Yin, I recall that New Delhi is a key garrison for the Ether Army. Why are your troops wandering near the island? You better provide the cabinet with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I will have a hard time not suspecting collusion between you and the interstellar pirates, said a wrinkled man, likely over 150 years old, who was the Minister of Security, Hijia. Yin Sui remained silent, expressionless as he looked at Hijia, whose presence was merely a personal virtual 3D projection at the meeting. Hijia, this is not the time for such discussions. The cabinet will investigate General Yan's dereliction of duty later. The priority now is to resolve the current crisis. Hijia, General Yan is severely derelict, and he is now a suspect. Is it not permissible to say so? The ensuing chaos completely tore apart the hypocritical harmony beneath the technological prosperity. Those cabinet members who usually looked down on Yin Sui eagerly revealed their ugly fangs. Everyone wore masks, their faces loathsome, and no one knew whether their loud condemnations were connected to a deity that could save humanity or to demons from hell. Moreover, the investigation into the black gold was still being conducted secretly, which made him even less inclined to explain. Perhaps only at this time could the Alliance recall the Ether Army as a sharp sword. All right, I believe the most important thing now is to repel the interstellar pirates. Losing Alpha 3 has already caused panic. We cannot afford to lose New Delhi. This battle against the interstellar pirates will still be led by General Yin, and his dereliction of duty will be investigated later. The speaker, around 80 years old, was the current president of the Alliance, USO. He was in his prime, with a gaze that revealed an inscrutable mixture of ambition and helpless compromise. It was hard to imagine how these two emotions could coexist in one person. President, we must first clarify the truth of the matter, Hijia continued. Are there any other dissenters besides Minister Hijia? Ignoring Hijia's request, he directly questioned the silent majority. The venue suddenly fell silent, quiet enough that one could hear a pin drop, on issues that did not affect their interests. Most members and high-ranking officials chose to remain silent, giving the president some face. They believed that the idea of interstellar pirates attacking the Alliance was absurd, and they were united with the president in the goal of reclaiming Ludai from Alpha 3. Without any other opinions, let's proceed. General Yin will immediately depart for New Delhi. The Alliance is strong, but we cannot retreat. Behind New Delhi is Inwi Star, and then Zimming. We cannot afford to lose this battle. I trust you. Yes. After speaking, his projection disappeared from the cabinet meeting, seemingly indifferent to everyone's arguments. General Yin has taken his troops to New Delhi. Let's continue discussing how to address the alien protests. When the Ether Army arrived near New Delhi, the interstellar pirates launched a fierce attack. The concentrated firepower turned the sky above New Delhi into a glowing sieve, and the self-defense forces were being relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming firepower, nearing the residential areas on the ground. Once the Ether Army reached the battlefield, they launched a fierce counterattack against the interstellar pirates. The enemy could not withstand the Ether Army's assault, and their mechs and starships were scattered. Some mechs that still had combat capability attempted to flee, but were quickly surrounded by the Ether Army. Seeing the tide turning, the starships, reduced to wrecks, quickly retreated towards Alpha 3. Without Yin Sui's orders, the Ether Army did not pursue. Commander Qin Shan said to Yin Sui, General, I think this is a good opportunity. We should teach these vile interstellar pirates a lesson. Our army has always struggled to find their units, and this time they have come to our doorstep. Yin Sui received his subordinate's suggestion through his earpiece. No need to chase. Their goal is not New Delhi. Return to Zimming now. General, New Delhi's self-defense forces are requesting communication. No time. Qin Shan should have been accustomed to this behavior by now, but he couldn't help but persuade. We have no alliance orders. Returning like this could lead to prosecution by the cabinet. You know they have always looked down on us. Qin Shan, yes. Do you remember the declaration you made when joining the Ether Army? We are the brightest light of the Alliance, for the safety and dignity of the Alliance. And, for the safety and dignity of the Alliance, we will remain forever loyal, and we will fight until the last moment. Our mechs are our final graves. Very well. Do you know what to do now? Yes, sir. Good. I sense their fleet. There is no one with a psychic energy over 80 among them. Most of their mechs are models long since eliminated by the Alliance. This is very different from the conflict we had 4 years ago. So their true elite is not here. Why don't we all this? Even if you didn't, I would always follow your arrangements. I'm explaining to you that trust between us is crucial in battle. Understood. Returning to the Alliance from New Delhi required passing through 2 folding points, taking about 2 standard Alliance days. When they reached the first folding point, they discovered a small mech unit trailing behind, likely the same one that had just counterattacked the Interstellar pirates alongside New Delhi's self-defense forces. General, there is a small mech unit behind us. From the markings, it seems to be one of the Alliance's exploration teams, possibly seeking refuge back in the Alliance. Contact their leader and verify their identity. Before long, Qin Shan returned to report, General, they are from the exploration team of Shangxia. Alpha 3 is primarily managed by their group for mining and processing. Shangxia, I see. You go prepare for the fleet's folding. Yes, General. At that moment, Xia Yin was leading her exploration team near Alpha 3, initially intending to rest and adjust. However, she was caught off guard when the Interstellar pirates suddenly attacked Alpha 3. Her mech team was uniformly dispatched by the Alliance and could only fend off some scattered small groups of Interstellar pirates. Faced with such a large-scale attack, she had to lead her team and some technicians working on Alpha 3 to flee. Originally, she intended to sneak back to the Alliance, but most of the workers' homes were in nearby New Delhi, so she had to take them back home first. Just as she settled the workers and prepared to leave, the Interstellar pirates attacked New Delhi. The scale of the Interstellar pirates' outrage had not been seen since 4 years ago when the Ether Army was redeployed from New Delhi. It seemed the Alliance was also being restrained by various forces, and the pirates' attack this time clearly showed they were well prepared, making it unlikely that they would back down easily. Was she really going to perish in this ridiculous struggle for resources and territory? Fortunately, the Ether Army arrived just in time, allowing her to return to the Alliance under their protection. However, this means her father would inevitably know she had returned to the Alliance. The Ether Army is the pride of the Alliance, and Yin Sui is the faith of the Alliance. It seems that as long as he is present, the Alliance will remain indomitable, and no force or organization can dismantle it. Yin Sui has been the commander of the Ether Army for about 5 years, and since he took office, external threats to the Alliance have significantly diminished. Generally, Interstellar pirates would not dare to provoke him, leading to a considerable reduction in pirate activities in recent years. However, it now seems this may have merely been a time for them to gather strength. He plays a crucial role in the security of the Alliance, as he is the first natural person with extreme mental power since the Alliance was established, capable of perfectly controlling mechas through brainwave chips. This signifies that special abilities are not exclusive to other species. Natural persons can achieve them through evolution. Thus, his emergence has brought about a collective surge of excitement among all natural persons. More importantly, he maintains a secretive relationship with Ying Hui, a Star Show host, and she is one of the few who knows about this matter. When the Ether Army arrived at New Delhi Star, a mysterious and massive force was quietly approaching the core star of the Alliance. Moments later, the Alliance security inspectors detected this imposing force. Shortly after, Zi Ming activated the Sky Shield system to prepare for the imminent battle. At this time, the cabinet and senior military officials gathered together, displaying a mixture of confusion, seriousness, and anxiety on their faces, as they seemed completely unprepared for this outbreak of war to reach them. Contact Cape Town, Washington, Moscow, and Rio de Janeiro for support. The Interstellar pirates are about to break through the first layer of the Sky Shield, and our combat power is vastly inferior. Report to the commander. Moscow Star is on its way to provide support, expected to arrive in about 1 standard Alliance day. Minister Su, Cape Town has declared independence. Commander, Washington has declared independence. One after another, these messages push the long-standing Alliance toward an unknown fate. If this crisis is not resolved, the Alliance will cease to exist. Even if the crisis is resolved, the Alliance will no longer exist. After arranging the basic dispatch, the Alliance president finally answered Yin Sui's call. Commander Yin, the target of the Interstellar Pirates is Z-Ming. They have 3 starships and about 20,000 mechas. The Sky Shield can withstand such an attack for almost 1 day, and the mechas of the Sky Shield have lost control and do not respond to commands. The Stars Guard has betrayed, and they were well prepared for this attack. The Z-Ming Guard will not last long against them. Yuzhuo calmly stated this fact, and no one could discern his stance on this life-and-death crisis. I have already passed the first transformation point. You all hold on for another day and a half. Yin Sui knew that the loss of control of the Sky Shield was an extremely dangerous signal for the Alliance, indicating that the enemy was within. The Alliance will hold on until you return. After saying this, he abruptly cut off the communication. Turning off the video, Yin Sui turned to Qin Shan, saying, "The Alliance is in danger now. I will take the Zongshan back to the Alliance first. You and Alan lead the mechas behind to hurry back. Commander, do you want to use the black gold? We haven't fully studied its radioactivity and decay period. Using it recklessly is very dangerous." Qin Shan's eyes were filled with disapproval. Having followed Yin Sui for many years, he understood his decisions and thoughts well. Although he knew he couldn't persuade him, he couldn't help but worry each time. "Have you forgotten what I said before?" He looked at Qin Shan with an unprecedented seriousness. "Don't worry, I will be fine. Don't forget that the armor-piercing power lever uses the Alliance's strongest radiation protection technology. It won't easily affect me." Qin Shan wanted to say more, but Yin Sui interrupted him, saying, "Protect Shang Xia's expedition team. Perhaps Alan can get all his expenses reimbursed this time." After saying this, he turned and left. Chapter 7 Alliance Dissolution. Yin Sui arrived at Xing at the time when the Interstellar Pirates had been attacking the central hub of the Alliance, Yuhui Star, for a full day. The second layer of the Sky Shield had already been breached, and the final layer, which was also the most fortified part of the Alliance's defense system, appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Through his long-range detector, he could even clearly see the scattered mechas on the surface of Yuhui Star, indicating the intensity of the battle. At this moment, 2 pirate starships were very close to the Alliance's second warp point, while another was outside Yuhui Star's atmosphere, directing mechas to attack the Alliance's escort team and the local military on Yuhui Star. Their attacks became increasingly dense, and the Alliance forces quickly fell into a disadvantage. The Interstellar Pirates were closing in, their fierce assaults seeming like a premature celebration of victory. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Several loud explosions echoed from the depths of the sky. Before the Interstellar Pirates could react, the 2 starships docked at the second warp point exploded. The tremendous noise penetrated the soundproof chamber and reached the ears of the Interstellar Pirates, who could see the bizarre flames produced by the starship explosions without even using the long-range detector. The particle waves from the explosion traveled far, and the Sky Shield completely ended its operational career under the shockwave. Both the Alliance and Interstellar Pirate mechas were shaken far away, witnessing a scene they had never seen since their birth, both beautiful and eerie, which would undoubtedly be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Faced with the Interstellar Pirates' formidable power, Yin Sui chose to take a risk. The design of the Zongshan was based on the Alliance's most advanced technology, making it difficult for enemy detection systems to detect its presence. From the information relayed by the Alliance, he knew that 2 Interstellar Pirate starships were docked at the second warp point, so he chose to take a detour to the first warp point on his return journey. Then, through a brainwave chip, he connected with 10 heavy mechas aboard the Zongshan and quietly infiltrated near the 2 starships the Interstellar Pirates were observing. Docking the mechas near the starship's power systems, he commanded the 10 concealed mechas to self-destruct, equipped with a newly discovered black market substance called dark gold, making these 2 starships the best test subjects for the new product. Facing a multitude of enemies, if this gamble had failed, the enemy would undoubtedly launch an even more ferocious attack. Fortunately, he succeeded. The Interstellar Pirates suddenly lost 2 starships, clearly thrown into disarray, and under the command of the remaining starship, they quickly retreated. Yuhui Star gained a brief respite, but there were no extra troops to pursue them, and the Sky Shield's mechas were also in a state of chaos. The Alliance had lost face in this battle. Of course, the primary reason for the Interstellar Pirates' panic was not just the destruction of the 2 starships, but the overwhelming power of the explosive substance used, which they had never encountered before. The emotional impact was akin to the devastation experienced by Hiroshima and Nagasaki during the Earth era. The crisis at Yuhue Star was temporarily alleviated, but the real crisis loomed ahead. Even the shattered sky seemed to foreshadow the Alliance's precarious situation. And Yuhue Star was now engulfed in dark clouds, with storms on the horizon. On the 14th, the Alliance Daily published a news article. The president was hospitalized due to a sudden illness, and the cabinet affairs were temporarily handled by Minister of Security He Jia. On the 16th, after an investigation by the Ether Military Department and the court, it was confirmed that He Jia colluded with the Interstellar pirates, and he was temporarily detained in the central prison. On the 17th, in response to the Alliance's crisis, the cabinet established an emergency security committee. On the 25th, the cabinet issued a statement declaring the emergency security committee illegal, and President USO resigned in shame, leading to the announcement of the Alliance's dissolution. Thus, the Alliance, established by humanity upon leaving their home planet, finally came to an end amid a series of upheavals, completely collapsing and failing to fulfill its mission of creating a better future for mankind. At this moment, in a high-end private residence of Zimming, there were two people sitting on the sofa gazing at each other. One was Yin Sui, the commander of the Ether military, who should have been in a state of distress. The other was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a retro solid-colored sweater from the Earth era, with long black curls lazily draped around her waist. She clearly had put effort into her appearance, and despite the highly developed cosmetic industry of the Interstellar era, she possessed an irreplaceable beauty. She was one of the beneficiaries of this political upheaval, a former member of the Alliance's cabinet, now the governor of Yuhue Star, Yi Neihan. After the Alliance's crisis was resolved, she was the first to announce Yuhue Star's independence, seizing power with overwhelming force and firmly controlling the Alliance's valuable resources, including the escort team responsible for guarding the core security of the Alliance. Due to their betrayal, the Alliance suffered heavy losses. "I don't think you called me over at this late hour just to exchange glances." Yi Neihan broke the silence first. "Is this what you call an ideal state?" Yin Sui asked calmly, and no one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Things deviated slightly from the plan, but fortunately, the difference is not significant. It can still be considered within the plan. Yin Sui remained silent for a moment. "I just want to know, was the outcome of the Ether military within your considerations?" "Am I?" "That makes it hard for me to answer." "I understand." Yin Sui realized that her obsession with power had almost driven her mad. No matter what he said, Yi Neihan probably wouldn't listen. That's naturally for the best. For Yi Neihan, Yin Sui was a rising star of the Alliance. But no one knew that they were lovers behind the scenes. He always gave her a strange feeling, as if he loved her yet didn't love her. And he was a person of strong principles, always having a grand rationale. Their clandestine relationship was likely the only blemish on his otherwise perfect record. This was their first meeting after the turmoil in the Alliance, and it unexpectedly turned out to be so disgraceful. She should have anticipated it. He was her brother-in-arms with whom she had fought side by side, and also her lover. Engaging in a secret affair with him should have been the most outrageous act of this upright leader. Not to mention how shocked he must have been to realize he was forced into this political competition. "Did you also think about the Ether military?" Yin Sui asked casually. "I don't have any plans for that yet, but I can't let it fall into the hands of other planetary leaders. Is there still a possibility for us?" He continued to ask. "We have always been together. If you don't withdraw, it has never ended." "I understand. It was my fault for crossing the line earlier. I apologize." "It's fine." She hadn't finished speaking when Yin Sui turned his body away as if he was about to leave. "That's good. It's better not to see a more detestable side of me," Yi Neihan thought. Just when she thought he would leave, Yin Sui turned back around, his face devoid of any expression, and it seemed he had just used a considerable amount of strength to suppress his emotions. "I think we're not just lovers. We are also partners in cooperation. You haven't told me your entire plan. You didn't want to say it before, and I can pretend I don't know. But the Alliance has dissolved. Perhaps now is the time to tell me?" Yi Neihan's voice was barely audible. "The dissolution of the Alliance was within my plan. I have always known about He Jia's connection with the Interstellar pirates. I also knew that Washington, London, and Cape Town would declare independence when New Delhi and Alpha 3 were attacked. I merely played along, hoping to use this opportunity to announce the dissolution of the alliance. What I didn't expect was that the interstellar pirates would be bold enough to attack the alliance headquarters. Yuhui Star suffered heavy losses, and the Sky Shield almost fell. While I cannot escape responsibility, my plans will not stop. Although she was explaining, her determination to reconstruct the new human world within her plan was undeniable. In the plan we discussed earlier, dissolving the alliance was not included. When did you change the plan? Although Yin Sui did not directly ask why the plan was changed, his question remained difficult to answer given their current relationship. While we are an alliance, London, Washington, and Cape Town have always resisted the alliance's scheduling, secretly colluding with interstellar pirates. For them, joining the alliance was to gain better protection when leaving their home planet, and breaking away from the alliance could yield greater benefits. Now is their best opportunity. The issues within the alliance have long been entrenched. I need to establish a strong regime that will instill fear and caution among all sovereign planets, causing them to be restrained out of panic. Sui, you need to help me. What we envisioned was to establish harmonious and equal human relations, but your plan has already taken on a violent tone. You are unwilling? I have said before, I will not refuse you, but you must explain clearly to me. We must trust each other. This is too far from our original plan. Besides, didn't we agree to create a utopian ideal state, free of discrimination, conflict, and with natural harmony? It's not that I want to split the alliance. Its disintegration is inevitable. I'm simply choosing to go with the flow. You may not understand that local powers outweigh the alliance's central authority. They are developing rapidly, yet still have to submit a large portion of their output to the alliance each year. This raises concerns among the planets, and division is only a matter of time. The disintegration of the alliance is not a conspiracy, is a trend. Yin Sui paused. I can understand the disintegration of the alliance. We have worked together for many years. Outsiders only see our opposing stances, but no one knows that you and I are of the same ilk. Yi Neihin, I ask you, after all these years of cooperation, how many of your words are true? How many are false? I just hope that what you say to me is different from the empty rhetoric you use with the outside world. This is the last time you can deceive me. All right? I did not deceive you. I simply did not tell you. All right, you did not deceive me. I can understand the dissolution of the alliance, but I have only one request now. I hope you do not interfere with the Ether Army. I wish for it to remain pure forever, not a victim of power struggles. Yin Sui said seriously. In your eyes, am I such a despicable person? After all, you do have a lot of past offenses. He said half jokingly, half seriously. Yi Neihin did not want to argue with him. Why do you trust me so much? Do you like me? Trusting or liking you is a personal matter for me. You do not need to know. Loving someone does not have to have a result. Is it just because I helped you during our time at the Alliance Military Academy? Perhaps. He seemed unwilling to say more, hearing his somewhat perfunctory response. Knowing he did not want to answer a question, Yi Neihin forced a self-deprecating reply. Well, I didn't expect the illustrious General Yin to be such a grateful person. Yin Sui ignored her self-deprecation and sarcasm. It's too late. I'm leaving. Are you sure you want to stay? She asked. Now is a time of turmoil. The alliance's referendum still chose to let the president serve, and you, as the leader of the Yinghui Star, represent the alliance's stance. Announcing Yinghui Star's independence and opposing the president's legitimacy is, in the eyes of the pro-alliance faction, simply kicking someone when they are down. You have now become the public enemy of the alliance. The Ether Army was established for the external security of the alliance. Although the alliance no longer exists, it is indeed inappropriate for us to frequently interact at this time. Where is the frequent interaction? Your troops have been stationed outside for more than a year. That's nonsense. Yi Neihin disagreed with his statement. Under his persistent persuasion, Yin Sui ultimately chose to stay. After the former commander of the Ether Army, Yi Yunhuan, spilled blood in space, Yi Neihin changed. But before he died, General Yi told him that he volunteered for death. The only thing he was concerned about before he died was his only daughter, Yi Neihin. He said he did not ask her to achieve great things for the alliance, nor did he wish for her to become wealthy. He only hoped she could live a simple life after his death. General Yi also predicted that she would definitely investigate the cause of his death and that the alliance would face a new crisis. He left the Ether Army to him, hoping he could help Yi Neihan when she crossed the bottom line and remain untainted when the alliance faced insurmountable forces. Chapter 8. USO on the 26th. Supporters and opponents of Yi Neihan faced off in Zimming Square, waving flags and shouting for the system they supported. After the dissolution of the alliance, Yuhui Star, as the former center of the alliance, felt quite awkward. Zimming was the largest city on Yuhui Star and also its administrative center. Here, people talked incessantly about politics and democracy, as if that would make those in power hear their voices. Living in this center of authoritarianism, they had witnessed the change of power and mistakenly believed they had gained rights, becoming increasingly reckless. Just a few days prior, the leader of Yuhui Star, Yi Neihan, announced the independence of Yuhui Star and strongly condemned the illegality of the emergency committee established by the alliance. Along with her followers, she stormed the Zimming Senior Hospital, confirming that the news of the alliance president's serious illness was nothing but a fabrication. Subsequently, news spread throughout the Interstellar Alliance that the security minister had colluded with interstellar pirates in an attempt to undermine the president's authority. Upon hearing this, the already shaky alliance became even more precarious. To align with public opinion, the alliance held a referendum, and the results still elected USO as the alliance president. However, by this time, most rapidly developing planets had declared independence, making the referendum seem somewhat laughable. What the public did not know was that the president had already been controlled by Yin Sui and his army, becoming Yi Neihan's puppet truly a thing in her hands. The doors of the alliance president's office were tightly closed, and the middle-aged president sighed helplessly at the current situation. "Ahan, I never doubted you. With your suspicious nature. You never doubted me, so I guess my acting skills are indeed good. Don't you think, Uncle USO? Do you think this does justice to your father, who worried about the safety of the alliance until his death?" Upon hearing this, Yi Neihan scoffed. "You dare mention my father? I wish my father had never known you. He always considered you a confidant. Yet until his death, he never realized that the confidant he trusted so much pushed him into an abyss." "Has someone said something to you?" USO asked assertively, his eyes seemingly losing all light, and he appeared dejected. What did they say? You must have confirmed something, right? But that is not something you, a prisoner, can inquire about. I came today hoping you would sign the presidential order on this document to dissolve the alliance. Trust me, this will be the brightest moment of your political career. Facing the girl he had watched grow up say such chilling words, no one knew USO's thoughts at that moment. He simply sighed deeply once more. "I do feel guilty towards your father, but not in the way you think. Back then, neither your father nor I had a choice. You're too obsessed now. I cannot fully tell you what happened back then. The dissolution of the alliance is an inevitable trend. I had anticipated it. I just thought I could make this superficial peace last another 2 years. Now is not a good time for dissolution, but you are right. I truly have no way out now. Perhaps this is humanity's destiny, and it is also mine." USO seemed unwilling to say more. He took the document from Yi Neihan's hand, skipped over the confession and apology parts, and directly turned to the last page, signing it as the last presidential order of his career. It was a different kind of emotion. Was it truly his fate to end the alliance? Before the collapse of the building, no amount of patching would help, he thought. Why not get another 2 years? USO looked out into the vastness of space through the office window. Yi Neihan took the document. "Don't worry, Yuhui Star will be more prosperous than during the Alliance era, and human life will be better than during the Alliance era. If you still believe in fate, I will have someone build a church for you tomorrow at your future residence, so that you can pray to God for good luck every day." "Ahon, don't call me that. You don't deserve it. It sickens me." Her voice became urgent and sharp. "Leader Yi, the alliance has dissolved. Yuhui Star is the strongest among all member planets. I hope you will follow the principles of peace. Both natural persons and aliens can't withstand further turmoil. Centered on human interests, it was also your father's wish. Otherwise, even though I am in a cage, I still have the ability to fight you. And I really don't want to see that day. How human society develops is a choice made by humanity and history. As for what I do, I think you have no right to comment. You should think about how to get out of your current situation." With that, She turned and left the president's office. In Zimming, inside and out, were Yi Nahin's subordinates, and he remained a puppet, unable to leave Zimming even a step. In this light, USO's threat seemed like his last stubbornness, but those familiar with Yi Nahin would know she would not overlook even the slightest suspicion, no matter how small the threat. With a loud bang of the closing door, the era of the alliance came to an end. Yi Nahin stepped out of the president's office and looked up at the sky of Yue Star. The light of the artificial sun still shone brightly. As if nothing had happened, the sky shield system, destroyed by interstellar pirates, was in ruins, a lifetime's work of her father, but this system, meant to protect the safety of the Alliance's center, had become the catalyst for his death. You agree with my actions, don't you? It doesn't matter if you don't. I have no other path to take. Yi Nahin murmured in a voice only she could hear, then sighed. I'm sorry, old Yi, for destroying your sky shield. 5 years ago, during a patrol, former General Yi Yunhuan of the Taiwan Army encountered a small group of interstellar pirates, ultimately capturing 56 pirates and 12 mechs. However, on the way back, he faced a large-scale attack by interstellar pirates. Due to the limited forces available during the patrol, he had no choice but to return to Yue Star, which had a direct connection to the folding point, hoping to use the sky shield system to fend off the attack. However, he was refused entry by his most trusted ally, Confidant, and the only person with the authority to activate the sky shield system, the newly appointed president. With no other options, he took his patrol forces and the captured prisoners away from Yue Star. During the escape, they entered a grayscale black hole. Perhaps sensing the irresistible power of the black hole, he initiated the self-destruct program of the mechs, ultimately becoming debris floating in the universe. Perhaps he could look up and see himself. Ahan, Daddy loves you. You need to get along well with Yin Sui. This was the last message left by old Yi. And from the video background, the chaotic situation at that time was evident, while she was throwing a tantrum at such a critical moment in his life. 3 days after the Ether Army patrol was annihilated, the Alliance Daily announced his death. General Yi Yunhuan of the Ether Army was lost in battle near the grayscale black hole on April 13th, 1033 of the Alliance. During his service, General Yi made outstanding contributions to maintaining the safety of the Alliance. He is a hero admired by thousands in the Alliance, and his brilliance will illuminate every corner of the Alliance, and his soul will forever protect humanity as it continues to move forward. The warships that had once been blocked outside the sky shield system were explained as military exercises, as if their distress signals had never existed, dissipating with the wind. He was a hero. Of course he was a hero. His heroic deeds spread to every corner of the Alliance, to the point where everyone forgot he was just an ordinary person, an ordinary father. Naturally, no one would know what their hero experienced before his death. He was a hero of humanity, but merely a father to her. He must have planned it all out, leaving himself no way out. Even after entering the black hole, there was still a possibility of survival. Why was he so resolute? Later she found out it wasn't that he had to die. It was military orders that required his death. It was the president who wanted him dead. It was the person he was protecting who had abandoned him. The Alliance was already beyond redemption, so he had to make the final stand at dusk. The parade and protests, filled with various voices, continued in Yunhuan Square. The once heroic statue gazed ahead, its serious yet kind eyes quietly watching this farce. The truth no longer mattered. Humanity had gradually degenerated during the long interstellar life, turning into a completely disorganized mob, reduced to pawns of public opinion, utterly losing rationality and thought. Apart from rapidly advancing technology, their self-awareness was even less than that of Socrates' time. In this massive parade, it no longer mattered whose faction they belonged to. Yi Nahin had already become one of the apparent victors of this power shift. General, where will the Ether Army go from here? A series of changes were not only affecting politics and the people's direction. The position of the Ether Army, formed under the Unified Alliance, had also become quite awkward in this upheaval. It wasn't just Qin Shan who was worried. Different voices were quietly spreading within the Ether Army. Qin Shan, organize a meeting of the senior officers of the Ether Army. All mid-level and above officers must attend. Yes. Wait. I remember you got in through the Cape Town military exam. Cape Town was also one of the first planets to declare independence. Now that the alliance has disbanded, I want to know your choice. You should understand what I mean. Yin Sui asked seriously. General, you know that although I come from Cape Town, I have always taken it upon myself to protect the alliance's safety since I joined the military. But suddenly, the alliance is gone. Do you know what that feels like? It's like losing one's spiritual homeland. How could this happen? As soldiers, obeying orders is our duty, but now we have lost our authority to obey. Now various forces are vying for resources and military power. I hope my troops and comrades will not become victims of political competition. I understand. You just asked me how I would choose in this situation. In fact, the moment I saw you, I already had my choice. 3 years ago, I took the Cape Town military exam, joined the Ether Army, and was fortunate enough to stand by your side and shed blood for the Alliance's safety. I don't have to think about which side the Alliance referendum stands on, nor do I care whether the election results are valid. I no longer want to serve any political organization or institution. I hope that after the Alliance disbands, my mission will still be to uphold human welfare and rules. Because there are people I love there, so I choose to follow the general forever. Hearing his pledge-like description, Yin Sui was shaken. Why does he trust me so much? Without fear that I might also get involved in this political power struggle. Will you? He asked, not using honorifics. I will never. Then I'll go organize the meeting. After saying that, he smiled and left, as if the anxiety and turmoil that had been lingering in his heart for days had finally been resolved. After the alliance disbanded, the political separation issue was relatively easy to resolve. Several planets had been stirring before the disbandment, and those with plans had early divided the rights to the new world. Some government officials who did not join this power struggle lost their jobs, while most of the government staff selected from various planets returned to the new government after independence, where they would have a perfect political career. Professional technical personnel remained, and all alliance enterprises were sold off, with former heads either changing careers or moving on. Yin Naihan. This canary had long thought of these things. As the location of the alliance, Yuhui Star was prepared to tear a piece of this fat meat early on. And by the time other planets realized it, it was already too late, leaving them to curse in secret. The Ether Army had existed since the formation of the Alliance. It was independent of politics and was a military force directly under the Alliance. As the central power of the Alliance weakened, a large number of redundant administrative officials imposed a great burden on the Alliance's finances. The long-term external environment led to a decreasing need for the military, and the Ether Army's voice grew weaker. However, it was the strongest backing that allowed the people of the Alliance to live stable lives, to the point where they had forgotten about external crises, being too full and only knowing how to fight over the slightest benefits. Chapter 9 New Order. The conference room was filled with high-ranking officers of the Ether Army, all of whom had made significant contributions to the security of the Alliance. However, at this moment, they were whispering and conversing quietly, clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events and filled with concern for the fate of their subordinates. As the door to the conference room opened and closed once again, the murmurs abruptly ceased. Everyone present maintained their good military demeanor as Yin Sui walked into the room. Today's meeting would result in a tremendously difficult decision, marking a significant upheaval for the Ether Army, which had existed for over 1,000 years. Everyone, the dissolution of the Alliance has become an undeniable fact. Today, I have called this emergency meeting primarily to discuss the future direction of the Ether Army. Although the Alliance has disbanded, we still remain a complete and independent entity. Clearly, we have become the greatest threat in this new era. I'm sure you all know that various forces are eager to carve up this largest threat. As the commander of the Ether Army, I have a responsibility to protect you from being divided. At this point, Yin Sui paused, while the others continued to listen quietly to his words. He then added, in recent years, the Ether Army has gradually been marginalized by the centers of power. Our responsibilities have dwindled to merely expelling interstellar pirates and maintaining the safety of the Alliance's various stars. Therefore, we are independent of the coup. Before coming to this meeting, I had two thoughts. First, every soldier in the Ether Army was selected from a particular planet before joining. Since the Alliance has dissolved, you can all return to your home planets to continue fighting. Of course, this would inevitably lead to the dissolution of the Ether Army. Before he could articulate his second plan, an impatient general interjected, The old alliance no longer exists. We should establish something new. General, we have no choice. Good day. What do you mean? Do you want to leave the Ether Army? We do not agree. Yes, we do not agree. If the Ether Army is to be disbanded, it will be over my dead body. The Alliance will only remember us when they need us. Why should we pay for the mistakes of those high-ranking politicians? What do you mean? Since we joined the Ether Army, we have distanced ourselves from politics. Our responsibility is solely to maintain external security for the Alliance. It is their demand to dissolve the Alliance, not our choice. Hearing that most people did not wish to disband the Ether Army, Goodeye visibly panicked. Thomas, you know what I mean. The Ether Army no longer has a premise for existence. You don't need to deceive yourself. Deceive myself? Don't think I don't know that you are Yi Nahin's lackey. 1/3 of the mid to high-ranking officers in the Alliance come from Yue Star. She wants to monopolize this army, and I will not agree to it. You cannot pave the way for her political career by splitting the Ether Army. In the face of such arguments, Yen Sui seemed to have anticipated it, so he did not intervene. What do you mean I'm Yi Nahin's lackey? You must be aware of the state of the Ether Army over the past few years, right? If it weren't for her support, the Ether Army would have disbanded long ago. Will we still be waiting to debate the ownership of the Ether Army after the Alliance's dissolution? She is General Ye's only concern. Are you not afraid of chilling the hearts of the soldiers and General Yi with such remarks? Goodeye's emotions clearly became agitated. When General Ye's name was mentioned, Thomas was clearly taken aback. I respect General Yi and acknowledge that Yi Nahin has helped the Ether Army a lot over the years. But it is an undeniable fact that she is splitting the Alliance. This is a matter of principle. Thomas wanted to continue arguing, but Yen Sui interrupted him. The issues that everyone has raised are ones I have considered. But what we need to resolve most urgently is the ownership of the Ether Army. I believe the Ether Army cannot go in different directions. Otherwise, the people will not forgive us. Neither our descendants nor the predecessors who established this army will forgive us. Therefore, I hope to establish a unified organization that keeps the Ether Army intact, forming an independent joint military force to maintain the safety of various stars. I will communicate the specific regulations with the independent planets. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. I agree. I also agree. I will always follow the general. Voices of agreement rose one after another. Although the Alliance had reduced its investment in the Ether Army over the years, the Ether Army possessed the strongest military power among the stars of the Alliance, which posed a threat to any planet. They might not allow us to have our way. Goodeye realized that further persuasion was pointless. Most of the Ether Army were loyal followers of Yen Sui, and his high morale made him the absolute belief of this army. So what do you mean? Are you asking us to seek refuge by aligning with the strongest Yue star after the dissolution? In the Ether Army, we are comrades, fighting together against interstellar pirates. Once disbanded and returned to our home planets, we would become enemies. Would you be willing to turn your weapons against your former comrades? Do you have the courage to shatter our mechs and spill our bodies in blood in outer space? Yi Nahin is no longer the Yi Nahin of the past. She has been blinded by power. I know your relationship with her, but are you prepared to face the consequences of what I just said? With these words, Goodeye found it difficult to refute. After the establishment of the Alliance, humanity no longer had national or racial divisions. How beautiful was that time, unlike now, when the Alliance not only had to split, but the conflict between natural humans and aliens was becoming increasingly intense. He certainly did not wish to become enemies with his former comrades. He simply hoped the Ether Army could have a good affiliation. Aligning with Yue Star was certainly not ideal, but after becoming independent, issues such as material supply, military expenditure, military research investment, and even the input of the new generation of soldiers would be significant problems. However, these emotional soldiers did not care. They were combat talents nurtured by various planets and would naturally not understand how difficult it would be to support a military. The young man who opposed him was called Kuang, judging by his expression. He had been dissatisfied with Goodeye for a long time. Yen Sui clearly understood that everyone's desire to preserve the integrity of the Ether Army was not solely due to the prestige he had established over the years in the military. But more importantly, they were unwilling to draw swords against their former comrades. He bypassed the weak rebuttal represented by Goodeye. I cannot do anything about the dissolution of the Alliance. But I can promise you here that the army we belong to, the soul we unite, will never dissolve. I will solve all the problems arising after independence. I can take responsibility for what I say today, and I alone will bear the consequences. If any changes occur, it will have nothing to do with all of you present. Your families and friends are scattered across the major independent planets, and the threat of interstellar pirates still exists. We are currently the only team capable of maintaining human safety for an extended period. The Ether Army was established to protect the safety and dignity of all humanity. But over the long evolution, we gradually forgot our original intention. Therefore, today, I have decided to reclaim it. With this, he indicated that he was prepared to face the threats and pressures from various forces alone. But he also knew that his subordinates would inevitably stand with him because they were comrades who had shared life and death. Thus, every decision he made was incredibly difficult for him, as he feared disappointing the expectations of everyone. On May 5th, the commander of the Ether Army gathered the troops and media at Yunhuan Square, delivered a speech, and publicly read the STAR and Joint Military Agreement, showing no regard for the predatory tigers lurking around. Today, I stand here. Behind me is the statue of General Yunhuan, a universally recognized hero. Before us stands an army with free thought, an army that has existed in humiliation amidst power struggles. The alliance is still the same alliance. But the people of the alliance have long forgotten their original intention and the exploratory spirit of our ancestors. After every battle, our pride and dignity are completely shattered, leaving us at the mercy of those bureaucrats who stand above us, trampling on our dignity, using a microscope to criticize our minor faults, completely ignoring the already crumbling alliance. What wrong have we done? We merely followed the orders of the alliance, maintaining the safety of humanity. Those officials are constantly thinking about their own interests, only remembering us when the enemy strikes again. For decades, we have fought like dogs for the alliance's officials without dignity, hoping that our former masters would leave us a spoiled meal. All of humanity knows we were the strongest shield of the alliance. With us, the alliance was invincible. But no one knows the resources and new technologies hidden behind this glory. We are always the last to be considered. Apart from sacrifice and glory, we have nothing. Even so, we remain filled with reliance and trust in the alliance. However, today, for various reasons, the alliance is forced to disband. I, like everyone else, am saddened by this. Yet, even so, those selfish politicians still fantasize about dividing the Ether Army. Therefore, in my capacity as the leader of the Ether Army, I hereby announce the establishment of the Xinghe Alliance, with its base located on Yuhui Star, and we will not participate in the disbandment of the alliance. Next, I will read the Xinghe Alliance Agreement. From today, the Ether Army will be renamed the Xinghe Army, abbreviated as Xinghejun. The Xinghe Army will be dedicated to maintaining the safety of all humanity. After discussions with the planetary leaders of Washington, Cape Town, Moscow, and other 15 planets, it has been decided that military expenses will be contributed proportionally by each independent planet. Once the news broke, it once again caused public uproar. The groups that had previously protested against the disbandment of the alliance and the splinter faction represented by Yi Neihan seemed to find their organization all at once, quickly formulating slogans and support statements. In an instant, Yin Sui became the savior, maintaining the bonds of the alliance, conveniently ignoring his various grievances against the former alliance during his speech. Meanwhile, various conspiracy theories began to gradually emerge. In their imagined power struggle, they envisioned Yin Sui as a fighter resisting the splinter faction represented by Yi Neihan. He, under the pressure of the entire universe, stationed his troops on Yuhui Star. Whether the planetary leader Yi Neihan signed the Xinghe Agreement or not, his actions were interpreted as openly challenging Yi Neihan. His words against the alliance turned into strategic compromises. And it is certain that Yin Sui now tells his supporters that 1 + 1 = 3, and they would likely believe him. Chapter 10, The Gears of History. The newly established office of the Star and Alliance Governor was temporarily printed using a life printer, and various facilities were still not fully equipped. At this moment, Qin Shan and Alan were also present. General, what should we do next? Obviously, even Alan, who had seen all kinds of storms, did not expect that the seemingly indestructible alliance could be so easily shattered by a minor crisis. I'm not involved in the alliance affairs. Only a few trusted people in the cabinet know about it. Besides that, only Mori knows. Even if I am not present, the Ether Army left in the Sky Shield should not be so fragile. I refuse to accept the excuse that the Sky Shield mecha lost control. What do you mean? Qin Shan shivered. There are traitors. This is obvious. The Alliance's control over local stars has been gradually weakening, but in all aspects of power, apart from Washington Star, other planets still find it hard to reach. However, the Alliance has been established for such a long time. Who knows whether it is people or ghosts serving it? I just didn't expect that these pests, after being left unchecked for so long, would bite off a towering tree, Yin Sui said, sitting on the newly printed chair with helplessness. The iron law of history is that it seems unavoidable in retrospect. At the beginning, it is always inconspicuous, and no one can fully predict a crisis, not even the most advanced artificial intelligence. All soldiers of the Ether Army, upon joining, were meant to maintain the safety of the Alliance and eliminate all threats, but no one expected it to rot from within. This incident is undoubtedly a blow to the spiritual foundation of Alliance citizens who have been educated in unity and harmony since childhood. Not to mention, it would be an even greater blow to the Ether Army, which believed it was their duty to be loyal to the Alliance. However, they are soldiers. They cannot influence politics, nor can they sway people's hearts. General, do you think we can restore the glory of the past? Alan asked. Yin Sui looked through the office window at the hazy universe. I don't know. I don't even know whether what we did before was meaningful. Sometimes I can't figure out what we are protecting with our lives. Is it the regime of the Alliance or the human species? But one thing is clear. The Ether Army is my only belonging now. I cannot let it get involved in some forced struggle. So I'm very glad I have the ability to keep it safe. One cannot escape the order constructed by imagination. When breaking free from the shackles of an old rule, one believes they are finally free, but what awaits them is often a new rule. Just like the Russian nesting dolls of the Earth era. No one knows if the outer layer of the doll is merely a game. Whether we can restore the glory of the past may be a false proposition. No one can be sure whether the past was truly glorious or just a ghostly flame. Nor can anyone know whether the Alliance's unified management was truly what humanity needed. Humanity emerged from the primates because our ancestors chose a different path. No one can predict whether those scattered across the universe have a group that is lucky enough to break through the existing layers of the nesting doll and move toward a greater rule. The three of them looked at each other in the newly built office and eventually fell into silence. Qin Shan frowned and broke the silence first. I still find the interstellar pirate attacks a bit strange. The Haven T had such a large-scale attack in almost 3 years. The past 2 years have only seen minor skirmishes. I reviewed this attack, and their strength hasn't increased much compared to before. If it weren't for knowing that you and the direct troops were not in Inui, they would have no reason to act this way. I think we should consult Mori about this issue. The Alliance has finally disbanded as he wished. We should go meet this old friend, Yin Sui said. Yes. We had just left Washington Star when we intercepted a batch of black gold, and then the interstellar pirates attacked Alpha 3 in New Delhi, splitting their forces and making a feint. Mori was also the first to declare independence as a Star-Lord. At first, I thought he was using his strength to make a show. But the news from Washington said that the military there had made significant moves before the interstellar pirates attacked Alpha 3. If this matter has nothing to do with Mori, it really is too coincidental, Alan analyzed. Qin Shan sent a visit request to Mori. For what reason? Qin Shan asked. To discuss some specific responsibilities and rights of the Star and Alliance. Will he meet with us? The Alliance has disbanded, and we are no longer in a subordinate relationship. The military in Washington has no reason to listen to our orders. Qin Shan looked at Yin Sui. Although the Alliance has disbanded and Washington Star has achieved its goal, Mori probably didn't expect that Yi Nahan is the real canary, regardless of whether it's the interstellar pirates or the black gold issue. He has done so much only to make a wedding dress for Yi Nahan. Besides gaining independence, he has obtained nothing else. If we go to him, he won't refuse. After all, the Star and Alliance is not only a substantial piece of meat, but also a thorn in his side, Yin Sui explained. That's true. Our combat power is still strong, but we need to tread more carefully than before. Those who shoot from the back may be former allies, Alan echoed. At this point, Qin Shan seemed to suddenly remember something. General, various forces are speculating about your relationship with Star-Lord Yi. Alan and I, being relatively close to you, want to know what you really think. Upon hearing this, the usually quiet Alan also turned to look at Yin Sui. Clearly, she was also interested in this topic. She and Qin Shan were among the few who knew that Yin Sui and Yi Neihan maintained contact privately. That Star-Lord had also trained in the Ether Army many years ago. This was not anything unusual. During the Alliance period, many privileged young masters were sent to the Ether Army by their families to gain experience, to add a layer of golden sheen to their paths in life. And the Ether Army could also receive a considerable amount of military funding in return. Yi Neihan was the daughter of former Ether General Yi Yunhuan. Unlike those young masters, although her mental strength was not particularly high, her performance in the military was outstanding, thus earning her a group of devoted followers, among whom Good Dai was the most fervent representative. During this time, Yin Sui and Xia Yin from the Xia group were best friends. One had mental strength so high that even alien species feared it, while the other had exceptional talent in robotics research. They were her right and left arms. With the reputation of the Ether Army and the financial power of the Xia family, Yi Neihan took the lead in establishing Team Lightheart, a militarized research team that gathered the best talents from various stars, aggressively exploring the still mysterious universe. If this momentum continued, Yi Neihan would likely become the next master of the Ether Army. However, 5 years ago, General Yi Yunhuan bled in space while fighting against the interstellar pirates of the Wasteland, and shortly after, Team Lightheart was completely wiped out during one of its missions. It was clear to any discerning person that this was a bit too coincidental, but everything seemed to appear as an accident. Suddenly losing the highest commander nearly caused a mutiny in the Ether Army, but fortunately, Yin Sui managed to stop this potential coup in time. The cabinet voted and chose Yin Sui as the next Ether General. Since that time, the relationship between Yin Sui and Yi Neihan began to become increasingly delicate. In fact, the cabinet chose Yin Sui as the Ether General mainly because he had no background at that time. He had always been a backdrop for Yi Neihan, making him easy to control, unlike Yi Neihan, who was filled with distrust toward the Alliance. For the cabinet officials, she was indeed a bit too dangerous. Later, Yi Neihan chose to leave the Ether Army and, on the recommendation of former Alliance President USO, became the Secretary of Star-Lord Lu Xian of Inwi Star. Later, Lu Xian was embroiled in scandals, involving numerous local officials, and Yi Neihan took the opportunity to become the Star-Lord of Inwi Star. In the years since she and Yin Sui parted ways, Yi Neihan gradually expanded her sphere of influence. Yin Sui was aware of most of it. As long as it did not cross any bottom lines, he would not inquire further. On the surface, they were separated, but Alan knew that every so often, Yin Sui would meet with the increasingly prominent Yi Xingzhang. When faced with Qin Zhang's question, Yin Sui remained silent for a long time, so long that they all thought he would not answer. Just as Qin Zhang was about to seize the opportunity to leave, Yin Sui replied, "She is my one true love." Alan was not surprised by this, while Qin Zhang was filled with concern. But this time, we established the Xinghe coalition, bypassing the Ingui Star. I thought you were going to warn her, and many people in the military are filled with hostility towards Yi Xingzhang and Mo Lei, believing they're the main culprits behind the dissolution of the Alliance. It wasn't just in the military. Many small asteroids relying on the Alliance for protection also harbored hostility towards them. Mo Lei's declaration to withdraw from the Alliance and become independent undoubtedly set a bad example. While Yi Neihan openly betrayed at the core of the Alliance in Inghui Star, choosing independence in a moment of crisis, which undoubtedly accelerated the disintegration of the Alliance. Qin, I understand your concerns. By making this public today, I am demonstrating that I can clearly distinguish between personal and public matters. I will not let personal feelings affect my grasp of the future direction of the Xinghe Coalition. Don't forget, although Good Dai has obvious biases, he is right. Without Yi Neihan's help, we might not have reached today. To be frank, her actions during the dissolution of the Alliance are no different from those of other star leaders who had long been plotting. Human society continuously advances through repeated reshuffling processes, and it has already happened. You can understand it as an inevitable reshuffle. Without waiting for Qin Zhan to speak, Yin Sui continued. If there were a conflict of positions between me and her, I would uphold the original purpose of the Ether Army's establishment. Human interests above all. I understand. Qin Zhan replied. Chapter 11. Parting ways time is truly a wondrous thing. Unbeknownst to them, two people who once had a close relationship transformed from sharing everything to having nothing to say. It wasn't until Yin Sui delivered his speech that Yi Neihan realized his plan to keep her out of it. He had controlled her informants within the Ether Army, bypassing Yuanhai's star to sign protection treaties with other independent planets. When the two were alone again, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point without any questions or shouts. Can you explain this whole act of yours? Yi Neihan broke the silence first. I think you should understand, Yin Sui replied. Understand what? That you placed your army on my territory? That you bypassed Yuanhai's star and directly signed protection agreements with other star lords? Or that you stationed your subordinates outside my residence to flaunt your power, and then expect me to be grateful? Yi Neihan fixed her gaze on Yin Sui, as if trying to pierce through the fog that surrounded them. You declared Yuanhai's independence the moment the Interstellar pirate crisis was resolved. Most of the former alliance's industries are based in Yuanhai. After independence, you swiftly took over those top-tier enterprises, even the Kirk Institute, which symbolizes the cradle of humanity's future. You might as well be waving a flag, making it clear that you had this planned all along. The other Star Lords are not fools. You've made too many enemies, Yin Sui explained. Look at how you put it, as if I gained some immense advantage. Did I ever say Yuanhai needed your protection? Don't be so self-important, General Yin. Admit it, you're just dissatisfied with the dissolution of the alliance and want to vent your frustrations on me. Yi Neihan's rebellious side suddenly surfaced, tearing away the facade of peace. Yin Sui ignored her aggression, but his eyes remained fixed on Yi Neihan, as if he were looking at a stranger. Stop imposing your self-righteous rules on me. When it comes to shamelessness, the other Star Lords surpass me. Instead of wasting time here with me, why not try to persuade them? Perhaps they would be willing to join you in establishing your utopian society. Oh, Yin Neihan. Have no shame, and don't even talk to me about rules. You're just wasting your time here. Do we really have to do this? Yin Sui's voice became hoarse. You know I don't want this either, but we have no choice. In fact, those protesters are right. I am bad. I have no morals or bottom line when it comes to human rights. You should believe what you see. So everything you said before about establishing a new relationship among humans and creating a brand new society was just a lie? Yin Sui asked again. Otherwise, you don't still think you don't know why the former alliance wanted you to take over my father's position, do you? They saw you as easy to control because you have no power. I certainly don't accept it. That position should have been mine, yet I was assigned to be Lu Xian's secretary, utterly isolated with no one I could rely on. Isn't it only natural for me to take advantage of you? Then why do you sponsor the Ether Army with such a large amount every year? Yin Sui pressed. How why? The Ether Army has regained its glory under my father. So what's wrong with me helping out? Since we've come this far, we can consider it even, Yi Neihan said casually, as if it were a trivial matter to her. I don't agree. You're not that kind of person. Yin Sui's voice suddenly rose. You're still too naive. You've never understood me. How do you know I'm not that kind of person? Yin Neihan countered it. I know. The Yi Neihan I know is brave, cynical, and stands up for the weak, completely dismissing authority. I know. Yin Sui repeated, his eyes slightly red, as if trapped in some kind of obsession. Brave? Cynical? Fearless of authority. Only a childish person would have such naive thoughts. After all that has happened, how do you still not understand? If it weren't for authority, my father wouldn't have died. If it weren't for authority, the Guangxin team could have become the brightest star for humanity today. No matter how humanity evolves, greed and jealousy will never change. I admire your romantic and naive personality, but I am no longer the person I used to be. You have to understand that everything must change. Hearing this, Yin Sui smiled and reached out to gently touch Yi Neihan's earlobe, but he remained silent. Yi Neihan was also confused by his actions, her eyes fixed on Yin Sui. I know, Yin Sui repeated once more. At this, Yi Neihan brushed his hand away and turned away. Think whatever you want. You can leave now. And as for what the Star Alliance wants to do, I don't care, but in my territory, you must abide by Yuanhai Star's rules. I, Yi Neihin, am not someone who can be trampled upon. My not expelling you is not because I lack the strength, but out of respect for my father. Get those outsiders out. I don't need your so-called protection. After saying this, Yi Neihin intended to leave the hall, but Yin Sui, without thinking, grabbed her. Yi Neihin turned her head, bewildered. The Star Alliance can follow your rules in Yuanhai, but the people outside cannot be withdrawn. Recently, many unidentified individuals have appeared in Ziming, and I'm worried. Upon hearing this, Yin Naihan laughed. Worried? What gives you the standing to be worried? Just because of this fragile romantic relationship outside? Stop joking. I didn't reach my current position by being virtuous. Yin Sui still held onto Yi Neihin's hand, showing no signs of compromise. Yi Neihin pried his hand away. Yin Sui, you still don't understand. Whether in the eyes of outsiders or in my eyes, it's all over. We both have our own positions. I understand you well. You certainly look down on being with me. Let us save face for everyone. Yin Sui sighed. You always say one thing and mean another. You think too highly of yourself. Since you don't believe me, let me tell you something you want to know. You don't need to go to such lengths to investigate the other batch of black gold from Daosheng. It's mine. I know the alliance will be unstable, so I'm sending you some life-saving supplies. After all, we shared a romantic past. If you die, I might still be sad for a couple of days. Hearing this, Yin Sui stood there, seemingly unable to digest this shocking news. Yi Neihin ignored him, leaving him with a command to take the outsiders away before entering her room. Yin Sui looked at the direction of the closing door, his mind flashing through many fragments. Slowly, he attempted to piece these fragments together, trying to uncover a truth from the chaos. He left Yi Neihin's residence and exited the airtight fortress. He looked up at the sky. In today's human world, even the heavens had to be fabricated into a false starry sky. Everything felt too fake, and in this deceptive environment, reality and integrity seemed to have become a crime. He didn't understand how a person could change so drastically. However, what Yin Sui didn't know was that when he looked up at Ziming's sky, someone was watching him through high-density glass, tears streaming down their face. When people grow up and face likes and dislikes, they often have no choice. Chapter 12. Yi the Madman. For more than a month, Yuhui Star has experienced a series of upheavals, attacks by interstellar pirates, the dissolution of the alliance, the independence of Yuhui Star, the resignation of the old president, and the establishment of the Star and Alliance military. These changes have left the people of this planet numb. And amidst this numbness, the massive coup has gradually settled into calm. At this moment, Yi Neihin arrived at a high-end clubhouse where Ziming was located. Ahan, what did you call me here for? The one asking was Xia Yan, the captain of the exploration team who had narrowly escaped during the attack on Alpha 3 in New Delhi by interstellar pirates, and the only heir to the future Shangxia group. I'm currently being monitored by various forces. I came this time mainly to ask you to send black gold to Yin Suibua in Washington using Ghost. Remember not to send too much. After the explosion, Washington's investigation into black gold has not been very active. Informants also reported that Mo Lei will meet secretly with a mysterious person every stellar month. I suspect they have a ghost among them, or perhaps they have already grasped black gold. Why? Didn't you already let General Yin have some black gold through the black market before? He even used it in the last battle with the interstellar pirates. Doesn't he already know? Xia Yan asked, or have you two fallen out? She wished Xia Yan's intuition were not so accurate. If you were this clever when facing the enemy, I think we would have found out who has been hiding behind the scenes targeting us all these years. Yin Naihan, replied sharply. You should change your habit of insulting people indirectly. It would be better for you. By then, I would undoubtedly be smarter. Forget it. The result of mental calculations shows you will never have anything to do with intelligence in your life. If I change, I'm afraid you would go visit all the deities the next day. Upon hearing this, Xia Yin did not argue with her. After all, this kind of life had not been for just 1 or 2 days. She thought to herself that working in this era was indeed difficult. Ahan, haven't you explained to General Yin why you wanted to become independent and why you imprisoned the former alliance president? Xia Yin asked seriously. At this point, it's no longer important. He doesn't trust me, and I don't want him involved in this matter. He always talks about justice, and it makes my head buzz. I threatened him with black gold yesterday. It's best for our relationship to remain this way. Hearing her say this, Xia Yin sighed helplessly. Although this was their relationship, she had seen what Yin Suebua had done over the years. Both of them were too stubborn, preferring to shoulder everything themselves, wishing that no disturbance would affect the other. Clearly, they cared about each other, but always acted like enemies. Xia Yin had previously guessed that they would eventually part ways, and it turned out to be true. Ahan, have you considered that he actually wants to protect you? Although Yu Star is currently calm, you actually know how dangerous it is now. Both of your personalities are too stubborn. Feelings should be expressed. Don't be like me, wishing to say something but having no opportunity, she said, her tone carrying a fleeting sadness. All right, let's not talk about this. I can't stay here for long. I'll handle my own matters. Remember to send them my gift. I'm leaving. After saying this, she intended to leave. Here we go again. You're always avoiding. This is my personal matter. Don't forget that you are my subordinate. This matter ends here. I'm leaving. You come out from the side room in 2 hours. As she reached the door, Yi Neihin seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to Xia Yin, saying awkwardly, remember to pack it in the anti-radiation box specifically for black gold. Got it. And you need to handle General Yan's portion first and label the hazards and black gold properties. Do as you please. After saying something ambiguous, Yi Neihin turned and left. Speaking with a forked tongue, sitting in the private light shuttle on the way back, Yi Neihin couldn't help but think, yes, he was always so righteous. But wasn't it precisely his righteousness that kept attracting her? That admirable quality that had long since disappeared from her own being? They were right. She had completely lost herself in the long struggle for power and desire. She had always known this, but there was no turning back. Turning back would mean facing an even fiercer guillotine, connecting the lives of everyone involved. The terrifying part was that she still didn't know who held the knife. So she could only keep rushing forward. She knew that Yin Sui would always be by her side, but she couldn't reveal even the slightest bit. She didn't know whom she had offended to deserve such retribution, as people around her kept dying. Fortunately, there was no one left in the open now, so she felt invincible. She had to expose the evil ghost hiding in the shadows, then tear him to pieces and scatter his remains into space to honor the souls of her relatives and friends. Yin Suebua stationed troops on Yu Star, leading to different voices among the high-ranking officials of other independent stars. Some believed that Yin Suebua and Yi Neihin had completely fallen out, reaching a point of no return. Others thought that their relationship during their service in the Ether Army was quite unusual, and this was all a play they were performing together. There were also those who believed that Yin Suebua was a person who could not tolerate even a speck of dust in his heart. He would never collaborate with Yi Neihin in any underhanded dealings. They trusted him completely, mainly because their development had not gone well before the alliance dissolved, and they had relied entirely on the alliance. They were still hoping that one day the alliance could reunite, thus receiving assistance from those well-developed planets. Regardless of the speculation, it did not affect the two parties involved. The ambiguous relationship made all planets hesitant to take action. No one knew the thoughts of Yin Suebua, who was at the center of the vortex. The black gold that had been continuously tracked down was actually a life-saving charm sent to him by Yi Neihin. It turned out that he no longer needed her protection, and their relationship had gradually drifted apart alongside their buried thoughts. General, this is the Interstellar Express I just received. The recipient is you. I failed to trace the source of the express. It appears to be from the Ghost Organization. This organization is elusive. Since they sent black gold to the black market 6 months ago, it has been impossible to find a trace of it. Yin Suebua took the package and was about to open it when Qin Shan stopped him. General, let me open it. It's fine, I know what it is. As the package opened, the contents were well covered with a transparent radiation-proof isolation board, identical to the black gold seized at the black market on the island the first time. The difference was that this time, the packaging simply indicated its properties. Yin Suebua sighed. She still couldn't bear to kill herself. Qin Shan instinctively wanted to repackage it. At that moment, the artificial intelligence announcer suddenly stated a phrase, an official statement from the former alliance. General Yin, there's no need for concern. This black gold has been specially treated, and sending it to you is to inform you that we possess and monopolize it. Who is this? So malicious, too provocative, Qin Shan instinctively cursed. Yi Neihan. What? Yi Neihan, the leader of Yuhui Star, Yin Suibor repeated. So, the one from a black market was also sent by her? Qin Shan suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. Yes, General. Last time you had no choice but to use this thing to destroy 2 heavy star ships of the Interstellar pirates. Those were treasures they had accumulated for years, and its power was immense. Although all the planets appear calm on the surface now, as far as I know, they're all secretly investigating, Qin Shan said, his brow furrowing. This is also what I wanted to tell you. She may not have sent this package to me alone. Has he, the madman, really gone crazy? Yin Suibwa glanced at him, and Qin Shan immediately reacted. Sorry, slip of the tongue. I meant to say, does she not think she has enough trouble already? I believe she knows better than anyone the consequences of doing this. Yi Xingchang wouldn't have left us a backup plan, would she? The first time Alan and I traced the clues of black gold, we also found the ghost, and then there was no further trace. Now it seems that this might be her influence. Upon hearing this, Yin Suibwa remained silent for a long time. Qindan, you came late. The Ether Army is Yi Huanyin's hard work. Before him, the Ether Army was a complete mess. Faced with interstellar pirates dominated by alien species, we could only retreat. It was General Yi who saved this army that was about to disappear and fought for over 30 years of survival time for the Alliance. But the Alliance is fundamentally rotten. He doesn't know that it's unsolvable. Yi Neihan knows, so she won't be our enemy. She just stubbornly refuses to acknowledge all this. What I can do is to preserve the hard work left by her father, which is you all. Yin Sui spoke with conviction. But the aggressive demeanor of Yi Neihan from yesterday still lingered in his mind, filling him with uncertainty. He continued, human development to this point requires a strong military to restrain their actions. The nuclear weapons that destroyed Earth over 1,000 years ago forced us to flee. The current universe is our last retreat. Black gold has already appeared, regardless of her thoughts. The Star and Allied forces are the last force to prevent black gold from destroying our home. I know what you're worried about. My feelings for her won't affect my judgment on the Star and Allied forces issue. Yin Sui sighed. He had always believed in her and hoped he wasn't wrong this time. But he also knew that human hearts are the hardest to predict. While he believed in her, he had to guard against her. He seemed calm on the surface, but every decision needed careful consideration, fearing that a wrong decision could lead to an irreparable outcome. He wondered how General Yi would choose in such a dilemma. He promised General Yi that he would pull her back when Yi Neihan was about to cross the line. But now he wasn't even sure if she had crossed it, and more importantly, he wasn't sure if he could truly hold her back. Qindan, hearing this, said directly, Boss, I understand what you mean. I just don't understand why Yi Xingchang would want to publicize such a sinister thing. Is she trying to lure the fish behind it? And I also don't know what her attitude towards our army really is. She wasn't like this before. Qindan's tone still expressed dissatisfaction with Yi Neihan's recent behaviors. But within that dissatisfaction was a sense of helplessness. Yeah, I don't quite understand either. Yin Suibwa murmured. Perhaps he was just a small part of her power game, unable to keep up with her ascent, let alone stop her. Yin Suibwa suddenly realized that he had no way to deal with her now. Chapter 13. Night Watchman. Everything on the planet Yuhui is developing in a predetermined direction. The establishment of the Star and Allied forces seems to have had little impact on the situation here. Yuhui is the former seat of the Alliance, and its infrastructure is the best among all independent planets. For the general public, it seems that everything has returned to the way it was before, just with a new ruler and government. The protesters have gradually disappeared over time, with only a few stubborn individuals still holding on. However, Yi Neihan knows that the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath this calmness are what truly evoke fear and dread. Yi Neihan piloted her private shuttle back to her residence, feeling as if a pair or multiple pairs of eyes were watching her from behind. Since Yuhui's independence, politically astute leaders had already sensed that she had control over some black gold, so it was normal for someone to be spying on her. Though she did not take it to heart. The interior of her shuttle was equipped with the latest defense technology from the former alliance. Xia Yin, worried about her safety, had added a black gold launcher to the system. One could say that the shuttle she was sitting in was a massive, dangerous item. Approach at your own peril. She slowed down the shuttle and descended a bit to better observe the development of Ziming City, which had been the power center of Yuhui for many years. Unfortunately, despite years of development, it looked no different from what she remembered from her childhood. The artificial sun still hung high in the sky. If she used a photon telescope, she could see engineers attempting to repair the sky shield, but without her father's design blueprints, she had no idea how effective their efforts would be. The comfortable life had made the people here cease to strive and work hard. Everything was managed by artificial intelligence. They only needed to keep up with celebrity entertainment news and occasionally hold a protest against government policies. This forced the government to compromise. Yet when faced with unsatisfactory life matters, they would complain about the government's inefficiency, even forgetting that these issues could have been improved had they not protested in the first place. As her shuttle slowly moved, she spotted the former alliance, or one could say the supporters of the Star and Allied forces. There was no difference from the Earth era. After over 1,000 years, they were still chanting the same old slogans. The difference was that they had adopted a real-person projection mode and sound amplification system, allowing lazy people who wanted to participate in protests to join in, creating what appeared to be a sizable crowd. However, the protests lacked sincerity, and she wondered what expression they would show upon seeing their idols. How pathetic, protesting every day, yet their idol shows no acknowledgement, Yin Nahun said with a light chuckle. Bang! Just as she was about to reach home, a shuttle suddenly collided with hers, followed by several more shuttles approaching her, still hovering over Ziming. The proximity to the ground made her hesitant to use black gold. She could only rely on her regular particle cannon. But it was clear that the other party had come prepared, and the pilot's mental strength was evidently superior to hers. She felt her brainwave chip almost being seized by the opponent, and every nerve ending was in pain. If she held on any longer, her shuttle would likely self-destruct. She pushed the shuttle's speed to the maximum with the little control she had and swiftly drove away from the main urban area. The opponent's mental power was too strong. She simply couldn't withstand it. However, it seemed they intended to kidnap her rather than kill her. So she desperately activated all attack and defense functions of her shuttle using her brainwave chip. But this drained her mental power too quickly, and cold sweat began to pour down her forehead. Just when she thought it was all over for her, the mental pressure suddenly eased. Someone had joined the dark battle. She knew that strong and familiar mental power all too well. After all, she had experienced so much intertwined time with that person. But she didn't want to care now. It wasn't the right moment to contact him. This hunting game, once started, couldn't be stopped. If she paused, she and they would become prey. It was her inability to control herself that had previously put him in danger. It turned out those people had become impatient, which was precisely the result she wanted. She had grown tired of the days she couldn't control and disliked being led by others. Yin Nahun knew that those anomalies were merely a minor inconvenience for Yin Sui. So she didn't plan to thank her savior and directly piloted her shuttle back to her residence. Fortunately, in this cage she had personally built, she was completely safe. The security measures here were the best among all places humans could visit. If it wasn't safe here, then there would be no place in the universe that could accommodate her. However, the cold weapons and systems, along with a lifeless room, made Yin Nahun feel incredibly lonely. The only entities she could converse with were a group of multifunctional robots she had designed herself, products she could trust absolutely. For power and revenge, she had almost nothing. She also longed for the day she could openly discuss the future of humanity with her loved ones and friends, rather than being constantly wary of someone stabbing her in the back. Therefore, she needed absolute strength. But how much longer would she have to wait? She felt she was nearing her breaking point. Yin Nahun collapsed weakly onto the sofa, curling up like a quail. She felt helpless. 5 years had passed. From her father's battle loss to the annihilation of the Light Heart team, and then to Govia's death. Each incident was a reminder that the mastermind was right beside her, seemingly targeting her specifically, yet she could never find that person's trace. Now that the alliance had disbanded, she had a gut feeling that the person was still watching her every move. Even her gradual ascent to the pinnacle of power seemed to be calculated by the mastermind. At least in ending the alliance's reign, their goals were aligned. Unknowingly, Yin Nahun fell asleep on the sofa. On, da de Luvisiu. Yi Yanhuan's face suddenly appeared before her. smiling gently. That gentleness was a unique expression of a man with a steel-like will. Just as Inahan opened her arms to embrace him, bang, the scene suddenly shattered, her father's smile abruptly disappearing as she found herself in the vast universe. Bang, bang, bang. It was the Lightheart team, the squad she had once been proud of, all hailing from the former Ether Army, trained by her selection. Among them were those with exceptional mental powers, those with high intelligence, those with superb research capabilities, and those with rich combat experience. They were the unique prodigies, the indestructible shield of the Alliance, and her friends who shared life and death. As the explosion rang out, the concentrated firepower of particle cannons and nuclear fusion reactions obliterated this genius team. The overwhelming firepower left them with no chance to fight back. She didn't even have time to say goodbye. Her former teammates turned into a pile of cosmic debris before her eyes, and the only survivors were her, Gov-IA, and Xia Yin, because they hadn't participated in the exchange on Washington Star. She couldn't understand why she, a worthless person, had survived. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Xia Yin appeared before her. Ahan, Vea is dead. There isn't even a body left. I lost him. Who did you offend? Why did you involve us? Why? Xia Yin shook her shoulders vigorously, watching her former friend gradually become hysterical. She felt increasingly numb, as if her heart had died, unable to hear any sound. Captain, your father's death and the destruction of the Lightheart team were both orchestrated by someone. I need some time to investigate. Let me confirm it first before telling you. This was the last message Gov-IA had left before leaving. Meanwhile, Xia Yin continued to curse, completely losing the image of the former Alliance socialite. It's all your fault. It's all over. It's all you. It's all me. It's all me. It's all me. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. This night, haunted by nightmares, has followed her for many years. She should have gotten used to it. She thought she could forget, but she knows she will never be able to. She has no idea what she did wrong to deserve this punishment. So why is this happening? Yi Neihan got up from the sofa and walked to the window, trying to see the galaxy she controlled through the glass. Only in this way could she find a moment of peace, as it was her confidence in fighting against the mysterious person or the mysterious organization. But here was her personal safe haven, as well as her prison. The defense system enveloped this place, which should have been warm, making it airtight. The scenery she could see was all virtual, all fake. There was no galaxy outside, only traps all around. The artificial sky, not far away, continued to shine. These cold products trying to create a beautiful starry sky for her to have a good dream for the night. Not far from her residence stood a person quietly, if not closely observed, could be mistaken for sculpture. He was the only night watchman under this silent night. Having lost access to the building he had entered many times, like a solid castle exuding an air of no entry for the living. Yin Sui looked toward her room, contemplating the recent events between them. At first, Yin Sui thought Yi Neihan had only revealed the information about the black gold to him. But later investigations by Qin Shan and Alan showed that there were more than just her and Mori who possessed this dark matter among the former Alliance members. In the last battle to defend the Alliance, it was he who had placed this dangerous material in the sunlight ahead of time for the final dignity of the Alliance, becoming a nuclear weapon of the Interstellar Age. After the starship of the Interstellar pirates was detonated, he had dealt with the past with an attitude of ignorance, letting the eager officials of various stars speculate for themselves, which also increased the leverage of the Ether Army. But what was meant to come would still come. Her bold actions had attracted the attention of various star targets to her. This time, the light shuttle attack was merely a test, and they did not achieve the results they wanted. Those who pursued power and profit would not easily conclude matters. Over the years, Yi Neihan had been troubled by the downfall of the Lightheart team, suspecting it was a setup. Initially, he doubted whether there were traitors within the Alliance or within the Ether Army, as it was not surprising for such a decayed regime to have issues. He secretly investigated for a long time, but found no clues. He knew that the Alliance's upper echelons were targeting the Ether Army, fearing that she was too sensitive and adding to her psychological burden, while also fearing that his own dullness could harm everyone. Under the night sky, two individuals, each with their own thoughts and concerns for one another, looked up at the sky from places where they could not see each other. helpless whether inside or outside the cage. Chapter 14 Secret Talks Washington Star completed this peaceful transformation in the independence movement without losing a single soldier, which should have been good news. However, in the end, Maury realized that aside from independence, Washington Star gained nothing. At a young age, Yi Nahan had already calculated everything. After the dissolution of the alliance, she quickly brought various forces and resources under her control. This was not the worst news. When Yin Sui destroyed those two interstellar pirate starships, the amount of black gold used was certainly greater than the batch that leaked out. This single-handedly crushed the arrogance of the interstellar pirates, indicating that the black gold seized by Yin Sui did not just come from Washington Star. The person involved also claimed to be unaware of it, although Maury did not fully believe that person's words. Looking at the entire Alliance planets, only Yuhui Star had the capability to possess black gold apart from Washington Star. Any news? The old Star leader asked tremulously. The people we sent out have not returned. The brainwave back-end activity indicates they are still alive, but it seems they have been captured. Weren't all the ones we sent out non-humans? As far as I know, Yuhui Star has a small non-human population, let alone those with high mental strength. What's going on? Our personnel all have high mental strength. One of them has as high as 85. We have also verified Yi Nahan's itinerary from yesterday, confirming she was alone. If she wasn't prepared in advance, then someone must have helped her. But even so, they should have had time to relay information back using our newly developed system. Or perhaps someone with higher mental strength controlled their brainwave chip system, preventing them from sending any information back, Hall speculated. Yin Sui, Maury said, only he has the ability and the possibility. He indeed stands with Yi Nahan. I don't understand. His only reason for not signing a protection agreement with Yuhui Star and forcibly keeping his army there is to intimidate or seize power, right? Hall questioned. You haven't seen him, so you naturally don't know. Yin Sui is indeed a person who stands firm on his principles. At a young age, he has become quite obstinate. He always puts the interests of the Alliance and humanity first, which is also the requirement of the former Ether Army General Yi Yunhuan for the military. With the Alliance gone, he will certainly uphold his second principle to the end. However, Yi Nahan is the only descendant of Yi Yunhuan, and it is no secret that she has been helping the Ether Army behind the scenes during their difficult times in the Alliance. Therefore, he cannot maintain opposition to her. If Yi Nahan starts a war, will he respond? His stationing of troops at Yuhui Star means he is not giving Yi Nahan a reason to start a war. He not only restrains her, but also us in the short term. I understand them. Their opposition is likely a facade for the other star leaders. Then what does it mean for him to collect protection fees while maintaining contact with Yi Nahan? Is he standing guard for Yuhui Star for free? Or has he reached some sort of private agreement with Yi Nahan? I said he has a strong sense of justice and principles. He is not standing with Yi Nahan. He is merely using an ambiguous attitude to make us speculate and be wary. Without a strong military, the forced disbanded asteroids would likely cause trouble every few days. This aligns with my intentions, as we and Yuhui Star are the scapegoats of the Alliance's disintegration, and it is not suitable to spend too much time on those annoying flies. So his help to Yi Nahan this time is just to warn us of his attitude toward Yuhui Star. That can be said. After a long exchange, Maury couldn't help but cough twice. His mental strength is so strong that with a little pressure, he will know he sent them. How should we respond if he comes to question us or seeks revenge? Maury replied, he won't come to question us, so he won't seek revenge. Not just us. He knows that many want to test Yi Nahan. I understand now, but it's a pity that the ones we sent are all high mental strength elites. Not that we gain nothing. At least we now know Yin Sui's attitude. They're still in contact, and their apparent opposition is for the sake of the other star leaders. Everyone was tense, waiting to see who would move first, but now it seems that is impossible. Why? Hall unconsciously asked. I can't trust your insight into the situation enough to hand Washington Star over to you, Maury said with a look of disappointment. He shook his head and continued. Yin Sui used black gold in his battle against the interstellar pirates. Guess why? Hall seemed to just realize now, aside from the black market, only that person has control over black gold. The interstellar pirates don't have it, and island life has never encountered such a substance. The source can only be those two parties. The last batch that appeared on the black market all ended up in Yin Sui's hands. which was given to him by Yi Neihin for self-preservation. Now it's just speculation, but the likelihood is high. So the ghosts might be Yi Neihin's organization? What we received this time could also have been sent by her. Mori coughed hard once before continuing, if that's the case. It means she also doesn't know who has the other batch of black gold. Our investigation has caught her attention. This is her test. But we don't have black gold. Now is the best time for everyone to hold their positions. The state of mutual suspicion is the safest. The last time that person promised the black gold would arrive next week, we are not innocent. Hall nodded, then looked up and asked. She is the biggest beneficiary of the Alliance's disintegration. The power of black gold explosions is evident to all. She was originally the biggest suspect among the stars. Doesn't her current behavior amount to self-detonation? Perhaps this is also the result of her plan. If one observes carefully, it seems that Yi Neihin has indeed been led by an invisible hand all these years, as if she is specifically targeted. Although I don't know why. Judging by her demeanor, she seems to want to force the behind-the-scenes person to reveal themselves. However, she has underestimated that person's patience. Having remained dormant in the Alliance for so long, how could they easily emerge? The only planets capable of radioactive separation technology are us and Yuhui Star. The last time Yin Sui used it was clearly treated. That person must have known she had black gold long ago, so she would provoke us by letting it out. She can only be in the open, becoming a thorn in the eyes of the other star leaders, Mori explained. Father, we have no source of black gold, and we are constrained by that person. Are we independent from the Alliance, just to follow another person's orders? Of course not. We are not those representative planets. The cabinet in Washington Star can only listen to me, Mori. The future heir of Washington can only be my son. How could I put Washington's future in the hands of a madman? He can only rely on us to separate the radioactivity of the black gold. Once we find where he is mining it, we'll deal with him. I understand. You understand? After 2 years of learning by my side, you haven't learned anything. How can I trust Washington to you? Mori sighed. It's the son's comprehension ability that's too poor. If only your elder brother were here. Why mention him? For a worthless non-human, he lost his life. I cannot have such a disgraceful son. Study hard. The future of Washington is all yours. Yes, the son understands. Perhaps seeing the remaining son as submissive demeanor, Mori had no more heart to say much. You may go now. I am tired. Hall stood up cautiously, following the etiquette of Washington Star, clasped his hands in a salute, and quietly retreated. However, when he completely exited the room, the submissive aura about him vanished entirely, revealing his eccentric side. It is well known that Mo Lei is a primitive faction member who dislikes the development of new technologies. However, for the sake of Washington's status among the stars, he has to rely on new technology. He enjoys everything from the Earth era. And having heard that Huagua was the most powerful and civilized country during that time, he adopts Huagua's etiquette as the standard for Washington. Everyone who works in front of him must strictly adhere to it. Even their surnames are based on Huagua standards. Coupled with his latest AI-assisted system implanted in his body, is simply incongruous, like Dongshi imitating the pouting of a beauty. His primitive behavior is also reflected in his attitude towards passing on to the next generation. Washington was the only hereditary planet during the Alliance period, and of course, Hall is about to be the first generation to inherit it. He insists on natural conception for having children with women. Unfortunately, while the women are very capable, he is not, resulting in only his eldest son, Mo Chong Kong, and his illegitimate son, Hall. Mo Lei has imposed strict etiquette standards on his eldest son, Mo Chong Kong, since childhood, using the ancient Confucian gentleman's standards of Huagua as his code of conduct, while at the same time passing on the rules of the powerful to him. This has led Mo Chong Kong to oscillate between good and evil from a young age, ultimately choosing to rebel against tradition, falling in love with an alien species, and even sacrificing his life to be with them, which Mo Lei, as a primitive faction member, sees as absolutely unforgivable. After the death of his eldest son, he remembers the illegitimate son he had forgotten. Hall's birth is the biggest mistake of his life. For him, it represents breaking his own internal rules and is a reminder of his dirty past, which is why he never mentions Hall in any situation. However, he did not expect his eldest son, Mo Chong Kong, to lose control, leaving Hall as his only option. On one hand, he feels helpless, while on the other, he looks down on Hall's lowly birth, completely forgetting that Hall's genes come from him. Chapter 15. Alan. Although it was unclear how Yin Sui negotiated with Yinehan, the star and alliance had already settled on the Ingui star. After a long period of exploration and development, the impact of technology on human life could no longer be described as miraculous. For example, the star and alliance had no base at the beginning of its establishment, but within just a few days, convenient technology rapidly printed out a perfect office space for them. At this moment, the governor's office of the Star and Alliance, under various adjustments, had already taken shape. The soldiers coming and going were enthusiastic, all wanting to make the Star and Alliance their new home and safe haven. The Ether Army had been continuously suppressed by the cabinet, and now that the Alliance had disbanded, they were indeed filled with worries about the future of this new team at first. However, with the establishment of the Star and Alliance, they also recognized that this would be a beautiful opportunity. This team, since being renamed to the Star and Alliance, had the potential to stand tall and proud. Alan walked into Yin Sui's office and began to report on the training and operational status of the Star and Alliance over the past month. The Star and Alliance had signed sponsorship agreements with planets other than Ingui Star, but everyone knew that many planetary leaders were under the coercion of the Star and Alliance. Yin Sui's actions, to them, were more like collecting protection fees than sponsorship fees. Human hearts are hard to gauge. It is estimated that no planetary leader would be willing to have someone standing over them after independence, wielding power. In just this month, Yin Sui had received invitations from more than 30 planetary leaders, and although they were called invitations, they were actually attempts to win over and test the waters. During the Alliance period, to avoid the rise of other planetary forces threatening the Alliance, except for the early established Washington Star, other planets did not have military autonomy. Even Ingui Star, where Yinehan was located, lacked this autonomy. Her military strength mainly came from her ability to rally and incite the Alliance's self-defense forces. Just then, after Alan finished his report, he sighed again. "General, we have received 3 more invitation letters from Cape Town, Canberra, and Vladivostok. Were their reasons? They have just gained independence, and their armies are newly established, mostly expanded on the basis of the original planetary self-defense forces. They invite you to observe and guide." Alan paused for a moment and continued. Canberra's side directly stated in the invitation email that they need protection. You know, they relied on the Alliance for survival in the past, and Canberra is the farthest from Ingui Star. It takes our Army 8 Alliance standard days to reach there. Even during the Alliance period, they were attacked by interstellar pirates the most. The disbandment of the Alliance has had a significant impact on Canberra's star. I believe we need to provide them with some assistance. By the end, Alan clearly expressed his stance. "I remember you and Thomas are from Canberra's star," Yin Sui said sharply, looking at Alan. "Yes, General." Alan did not elaborate too much, but Yin Sui understood. Canberra had always relied on the Alliance, far from the Alliance's center, with a small population. Initially, it was a group of wealthy, artistic youth who opposed modern technology and advocated for a return to simplicity. Their idea in establishing Canberra Star was to create a paradise for art. Over time, those born for art gradually realized that protecting this paradise required more than just romantic sentiments. Fortunately, they had registered with the Alliance at the beginning, and the Alliance was happy to have someone voluntarily explore the depths of the universe. Therefore, Canberra Star was also under the protection of the Alliance. However, Canberra Star always valued art and romance. The Alliance supported it, but did not subsidize it. So even if they wanted to become independent or directly join the ranks of interstellar pirates, the Alliance would likely treat it as another island. The planetary leader of Canberra Star, Wall, was born in philosophy. He was a top student from the former Alliance Zimming University, and later moved to Canberra Star to pursue his wife's artistic ideals. Upon taking office, he won the unanimous favor of the Canberra people. Under his leadership, Canberra Star transformed from a poor artistic wasteland into a wealthy star filled with the scent of money. Wealth inevitably breeds jealousy, which is also the reason for the frequent visits of interstellar pirates to Canberra Star. Of course, it is hard to say whether those so-called attackers were interstellar pirates or envious colleagues taking advantage of the chaos. If I remember correctly, this was already the 3rd invitation Yin Sui had received from Canberra. The first two invitations were more polite. At that time, he was busy dealing with various forces after the alliance had just disbanded and had refused them. This time, the invitation was likely directly handed to Alan or Thomas, as they were the only ones who could speak in the current Star and Alliance. Is he inviting me? Yin Sui looked directly at Alan, his gaze full of inquiry. Alan, having been by Yin Sui's side for so long, certainly understood what he meant. General, I know my actions violate the principles of the Star and Alliance. But you know that Thomas and I are both from Canberra's Star. We can't just watch it being devoured by those hungry wolves of planetary leaders. When you announced the establishment of the Star and Alliance, Canberra's Star was the first to stand up in support. I also know our duty is to maintain the external security of each star and not interfere in their internal affairs. But, General, is it wrong to live well? Is it wrong to be weak? Alan raised her eyes, questioning him. As one of Yin Sui's bodyguards, she was usually calm and rarely showed such emotional moments. Having money is certainly not wrong, nor is being weak. But the principles of the Star and Alliance cannot be broken. Canberra Star is currently losing money. There is no catastrophic crisis. Even if it can be proven that the plundering of their resources was done by former Alliance subordinate planets, it is still their diplomatic issue. You know, if we participate this time, next time if there are diplomatic conflicts between other planets, we must also intervene. This is not appropriate. Those independent planetary leaders will not allow us to interfere in their diplomatic rights, nor will they agree to our military presence in their star regions, Yin Sui explained calmly, though no one knew what his true thoughts were at that moment. Hearing this, Alan lowered her gaze and calmly said, I understand, General. If there is nothing else, I will go prepare the content for tomorrow's meeting. Wait, Yin Sui called out to her just as Alan was about to leave. Do you have any other instructions? She quickly resumed her work demeanor. Are you blaming me? Yin Sui asked affirmatively. I dare not, but I am an orphan without parents. If it weren't for the artistic youth of Canberra Star valuing life, I wouldn't have come this far. Yin Sui agreed with her statement. To join the Ether Army, one must go through a strict identity screening. He naturally knew Alan's background. She was born on Zurich Star, and shortly after her birth, her parents passed away unexpectedly, leaving her to be sent to an orphanage, funded and trained uniformly by the Alliance. This should have been unproblematic, but at that time, a shocking incident occurred on Zurich Star. The financial planetary leader of Zurich Star was corrupt, unknowingly swallowing multiple funds allocated by the Alliance through various means. The orphanage where Alan was located was one of the victim groups. To control these secrets, the financial planetary leader of Zurich Star collaborated with the communications department to connect the entire civilian network of Zurich Star to the underground dark web, unknowingly creating a unique world for the people of Zurich Star. Only beneficial information would pass through the network screening and connect to the Interstellar network. It was not until those fearless artistic youth from Canberra traveled to Zurich Star that this secret was uncovered. Alan followed them and settled in Canberra Star. Later, with the substantial financial support of Canberra Star, she passed the screening of the Ether Army and became the pride of Canberra Star through her strength. After Alan finished speaking, her eyes gradually turned red. She knew that the Alliance of Stars had just been established, and even if all concerns were set aside, the current situation was not suitable for making any clear statements. However, after the dissolution of the Alliance, each star had not yet issued its own currency. Since most of the former Alliance's industries have been absorbed by Yinehan, she directly stated that Inghui Star would continue to use the interstellar currency from the Alliance period. As a weak but wealthy Canberra Star, it naturally became an object of envy. Yin Sui fell silent for a moment. No one knew what kind of internal struggle he was experiencing at that moment. You tell Thomas that I can only give him 50,000 mechas. The reason being that Canberra Star has been disturbed by interstellar pirates. We received a request for help from Star Master Wall and decided to provide them with humanitarian assistance. Alan looked at Yin Sui in disbelief, her eyes seemingly filled with fierce flames, but soon she calmed down. Yes, I'll arrange it right now. Just as she was about to step out of the general's office, Alan turned around and thanked Yin Sui, then disappeared in a flash, fearing that he might change his mind. After Alan left, Yin Sui looked at the empty office and smiled wryly. Perhaps this was also a good opportunity to establish authority and status. He hadn't expected that just after parting ways with Yinehan, thinking she was too power-hungry, He would eagerly embark on this path today. Maybe she was right. Being in this quagmire of power and desire, how could one avoid getting a bit dirty? Chapter 16 visit not long after Alan left. Qin Dan entered the general's office with a serious expression, as if he had encountered a huge dilemma. General, last night we detected a mysterious mecha invasion in Zimming, but the battle calmed down quickly. By the time we arrived, those mechas had disappeared. Although the Sky Shield system hasn't been fully repaired, we have Xinghe and the Allied forces stationed in Yuhui. I can't think of any force that could quietly bypass us and reach Zimming from the outside. I suspect this is a play directed and acted by Yi Xingzhang. But thinking it through, she seems to have no reason to do so. Qin Dan's tone carried some suspicion, fearing he might miss some important information. Yin Sui placed a hand on the chair and looked up at Qin Dan. You discovered this last night. Why report it now? Qin Dan was taken aback. After detecting the invasion signal last night, he had contacted Yin Sui, but Yin Sui had rejected his communication. He feared that waiting too long might cause immeasurable losses. So he left a message for Yin Sui and went alone with some mechas. He thought Yin Sui was aware. I contacted you last night and left you a message. Qin Dan's voice gradually lowered. He didn't understand why Yin Sui was angry about this small matter. Yin Sui also didn't understand why he felt angry when he heard Qin Dan's unfounded suspicion about Yinayan. So he had to explain awkwardly. Of course I know you contacted me, Qin Dan. The various systems of Xinghe and the Allied forces basically follow the Ether Army. But the current situation is very different from before. We must remain cautious at all times. It's not wrong for you to not reach me and go alone. But if you encounter an emergency in the future and I am unreachable, you might want to find someone to inform me in person first. I understand. Qin Dan looked up at Yin Sui and continued to ask, General, who do you think it was last night? It was more. I dealt with that group of mechas last night, and they're all locked up in the Xinghe prison. I only interrogated them about their origins. You can bring people to interrogate them again later. Yin Sui said calmly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his previous questioning, which sounded like a thief calling out to catch a thief. Okay, General. Having followed Yin Sui for so long, Qin Dan understood that Yin Sui occasionally exhibited some symptoms of mental illness. Of course, he would not be angry just because of a seemingly random question. He naturally understood that people with high mental strength often have some quirky temperaments. Qin Dan came early in the morning to report this discovery to his general, only to find out that it was Yin Sui who had done it, and he immediately felt a headache. However, understanding that Yin Sui was likely going through a midlife crisis, he chose not to argue with him. But how did Moore's mechas bypass the monitoring of Xinghe and the Allied forces and quietly appear in Zimming? It wasn't that they bypassed our monitoring, but rather that they had already been lurking in Zimming since the Alliance period. The garrison of the former Alliance Central is not like us. They're a mixed bag, with various forces intertwined. It's not surprising that Moore still has remnants of power here. Yi Xingzhang can endure this? With Yi Naihan's character, it was impossible for her to allow other forces to run rampant in her territory. The reason Yin Sui could station the garrison openly in Yuhui was not only due to external speculations of strength, but also because they had some unknown relationship. Yin Sui was silent for a moment, then answered seriously, of course she can't endure it. It's likely that she and T settled the score before. Moore openly attacked her on her territory, which provides a good excuse for her to investigate. As Yin Sui said this, it was as if he was exhaling a breath, not feeling that he had just revealed some significant news. General, are you saying that the mysterious mecha team last night came from Washington Star, and the attacker was Yi Xingzhang? Qin Dan's face was filled with disbelief. This was too bold. It was like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Yi Naihan's was probably very angry this time. Yes, Moore probably wants to confirm whether Yi Naihan's truly controls the black gold or is just bluffing. But unfortunately, Yi Naihan's did not use the black gold even when attacked by so many mechas last night. Will he test again? Qin Dan instinctively asked. Yin Sui looked up at Qin Dan. Do you think after this, Yi Naihan's won't strengthen her defenses? Moreover, his purpose was originally to probe, not to take Yi Naihan's life. If something happens to Yi Naihan's, Yuhui won't let him off, and between Washington and Yuhui, the outcome is uncertain. Oh, Yin Sui did not respond further, but shifted his gaze to the invitation letter printed by Allen on the desk. I believe the Xinghe allied forces should be reformed. Seeing Yin Sui suddenly change the subject, Qin Dan was momentarily confused. How to reform? The current system mostly follows the Ether Army, which was personally set up by General Yi Yunhuan. The glory of the Ether Army over 30 years is enough to prove the superiority of this method. In the past, the Ether Army prioritized maintaining external security for the Alliance. Coupled with the cabinet's distrust of various stars, our garrison is in Yuhui, guarding internally and externally, only periodically dispatching troops for patrols to reduce external crises for other stars. We created one transformation point after another, which facilitated our troop deployment but also made it easier for space pirates to raid. We often arrive late for rescues of other stars. Yin Sui sighed. Late rescue forces are useless. It was fine during the Alliance period. Various stars still had to superficially listen to the Alliance's dispatch. But now, those attacking weak planets could very well be former allies. Yes, I've noticed Alan has been distracted these days. I heard that Camber Star has basically been looted by space pirates. The space pirates suffered heavy losses in the battle during the dissolution of the Alliance. And I want to wake up to find they have such a big appetite now. Qin Dan agreed. That's also what I want to say. I plan to select some people from the Xinghe allied forces to be stationed at various stars with which we have signed sponsorship agreements. Upon hearing this, Qin Dan frowned. I estimate those star masters won't agree. If we send some troops to be stationed externally, not to mention the huge expenses of external station troops, the combat effectiveness of a Yuhui main base will likely decrease significantly, which could backfire. This is just a proposal. If it is to be implemented, it certainly won't be so hasty, and the coverage doesn't necessarily need to be precise to every planet. Those unwilling cannot be forced. But we also shouldn't stand by when protection is needed. This is also one of the principles of the Xinghe allied forces. That sounds good. But I'm afraid other star masters will think we want to establish a new alliance in another way. Human suspicion is the hardest thing to eliminate. Although Qin Dan agreed with Yin Sui's reform plan, he was clearly filled with concerns about the series of follow-up issues after the change. One more thing. I can guarantee the purity of the Xinghe allied forces, but I can't guarantee that if I die, the subsequent leaders won't want to establish a new alliance. These issues must be resolved. Yin Sui said seriously. Do you need me to do anything? Qin Dan asked. Wait a while. The current relationships in the human world are still very chaotic. It's not suitable for us to reform at this time. You should first seek opinions from military officers above the mid-level. Not everyone in the Xinghe allied forces comes from strong backgrounds. They also hope to ensure the safety of their hometowns while serving. I understand. I will go arrange this. Wait. Yin Sui called Qin Dan. There's one more thing. You need to accompany me to Washington Star. We should meet with more. The Alliance is just disbanded. Is it appropriate for us to leave? Qin Dan asked in confusion. Yin Sui pointed outside the office. Look at their appearance. What will we do by staying here? This time, it was more who provoked us. Regardless, we should go and express our condolences. Moreover, although Yinehin didn't say a word to him last night, she still owes him a favor. In the short term, no one should come to provoke her, and naturally, there won't be any issues with Xing and the allied forces, Yin Sui thought to himself. Chapter 17. The Hongmen banquet. On the same day that the mecha sent by Moray was captured by Yin Sui, Qin Zhan received a reply for Washington Star. Moray expressed excitement that Yin Sui could visit Washington Star. A stellar day later, Yin Sui and Qin Zhan confidently stepped into Moray's territory, appearing completely unconcerned that Moray might take the opportunity to detain this highly threatening opponent. The mecha from Yuhui docked at Washington Star's mecha hangar. And before they could exit the hangar, a huge naked-eye 3D screen came into view with bright red, welcoming phrases prominently displayed, flickering under the enhancement of technology. To show the importance of Yin Sui's visit, Moray, dragging his ailing body, made a firm appearance at the mecha hangar. With the support of technology, his upright torso indeed conveyed sincerity. However, for others, this sense of ceremonial welcome might evoke sympathy while also inflating their vanity. Unfortunately for Moray, Yin Sui was not like others and would not be deceived by his hypocritical civilized image. General Yin, welcome, welcome. As soon as he stepped out of the Mecca, Moray greeted Yin Sui with a standardized smile, very enthusiastically. The etiquette standards Yin Sui had learned during his years in the Alliance finally came into play once again. He smiled at Moray and extended his right hand for a handshake while saying, "Hello, Director Moray. It is my honor to receive your reply." Two smiling tigers, both of them fully aware of each other's intentions, yet unable to comprehend one another, maintained the facade of old friends reuniting as they proceeded to the welcoming banquet arranged by Moray. Of course, whether it was a welcoming banquet or a Hongmin banquet was hard to say. Moray excused himself early, citing health issues, and the banquet was hosted by his secretary, Hall. At the banquet, glasses clinked as dignitaries and officials of Washington Star came one by one to toast Yin Sui, thanking the Alliance and the Coalition for their support in stabilizing Washington Star, and Yin Sui accepted them all graciously. Just as he finished sending one guest off, another approached. And before the guest arrived, Qin Zhan whispered in Yin Sui's ear, "That's Leard." Upon hearing this, Yin Sui understood that while he and Yi Neihan were Moray's distant concerns, Leard was Moray's immediate enemy. Washington Star was established early, and to provide it with maximum security, the Alliance had stationed a portion of the Ether Army there. However, at that time, the Alliance had not anticipated that this army would not return, and over time, they became a unified threat to the Alliance. This was why planets created after Washington did not have their own garrison. Leard was now the leader of that original army, and if one were to trace back, he should share the same roots with Yin Sui. These details were not the focus. After the disbandment of the Alliance, Leard had privately sent a request to Qin Zhan, expressing a desire to meet Yin Sui. Given the chaos at that time, Yin Sui had declined. But one thing was certain, Moray surely did not know about Leard wanting to meet him, which was quite interesting, suggesting that Washington Star was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. "General Yin, I am Leard, the Minister of the Military Commission of Washington Star. I wanted to meet you during the Alliance era. I didn't expect to realize it today. Cheers." After saying this, Leard raised his glass and drank it all in one go. "Hello." Yin Sui watched as Leard raised his glass and downed the red wine. After toasting, Leard turned and left, seemingly no different from the others who had come to toast. But Yin Sui knew he would come looking for him again. As the banquet's lights flickered, a low conversation reached Yin Sui's ears. "What do you think Yin Sui came to our Washington Star for? During the Alliance era, we were basically semi-independent. If he still wants to come here to give orders, then what's the point of our independence?" "Exactly. I never understood Moray's thoughts. He wouldn't dare to think he could lead us, would he? I can't forget the fear of being chased for taxes by the Alliance." The speaker seemed to hold a financial position. "Indeed, after finally gaining independence, I don't want to share the fruits of Washington Star's development with those unambitious planets." This welcoming banquet was held for Yin Sui, and he was the focus of the crowd, which was filled with whispers about him. He had a high mental acuity and could hear many of the comments clearly, but he was accustomed to these speculations and slanders, and he merely chuckled lightly in indifference. As the banquet approached its end, Yin Sui, as everyone expected, showed signs of intoxication and stumbled out of the banquet hall with Qin Zhan's assistance. Once seated in the shuttle heading to their accommodation, Yin Sui transformed completely, showing no signs of drunkenness. Of course, this was aided by his unique physiology. He was an alien, a variant with a significantly mutated gene structure. The alcohol that worked on natural humans had no effect on him. Qin Zhan was unfazed by this. To him, Yin Sui's body was just slightly different from others, and he never considered him as an alien. "General, are we going back to the hotel arranged by Moray?" "Of course. Why not? He invited us warmly." "All right." With that, he set the shuttle to autopilot mode. As one of Yin Sui's bodyguards, Qin Zhan's capabilities were unquestionable. Shortly after the shuttle took off, he noticed something amiss. "General, something's not right." Qin Zhan turned to Yin Sui, his brow furrowed. "The direction is wrong." Yin Sui had evidently noticed too. "What's in that direction?" Yin Sui pointed to where the shuttle was heading. The alien settlement area of Washington Star. This was indeed strange. After the death of his eldest son, Moray had issued a statement on the Interstellar network, declaring that aliens would no longer be accepted. All existing aliens on Washington Star were integrated into the alien settlement area for unified management. This had caused quite a stir at the time, as during the Alliance era, equality was emphasized, especially regarding the issue of aliens, which required careful handling. Aliens undergo a mutation during puberty, and their DNA coding changes dramatically. If they survive this period, they can exhibit significant advantages in areas such as hearing, smell, and physical strength. A small number of lucky ones experience massive brain DNA mutations, greatly enhancing their mental acuity, making them excellent representatives in an interconnected, mentally networked interstellar era. It seemed that aliens indeed represented a direction of human evolution, which is why the speech of the island-born pioneer, Su Lao-san, attracted so many aliens to follow him. However, they overlooked the extremely high mortality rate during the mutation process and the uncontrollable violent tendencies that followed. Because of their volatile nature and lack of control, they were unwelcome on the territory of natural humans. Many aliens who passed the mutation period and had significantly enhanced mental abilities, along with those with outstanding traits, could not endure the invisible discrimination from natural humans, leading many to join the ranks of interstellar pirates. Thus, at some point, the relationship between aliens and natural humans seemed to enter a vicious cycle. Aliens became difficult to manage. Natural humans disliked them, which led to aliens facing discrimination and joining interstellar piracy, further intensifying the natural humans' dislike and discrimination against them. Chapter 18. Trapped in a jar, Yin Sui thought for a moment and then turned to ask, can the destination be changed? The destination of this light shuttle system was fixed, as if someone were controlling it from behind the scenes. What about manual mode? Yin Sui asked again. Qin Zhan pressed the manual drive button, but the light shuttle remained motionless. He raised his eyes to signal Yin Sui, indicating that he was powerless. Perhaps you can connect to the brainwave chip and hack this light shuttle. That might allow you to change the destination, Qin Zhan suggested afterward. It seems this is why they insisted on getting me drunk tonight. Yin Sui smiled, realizing they had been waiting for him here. Fine, let's go take a look. General. Qin Zhan seemed surprised that Yin Sui actually wanted to go. What is meant to come will come. He didn't succeed this time, but what about next time? We'll be here for a while, and I don't like living in constant vigilance. Yin Sui clenched his fists. More openly rejected alien species, and the alien settlement area was outside their control and protection. Even if something happened there, he could easily distance himself from it. He was quite the schemer. Are we still going? Qin Zhan asked. He's prepared, so why not go? Contact Leard. He should be interested in our destination. If I'm not mistaken, he should also be an alien species. Yin Sui smiled playfully. Impossible. Moore is notoriously averse to alien species. How could an alien species occupy such a high position in his territory? Qin Zhan questioned. This is beyond him. Moore has no right to dictate Leard's army. This is why the Alliance didn't forcibly recall the troops stationed in Washington. I understand. In fact, Yin Sui suspected Leard was an alien species mainly due to his intuition about his kind. Leard's public identity in Washington was that of a natural person, but his mental strength was as high as 85, which closely resembled his own experiences. As they approached the alien settlement area, over 50 light shuttles suddenly surged out from the side and rear of their shuttle. From the looks of it, they were determined to keep him here tonight. Bang! Bang! The opponents, after closing in, wasted no time and immediately began their attack. Just as Qin Zhan was about to counterattack, he performed a series of operations on the limited interface. Suddenly, his expression turned blank, mixed with a sense of as expected. Yin Sui quickly guessed that this light shuttle had been prepared for them by Moore to catch them in a trap tonight. Even though Moore believed Yin Sui was already drunk, they still didn't trust him. The light shuttle was completely controlled from behind the scenes, and even the most basic defense functions of civilian shuttles were absent. The shuttles facing them were clearly modified elite models. The light shuttle continued on its predetermined path without any intention of stopping. Fortunately, the previous attack had not caused much impact due to the distance. The speed of the light shuttle was decreasing, and it soon entered the opponent's attack range. Yin Sui, connected to the mental network through the brainwave chip, took over the control of the light shuttle, and then turned it around to charge directly at the adversaries. The opponents clearly did not realize what was happening, as there was a brief 2-second pause as if they had crashed. The light shuttle's dependence on the brainwave chip was not that strong, but its attack system must be connected to the mental network. Yin Sui directly invaded the opponent's mental network. His mental strength was strong enough to plunder the mental networks of fewer than 100 people, but the premise was that the opponents had to be natural persons. This time, the enemies attacking were clearly alien species, and their mental strength was above 80. Although Yin Sui could plunder their mental networks, if someone were to peel off his clothes at that moment, they would find that his back was already soaked through. This enemy was indeed a bit tricky. Approximately 10 minutes later, he successfully took over the attacker's mental network. He let out a sigh of relief, and moments later, the mech that had just been aggressive lay quietly on the ground, as if they had never appeared. Let's go back. After ending the battle, Yin Sui turned to Qin Zhan and said, "Shouldn't we tie them up? This would be a good excuse to question more. Do you think Moore hasn't considered failure? They are all alien species. His hatred for them was an open secret during the Alliance period, and he can completely deny it," Yin Sui explained. "Are we just going to swallow this loss?" Qin Zhan slammed the light shuttle. "Of course not. Don't forget our purpose for coming to Washington. Many things have happened that we cannot change. Remember, we need that mysterious person who possesses the black gold technology." All right. Although Qin Zhan verbally compromised, his eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction towards Moore. In the recent battle, the permissions of the light shuttle had been regained by Yin Sui. Just as Qin Zhan was about to drive back, Yin Sui stopped him. "Get down," Yin Sui ordered, sensing something unusual. "What?" Qin Zhan asked while executing Yin Sui's order. Opening the light shuttle's cargo door. Just 2 minutes after they stepped off the light shuttle, boom. The previously unremarkable light shuttle exploded right in front of them. The impact, not particularly powerful, but sufficient to kill 2 adults. Damn! After the explosion, Qin Zhan cursed, clearly unable to tolerate what had happened today. Moore really wants to kill us. Yin Sui frowned, glancing at the light shuttle still burning in the night. I underestimated him. Is he not afraid of retaliation from our star and the coalition? He has black gold channels. We don't dare to easily take action against him. But I don't think I have any reason to die. Dying on Washington would be of no benefit to him, and I can't understand why he would do this. Yin Sui was also filled with confusion. Qin Zhan looked around, and he only wanted to kill more now. What do you do next? Yin Sui closed his eyes for a moment and then looked at the light shuttle he had just shot down. Let's go back. Qin Zhan quickly picked one of the enemy's light shuttles, pulled out the still unconscious pilot from the cockpit, and swiftly activated the shuttle. But moments later, a look of disgust crossed Qin Zhan's face, worse than if he had eaten something terrible. He didn't believe in bad luck, and quickly switched to another light shuttle. But the display screen kept flashing insufficient energy. Qin Zhan glanced at the still unconscious attacker beside him, clenched his fist tighter, and took a deep breath to suppress his urge to kill him. Yin Sui walked over, looked at the display screen, and asked, "Did you contact General Leard?" "I sent him a message, but he hasn't replied." Qin Zhan glanced at his smart brain, but then he looked as if he had seen a ghost and checked again. "I'm sorry, General. That message did not send successfully. I just resent it. Normal. The light shuttle should have a signal blocker. I didn't expect Washington to have technology that could interfere with our star and coalition devices. It seems Moore has been quietly developing in the shadows without anyone knowing. No wonder the mysterious person mentioned by Jace wants to cooperate with him. Now it seems that the opponent wants to force us into the alien settlement area. I wonder what traps await us inside. Let's find a place to hide and see if Leard will come. You should send another message to the contact point to prepare. If I'm not mistaken, since we haven't entered the alien settlement area for so long, some people may come looking for us." Yin Sui chuckled. Chapter 19. Gunfight. Yin Sui scanned the surroundings and pointed to the building closest to the alien settlement area. "That way. Isn't that a bit too risky? It's always a risk on their turf. If they can kill me today, I'll definitely applaud them before I die," Yin Sui said nonchalantly. "True." Qin Zhan rolled his eyes secretly while Yin Sui wasn't paying attention, then continued, "Do you need me to contact Alan? No matter what Maury's intentions are, we need some assurance in terms of strength. Go ahead, call Goodeye. I think he'll be very happy to hear we're heading to Washington Star." Indeed, Goodeye has a grudge with Washington Star. When Mo Chong Kong died, Maury had asked the Alliance for an explanation. claiming that Godai not only didn't provide assistance, but also helped Mo Chong Kong escape, ultimately leading to his death at the hands of interstellar pirates. That war of words back then left anyone who heard it feeling humiliated. In retaliation against Godai, Mori dug up all of his ancestors' pasts. It was only with Yi Nahin's help that Godai avoided being expelled from the military, but their enmity was formed as a result. As Yin Sui and Qin Zhan entered the building, a large group of aliens surged out of the settlement area. They were robust and intimidating, clearly not to be trifled with. Yin Sui connected through the mental network, attempting to seize control of their mental network. As the sight of this group loitering outside the building was indeed annoying. However, he quickly abandoned the thought. As these aliens emerging from the settlement did not have brainwave chips, the key technology connected to the mental network. This illustrates that technological inventions often stem from human needs rather than the intrinsic excellence of the technology itself. When humans cease to use a particular technology, those who have grown accustomed to relying on it can lose their direction in an instant. For instance, right now, with his exceptionally high mental strength, Yin Sui should be dominating in human society, but with the opponent's changing tactics and taking away his foundation, he couldn't guarantee a complete escape against such a large group. Qin Zhan, all we can do now is to hide. They don't have brainwave chips. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Sui's low voice stood out even more in the darkness, and what he said was even more spine-chilling. More and more aliens were pouring out of the settlement area. Just after the sound of an explosion, the aliens left the city, obviously realizing that their opponents could not have gone far, so they began searching nearby. Suddenly, the group seemed to receive some sort of message and headed directly towards their hiding spot. Among them were aliens with keen senses. Yin Sui quickly noticed something was off. What now? Qin Zhan asked instinctively, clearly not expecting to be cornered by a few minor characters. I underestimated them. When they come over, we rush into the settlement area and regroup inside. But didn't you say there might be a bigger trap waiting for us in the settlement area? Qin Zhan questioned, puzzled. Do you see any other hiding spots in the group right now? Yin Sui asked Qin Zhan to look outside. It seems there aren't any. Split up. I'll distract them first, you go in later to find help, and then we'll head to the rendezvous point together. Commander. Before Qin Zhan could finish, Yin Sui had already rushed out. Let me go. Qin Zhan muttered to himself, completing his unfinished thought. Yin Sui dashed out quickly, catching the approaching individuals off guard, but moments later, they surrounded him with their numerical advantage, while Qin Zhan took the opportunity to slip quietly into the alien settlement. Everyone, let's talk this out. Yin Sui raised both hands, showing a fearful expression. Bah! A burly alien spat, sneering. You said you were a tough character? Turns out you were just a coward. Hearing this, a weaker-looking man reminded, Boss, don't underestimate him. That group of people lying down over there? He did that. He then pointed to the pile of fallen light shuttles. The burly man glanced at the disordered light shuttles, his expression gradually becoming cautious. That wasn't me. Yin Sui raised his voice slightly, then pointed to the burned light shuttle. They were fighting, and for some reason, those shuttles just fell down. I hurried inside to hide. He then pointed to his previous hiding spot. Really not you? The burly man clearly didn't believe him. Really not me. Yin Sui maintained a blank expression, lying. After those shuttles fell, that shuttle exploded. Go check if there are any bodies inside. The burly man ordered the nearby skinny monkey. The skinny monkey immediately ran over. While the burly man glared at Yin Sui, you better not be lying. This place isn't protected by Washington Star-S laws. If you die, no one will seek justice for you. I wouldn't dare deceive you, big brother. Yin Sui smiled. Big brother, there are no bodies. That kid is lying. The skinny monkey's voice came back. Dare to lie to me. The burly man didn't give Yin Sui a chance to speak, directly throwing a punch at him. Yin Sui took 2 steps back. I really didn't lie. The people inside boarded the shuttles before the explosion. They left after moving 2 shuttles. Which direction did they go? The burly man's tone became increasingly irritable. Yin Sui pointed outward, and just as the burly man was about to command his men to chase, the skinny monkey stopped him. Big brother, this person is very suspicious. Even if he's not the one we're looking for, he must be an accomplice. He's reeking of alcohol and wandering around here in the middle of the night. It's very suspicious. Alcohol smell? The burly man seemed to realize something. Damn it. It's him. Dare to lie to me, grab him. At this point, Yin Sui understood what was happening. It seemed this group was a bunch of hired killers, and their employer likely feared trouble, not providing them with clear photos but only descriptions. A swarm of aliens rushed at him, but Yin Sui managed to evade them with his cunning methods. Seeing that brute force wasn't working, the burly man grabbed a crowbar popular in the Earth era and advanced. With his physique, if that crowbar hit him, it would surely cause serious injury. As the crowbar came down, Yin Sui dodged to the left, the wind from the crowbar grazing his cheek. The danger was evident. Seeing his first strike fail, the burly man raised the crowbar again, but Yin Sui wouldn't give him a second chance. He swiftly retreated and, using a very crafty technique, grabbed the burly man's arm holding the crowbar and lightly struck a pressure point, causing the crowbar to fall into Yin Sui's hands. The burly man, enraged and embarrassed, pulled out a knife from his side. You forced me to do this. The cold light flashed past Yin Sui, gleaming under the night. And with a clang, just as the knife was about to stab him, Yin Sui used the crowbar he had just acquired to block it. The gang of little brothers saw their boss disarmed and immediately swarmed in. Yin Sui used the only crowbar to block wave after wave of attacks, continuously retreating towards the alien settlement area. He appeared invincible, but only he knew the extent of his injuries on his back, chest, and thigh. The strength of the aliens was indeed much greater than that of natural humans. Yin Sui was constantly on the back foot, his stamina waning, while the enemies grew bolder, as if they could fight endlessly. Hiss! The burly man's knife still landed on his left shoulder. Clang! He used a crowbar to knock away the large knife that had been threatening him. Sir! Qin-Zhan's voice came from his side. With years of built through, Yin extended his less injured right hand, and Qin quickly pulled him onto the back seat of the motorcycle, then swiftly started the engine and sped away. Chapter 20 leered. The burly man was splashed in the face with the residual heat from the motorcycle engine. Seeing Yin Sui and his helpers, he was instantly furious. Gathering his group of little brothers, mounting the motorcycle, ready to teach them a lesson. However, before they could start the engine, another group of people blocked their way. The burly man took a look at their attire, gritted his teeth in hatred, and retreated. Buck, there won't be a next time. Just a second before the burly man retreated, the leader of the opposing group warned him expressionlessly. It was leered. Meanwhile, Yin Sui was straddling Qin-Dan's motorcycle, holding on to Qin-Dan's shoulder with one hand to prevent falling off. General, how are you? Qin-Dan's anxious voice cut through the wind as they sped along the motorcycle. I won't die. You drive forward to the contact point. Wherever there are people, there is conflict. To strengthen itself and prevent crises, Mori would place people on other planets, and others would do the same. Due to the special circumstances of Washington Star, during the Alliance period, Yin Sui had set up multiple contact points here. A few had been discovered, but most of the contact points remained intact. The motorcycle sped through the quiet streets at night, moving so fast that one could hardly see the prosperity of the planet. Finally, it slowed down and stopped next to an inconspicuous building. Once they entered, someone immediately came out, hopped onto the motorcycle they had arrived on, and quickly left. This was one of the contact points for the Star and Alliance. Yin Sui, having been injured during the skirmish with the aliens, was quickly arranged for treatment, and the contact point leader, Toby, followed Qin-Dan inside. General, Toby's eyes were filled with excitement, seemingly not expecting Yin Sui to arrive at such a late hour. The general needs to rest. Qin-Dan interrupted Toby, who was glued to Yin Sui. Oh, all right, I was just too excited. If you need anything, call me. I'll step out first. Toby had managed to hide on Washington Star for so long, and his ability to read the room was certainly above average. Qin-Dan's words clearly indicated he had something to discuss with Yin Sui, and as a mere contact point leader, he wisely found an excuse to leave. After Toby left, he carefully closed the door to the medical chamber behind them. The medical robot was systematically treating the various wounds on Yin Sui's body, while a monitor was reporting on his condition. The patient has multiple soft tissue contusions. The back has been violently impacted, and there's a penetrating knife wound in the left arm. After treatment, It is recommended that the patient rest in bed for 1 month. The mechanical voice was cold and impersonal, and Qin Dan's heart grew colder. Washington Star was truly overstepping. It was quite novel. In the interstellar age, all battles were related to technology. Being chased and beaten like this was a first for him. After speaking, Yin Sui couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of mindless brutes. Qin Dan was filled with disdain for the group of aliens they had encountered today. Don't forget, we were chased by these brutes today until we were rolling in our own filth. This reminds me that all battles for the Star and Alliance are fought with mechs and starships. This kind of combat demands a high level of mental strength. So fewer people have provoked us over the years. But if one day our opponents stop using brainwave chips and directly control mechs manually, we will be utterly defenseless. What do you mean? Qin Dan began to worry for himself and for the group of Star and Alliance soldiers who spent every day in the mech control chambers. Based on his understanding of Yin Sui, he should say that they needed to update their training methods. Sure enough, we should conduct physical training, and the ability to manually control mechs should also be prioritized. I'll go back and draft a specific plan, even if it's a technological showdown. We shouldn't let talent become the key factor in determining the outcome of battles. The Star and Alliance have relied too much on mental strength. Qin Dan pretended to have a troubled expression. All right, I will certainly relay this bad news to that group of soldiers in advance. Beep beep. At that moment, Qin Dan's smart brain notification sound suddenly rang out. Normally, very few people would contact him at this hour unless something significant had happened with the Star and Alliance. He looked up to see it was Leard. Yes, while they were driving away on the motorcycle, Leard had just arrived, and that group of burly men had not continued to pursue them, likely handled by Leard. General, Leard requests a meeting. Qin Dan's expression suddenly became serious. Now, this was also strange. The crisis of the night had been resolved, and out of courtesy, even if there was something to discuss, it should wait until tomorrow. Have him come over. For the contact point? ISNT, that self-exposure? Qin Dan felt puzzled by this. Do you have a better meeting place to recommend? Yin Sui retorted. Well, not really. That's not good. Do you think Mori doesn't know we have people on Washington Star? When we leave, bring Toby back to the Star and Alliance. Since the mask is off, what is there to be afraid of? Oh, okay. Qin Dan immediately sent Leard the location coordinates. Meanwhile, Yin Sui watched the mechanical medical robot operating, his thoughts drifting far away. He still couldn't understand why Mori would do this. The entire human race knew he had come to visit Washington Star. If he died here, the Star and Alliance would have a justified reason to intervene, and both sides had sources of black gold. Once war broke out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Even if he died, based on Washington Star's current combat power, facing the Star and Alliance would still seem like certain defeat, which was also why every planet wanted to divide them up after the Alliance disbanded. Or perhaps there were hidden circumstances about Washington Star that he was unaware of. Why did Leard repeatedly want to contact him? He still had no idea. General, Leard has arrived. Qin Dan interrupted Yin Sui's thoughts. He turned off the medical robot, took the clothes Toby had prepared for him, and quickly put them on. In the reception room of the contact point, Leard stood in the center, surveying the place. General Yin. Upon seeing Yin Sui come out, Leard immediately stopped looking around and approached him, extending his left hand. Hello, General Leard. Yin Sui reached out and shook his hand. I apologize for disturbing you so late. Yin Sui interrupted him before he could continue with pleasantries. He wasn't familiar with Leard and didn't want to waste time on small talk, so he directly got to the point. No need for extra words. What is the purpose of your visit tonight? Cooperation. Leard was straightforward, throwing out his purpose directly. Cooperation? Yin Sui smiled, but no one could understand the meaning behind his smile. You should know that the Star and Alliance will not interfere in the internal affairs of any planet. More importantly, the Star and Alliance is currently in a cooperative relationship with Washington Star. Which side do you represent in this cooperation? Yin Sui countered. I want to talk to you privately. Leard ignored Yin Sui's sharp question and looked up at Qin Dan. General, I'll step out to discuss tomorrow's arrangements with Toby. After Qin Dan said this, he turned to leave. General Leard, you should know that I'm not in a good mood today. You'd better not challenge my patience at this moment. Qin Dan is my chief guard, one of the people I trust the most. There is nothing he cannot hear. Upon hearing this, Qin Dan stood still, feeling somewhat caught in a dilemma. I have a secret about your body that I need to discuss with you. Liard's gaze was fixed on Yin Sui. Yin Sui appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already churning with waves of shock. However, he guessed that Liard was merely suspicious, and didn't he actually know? My body has no secrets. Yin Sui stated with righteous indignation. Is that so? Liard showed no sign of retreat. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and the tension in the room became palpable. Qin Dan himself didn't want to stay in such an atmosphere any longer. He feared he would suffocate after a while. Commander, I have an appointment with Toby tomorrow to purchase some supplies, so I need to go discuss it with him tonight. After saying this, Qin Dan quickly dashed out, afraid that Yin Sui might suddenly act erratically and try to keep him there. Chapter 21, Cooperation. After Qin Dan left, the atmosphere in the room remained tense. The wounds left from the fight with those alien species were still faintly aching. Yin Sui remained silent, waiting for the other party to speak, as if whoever spoke first would lose. We are the same kind, right? General Yin Sui? Liard was the first to break the silence. What same kind? Yin Sui retorted. He thought to himself that Liard had indeed guessed it, but he didn't show it on his face. Unlike Liard, he didn't need to use secrets to exchange for negotiation chips. His mutated gene sequence was exactly the same as that of a natural person. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would ever know. The current situation of the Star and Alliance was still unstable, and his bodily secret couldn't be exposed yet. Liard clearly realized that Yin Sui didn't want to discuss this topic further. He also understood that as the leader of the Star and Alliance, Yin Sui had much more to consider than he did, and he was only speculating based on his own situation without any actual evidence. I was overthinking it. Liard lightly brushed over the topic. I came here to discuss cooperation with you. Yin Sui was naturally happy to skip the topic of alien species. What do you want to talk about? In negotiations, Yin Sui's strength often put him in a dominant position, so he liked to keep the other party on edge, making them speak first. Mori won't let you leave Washington Star easily. You used black gold in that battle before the Alliance disbanded. You should know its power. Mori has black gold, and he has a mysterious person supporting him. That person wants him to keep you in Washington Star. I can help you leave. Clarify. Is it to stay in Washington Star or to die in Washington Star? Yin Sui asked. To stay in Washington Star, under detention. He doesn't dare to kill you yet. Liard placed his hand casually on the table. I thought he was out to kill me today. Yin Sui scoffed. The one out to kill you isn't Mori, but Hall. You don't understand the internal struggles of Washington Star, so you wouldn't know. How so? Yin Sui became interested in this topic. Hall has always been dissatisfied with his father, Mori. He appears submissive, but his heart is harder than stone. If he hadn't secretly negotiated with me, I would have almost been fooled by him. Then why don't you cooperate with him to take down Mori? He might be a good choice for you. Yin Sui suggested. Upon hearing this, Liard laughed self-deprecatingly. He's just another Mori. He's Mori's illegitimate son, who suffered humiliation as a child. But now that he has power, he turns around and bullies those lower-class people just like those who bullied him in the past. You must have never seen him crush the fingers of alien species with his feet. It's extremely vicious. Why does he want to kill me? Yin Sui's thoughts jumped around, and Liard couldn't keep up with his pace. He wants to oppose his father. The more desperate his father becomes, the happier he is. The happier he is, the more he goes to feign sympathy for Mori. He has always known how to make Mori furious. Mori wants to imprison you, so he simply targets you. According to existing human investigation reports, Mori's lifespan shouldn't be long. It won't be long before he can rightfully own Washington Star. Why doesn't he wait? Yin Sui countered. This is also the reason I want to cooperate with you. Given Mori's current trust in Hall, he could quietly get rid of Mori and take over Washington Star directly. But he hasn't. He toys with Mori like training a hawk. Such a person cannot be a leader of a star. More importantly, whether it's Mori in power or Hall, the biggest thorn in their eyes must be me. I can't gamble with the lives of those hundreds of thousands of troops stationed in Washington. I need external assistance. Liard angrily accused Hall's tyranny while expressing his intentions. But Yin Sui was not someone who could be swayed by a few sob stories or a little pity. How did you know all this? According to what you said before, Mori doesn't even know his son has this side. And what about that mysterious person? How do you know about him? Who is he? Do you suspect I'm someone they sent to test you? After talking a lot and still not getting Yin Sui's response, Leard finally understood that Yin Sui didn't trust him at all. General Leard, I'm not a 3-year-old child. If necessary, we can certainly cooperate, but you need to show sincerity. What you just said is just your side of the story. How do I know you're not setting me up? You should understand what I mean. Yin Sui admitted openly to Leard's questioning. Of course, I can understand your concerns. Mori is almost 200 years old now, but for the past century, he has kept the strength of Washington Star at a level where it can stand toe-to-toe with the Alliance. His political talent surpasses that of ordinary people. Even the now popular Star Master, he might not have the same boldness as he did back then. This has made him extremely arrogant and led him to completely underestimate Hall, thinking he doesn't have the guts to oppose him. Plus, Hall usually appears submissive. So Mori has always been frustrated with him and would never consider whether Hall is just pretending. Leard picked up the water on the table and took a sip, temporarily easing the discomfort of talking to Yin Sui. I learned about this after Hall secretly sought my cooperation. It wasn't exactly a covert investigation. Once Hall found out I was observing him, he stopped pretending and directly revealed his fangs. He knows that Washington Star will eventually be his. I dared not tell Mori about this, and besides, he is too good at disguising himself. Even if I brought it up with Mori, he probably wouldn't believe it. As for how I found out that Mori has a mysterious person behind him, you haven't forgotten about just, have you, General Yin Sui? How could I forget? That was Mori's personal secretary, the gambler encountered on the island, who is still imprisoned in the Star and Alliance. I just didn't expect he had such a complex identity. I really underestimated him. I remember. Yin Sui replied expressionlessly. Washington Star seems powerful, but precisely because it is powerful, various forces are entangled. You should understand my actions. After speaking, Leard looked around the contact point. Yin Sui ignored his scrutiny of his base in Washington Star and directly asked the question he was most concerned about. Who is the mysterious person behind the black gold in Washington Star? Leard smiled and explained, I really don't know. Just said he has never seen the mysterious person either. Only Mori and Hall know. What do you want to get from me? Yin Sui directly threw out the conditions Leard wanted. Leard fell silent for a moment, as if mustering a lot of courage. I can be honest with you. It's based on your character. Before Leard could finish, Yin Sui interrupted him. General Leard, you should know that using character as collateral is the least contractual spirit of cooperation. I understand that, but I still want to talk to you about the difficulties faced by the Washington Army now. We are of the same origin. I hope to receive help when a crisis comes. I am an alien. The law states that aliens in Washington Star do not have citizenship. If one day my identity is exposed, Hall will definitely not miss this opportunity to take control of the Washington Army. He is too extreme. You know that the Star and Alliance have signed a sponsorship agreement with Washington Star. In a sense, Hall is our future cooperation object. Yin Sui reminded him, without overly commenting on his self-disclosure of identity. General Yin, there's no need to go over that again. You must know better than anyone why Washington Star signed the agreement with you. Others may not see it, but I can. Ingwe Star will be your biggest sponsor in the future. Moreover, if we cooperate, I won't make any excessive demands. At most, I hope that when that day comes. If you choose not to help, we won't be rivals or enemies. Lear made his stance clear. I can verbally promise to help you through tough times when necessary. We won't sign any agreements. In this matter of cooperation, you are free. This conversation should end here, and Yin Sui expressed his stance as well. Pleasant cooperation. Leard extended his left hand. Yin Sui silently shook his hand in return, and this agreement was reached in a perplexing manner. Goodbye, General Yin. Leard got the result he wanted and intended to take his leave. Goodbye. Yin Sui followed him out, watching Leard's figure gradually disappear into the night as he moved with the light shuttle, and the secret of this negotiation scattered like the wind into the brightly lit night. Is Ingwe Star really the biggest sponsor for Xing and the Allied forces in the future? If so, he must be unaware of the tense situation between him and Yi Nayan. Yin Sui shook his head, dragging his injured body back to the lounge. Chapter 22. Gaining an inch, as Yin Sui just returned to the lounge, Qin Zhan walked in. Commander, Good Eye has already set off and is expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Let them wait outside the Washington Star. Yes. Qin Zhan replied, what do we do next? Just wait outside Washington Star. We haven't completely fallen out yet. We have to find out who is behind Mo Lei. You need to inform Mo Lei about last night's events and make this matter public. Godai will be arriving soon, and Mo Lei won't be able to do anything to me. Qin Zhan frowned. Should I find an opportunity to kidnap Mo Lei's obedient son? That's quite a bad idea. Yin Sui glanced at Qin Zhan. He's not a simple character. Today's incident was orchestrated by him. If you think of kidnapping him, he might want her life instead. Hall? No way. Qin Zhan's tone was filled with skepticism. On the surface, it's hard to tell, but this is information leaked by Leard. Find someone to investigate him thoroughly. After saying this, Yin Sui also relayed Leard's investigation in a hall to Qin Zhan. Do you suspect Leard is deceiving you? Is suspicion enough? Keeping an eye on him might reveal something. But this is a time of turmoil. It's better to be cautious. Yin Sui took the medication provided by the medical robot and downed it with water. Commander, what was Leard's purpose in coming tonight? Qin Zhan didn't directly ask what they discussed. Judging from Leard's performance tonight, some things might only be known to the two of them. So he only inquired about Leard's purpose. He hopes that if Hall targets the Washington military one day, we can provide assistance. Yin Sui casually dropped a bombshell. You agreed? I agreed. But we can't interfere in the internal affairs of other stars. Your actions today were rather reckless. Qin Zhan rarely commented on Yin Sui's actions. Once he did, it indicated his disapproval. I don't know what being prudent means. I've served in the Ether Army for over 5 years and have always been prudent. Yet the Alliance disbanded, and we lost our spiritual homeland. If we weren't strong enough, we wouldn't have the current stars and coalition. Yin Sui said with closed eyes. But we have already signed an agreement with Mo Lei. Doing this violates the spirit of the contract. It's no different from undermining someone in their own house. Once exposed, our credibility will take a significant hit, and other star leaders will distrust us. Qin Zhan was right. A crisis of trust was unlike other crises that could be addressed substantively. But Mo Lei clearly didn't want to cooperate with them, and breaking the contract was only a matter of time. Do you think Hall will tear up the contract once he takes office? Look at their actions today. Do they really want to cooperate with us? I won't sign any documents with Leard. Our cooperation is verbal, and if what he fears happens, I have the right to choose whether to provide help. Leard has also made it clear that if one day he has a conflict with the leader of Washington Star and we don't provide help, he will choose to stand by. I always feel that Leard has considerable ambition, but that doesn't relate to us and the coalition. Yin Sui added. Mo Lei should be on guard against him. Qin Zhan said, tonight's attack was indeed perplexing. I've already asked Toby to contact the other species settlement area for an investigation. From the current situation, Leard's request indeed doesn't harm the stars and the coalition. Not only that, but they will also receive considerable assistance in investigating the black gold matter. Yin Sui looked through the lounge window at the quiet yet splendid night and turned to Qin Zhan. Not everything can have a win-win solution. Over the years, I've always tried to use my weak strength to resist those difficult choices. But more often than not, the more I seek a perfect solution, the worse things become. In a sense, Leard is also part of the Ether Army. We originate from the same source. I know you might not agree with my approach and think I should stand by, but Qin Zhan, just because I evade these matters doesn't mean they don't exist. Without waiting for Qin Zhan to respond, Yin Sui continued. You and Alan asked me before about what is going on with Yi Xingzha. The way I ended up with her today is largely related to my past hesitations in relationships. I always wanted to pull her back, always thinking of the spirited Yi Neihan from the Ether Army. But I overlooked that people can change. I've always judged her by my standards and rarely considered her perspective. From her current position, she has far more choices to make than I do. She has lived in criticism for years, but if we think carefully, she has never done anything that truly violates her bottom line. On the contrary, she has helped us a lot. The next day, Yin Sui and Qin Zhan openly accepted Mo Lei's military review invitation, appearing completely unaffected by last night's attack. Under the sky, the artificial sun cast a faint yellow glow over the land. Mo Lei's obsession with everything from the Earth era was nearly fanatical. The artificial sun must consume a considerable amount of energy in a day. Of course, Washington Star had the financial power for this. If anyone suggested it was a waste of resources, the title of jealousy would fall on them. On the observation deck, Mo Lei's body remained upright, as if he had never been affected by the passage of time. But if the high-tech support for his bodily functions were removed, He would likely collapse like a puddle of mud. General Yin, I apologize for the scare. I didn't expect what happened last night. You know, the citizens of Washington Star do not include other species. I allowed them to establish their own settlement area purely out of humanitarianism. But I didn't expect these low-quality beings would dare to commit such disgusting acts. As expected, MO completely distanced Washington Star from the incident, placing all the blame on the other species. Since this matter was already public, how could Yin Sui easily let this opportunity slip away? I completely understand the difficulties faced by the leader of MO. The issue of other species is a difficult one in all human societies. But in the stars and the coalition, we have already achieved harmonious coexistence between other species and natural persons. If you don't mind, I would be very willing to stay and provide some assistance in resolving this problem. Yin Sui smiled. General, Yin commands the stars and the coalition. How could I dare to waste your time? The Senate of Washington Star is currently drafting a proposal, and with their intelligence, I believe this issue will be resolved soon. Mo forced a smile and then shifted his gaze to the Washington military commanded by Leard, seemingly reluctant to discuss this topic. But unfortunately for him, Yin Sui was looking for an excuse to let everyone know he was present in Washington Star. Last night's incident was indeed disgusting, and today he had to take a piece of flesh from Mo. Not at all. The stars and the coalition have already gotten on track. We have a mature training and operational model, so I don't need to worry too much. My visit to Washington Star is also to learn about your military philosophy. I've been exhausted by the disbandment of the Alliance recently, and I heard that Washington Star is a great place to relax. I want to take this opportunity to unwind. You know, if the string is too tight for too long, it will cause problems in the mind, especially for a leader like me with high mental strength. I can't afford to make any mistakes. Mo, this old fox, could hardly miss the underlying meaning in Yin Sui's words and could only reluctantly say, General Yin's visit to Washington Star for learning and exchange is certainly my honor. Then thank you, Leader Mo. After Yin Sui finished speaking, he turned to look at the training ground. The mech design technology of Washington Star is indeed impressive, and there is still much for us to learn. It is their fortune to receive your affirmation. Mori raised his stiff arm and pointed towards the group of mech pilots conducting virtual operations. Yin Sui smiled and said, Your mech design technology is very advanced and has been continuously improving since the dissolution of the Alliance. Our research and development of mechs has basically come to a halt due to severe funding shortages. Yin Sui pointed to his injured left arm, looked up at Mori with a half smile, and added, It's precisely because of the lack of funds that I came to visit without bringing my own light shuttle and personal weapon, which is why I suffered a defeat last night, getting a big lesson from those black bosses in the alien settlement area. Your Washington Star is developing quickly. Have you considered providing more funding? Yin Sui's tone did not mention the rule against bringing weapons to the banquet last night, nor did it carry any hint of threat. However, Mori understood that the situation was unreasonable on Washington Star's part. If they did not make concessions now, the extraterrestrial stars and the coalition would use Yin Sui's safety as an excuse to station troops in Washington Star, which could lead to a significant loss of face for Washington Star in the human society. Mori bit down on his regenerating teeth and said stiffly, If it can help the extraterrestrial stars and the coalition, I am certainly willing to do so. Helping you is maintaining our own safety. Then thank you, Star Master Mori. Yin Sui replied as he withdrew his gaze from the training ground. Chapter 23. The Calm Before the Storm in the Washington Star Senior Office. The retro decor adorned the place with a golden splendor. Hall crouched on the ground, facing a storm of furious reprimands. Useless thing. I told you to capture Yin Sui alive, not to beat him to death. Do you know how much loss your cowardice has brought to the Washington Star? Mori glared at him, filled with frustration. I'm sorry, Father. Yin Sui's mental strength is at 95. I was afraid I couldn't take him down, so I made some extra preparations. Hall trembled as he crouched by Mori's feet. Seeing his son's uselessness only fueled Mori's anger further. Tell me what you were thinking. Why did you equip Yin Sui's light shuttle with explosives? This morning, Qin Shan reported to me about their encounter last night, saying the people in the alien settlement were beating them to death. You better explain this to me. Mori looked at Hall with a grim expression, clearly doubting his actions this time. The light shuttle wasn't prepared by me. It might have been set up by Yin Sui's enemies. Try to use our hands to kill him. The light shuttle I prepared is still parked outside the banquet hall. As for that group of aliens beating them to death, that should be Qin Guard Captain exaggerating the situation. I only instructed them to capture Yin Sui alive. Hall's words implied he was completely distancing himself from the situation. Mori stared at Hall with a cold, piercing gaze, as if his son were a disgusting monster. Not prepared by you? Not by me. Who else would dare to reach into the Washington Star? Since you say it wasn't you, I'll give you half a month to find out who the hell is so blind and bold. Mori's words showed he didn't fully trust Hall's side of the story. But seeing Hall's submissive demeanor, he didn't seem like the type to act on his own. Yes, father. Hall lowered his head even further. Yin Sui wants us to increase our sponsorship fees to the Star and the Alliance. You and the Senate should draft a proposal together. I didn't expect him to be so greedy. Mori gritted his teeth. Can we refuse him? We've only been independent for a short time. Although there was no damage during the independence process, we received very little from the former Alliance enterprises, and our finances are a bit tight. Hall said anxiously. Hearing this, Mori was even more furious. Isn't this all you're doing? And now you've given them a handle to grasp. Do you remember Godai? Yin Sui specifically sent him to annoy me, and now he's stationed outside the Washington Star. Our strength isn't weak. Hall quietly countered. Not weak, without a proper reason. Can you mobilize Liard's army? Our guard's equipment is advanced, but do you know how strong we really are? Mori shook his head, extremely disappointed with Hall's lack of insight. Hall had long gotten used to Mori's dissatisfaction, and the insults no longer hurt him. Father, Liard seems to be in contact with the Star and the Alliance. He changed the subject. They originated from the same source. What's wrong with that? Liard has never liked me, nor you. For years, he has been trying to establish a democratic planet, but the Washington Star was built by our ancestors. Everything here was created with the money of the MO family. We started from nothing. Why should he dictate that it be democratic? Mori expressed his disdain for Liard's actions. A small number of Democrats represented by Liard were very dissatisfied with the hereditary system of the Washington Star's leaders and had been trying to establish a representative planet, hoping to gain more authority. However, once this planet is privatized, how could it be easily relinquished? But didn't TU say before that we need him to enhance the military strength of the Washington Star? Mori pretended not to understand. He thinks he is the leader of the Washington military, as if this army is solely his. You don't need to worry about these things. I have my own methods. Mori seemed unwilling to discuss this topic with Hall. Everything you do must have its reasons. Hall had already become very familiar with Mori's habits and flattered him accordingly. I'm tired. You can leave now. Don't forget to find out who switched the fuel. If it is as you said, he can only be someone close to you. Mori's suspicion of Hall had diminished somewhat at this point. Yes. With that, Hall lowered his head and left the oppressive office. After leaving the office, he looked up at the overcast sky, where someone was preparing for artificial rain. You forced my hand, Hall murmured, closing his eyes. A storm was brewing. Later that night, the doorbell of the contact point rang. From inside, it was empty outside. Qin Shan turned to Yin Sui and shook his head, indicating confusion. Open the door. Someone should be visiting. We can't leave traces. Yin Sui said to Qin Shan. A moment later, a person wearing a particle virtual mask appeared before them. He turned off the virtual switch, revealing a thin, pale face. It was Hall. The Secretary General visiting late at night. Is there something urgent? Yin Sui stared at him, seemingly unfazed by his arrival. General Yin, your request this morning really got me a good scolding. Hall chuckled. Then I truly apologize. Let's not beat around the bush. Last night's incident was arranged by me. I want to apologize first. Hall directly stated his position. You're quite sincere. Naturally, when talking to someone as important as you, it wouldn't do to lack sincerity. Hall ignored Yin Sui's sarcasm. Did Mori know you were looking for me? Yin Sui asked casually. Naturally, he cannot know. I handle most of the affairs of the Washington Star now. You can bring any request to me. So, generous? Tell me the purpose of your visit. Yin Sui uninterestedly cut to the chase. I have no requests. No requests. You come to find me and want me to casually bring up requests. You're not here for charity, are you? Yin Sui said mockingly. I just wanted to tell you that we don't have to be enemies. The day after tomorrow, Mori will meet with the person you're looking for. You tell me such a big piece of news. How do I know this isn't a trap? Or what you plan to do the day after tomorrow? Yin Sui provocatively countered, giving Hall no face. After the day after tomorrow, you can directly discuss all your requests with me. Then I thank you for providing this information. Yin Sui replied calmly. You're welcome. I have other matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave. I will send you the meeting location in advance. With that, Hall turned and opened the contact point's main door, disappearing into the vast night. Yin Sui watched the direction Hall vanished, his expression gradually becoming serious. Chapter 24. After Mr. Hall left, Qin Zhan stepped forward. General, what does he mean by this? Is he trying to target his own father? It seems like it. Is Washington star his sooner or later? Why is he in such a hurry? Will he win against Mori now? Yin Sui glanced at Qin Zhan, saying, whether he wins or not has nothing to do with us. But we must meet that person the day after tomorrow. Qin Zhan pondered for a moment, then asked in confusion, do you think this could be Hall's scheme? To retaliate for my exaggerated conversation with Mori this morning? Qin Zhan, Gadai is currently outside the domain of Washington Star. Although their technology and economy are at the forefront of human society, they still lack a lot in military strength. This is also the reason they delayed their independence during the alliance period. Regardless of whether they have a conspiracy or not, they cannot hide in the face of absolute power. At this point, Yin Sui paused for a moment, as if considering his wording. It seems Hall wants to seize power the day after tomorrow. He knows we're looking for the source of black gold, coming to inform us of this news. He anticipated we wouldn't refuse. Even if the alliance has dissolved, we must investigate black gold. He came to us not for genuine cooperation, but because our interests happened to align on this matter. Qin Zhan shook his head, then nodded. There's one thing I don't quite understand. If he takes office, Washington Star will be his. Why would he sell out his black gold suppliers? Based on the information provided earlier by Justin Leard, I can guess roughly. Washington Star does not control the source of black gold. They're merely a processing plant for it. Ordinary people don't know where this stuff is refined. And the so-called mysterious person certainly won't tell Washington Star where his black gold comes from. I suspect that person can only choose Washington Star for processing out of necessity. Judging by Hall's demeanor, if he can't obtain it, he wants to destroy it. He informs us of this news to use us as a knife to kill. Yin Sui shared his speculation. Qin Zhan crossed his arms and nodded. We have to act as this knife. It seems Mori pressured him today, or perhaps Mori wants to investigate him, so he has to take the initiative. That possibility isn't ruled out. What we've discussed so far is speculation. We'll know the truth the day after tomorrow. Regardless, this news is not a bad thing for us, Yin Sui affirmed. Qin Zhan thought for a moment, as if recalling something. General, should we inform Leard of this news? Inform him. What he does is not within my consideration. Hall should have thought of this situation before coming to me. I don't mind if this fire burns a little hotter, Yin Sui said, closing his eyes. At 8 a.m. on Washington Planet, in Mori's office. The next afternoon, a brief message appeared on Qin Zhan's terminal. General, Qin Zhan displayed the information from the Smart Brain terminal on a virtual screen. I understand. I'll go alone tomorrow morning. You're the leader of the Star and the Alliance. Going alone is a bit risky. At a critical moment, Qin Zhan's maternal instincts resurfaced. Although he knew persuasion was futile, he couldn't help but retort. Perhaps this was also the reason General Yi Yunhuan arranged for him to be Yin Sui's chief guard. Do you have a better plan? Yin Sui countered. No. Yin Sui's mental strength is high. He can silently avoid the opponent's surveillance systems and even control them. For a task like going to Mori's office, there really is no one more suitable than him. Yin Sui didn't want to discuss this topic further. Contact Gadai today and have him bring a small team of mechas to Washington Star for training. Will Mori agree? He has already agreed, Yin Sui said flatly. Okay, General. Qin Zhan didn't ask Yin Sui when Mori agreed, but he still murmured. When did he agree? Unexpectedly, Yin Sui, with his keen hearing, immediately replied. It was mentioned as a request during yesterday's negotiations. If we can pass safely tomorrow, that's great. If not, we must be prepared for the worst. After speaking, Yin Sui added somewhat awkwardly, if you're worried about me, just prepare everything thoroughly. That way, even if I fail, I can retreat safely. As if he wasn't used to responding to others' concerns. At 7 p.m., Yin Sui hid alone in Mori's office, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious person. Click. The vintage office door opened with a sound, and Hall, accompanied by Mori, who was filled with AI-assisted medical devices, arrived early in the office. It seemed Mori was indeed very attentive to that mysterious person. Leave first. When he arrives, let him in directly, Mori instructed Hall stiffly. Yes, father. Hall turned to leave, glancing at Yin Sui's direction before going. It seemed this exquisite hiding place was prepared for him. It appears that after the events of the previous night, Mori indeed harbored suspicions about Hall. It's no wonder Hall felt the need to take the initiative, although based on Mori's obsession with hereditary succession. Even if he knew Hall's ulterior motives, Hall would still be Mori's only choice. However, one thing is certain, Mori will certainly arrange everything to monitor Hall before his death. This would indeed be a considerable hassle for Hall. At this moment, another click sounded and a person wearing a particle virtual mask walked in. Mr. Mo, you promised me that I would detain Yin Sui, but it seems that has failed. The visitor's voice was hoarse, clearly having undergone special processing. Looking at his figure, Yin Sui felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't immediately recall where he had seen him before. Some small mishap occurred, but he has already promised to stay on Washington Star for a while. I think he wants to stay here to investigate you. You know, Gadai is currently leading a team of mechas and starships stationed outside the Washington Star domain. You must understand me. Mori's tone was filled with humility, but Yin Sui could see clearly that he actually looked down on this mysterious person who controlled the black gold. Mishap? He's a common threat to us. You should know this better than I do. I hope our cooperation can have fewer accidents. Last time I asked you to send someone to probe where the black gold from Daoxing originated, you told me there was an accident, resulting in a forced early independence that ultimately allowed Yin Neihan to reap the benefits. The mysterious person's hoarse voice carried a hint of anger, seemingly displeased with Mori's actions. Mr. Long, I must say, we are in a cooperative relationship. Don't forget, I admit I didn't handle this matter well. But you should also be clear that on my territory, you have no right to dictate, Mori said, unwilling to be scolded with his nose pointed at him as the leader of Washington Star. I just hope our cooperation can carry less risk. After all, this is not just your business. Now that Yin Sui has set his sights on black gold, I came here to tell you that we need to reduce our meetings in the future. Reduce meetings? Like in the past, communicating through the dark web? Last time, I almost got tracked down by Xia Yan's tech, and I can't take that risk. Mori directly stated his position. The risk of coming here is even greater. Yin Sui is watching closely. What I mean is that if there are no special matters, our cooperation will proceed as previously agreed. I have no objections. As long as it doesn't touch Mori's interests, he doesn't care about this minor issue of whether to meet or not. Based on trust in their cooperation, I want to know why you want me to detain Yin Sui. This poses a significant risk for me. Is it because my black gold isn't sufficient? The mysterious person asked. So it turns out his freedom can be measured by black gold. Yan Suichakold inwardly. Just curious, Mori explained. Too much curiosity unrelated to collaboration is not a good thing. The mysterious person's tone carried a hint of warning. As soon as the mysterious person finished speaking, an explosion and the sound of particle guns rang out outside. This luxurious retro office, possibly designed for nostalgia, didn't have very good soundproofing, and the deafening noise caused the two tense individuals to stop their conversation. Mr. Mo, I mentioned before that your son is extraordinary. The only one who knows about our meeting is him. I can't think of a second person who would cause trouble at this time. The mysterious person's hoarse voice was filled with mockery. Mr. Long, I have matters to attend to, so I won't see you out. And Mo Lei's expression changed noticeably, and he directly issued an eviction order. If the ruler becomes Hall tomorrow, then my negotiator will change. I wish you good luck, Mr. Mo. After saying this, the person called Mr. Long turned and left the office. As soon as Long left, someone hurriedly ran in. Mr. Xing, Hall has surrounded this place. The self-defense force is all his people. He has long bribed the entire high-level Washington, and they are now coming this way. The person hurriedly finished speaking, fearing they might miss any important information. Mo Lei raised his stiff hand and operated on his smart brain, causing a secret passage to appear behind the office. Go! Mo Lei turned his stiff head and said angrily. Then, with the help of the informant, he quickly slipped into the passage. Chapter 25 Storm as the corridor quickly closed. The office returned to calm once again, but this tranquility lasted only a moment before the sounds of mecha collisions came from outside. Yin Sui concealed himself and stepped out from his hiding place, standing where Mori had just left. From Mori's recent actions, it seemed that there was a small folding point hidden here, which was generally used for spatial acceleration within a planet. However, it was expensive, had a short range, and aside from its speed, it had no other advantages. This was likely a retreat prepared by Mori. He truly was a cautious person. Bang! Before Yin Sui could figure out how it worked inside, the office door was violently smashed open by the mecha, and the powerful particle shockwave spread far after shattering the door, a strong wind blowing through that stung the faces of those nearby. The group of mecha soldiers looked towards Mori's office, where a tall young man stood, but Mori had already vanished without a trace. They were clearly confused, but moments later, the attack surged towards Yin Sui's direction. Stop! The leading mecha issued a command, and the steel-like monsters finally halted their actions. Where's Mori? It was Hall's voice. At this moment, he had even stopped calling his father. Yin Sui pointed to the bare wall beside him, indicating that he was unable to help. You can go, Hall said to Yin Sui. After hearing this, Yin Sui was about to head outside, but the group of mecha soldiers clearly did not understand and became restless. Yin Sui put on a virtual mask. It was normal that the mecha soldiers did not recognize him. In the midst of the commotion, he calmly left Mori's office. What would happen next was beyond his control. Returning to the rendezvous point, Goodeye and his group were already waiting there. A dense crowd filling the already small contact point to capacity. General, Hall has staged a coup. The entire Washington Star is now unsafe. Should we leave early? Goodeye asked with an unhappy expression as he entered the inner hall of the rendezvous point. It's not time yet, Yin Sui replied calmly. Looking at Yin Sui, it seemed he was not anxious at all. Rather, he appeared to have anticipated all of this. He couldn't help but sigh, initially thinking that Washington Star would be in a prolonged conflict with Inghui Star, battling for survival. He expected that only a short while had passed, and now was in chaos again. He just didn't anticipate Hall would have such audacity. Indeed, he is quite hidden, Qin Shan agreed. Qin Shan stood beside Yin Sui. Although he had predicted today's situation, it was evident that Yin Sui returned unscathed, indicating that Hall had kept his word in this matter. However, according to Leard, Hall was a lunatic. It was Hall who wanted to kill them using the alien habitation zone before. Who knows if he would change his mind after this period? General, what are your plans next? Qin Shan asked Yin Sui. Goodeye also looked over. Over the years, space pirates had restrained themselves considerably, and the last battle had been almost single-handedly resolved by Yin Sui. As a genuine soldier, he was eager to come to Washington Star this time to show Mori a lesson. But what he didn't know was that Yin Sui was interested in the grudge between him and Mori. Calling him to Washington Star was purely to annoy Mori. Qin Shan and I will stay for a while longer. You retreat to the outer Washington Star region first, Yin Sui said seriously to Goodeye. Back to the outer region? Goodeye seemed unable to believe the command he had just heard. After coming all the way to Washington Star with great effort, he had originally planned to make a big impact and teach Mori a lesson, but now he was told to return to the outer region. Yes, you return to the outer region. The Alliance cannot intervene in their internal affairs at this point. I, Qin Shan, have things to handle, Yin Sui added. He actually had another point he hadn't mentioned, that Mr. Long felt somewhat familiar, and judging by the other party's words, if Hall succeeded this time, his cooperating partner would become Hall, and he would definitely show up. No, General, you and Captain Qin are both in Washington Star. It's so chaotic now, and Washington Star is so powerful. I know your mental strength is unmatched, but even that can't withstand their numbers in mecha. Goodeye questioned Yin Sui's arrangement. If it weren't for that eager look he just couldn't hide, Yin Sui would have thought he was really scared of the situation. Also, leave the mecha you brought behind, and take the people back. You know, even if there's no one in the mecha hangar, I can completely operate myself. Upon hearing this, Goodeye had a face full of despair, his expression resembling that of a dying green plant by the door. He felt like a transport ship, losing both the cargo and the ship in a single trip. Yes, General, go prepare to return to the outer region. You've seen it. I can't keep so many of you here. Yin Sui issued a direct eviction order. After Goodeye reluctantly left, Qin Shan asked, General, did you meet that mysterious person? I did. Mori called him Long. He seems. Yin Sui paused for a moment. His figure seemed somewhat familiar, but since he wore a virtual mask, Yin Sui couldn't see his face. Yet he felt he had seen him somewhere before. Qin Shan furrowed his brows. Your memory is usually excellent. If you have an impression of him but still can't recall, it indicates that this person may indeed have had a few encounters with you. To negotiate with Mori, he must have held a significant position during the alliance period, likely a notable figure. Did he reveal any important information? Qin Shan asked again. He indeed possesses black gold. But Mori doesn't know where his black gold is mined from. Black gold is small in quantity but powerful. Mining it shouldn't be difficult. What he truly needs is Washington Star's refining technology. The reason he probably doesn't go to Ingui Star is likely due to some grudge with Yinean. Many people have grievances with her, and I can't figure out who he might be at the moment. Yin Sui closed his eyes and placed his hands on the chair. Continuing, however, he did hint at something. He seems very unwilling for me to return to Ingui. While I can't guess why, there must be a conspiracy behind this. Qin Shan handed a glass of water to Yin Sui. General, do you intend to return to Ingui? Yin Sui took the water from Qin Shan, took a sip, and then slowly said, if he doesn't want me to go back, then I must go back. The reason I asked Goodeye to remain in the outer Washington Star region is for this. Regardless of whether Hall succeeds or not, in the eyes of the mysterious person, I will definitely continue to stay here, as this coup necessitates my presence for subsequent contract signing and improvement. Therefore, you shouldn't pay too much attention to what happens on my side. Do you need me to return with you? Qin Shan inquired. He had been Yin Sui's bodyguard for 5 years, and during each conflict and mission, he had been alongside Yin Sui. He thought this time would be no different, so he casually asked. However, this time, Yin Sui refused him. You stay here and create the illusion that I'm still in Washington Star. Yin Sui's tone was serious, carrying an undeniable meaning. But before Qin Shan could finish, Yin Sui seemed to know what he was about to say and immediately interrupted him. Obey orders. Mainly, in Yin Sui's eyes, while Qin Shan was indeed very capable, he could be overly cautious at times. Yes, Qin Shan replied helplessly. By the way, call Xiaoxue back. It's best at mimicking me, and it would provide extra eyes here since things might get a bit chaotic soon. Yin Sui added, doesn't Shou need to continue monitoring? Qin Shan instinctively asked. No need to doubt. Shou is definitely related to black gold, but safety is more important. Its performance is excellent, and its sensory abilities are not inferior to humans, so temporarily calling it here is necessary to get through this special period. Yin thought for a moment and then explained the reason to Qin Shan. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Chapter 26, Adding Trouble the Next Day. The Washington Star published news reporting that the Star's leader, Moray, was still undergoing emergency treatment due to a sudden illness. And all affairs of the Washington Star were being handled by Hall, who had not leaked a word about yesterday's turmoil. The appearance of this news indicated that the chaos at the Washington Star had temporarily come to an end, but Yin Sui knew that things were far from simple. No one knew Moray's whereabouts, and Leered along with that mysterious black gold master were still watching from the shadows. Moray was no fool, and the next storm was likely to be even more intense. Today, Yin Sui was leaving the Washington Star, but before he left, he needed to meet with Hall to find some trivial matters to keep him occupied, so he wouldn't return to constantly monitor the communication point. The Washington Star had always been far ahead in terms of comprehensive strength, and its level of prosperity was unmatched by other planets. However, after yesterday's chaos, the streets today saw a noticeable decrease in both pedestrians and ship people. A cold wind blew, adding a touch of desolation to the silent streets. The autopilot mode of the light shuttle took Yin Sui and Qin Shan to the Star Leader's office, a place Yin Sui had just visited yesterday, making it very familiar to him. Unlike yesterday, a building printer was working outside the Star Leader's office at its current efficiency. A new Star Leader's office would be completed by tonight, and Moray's meticulously crafted vintage office would become nothing more than an exhibition piece, telling tales of its past glory. While Yin Sui waited outside, Hall walked out from the office, his dark eyes showing signs of exhaustion, likely due to not finding Moray yesterday. Nevertheless, He patiently greeted Yin Sui, who resembled a Buddha. Yin Sui could see that Hall was very busy and had no time to see him, but he didn't care. General Yin, hello. Hall stepped forward and extended his right hand. Yin Sui ignored him and walked straight into the office, with Qin Shan following suit. Not engaging with Hall at all, Hall awkwardly retracted his hand and followed them into the office, making it seem as if Yin Sui was the true master. As the office door slammed shut, the atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. Are you not satisfied with the information I provided you, General Yin? At this moment, there were only the three of them in the room, and Hall decided to drop the pretense. I think your best choice after hearing Moray's conversation is to return to Yuhui Star. Yin Sui smiled and replied, Hall, this news is of no benefit to you. Don't say you hope to use me to restrain Moray. With your planning, the position of Star Leader is simply a piece of cake for you. I really don't understand what your purpose is. Hall was taken aback, seemingly unsure why Yin Sui would ask him about this matter, likely still pondering his wording. I don't mind telling you that I have no intention of collaborating with that Mr. Long. He needs the refining technology of the Washington Star, and without our technology, black gold would be nothing but scrap metal to him. As he spoke, Hall chuckled. I just want to see you dogs fight each other. Having obtained this clue, even if there are traps, you will continue to investigate, right? He finished with a laugh. Do you think I would believe that? Yin Sui retorted. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Washington Star. I hope you can leave soon. Hall directly issued an eviction order, looking genuinely busy. Leave? Of course not. We have an agreement with Star Leader Moray. I will study and communicate at the Washington Star for a month. It's not even a week yet. Why should I leave? Yin Sui countered. The agreement was with Moray, not me. Hall replied indifferently. So you want to breach the contract? Yin Sui asked again. Hall paused for a moment, then smiled, not necessarily. After all, the safety of the Washington Star still relies on the Star and the Alliance's maintenance. As for you, General Yin, you can stay as long as you want. Yin Sui knew that Hall would eventually tear up the sponsorship agreement. But the timing for ending the collaboration could only be initiated by the Star and the Alliance. The current situation was beneficial to both parties, and Yin Sui was merely trying to scare him. He certainly wouldn't end the collaboration at this crucial moment, especially since they hadn't found the black gold yet. I want to know all the information about Long. Yin Sui changed the subject. General Yin, transactions should also be fair. Your inch-by-inch behavior is not good. Hall smiled. What do you want? Yin Sui asked. I want Moray's life. Can you provide it? Hall mocked. You know that that's impossible. Moray's escape routes are not easy to find. Then that's it. Even if you want to ask, you have to find Moray first. I only know that there's such a person, and Moray values him highly. But he has never let me come into contact with him. That's also why I don't care about telling you. Hall replied with an indifferent tone. Yesterday, before your mech arrived, Long said that if you were in power, his collaborator would be you. Yin Sui said expressionlessly. So what? I don't seem to have the obligation to tell you. Hall replied. Yes, there's no obligation, but you will be quite troubled for a while. Yin Sui closed his eyes and said, Are you threatening me? Hall asked. So what? You have no direct military forces, even with black gold. The battlefield can only be on the Washington Star. Yin Sui replied calmly, delivering a threatening remark. Yin Sui returned Hall's earlier words to him. How do you know I don't? Hall countered. Yin Sui smiled. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Hall took a breath. I really don't know much about Long. I only know he's from Yuhui Star. Sometimes he speaks normally, but other times he's quite erratic. I even suspect he might be a lunatic, but his intuition is frighteningly sharp. You don't need to test me any further. Even Moray hasn't seen his true face. Thank you. After saying that, Yin Sui gestured to Qin Shan and planned to leave. Since he didn't cause me any trouble, I suggest you return to Yuhui Star soon, General Yin. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a good show there. Hall said, observing the situation. You don't have to worry about that. Back on the light shuttle, Qin Shan, who had been talkative, finally returned to his comfort zone. General, what was your purpose in finding Hall today? Qin Shan asked, having stared for a long time without figuring out. Just to show my face and add a bit of trouble. With Hall's character, he'll probably ponder over this visit for several days. I haven't forgotten about his arrangements for the alien habitation area that night. Moreover, just from this trip, We've obtained the information we wanted. It's not a loss, Yin Sui smiled. What information? Qin Shan instinctively asked. Hall should have another supply channel for black gold. What? Qin Shan was even more confused. Mr. Long might just be bait he threw out to keep us focused. Otherwise, I really can't understand why he would tell me about such a deadly weapon. First, Mr. Long is basically exposed. By telling us, it's like he said, watching the tigers fight from the mountain. Second, it might just cover up the real supplier of black gold. Qin Shan responded to Yin Sui's previous comments with silence. Of course, this is just my personal speculation. Black gold has only recently emerged. If there really were that many mining sources, we wouldn't have been unable to find any clues for so long. There may be many relationships we are unaware of. Yin Sui then added, if this is true, it means that what we have found so far is just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the iceberg, there may be many things we don't know. After saying that, his expression darkened. This was not a good sign. Chapter 27 Buck the light shuttle cruised leisurely above Washington Star. After returning to the contact point, Yin Sui would leave Washington Star. It was chaotic here now, and the black gold had revealed a mysterious corner amidst the turmoil. However, the information disclosed by Mr. Long compelled him to return, all of which were headaches. The contact point where Yin Sui was located was near the alien settlement zone. As the light shuttle approached the contact point, the towering flames from the settlement zone came into view, a true daytime fireworks display. The soundproofing of the shuttle was excellent, and not a hint of the chaos could be heard. But just from the sight of the flames, one could imagine that a serious riot was taking place inside. What's going on? Yin Sui picked up a military optical telescope to look at the source of the light. I will contact Toby immediately, Qin Shan replied. Moments later, Toby appeared inside the light shuttle, his brow furrowed. This was his personal virtual avatar. General, after you and Qin Shan left, a riot broke out in the alien settlement zone. It is said that they were searching for fugitives. Many people from the settlement zone disregarded the racial laws of Washington Star and fled. They formed a small team, claiming they wanted to seize the power center of Washington Star, Lanta. General Erda has already come to suppress it. The environment where Toby was located still allowed him to hear the sounds of chaos, indicating that the situation was indeed grim. Understood. Qin Shan and I will return immediately. Yin Sui frowned and then cut off the communication. Mo Lei's eldest son, Mo Chong Kong, had long been regarded as the most suitable leader for the future of Washington Star. He was intelligent, wise, compassionate towards the weak, and decisive in his actions, making him Mo Lei's proudest investment. However, this hope for the future of Washington Star fell in love with an alien. In order to be with the alien, he did not hesitate to oppose Mo Lei. During the alliance period, Mo Lei was known as a conservative. He believed that technological development would eventually reach its limits, and the essence of humanity would revert to its most primitive state. Yet his actions were contrary to his philosophy. Washington Star had an almost fanatical obsession with technology, especially military technology. Therefore, Mo Lei would never allow his carefully cultivated heir to act recklessly, not to mention Mo Lei's inherent hostility towards aliens as a conservative. Later, Mo Chong Kong eloped with an alien and was killed by interstellar pirates during their escape, both spilling blood in space. The one who assisted their elopement was Godai, who provided military support for Mo Chong Kong's escape. This was also the reason why Godai almost lost his military status back then, and the person who protected him at that time was Yi Neihan, making it a public secret that he was a fan of Yi Neihan. After Mo Chong Kong's death, Mo Lei collaborated with the Yuan Senate to redraft the racial laws of Washington Star, publicly stating that aliens would no longer be accepted. More importantly, the alliance surprisingly passed his bill, which was quite intriguing, as it almost publicly indicated that the alliance at that time had no way to deal with him. However, there were already aliens on Washington Star, and killing them all did not align with humanitarianism. It is unknown who advised Mo Lei to establish an alien settlement zone, incorporating all aliens into the settlement zone. As for how things were within the zone, Washington Star would not interfere at all. Therefore, the aliens within the settlement zone were not protected by the laws of Washington Star, and their living conditions were worse than those of islanders. Consequently, A small number of economically well-off families chose to emigrate, while the majority of aliens needing government assistance completely lost their means of survival. As a result, they banded together to rob those with above-average incomes. Upon reaching the contact point, it was indeed as Toby had said. There were large groups of fleeing aliens outside, but they were all blocked by rows of mechas from Lierda. General, that person. Qin gestured for Yin Sui to look ahead. That person was the alien leader who had chased on the first day they arrived in Washington Star. If it weren't for seeing him again, Yin Sui would have almost forgotten about him. It wasn't that he was magnanimous. They probably were just doing it for the money, with the person funding it being Hall. Even if they captured that leader, according to Hall's character, he would not leave any incriminating evidence. The leader's forehead seemed to be injured, blood uncontrollably streaming down his face. If it weren't for the deep impression from that night, he would not have recognized him at all. In the Interstellar era, this was the second time he had seen a bloody melee, and it had been less than a month since the last time. This was somewhat novel. A person's death was marked by the termination of the terminal brain within the Alliance system. In past battles, death mostly meant becoming space debris. After the emergence of brainwave chips and cyborgs, even injuries mostly referred to damage to one's mental strength. Let us go take a look, Yin Sui said to Qin. These people were blocked by the mechas and could not escape far from the huge prison drawn by Mo Lei. Yin Sui did not have the habit of randomly plundering people's mental networks, so he did not know which mecha Lierda was in at the moment. All the mechas looked the same, and the differences in performance could only be known by personally experiencing them. Qin stopped the light shuttle in front of the burly man whose head was bleeding. This action immediately attracted the attention of those mechanical monsters, with two mechas even aiming their compressed particle cannons at the much smaller light shuttle, the meaning being clear. Yin Sui ignored the threats from the mechas and walked straight down from the light shuttle. When his face appeared in the observation window of those mechas, the mechas that had already bared their fangs seemed to have received some kind of command and retracted their claws. "What's your name?" Yin Sui stood tall in front of the bloodied, burly man, exuding a strong sense of pressure. The burly man sensed someone in front of him and immediately looked up at Yin Sui. That night, Yin Sui had not worn a virtual mask, and the burly man recognized him at a glance as the person he had once chased after. He then looked at the mechas and realized that Yin Sui was an impressive figure, causing a cold sweat to flow down his forehead. "My name is Buck," the burly man said softly, his expression completely different from the arrogance he had when he was chasing him before. Yin Sui glanced at the bloodied Buck and then at the group of people following Buck. He had already recognized that some of them were participants from that night-esque gunfight. "Are these all your people?" Buck realized that outside the alien settlement zone, they were just a group of vulnerable pawns without the support of modern technology. Probably fearing that Yin Sui would settle scores later, Buck immediately denied it, saying, "No, it's just me this time. They are still in the settlement zone." He lied without a hint of embarrassment. Yin Sui glanced at the dog-headed military advisor behind Buck, smiled, and thought it was unexpected that this guy was quite loyal. Seeing Yin Sui smile, Buck was confused but felt that Yin Sui's expression was exceedingly glaring, resembling mockery. It was normal for the other party to laugh at him. The Islander organization on Lingping Star, aliens were discriminated against and ridiculed on any planet. And Washington Star was the most severe. Discrimination against aliens had even been written into Washington Star's political correctness, which he had become accustomed to, so it didn't matter much. "Follow me." Yin Sui had no idea about Buck's inner turmoil. He didn't know what had happened within the settlement zone. Although the alien settlement zone of Washington Star was not protected by the new bill, he, as an outsider, would find it inconvenient to enter with Lierda guarding the outside. He needed someone to tell him about the situation in the alien settlement zone, so he could decide what to do next, whether it was as he thought. Buck was clearly a local snake in the settlement zone, and no one was more suitable than him. Buck was unsure of what Yin Sui was going to do, but he didn't look like he was going to settle scores later. "Oh," Buck then replied. Then he followed Yin Sui towards the light shuttle, and until he completely stepped out of the prison defined by the alien species. Those mechs that were watching closely did not react at all. This was the first time Buck had left the sphere of influence of the alien settlement area since the new law was enacted. and his excited expression was uncontrollably written all over his face. Coupled with his bloodied and mangled face, it gave off a strange and fierce impression. Chapter 28. Aliens. The light shuttle flew towards the outskirts of the settlement area. Yin Sui knew this was an order from Leard, making things convenient for himself. In the arena of fame and fortune, there is no principle of maintaining one's integrity. No matter which path one takes, one will inevitably carry dust. Humans are social animals, and this social relationship forms a complex web of connections among people. Under this web, no one can escape the norms. The light shuttle quickly arrived at the contact point, which had now been exposed and became a base and office for Yin Sui and his group. Along the way, Buck remained unusually silent. He hoped that being with this important figure would protect his brothers from accountability. They had already lost their base and were left with nothing but their lives. This was the last thing he could do for them. "Please, have a seat." Yin Sui gestured to the chairs in the room. Qin Zhan then handed him a glass of water, smiling. "Mr. Buck, have some water." Buck took the glass, recognizing this person as the one who had come to rescue him that night. Oh, all right, thank you," he stammered. Yin Sui calmly watched Buck drink, indifferent to his discomfort. He was waiting for Buck to calm down. He still had questions to ask. "Sir, I apologize for my actions that night. But this was entirely my idea. My brothers were only influenced by me. I don't mean to absolve them, but it was indeed my intention." Seeing that Yin Sui remained silent, Buck became restless. Unsure of Yin Sui's intentions, he had to explain the only thing they had in common. "How many people have you chased like this?" Yin Sui asked. Buck was taken aback for a moment before answering. "To be honest, you're the first. Usually, our activities are within the alien settlement area, where there's no need for life and death conflicts. Everyone's lives are quite miserable, but we have no source of income. The generous brother who pays us." He didn't finish, but Yin Sui understood his meaning, although he didn't fully trust what Buck said. "Mr. Buck, I don't intend to hold you accountable. My lack of contact with you all this time means I won't bring this matter up again. I know you're doing this for money." Yin Sui directly addressed Buck's greatest fear. Hearing this, Buck frowned. He thought Yin Sui was going to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes, which made him uneasy. "But I really don't know what the person who paid me looks like. I'm telling the truth. Don't worry, Buck. The gentleman is not here to seek revenge. He has questions for you." Qin Zhan, who exuded a gentle charm, seemed more suitable for this kind of situation. Yin Sui only made people more fearful. What's important now is to deal with your wounds. Qin Zhan glanced at Buck's face and then at Yin Sui, signaling him not to be so harsh. Indeed, Qin Zhan didn't need the title of a friend to women. He could radiate his unique, gentle charm anywhere, anytime. "No, it's fine. I'll be all right soon. I'm an alien. My recovery ability is quite strong," Buck quickly explained. Then he turned to Yin Sui. "Sir, what do you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know." Yin Sui closed his eyes and said while treating his wounds, "What happened in the settlement area?" He didn't want to beat around the bush and directly asked his most concerned question. "I don't know either. This morning, a group of people drove mechas into the settlement area and started killing without reason, claiming we were hiding fugitives. Many people died. We suspect they weren't looking for fugitives at all. It's absurd, so I ran out to seek outside help. But unexpectedly, the outside was already surrounded by mechas. We couldn't escape and could only watch those bandit-like people harm my compatriots." After saying this, the burly man even sobbed a couple of times, adding a touch of absurdity to the sorrow. Yin Sui frowned. "Did you have a conflict with the mechas outside the settlement area?" he asked. "No. The new law states that aliens on Washington Star cannot leave the settlement area by more than 500 meters. I know that, officer. His actions were not inappropriate. I just feel unwilling." Buck lowered his head. "Did they describe what the fugitive looked like?" Yin Sui asked again. Yes. Buck immediately replied. "It's an almost 200-year-old man. They said he is not in good health, but I think someone of that age is nearing the end of their genetic lifespan. How could he possibly escape to the chaotic alien settlement area? Moreover, with the virtual masks now, if he were a fugitive, it wouldn't be so easy to find him." "You're quite clever," Yin Sui smiled as he began to understand the situation. Hall had yet to find Mori. His ostentatious actions were an open warning to Mori. It seemed Leard was right. Hall was indeed a pervert. Although he didn't know why he harbored such hatred towards aliens, his actions completely trampled on human rights. As for why Leard would wade into this muddy water, Yin Sui truly couldn't figure out. Are those who invaded the settlement area still inside? Yin Sui asked again. They're still on the ground, sir. Will you help us? Buck asked. Yin Sui was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. At this moment on Washington Star, he didn't have the position or the strength to help. I understand. Since Maury delineated the alien settlement area, we have known that sooner or later, we would face this choice again. Aliens have no homeland. We are powerless against the machines created by humans. Although we have strong mental powers, we lack brainwave chips, which makes us no different from sheep. We also want to coexist peacefully with naturals. The brainwave chip is a necessity for connecting to the mental network. Without it, one cannot achieve the internet of everything like naturals. No matter how high the mental power of aliens on Washington Star is, without this critical component, it remains futile. Buck's tone was filled with desolation. Not to mention, he was a small figure, even if all aliens were willing to reconcile. The chasm between naturals and aliens would still be insurmountable. But conversely, if the technological level of aliens truly surpassed that of naturals, wouldn't the injustices they suffered in the past be returned to naturals unaltered? He didn't know. Not everyone would repay kindness with kindness. More people, once in power, would come back to repay those who were once weak like them, just like Hall. The pioneers of the island often claimed they represented the future of humanity, and evolution was an inevitable trend. Yin Sui didn't know how to refute him. It was indeed necessary for humans to evolve, but he felt that such a confrontational approach was overly cruel. Moreover, the most advanced technology in the interstellar age still lay in the hands of naturals. Evolution should be collective. It seems that throughout thousands of years, every innovation and evolution has been built upon the suffering of individuals. He was also an alien, and he didn't know if he could be considered a success in evolution. But one thing he was sure of was that he hoped naturals and aliens could coexist harmoniously, although it seemed impossible at this stage. Qin, take Mr. Buck to rest. Yin Sui didn't want to discuss issues of values with him, nor did want to hear him talk about how unfair their situation was. Buck also seemed to realize that he shouldn't discuss the status of aliens on Washington Star with this gentleman. He could tell that Yin Sui was a natural and had no position to help him. He regretted that the previous atmosphere had made him suddenly forget the current situation. In front of his brothers, he was the rough, carefree older brother, speaking without much thought, but in fact, he was a person with delicate feelings. Of course, this gentleman had clearly noticed this, and he was too lazy to explain. Sir, since there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'm very grateful that you were able to take me out of the alien settlement for a short while. Buck expressed his desire to leave to Yin Sui. You can stay here for a while, but I am from Washington Star, and I will have to return sooner or later. Buck could see that this seemingly indifferent man did not harbor any hatred towards aliens. After living under unusual scrutiny for a long time, he could confirm this, and he was grateful for it. Stay safe. Yin Sui no longer tried to dissuade him. Qin, I'm going to meet Leard. After Buck left, Yin Sui turned back and said. This time, Qin surprisingly did not beat around the bush and directly replied, All right, sir. Chapter 29, Alternative Territory, as Buck returned to his brothers. He was greeted by a hellish scene. The man he had just encountered was once again accompanied by his little entourage, standing outside the settlement area. A mech opened its cargo door, and the man walked through without any obstruction. It turned out to be a group. Buck chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yin Sui, who had been heading straight towards him, stopped in his tracks and turned back. Not exactly a group, he said before turning around again to walk towards the mech. Buck stood there awkwardly, surprised by Yin Sui's keen hearing, unaware that Yin Sui was also a mutant. General Leard, it's good to see you again. Upon entering the mech, Buck discovered that Leard had been waiting there for a while, with all kinds of hospitality items prepared. I knew we would meet again soon. Leard smiled. Yin Sui looked outside and saw that Buck had already gathered his brothers and was planning to retreat back to the mutant settlement. Can I know what your current attitude towards us is? Yin Sui asked straightforwardly. Didn't you already guess? I want to be that yellow bird. I've long been unhappy with Hall. You saw how insane he is now, going through all this trouble to find his father. What's the difference between that and the Nazis back on Earth? Leard laughed mockingly. Yin Sui didn't know how to respond to that. He had planned to leave today, but it seemed he would have to postpone until tomorrow. Regardless of how power shifted on Washington Star, he needed to maintain cooperation with them to keep the other eager planets in check. Indeed, once one falls in the mire of power, it is hard to extricate oneself easily. Oh, General Yin, I know you look down on my actions, but Hall has secretly executed mutants during Maury's reign. I don't know why he harbors such hatred towards mutants, nor do I know your circumstances, but I can't just stand by and watch my kin be slaughtered. Leard didn't care that Qin Shan was still present. He openly declared his status as a mutant. Can you guarantee that you won't be the next Hall? Many leaders were just like you when they first came to power, full of ambition, Yin Sui countered. Of course not. I know myself well enough, Leard said confidently. Yin Sui paused. He once thought he knew himself very well too, swearing to resolve the opposition between mutants and natural humans, and wanting to contribute to a new order. Yet, he found himself spiraling out of control. Perhaps he had given up too quickly. Yin Sui pondered aimlessly. General Yin? Leard called out, as Yin Sui remained silent for a long time. Yin Sui finally reacted. Does Hall know your thoughts? Leard chuckled a couple of times. Of course he knows. I've been working hard for reform, which goes against the principles of establishing Washington Star. When Washington Star was first built, it was a private territory inherited according to inheritance law. I made it clear from the beginning that I wanted a democracy for Washington Star. So not only Hall, but Maury knows as well. But what can they do? They have no military power. Leard's tone was filled with disdain. So you initially came to me for cooperation too. Yin Sui pressed. This path was already difficult. I hoped that after the failure, you could save my subordinates, Leard expressed. I can't do that. Yin Sui interrupted him directly. Just kidding. You signed a protection agreement with Maury, and Thomas has already sent troops to Canberra's Star. It hasn't been long, and the coalition is intervening in local planetary politics, which worries me because you are indeed a tough enemy. Maury spoke candidly, expressing his concerns. At this point, Yin Sui understood everything. Leard's true intention was to prevent him from getting involved in any struggle over Washington Star. He never intended for the coalition to help. He simply wanted one less enemy. Of course, Yin Sui also did not intend to help. He didn't have that much overflowing sympathy and couldn't help so many people. But seeing those fearful mutants outside, unaware of the fate that awaited them, reminded him of himself back in the days of isolation and helplessness. However, it seemed that his approach to dealing with the situation on Canberra's Star, while framed as assistance against interstellar pirates, was clear to anyone with eyes. It had indeed sparked a crisis of trust, and Yin Sui felt a headache coming on. General Leard, I have a request. Yin Sui changed the topic. Leard looked at Yin Sui and asked, Go ahead. I want to take a look at the settlement area. Leard's mech squad surrounded the entrances to the settlement area. Sneaking in was not difficult for Yin Sui, but he couldn't keep doing these sneaky things. General Yan's request, of course, I have no problem with. But those inside are not my people. My duty is to uphold the new legislation and prevent mutants from stepping out of the settlement area. Leard emphasized the last part heavily, reminding Yin Sui that just moments ago, he had done him a favor by allowing Buck to leave the settlement area. Leard's meaning was clear. If Yin Sui insisted on entering the mutant settlement area, whatever situation he encountered inside would have nothing to do with Leard. He was merely the gatekeeper, and how he balanced Hall was also not Leard's concern. Thank you, Yin Sui replied. You're welcome, Leard smiled, then leaned close to Yin Sui and whispered, Helping our kind, the people in the settlement should be very happy. Yin Sui ignored Leard's probing and turned to leave his mech with Qin Shan. Whether it was resignation or some other reason, Buck and his group had already left, seemingly returning to the settlement area. Yin Sui was also curious about what kind of place it was. Yin Sui piloted the light shuttle into the territory of the mutants. At first, it was fine. The building seemed recently printed, showcasing the glorious technological level of Washington Star. However, as they delved deeper, the environment became increasingly unbearable. Even though Yin Sui grew up on an island, he had never seen such a scene. The area designated for mutants by Maury was limited. He had gathered all the mutants of Washington Star in this place. Even though chaos and attacks had occurred here, the streets were densely packed with people. In such circumstances, It was nearly impossible for the light shuttle to navigate on the ground. The people walking on the streets had intact clothing. After all, in the interstellar era, it took some skill to wear clothes out. The only ones that could wear out were those made from primitive materials replicated with technology, but their clothing was visibly dirty. And if the door of the light shuttle were opened, a foul odor would likely waft in. They wandered the streets like walking corpses. If he guessed correctly, a significant portion of them were consuming Erica, a deadly addictive drug. The flames from an explosion in the settlement area were visible even from outside, and the people living here could not possibly be unaware. Yet, they still roamed the streets after the explosion. Either they didn't care about their lives, or they were homeless. A light rail car, teetering with a crowd of people, passed by slowly. It was evident that this still operating light rail was old and had numerous signs of repair. Perhaps it didn't know that one day it would completely end its mission. Bang! A loud noise broke Yin Sui's contemplation. He frowned and said to Qin Shan, "Increase altitude and take a look." With so many people blocking the way down low, it would take forever to get through. In the center of the noise, a group of imposing mechas with unsilenced gun muzzles shot a passerby dead, causing everyone to scramble into various corners. There were too many people, and the corners could not accommodate them all, with expressions of pain written on their faces. At that moment, someone came to drag away the barely conscious victim on the ground. Yin Sui looked up and saw it was Buck, and as Buck moved the fallen person, the face gradually became visible. It was Buck's little dog-headed strategist. It was hard to imagine that this pool of blood belonged to such a small figure. The mechas, having lost the crowd as a barrier, began a new round of searches. If they encountered anyone who didn't know their place, they shot again. Although they might not hit, it made those hiding in the corners tremble with fear, afraid that the next shot would be for them. Leard was right. This time they were killing without reason. In their eyes, these other species were no different from cattle and sheep. But Yin Sui found it strange that Hall would come to the other species' settlement area to carry out such a massacre, which would bring him no benefit. He didn't believe Hall had no other motives, or that he truly thought Mori had escaped to the other species' settlement. "Follow me." Yin Sui turned to Qin Dan and said. Qin Dan glanced at the incongruous light shuttle and disapproved, saying, "Isn't it too obvious? Just like this, I feel as if that group of mecha soldiers is staring at my light shuttle. I'm talking about Buck. That dog-headed strategist will die if he doesn't have the special medicine." Qin Dan was surprised by Yin Sui's kindness this time, pausing for a moment. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so kind." Before Qin Dan could finish, Yin Sui put on the virtual mask, opened the light shuttle's door, and jumped down directly. Qin Dan, seeing this, was not surprised and turned to chase after Buck. Chapter 30. The Riverly Crisis After Landing the Light Shuttle. Yin Sui disguised himself as an alien species and quietly followed behind a group of mecha soldiers. He glanced at the last mecha that had fallen behind, and after a moment, successfully invaded the opponent's mental network. Meanwhile, the mecha soldiers in front were completely unaware that their teammate had been replaced. What is the point of patrolling back and forth like this? I don't understand what Commander Hua is thinking, one voice said as Yin Sui connected to the mecha. "Who cares about that? Just follow orders," another responded. "True, I've been fed up with these pest-like aliens for a long time. Now we can finally show them some consequences. I don't feel anything. After all, they can't leave the settlement area." A woman's voice suddenly chimed in. "But it affects the city's appearance. Giving them such a large area makes it look like a sewer. I hope they have some sense this time and go to the island. That's where they belong. You're too aggressive. These aliens Haven T really harmed us, right? Let's be a little friendlier. Women are too soft-hearted. Lu Ying, the military ISNT for you with all this fussiness. These aliens are bloody and violent, and their mental power is strong. If they get brainwave chips, they could turn Washington star upside down the next day. Do you believe that?" Yin Sui looked at the aliens hiding in the corners beneath the mecha. Their eyes were filled with anger, but it was extinguished by the imposing mecha, leaving only carefulness. After that statement, the woman named Lu Ying did not speak again. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up to lighten the mood. "Get to work." Yin Sui then followed the big mechas as they began to wander aimlessly again. It seemed that Mo Lei was indeed very likely hiding in the alien settlement area. These mecha soldiers might have been arranged by Hua to warn Mo Lei. According to inside information, Hua had basically mastered 80 of the permissions on Washington Star, except for Liurda. The most dangerous place is the safest place, he thought. The alien settlement area certainly did not seem like a location Mo Lei would choose. Looking at the living conditions, if Mo Lei was really here, he was quite capable of enduring it, considering how much he despised aliens. Just as Yin Sui was lost in thought, his intelligence brain suddenly lit up. It was Alan. "Commander, are you busy? What is it?" "There's been an alien riot in Riverly. Internal reports suggest that Commander Yi is planning to personally suppress it. I thought it necessary to inform you." Alan explained the reason for the communication in an official tone. Yin Sui frowned. "She's going personally?" "Yes," Alan confirmed. "What is the cause of the riot?" Yin Sui asked again. "The pioneer organization in River Lee wants to use River Lee as a base to establish a kingdom for the aliens." Alan paused for a moment, as if he knew what Yin Sui was going to ask next, then continued. "They've chosen the location for the revolution in Inghui, which is indeed intriguing. Isn't it? Currently, the only star that can compete with Inghui is Washington Star. The star and the Federation are key points balancing both sides' powers. And Washington Star is at a critical moment of power transition. Is it really that coincidental, or is someone orchestrating this?" He felt that a mysterious force was pushing things forward, and whether it was Washington Star, Inghui, or himself, they all seemed like chess pieces. Yet he couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, in this Riverly crisis, with so many troops in Inghui, why did Nahan have to go personally? Remembering their previous unpleasant parting, he felt that there was something Yi Nahan hadn't told him. Would her personal visit be related to Black Gold? After the dissolution of the Federation, the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Perhaps the situation was always chaotic, but after the dissolution of the Federation, these intricate relationships were gradually coming to light. "I understand. Is there anything else?" He looked at Alan. "Yes, Commander. Have you been following the news about the livelihood in Inghui lately?" Alan unusually asked Yin Sui. He had been exhausted by the ongoing events in Washington Star and hadn't had time to check the livelihood news. "No. There have been 3 reports of natural person mutations in Inghui. It was quite a stir a couple of days ago. But now with the vaccine from the Kirk Research Institute, natural person mutations are unlikely. Although the number isn't large this time, I still feel something is off," Alan replied. "I see. There are indeed a few more mutations, especially with the Riverly riot at this critical point. Keep a close eye on it." "Lu Sun, why are you silent for half a day? Did you die?" "I only said a couple of words about your sister, and you took it to heart?" A mecha soldier questioned during the discussion, but after a long time with no response, he knew they were probably talking about the guy who had fallen asleep in the mecha bay. "Contact me if there's any new information." Yin Sui then cut off the communication. He moved the mecha soldier named Lu Sun back to the cockpit, disguising him as having accidentally fallen asleep, then jumped out of the mecha in the same manner. No one knew how he avoided detection from the group of mecha soldiers, but he seemingly left that troublesome place effortlessly. He sent his location information to Qinzhan, and moments later, the light shuttle, which was obviously much more conspicuous than the alien settlement area, appeared above him. "Commander, I've handled everything with Buck. He is actually a decent guy who takes on some jobs that can't be made public outside the settlement area. All his income goes to support his brothers and the homeless, while he himself is quite poor," Qinzhan said as soon as Yin Sui boarded. "What are you trying to say?" Yin Sui was familiar with Qinzhan's loquaciousness. Either he had a request or he had taken some initiative. "I sent the supplies to them and brought back some medical supplies for Buck." Yin Sui glanced at Qinzhan. He didn't particularly like aliens, but that didn't stop him from considering himself a person. "Next time, you don't need to inform me about such matters." He smiled after saying that. "Oh, did you gain anything from your side?" Qinzhan asked. "Nothing significant for now." He didn't share his suspicions with Qinzhan. First, he wasn't sure, and second, the fewer people who knew about these internal affairs, the better. "Oh, I need to return to Inghui. Prepare a mecha for me." Qinzhan thought that after today's events, Yin Sui would probably take a couple of days before leaving. "There has been an alien riot in Riverly," Yin Sui said calmly. "I know. What a coincidence. Washington Star just initiated a coup. I'm reminded of that mysterious person's words. He doesn't want me to leave Washington Star, so I need to go back." Yin Sui only shared this with Qinzhan, not wanting to elaborate on other speculations at this moment. Perhaps it's also due to Commander Yi. Qin chuckled. Yen Sui replied lightly. Okay, I'll prepare right away. After that, he increased the speed of the light shuttle again. Chapter 31. Beyond the plan at this moment. In the office of the Star Leader of Yuhui, the atmosphere was indescribably oppressive. Star Leader, the alien species has suddenly occupied Heli. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. During the Cabinet's Executive Committee meeting, Yi Neihan glanced at the official who was talking nonsense and ignored him. Everyone, the alien species in Heli is openly provoking our authority. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Before she could finish, an official jumped out and said, during the alliance period, our military scale was restricted and we don't have a complete army. We thought the situations on each star were similar and that we all needed time to develop. We didn't expect the alien species to provoke us now. Star Leader, we must resolve this uprising quickly, but our local garrison is insufficient. Although he was stating facts, his desire for peace was clear to all the political foxes present. It seemed he was an official who had come from the former alliance, adept at muddying the waters. It hadn't been long since he forgot the terrifying scenes of interstellar pirates attacking Yuhui, and he had performed the art of living off the land to perfection. Not knowing from where he had found his connections, it seemed he needed to be dealt with. Since Yuhui was the former location of the alliance, many powers were directly managed by the alliance. After disbanding, they couldn't carry out large-scale official appointments, so they directly used many former alliance officials' credentials. However, his ability to reach this position indicated he had a significant background. Yes, now that Heli is in upheaval, other places also need garrison troops, and Yuhui's military strength is limited. The alien species had also posted virtual images of massacring natural humans on the Star Network, with very bloody content. Cities primarily inhabited by aliens had already begun to panic. Hearing that they wanted to continue speaking, Yi Neihan interrupted them. Everyone, I am here to discuss plans with you, not to listen to you selling anxiety. After she said this, the venue suddenly fell silent, and she continued, regarding this uprising, whether it was premeditated or a natural occurrence. It must be resolved immediately. As the Star Leader of Yuhui, it is my duty to resolve the internal turmoil. I will lead 2/3 of the existing garrison of Zimming. If there are no objections, please raise your hand. She spoke lightly, but the content was like a raging storm. Before the crowd could decide whether to raise their hands, someone had already started to oppose. No, you are the Star Leader. We just gained independence, and we need you in many aspects. Those aliens are vicious. You cannot take this risk. I am the Star Leader of Yuhui, past and future. I promised everyone 3 years ago that I would establish a good Yuhui, and that promise still stands today. Yuhui is in crisis. I cannot hide behind. But before he could finish, Yi Neihan continued, everyone here should know that I trained in the Ether Army 10 years ago. I underwent the strictest military training and leadership training with outstanding results. Although I have made mistakes in battle, I'm still the best candidate to resolve this uprising in Yuhui. Star Leader, we certainly believe in you. But the mental strength of the alien species is much higher than that of natural humans, which is very dangerous. There are many capable leaders in the Yuhui army as well. After this was said, they were probably going to recommend suitable candidates from among themselves. Don't forget, before mental strength was developed, humanity did not even know of its existence, let alone classify it. Mental strength must be activated or seized through brainwave chips, which are inventions of us natural humans. Perhaps we can ask the Star and Alliance Army to help us resolve this, a slightly younger council member suggested. Clearly not having grasped the political consensus yet, Yi Neihan glanced at him and explained with a forced smile, don't forget, the Star and Alliance Army promised to resolve external crises for each star, not internal affairs. Moreover, we haven't paid the protection fee yet. All right, now, those who oppose me leading the army to Heli, please raise your hands. Other council members sighed inwardly, each with their own schemes. No one raised their hand. Yi Neihan led the Zimming garrison to Heli. The farther west they flew from Heli, the more light shuttles they saw, all natural humans. In just one night, they had turned into refugees. She knew very well that an uprising breaking out at such a crucial moment was certainly not simple. Perhaps that mysterious person was challenging her. She didn't know how much of his influence existed in Yuhui or how many of his henchmen were in the cabinet. The alien species in Heli was live streaming their massacre of natural humans to the entire interstellar network. This behavior was no different from interstellar pirates. It was simply suicidal. As the star leader of Yuhui, she had to respond to this provocation. She wanted to see what traps they had prepared for her. As soon as she arrived in Heli and led a small group of troops to charge in, the Central Military District Commander, Jiluan, connected to her light brain. Star leader, we still haven't figured out the situation inside. What we see are all their virtual images, and it's hard to distinguish between true and false. I believe we need to scout before taking action. His tone was very firm, unwilling to concede. Jiluan, you need to understand that I am the star leader of Yuhui and the person responsible for this operation. My duty is to protect the army and your safety. I think you don't quite understand. Our mission is to resolve the crisis in Heli. Even if I die in battle, Yuhui will continue to operate well. Star leader. The young man named Jiluan seemed to want to stop her. You and the main force stay outside. I will go in to investigate. I'll go with you. He seemed resigned, but his tone still expressed disagreement, yet he had to obey. He might have been cursing her for being impulsive in his heart. No need. I have orders for you. You say, I want you to station the main force grandly outside Heli City, the louder the better, and then quietly lead the real troops to other cities primarily inhabited by aliens. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, but there is no but. When we were in the Ether Army, we were comrades. Although we had unpleasantness in the past, you may still have many grievances against me now. But Yuhui is your hometown, our common home. I hope you can carry out this order without any grudges. I understand. Thank you for your concern. But I know my limits. She thought the conversation would end there, but unexpectedly, Yi Neihin suddenly added, Who cares about you? Go. Be careful. After saying that, she hung up the light brain. Yi Neihin led a small team into Heli City. The scene inside was indeed as horrific as the live broadcast. Despite having watched the videos beforehand, the sight still filled her with anger and sadness. The live broadcast had long ended. The once bustling streets were empty, with bodies strewn about, some headless, some missing limbs, and some with entrails spilling onto the ground. The mech swept through the devastated city, and the cacophony of light brain feedback was deafening, each unclaimed yet detected light brain representing a once vibrant life. She didn't know what kind of hatred or purpose could lead to such a bloody scene. Her heart ached. She would make them pay, she thought. There was not a single alien in sight, and the so-called Mengpeng Kingdom was deserted. She knew before coming that this was a trap set for her, and now that it was confirmed, she felt less worried. Bang! The explosion shook the entire mech. Finally, it had come. Would this let her know the origin of the evil spirits? She didn't know, but she had been waiting for this day for a long time. The other side was well prepared for this banquet of death, yet they still didn't go for the kill. It was unclear why they were so obsessed with capturing her alive. Or perhaps they just had to see certain things explode with their own eyes. The small group of troops she brought this time were all her own. They were the latest artificial intelligence developed by Xia Yin. Anything from Xia Yin was bound to be at the forefront of human development. She knew that her mental strength could not compare to this carefully selected group of mutants, so she brought along these machines instead. The core of artificial intelligence was still the brainwave chip, and those with high mental strength could still control them. However, this meant they couldn't determine which mech she was in. Xia Yin turned off the brainwave chip, making her undetectable to the mutants, then manually steered the mech away from the battlefield's edge. Bang! Bang! When the explosions sounded, Yin's sway discerned Yi Neihin's intentions. But it was clearly too late. She could only be forced to endure wave after wave of attacks. The mechs attacking this time were different from those encountered before. Their mental strength was significantly higher. It was unknown who had the audacity to send such an elite team. The mechs carrying artificial intelligence suffered continuous losses, and suddenly, she noticed something was off with one of her mechs. It seemed to be controlling all the mechs around it. She quickly glanced at the one-way feedback information from that mech. The artificial intelligence inside had gone into sleep mode, and a person was operating it, hiding among her troops to help her, with such high mental strength. At this thought, her mind suddenly went blank, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. Forgetting the words she had just said about having no ties with them, she quickly opened her smart brain, preparing to establish a two-way connection with that mech. However, opening her smart brain meant she had to activate the brainwave chip. The designer had prepared it to control her, and the mental strength of the mutants here was incredibly high. As soon as she activated the brainwave chip, she was immediately detected. In an instant, an overwhelming mental force began to crush her brain, leaving her utterly defenseless. At the same time, Yin Sui detected her as she activated the brainwave chip, so he controlled the mech to move closer to her while continuously intercepting the mental attacks from the mutants. His mech's speed slowed down increasingly, nearly surrounded by the mutants as his mental strength began to deplete. Once it was exhausted, he would be at their mercy. Bang! A mech that had been destroyed by the mutants suddenly exploded. Anyone who had witnessed the battle against the Interstellar pirates knew it was Black Gold. The battle ended, and this intense conflict came to a swift and strange conclusion. No, on the battlefield, only Yi Nahin's desperate cries remained. Chapter 32. Lander Research Institute. When the explosion occurred, Yi Nahin was already quite far away. Moreover, the materials used in her mech were made of the B-643 element, the best anti-attack and radiation-resistant material from the former alliance, worth its weight in gold. Therefore, she was not greatly affected. Yi Nahin activated her mech, which had been nearly reduced to a shell by the shockwave of the black gold explosion, and swiftly headed towards the explosion. In that brief few seconds, it felt as if her heart had passed a century. Their hearts were originally together. No matter how dangerous it was, he would definitely come. Even if he completely misunderstood her plan, he would generously sacrifice himself for her. So what did her previously imagined dangers matter? As long as he was alive, she would do anything to satisfy him, she thought. The once fiery battlefield was now silent. The remains of mechs were scattered chaotically across the streets, and for a moment, it felt as if Yi Nahin was the only person left in the world. The empty city bore no witness to the black gold explosion at close range, nor to this grand rendezvous. Yi Nahin arrived near the mech of Yin Sui at the explosion site, quietly scanning the surface for possible signs of life. Her gaze filled with anticipation for a miracle. Bang! Her mech's tail wing was struck, causing the balance of the mech to be disrupted. It quickly veered to the right, indicating that there were still surviving aberrations. Did this mean he might still be alive? She barely had time to hope before the surviving aberration launched a psychic attack against her. Now she had to activate her brainwave chip to have the capability to fight against the residual aberration. She quickly adjusted her state, pushing her already low mental power to the limit, activating all remaining attack and defense systems on her mech, attempting to overpower the opponent with firepower. She dared not use black gold, not even the processed black gold. The opponent's mech, evidently at its last gasp after being struck by black gold, was desperately trying to seize control of her brainwave chip. It felt like the opponent's psychic power was stronger than before. The mental pressure was increasing, and cold sweat soaked her waterproof combat suit. No, I can't lose. She focused her nearly exhausted mental power, but it was clear that the opponent's level was far superior to hers. She was about to lose control and fall into a coma. Suddenly, the pressure of the psychic force disappeared, and the opposing mech met its end under her overwhelming firepower. She knew it was Yin Sui. He was still alive. She tried to contact him with her intelligence brain, but was unable to connect. The intelligence brain was a terminal device linked to the brainwave chip, and within the range of mental coverage, the signal could not be rejected. There was only one possibility. He had exhausted his psychic power, and only the dead would exhaust their psychic power. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Nahin muttered to herself as she conducted a thorough search of the ground. RT-1333 was the mech that Yin Sui had stealthily infiltrated into her unit. She quickly moved towards RT-1333, then jumped down to the mech that gave her a sense of security, rushing into the control pod of RT-1333. When the familiar face appeared lifelessly before her eyes, she finally couldn't hold back her tears. MD, MD, MD. She kept repeating this phrase, her intense, emotional shift causing her to lose control momentarily, as if she had lost her ability to organize language, and the civility of the past had vanished without a trace. The explosion of black gold had left RT-1333 in ruins. The tremendous impact had burned and mangled its right arm and chest, and most critically, she could not detect any psychic power at close range. She felt Yin Sui's pulse and found a faint heartbeat. Yi Neihan carried his much larger body onto her mech and placed him in the military medical pod, but for his exhausted psychic power, he needed to be sent to Ziming as soon as possible. After settling Yin Sui in the medical pod, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, piloting her somewhat shabby mech back towards Ziming. Just as she was about to leave Healy, the second wave of enemy troops arrived. Perhaps fearing the dangerous materials on her mech, they did not launch an attack, but surrounded her mech closely, making their intentions clear. They would not let her leave Healy today. The only way out was to perish together. She suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Hatred, power, or profit? When would this competition end? The two sides remained in a stalemate for a long time, cutting off the communication waves near Yi Neihan's mech. She was now isolated and helpless, but she could wait. Yin Sui could not. Suddenly, a sudden military force tore a gap in the aberration's ranks, and multiple mechs overwhelmed the enemy's encirclement, causing the aberration troops to flee in panic. It was the army she had left outside the city to support her. Under their cover, Yi Neihan quickly drove her mech away. Suddenly, bang! Just before escaping, one of the enemy mechs exploded. Fortunately, there were not many explosives, but several nearby Central Army mechs were destroyed. It was black gold, also a retaliation from the enemy. This time, both sides had revealed their cards. After waiting so long, she finally had a bit of information about the opponent. Logically, she should be happy. This was what she had always wanted, to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Now, he had finally extended a little tentacle. However, when she saw the countless corpses lying in Healy, the streets flowing with blood, the mechs reduced to fragments, and her beloved's life and death uncertain, she began to doubt her extreme choices for the first time. Was this price worth it? But if she didn't do this, would it let her go? Her mech returned to Ziming an hour later, and she sent Yin Sui to her private research institute, which gathered experts she had recruited from various places. The news of Yin Sui being gravely injured and unconscious could not leak out in the slightest. For the rebuilding of Healy, she still needed to account to the public. Yes, she still had many things to do. She could not stay by her lover's side. She was not evading what might happen. Yi Neihan consoled herself. The battle situation between Yi Neihan and the aberrations had been live-streamed to all of humanity. This live stream ended with Yi Neihan being surrounded. In an instant, voices like Ing Hui Star has been kidnapped, and Yi Dog died in battle spread across the Interstellar network. At the same time, the actions of Ing Hui Star during the dissolution of the Alliance drew criticism. Regarding Healy's independence, many busybodies and planets that did not support the dissolution of the Alliance applauded, and various messages about human rights and freedoms flooded the internet. They had completely forgotten that this was a brutal massacre. Even planetary representatives openly stated the legitimacy of the Mengpeng Kingdom. Humanity always seeks enemies for itself at all times, whether imagined or real. Just 3 months after the dissolution of the Alliance, people from other planets had already begun to view planets outside their own as potential enemies. Ziming was no longer the central city that people from various planets longed for. "Oh-hun, are you okay?" Xia Yan was a participant in her plan. They had known before going that it was a trap. The original plan was for Yi Neihan to enter the city with her newly developed AI mech army, while Xia Yan would provide support outside the city and try to catch a few useful individuals. Every mech left in the city was equipped with black gold, and Xia Yan would monitor every mech from outside the city. When she reached a safe distance where the mech could resist, she would detonate the mech loaded with black gold. However, she didn't expect Yin Sui to silently infiltrate her unit. "Of course, I'm fine. The black gold on the other mechs in Healy still needs your attention." Hearing Xia Yan sigh, she said, "You guessed it right. The aberrations from Guaxi are also preparing to declare independence. Luckily, you were prepared. They were suppressed by Jiluan. I don't know who it was, but they have the brainwashing ability to make these busybody aberrations cause such a ruckus. He, or rather they, must have purposes beyond just me. They certainly have other objectives." They have already mastered the black gold. Xia Yin, help me monitor the dynamics of each star. I understand. You can go now. I need to make an appearance in front of the media. Knowing she didn't want to say much to him, Xia Yin quietly walked out. Late at night, Yi Neihan finally finished dealing with a series of urgent events. She went to the research institute alone, as it was only at this moment that she could openly look at him, unable to get enough of him no matter how she gazed. In fact, during the day, the medical experts at the institute had already informed her about his condition. The moment she learned he was fine, her heart, which had been suspended, finally relaxed. I have already treated the external injuries of General Yin, but there is one strange thing. When he was just brought in, his mental energy was almost zero. We initially concluded that he might remain in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. However, after concluding his external injury treatment, his mental energy mysteriously recovered. Hearing this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, it is known that human brainwave activity begins at birth, and the level of brainwave activity represents the degree of brain development, which is to say, mental energy. The status of mental energy's existence is the key to determining whether he still possesses autonomous consciousness. The one speaking was Luca, an expert from a former Alliance Cork Research Institute, specializing in biomedical and material sciences. He was someone she had put a lot of effort into retaining. He was also researching the properties of black gold, showing no interest in political matters, being a research fanatic. It seemed he had developed a research mindset regarding the patient he sent over. Get to the point, Yi Neihan said impatiently. Under normal circumstances, mental energy cannot regenerate after being exhausted. It can only recover if not fully used. However, General Yin not only recovered in a short time, but his mental energy also astonishingly reached 96, which means it has even increased by 1. Even an abnormal species wouldn't reach this level. She suddenly recalled the surviving abnormal species after the black gold explosion during the Battle of Healy. Its mental energy seemed to have increased significantly as well. Could it be, Luca, during the Battle of Healy, I used processed black gold. After the explosion, the mental energy of the abnormal species also seemed to have significantly increased, and the mental energy of the abnormal species participating in this battle appeared to be higher than those encountered before. Could it be? There is that possibility. You have provided me with a new perspective. I need to go back and study this. After saying this, he hurried towards the laboratory. But then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he looked around and said, General, I have a discovery I want to discuss with you. Yi Neihan immediately understood Luca's meaning. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. She then followed Luca to his private office. What discovery? Yi Neihan was also curious. Something that could make this towering figure in the scientific community cautious was generally not a trivial matter. General Yin. Luca was silent for a long time. Yi Neihan looked at him without urging. Finally, as if he had made a certain decision, he spoke. This time General Yin was injured. I conducted a gene test for him again. The gene sequence is the same as in the previous files, showing no difference from that of a natural person. So, she retorted, but I found anomalies in the gene source of his new cells. His sequence is indeed the same as that of a natural person, but the genes of the new cells are completely different. These new cells with different genes quickly arranged into a stable sequence within 5 minutes. Luca revealed his findings in one go. Stable sequence like a natural person? Yes, I understand, Yi Neihan said. The new cell sequence of Yin Sui stabilized into that of a natural person within 5 minutes. Generally, gene tests take at least 10 minutes at the fastest. If Luca didn't have the most advanced equipment at the Randa Research Institute, he probably wouldn't have discovered this. If this finding were made public, it would certainly cause an uproar. Because Yin Sui was an abnormal species, the former Ether Army and the current Star and Union Army mainly consist of natural people, with only a few exceptionally outstanding abnormal species selected. Although the Star and Union Army does not have a tradition of discrimination, the prejudice against abnormal species has already penetrated the hearts of all humanity. Luca, Yi Neihan's eyes were fixed on this genius she had recruited from the Cork Research Institute. The discussion about this matter ends today. I understand. You are my direct superior and have a special relationship with General Yin. That's why I brought it up. This implied that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't even bother to mention it. Moreover, No matter how obsessed Luca was with academic research, he still had a serious judgment regarding the fact that Yin Sui was an abnormal species. This was not something he could participate in. Is there anything else, General? Luca asked again. Yunahan paused for a moment before quietly asking, "How is General Yin?" "Oh, he is fine. His external injuries are healing quickly. But his mental energy needs some time to recover. His mental energy has also improved." After saying this, he was about to walk out, fearing that this female demon might kill him to silence him. After all, today he had learned two significant secrets, and the external perception of the unusual relationship between Yi Neihan and General Yin had been thoroughly confirmed in his mind. He hurriedly took a couple of steps forward, as if remembering something, and reluctantly turned around. "Oh, I forgot to mention, a person's mental energy development is limited like a storage device with limited capacity. If it's full, it will crash. His current mental energy is nearly at its limit. This is good for the safety of the army, but it may not be good for him. The higher the mental energy, the greater the pressure on the body. He must have had a tough time over the years. Of course, someone like me, with only 56 mental energy, cannot understand this kind of suffering." "I understand." The response she received was the sound of the door closing with the wind. Chapter 33, Coma. Looking back on that uncontrollable explosion, Yi Neihan still felt a chill in her heart. If she had left during the explosion she designed, she couldn't imagine whether she would have collapsed completely. She couldn't help but think, since they understood each other's feelings, why should they keep each other at a distance for the sake of so-called protection? Being together was the most indestructible shield in all of human society. Ever since her father passed away 5 years ago, she and Yin Sui had been at odds from time to time. With the destruction of the Sinew team, she had become overly cautious, and her continuous doubts pushed them further apart. Most of the time, she was the one being unreasonable. He was the only person she could vent her frustrations on without restraint. So it was only natural for her to unload all her grievances and despair onto him in an irrational way. He was like a perfect trash can with infinite capacity, silently accepting everything. She insisted that they could only be lovers. She demanded that he keep the Ether Army stationed at the Yinghui Star, and he complied. He just didn't tell her when he signed protection agreements with other planets. It was just a different way of doing things. She exploded in anger at him. But she forgot that he was also a person who could feel pain and didn't necessarily need her one-sided protection. Yin Sui was a person with a strong sense of conviction. To use a derogatory term from ancient Earth, he was too principled, somewhat pedantic, or rather, he was too upright, incompatible with the murky politics of the Alliance, unable to tolerate any sand in his eyes, and could not stand to see the suffering of others. He was very naive, always fantasizing about establishing an ideal world one day. But at the same time, he understood human nature well. He understood the thoughts of various forces. He just couldn't be bothered to deal with them because he was fortunate enough to have an army that everyone feared and a unique mental power. Yet, this principled person chose to go along with her plans when he knew about them, trying to eliminate external threats for himself while she repeatedly pushed him away. He had always been this kind of person. It was she who had changed. She had changed beyond recognition to the point that she almost forgot the feeling of her heart racing when she first met him. It was she who had betrayed her original intention. Just as she was contemplating their relationship, Yin Sui's light brain suddenly rang. He answered the call, and the person requesting it was his security chief, Qin Zhan. "Commander, where have you been? I've been trying to reach you. I thought something happened to you." As soon as the call connected, Qin Zhan spoke urgently, completely unaware of whether the person on the other end was his boss. Yin Sui used brainwaves to control the call, and Yi Neihan thought he had woken up, but soon realized he was still in a coma. It might have been that the call frequency of his light brain was too high, stimulating his unstable mental power. He didn't know how to control it, so he only opened the call without imaging, which meant Qin Zhan didn't know about Yin Sui's current condition, nor did he know she was by his side. "Hello, Qin Zhan, it's me, Yi Neihan," Yi Neihan said calmly. "Yeah. Commanderie. Hello. Is General Yin with you?" Qin Zhan clearly did not realize such a situation would occur. As someone who was personally promoted by Yin Sui, Qin Zhan, along with Alan, knew their relationship. Qin Zhan had joined the Ether Army before she retired, and they could be considered comrades. "He's not well right now. His mental power has some issues and needs to rest for a while. I need you and Alan to handle matters regarding the Star Alliance. What's wrong with the general? Where is he? Xinjiang's voice noticeably rose. He was overwhelmed with issues from Washington Star, and now Yin Sui had an accident, making him think back to Yin Sui's words when he left. Could this really be a plot against Yin Sui? Xinjiang thought to himself. He's in Landa, and he's fine. Yi Neihan replied in a businesslike manner. Commander Yi, although we have established the Star Alliance, there is no substantial conflict with Inghui Star. I admit that the general hopes to use Inghui Star to avoid some troubles during this critical period, but we also provide security for Inghui Star. You really don't need to do this. Xinjiang's tone became serious. Oh, what exactly have I done? What he said wasn't really surprising. After all, everyone might be thinking the same thing. In the eyes of those who wish for the alliance to remain unified, Yi Neihan was a thoroughgoing separatist. You should know how important the general is to the Star Alliance. All parties are watching Inghui Star and the Star Alliance closely. And with the recent outbreak of the independent incident in Helix, I believe you should be thinking more about how to resolve the Helix issue. It would be more appropriate for me to take care of General Yin. Xinjiang did not back down. Xinjiang, he secretly infiltrated my team and went with me to Helix. The black gold exploded, and his mental power was affected. I believe that with your Star Alliance's current financial situation and technical level, you cannot solve the problems caused by black gold radiation. Yi Neihan analyzed. I don't believe it. The last time we fought the Interstellar pirates, the black gold also exploded and no one was affected. Of course, the last batch of black gold you had in the black market was given to you for your protection. That was processed. Yi Neihan said lightly, not just you, but also that batch for Washington Star. He was not affected. Yi Neihan's gaze became sharp, as if she wanted to see through Xinjiang. What did you say? Is there indeed black gold in Washington Star? Xinjiang then realized that Yi Neihan was merely suspicious about the existence of black gold in Washington Star. But she had no substantial evidence, only fixating on Mori. This has nothing to do with you. Xinjiang said sulkily, then changed the subject. Then why aren't you handling it this time? Realizing that Xinjiang didn't want to answer this question, Yi Neihan also didn't want to press further. She didn't think much of Mori, especially since Washington Star was a mess right now. So she followed Xinjiang's lead and said, "Who says I haven't handled it? You know I'm not the only one with control over black gold, nor am I the only one with radiation technology. The exploding black gold isn't just mine. I'm not as omnipotent as you think. I'm not a bad person, Xinjiang, but you facilitated the final disintegration of the Alliance, and you incited the general to imprison the Alliance president." Xinjiang finally brought up the matter that troubled him most about Yi Neihan. No matter how miserable the Alliance became, and how bad it was for the Ether Army, it was still their spiritual homeland. Then why didn't you oppose it at that time? Yi Neihan asked indifferently. I am loyal to the general and to military orders. Don't forget, your highest principle is loyalty to the Alliance, not to any individual. This shows that you have long ceased to recognize the Alliance in your heart. Yi Neihan hit the nail on the head. You. Xinjiang was left speechless. I just articulated what you, or rather, you all, harbored deep down, dark thoughts. Everyone has conflicts between good and evil within themselves. This is normal. For instance, I currently don't want to hand Yin Sui over to you. But the difference is that I have this ability, while you do not. Yi Neihan calmly stated the facts. Hearing this, Xinjiang took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. When will the general recover, and when will he return to the army? You know that those senior military officers only listen to the general. Alan and I can't handle it for long, especially with your fanatic fan, Goodeye, constantly wanting to contact the general to ask if there are any next steps. He doesn't really want to complete a mission. He just wants to wade through the murky waters of Washington Star, especially since Mori's past embarrassment still lingers. Oh, that is not a problem. I will handle it. And it won't be long. Ye naihan simidet. Why should I believe you? You have no other choice. The only one with black gold research technology is the Washington Star. If you're not afraid of your military coming back to kill you, you might be able to seek help there. They might be able to help your military recover sooner. Yi Neihan said expressionlessly. You simply. Every time Xinjiang faces Yi Neihan, it is destined that he cannot win. While Xinjiang desperately tried to think of a low-level word to describe Yi Neihan, her serious voice appeared next to his ear. Because I love him. What? Xinjiang instinctively asked. Unfortunately, Yi Neihan did not intend to answer him, and Qin Zhan had no choice but to cut off the call reluctantly. Chapter 34. The Fog in Yi Neihan's Secret Base. Xia Yin was once again unfortunate enough to be summoned secretly. I said, "Captain Yi, I'm very busy. You just need to sign some papers and look over the documents. I still have to arrange for you to clean up the mess. We haven't even finished interrogating the heavyweight figures we captured from Heli yet." As soon as Xia Yin entered, she began to complain. "Isn't mental guidance supposed to be quick?" Yi Neihan asked. "That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The abnormal beings participating in the Heli uprising this time are quite sinister. Their mental strength is over 85. As far as I know, there are very few abnormal beings with mental strength above 85. They just want to capture you and then take the opportunity to incite riots in other cities. Deploying a team of this scale doesn't seem worth it, especially since they must know you will be deploying military forces in other cities." Xia Yin stopped to take a sip of water and continued. "What's even more sinister is that the latest mental guidance device researched by the former Alliance Cork Institute can't detect their brainwave activity at all. I suspect they have mutated again, likely influenced by the black gold." After the explosion of the black gold, Yin Sui's mental strength increased by 1. "What?" Xia Yin raised her voice, then realized she had overreacted. If Yin Sui's mental strength increased again, it would reach its limit. "I knew it. Does this mean that natural beings can also increase their mental strength?" Her tone carried a hint of eagerness. "After the explosion, my mental strength was not affected." Amidst her excitement, Yi Neihan added a sobering remark. "That's a bit strange," Xia Yin said softly. "Luca is researching it," seemingly recalling something. Xia Yin raised her head and asked, "Wait, Luca isn't treating General Yin as a test subject, is he?" "He wouldn't dare. I've taken him back to where I live." Yi Neihan sat down and took a sip of water to slightly relieve her fatigue after a day of running around. "That's good. If he's sent to the research institute, Qin Dan and the others will probably level the institute." After speaking, Xia Yin seemed to realize something. "You two are back together? I already knew you wouldn't be apart for more than a month." "No, it's my unilateral choice to let myself go and let him go. He is currently a bit mentally disordered, and I'm worried about him. Lucas said he needs to rest for a while." "All right, Yi Neihan. Is this a game between young couples?" Xia Yin teased with a half-smile. "Okay, this time I want you to help me investigate something." Yi Neihan's eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. "Speak," Xia Yin said resignedly. "Put aside what you're doing and help me check Yin Sui's past." Yi Neihan's tone was flat, and no one knew what she was thinking at that moment. When joining the Ether Army, isn't every soldier supposed to go through strict scrutiny to prevent improper backgrounds? Besides, General Yin was personally selected by your father. Does he have any issues? Xia Yin was surprised. Yin Sui was a principled and conviction-driven person. If he had issues, she wouldn't know who to trust. Yi Neihan sighed. It's not yet time to tell Xia Yin about Yin Sui being an abnormal being. The fact that he managed to pass so many checks to enter the Ether Army indicates that there are definitely no issues on the surface. But she knows that there must be things she doesn't know about. This is my personal request. Don't ask, I'm begging you. Yi Neihan rarely compromised. Knowing she wouldn't say anything and seeing her wise and calculating expression, Xia Yin felt she had completely lost her youth. All right, I understand. I'm leaving. During the Earth era, there was caste discrimination, color discrimination, and various forms of prejudice. Humans have always adorned their own identity groups with glorious crowns while belittling those different from themselves. Thus, barriers and discrimination will never disappear. During the Earth era, national conflicts reached their peak, resulting in a devastating nuclear war that destroyed the planet. Many survivors of the Great War were affected by nuclear explosions, leading to genetic mutations. During the long space travels, many more individuals experienced genetic mutations, all of whom were collectively referred to as abnormals, a term that inherently carried discriminatory connotations from its inception. In reality, abnormals undergo a mutation period, and the process is extremely dangerous. Even under the technological level of the interstellar age, the mortality rate remains very high. Most abnormals choose to join space pirates after mutation, believing that it is the ultimate paradise where human wishes can be realized. While some abnormals choose to live under the protection of the Alliance, but must bear the consequences brought by those who chose to become space pirates. In a human world dominated by the Alliance. Natural beings believe that those abnormals living with them will eventually become space pirates, leading to ubiquitous discrimination. Therefore, they choose to settle in certain cities, finally finding a harbor they can call home. Heli is a representative area where abnormals gather, and thus, all planets are waiting to see how Yi-Nahin will handle this independence incident of the abnormals. Various voices advocating for human rights and freedoms are constantly emerging on the interstellar network. The abnormals living in Heli are not prominent mutants in terms of mental strength. So the real group behind this massacre may be space pirates, abnormals with high mental strength disdain living on the territories of natural beings. They see themselves as superior and look down on those abnormals who struggle to survive under natural beings' rule. Yi-Nahin pays no attention to the spectators from other planets. This independence incident might have their involvement. Mimicking the actions of the rioters, she live-streamed the trial process of the captured abnormals across the entire network, executing them collectively in front of all humans. From then on, under the smear of other planets, she gained another title of brutality. Some people seem to have forgotten the inhumane massacre in Heli, where in that one-sided slaughter, neither natural beings nor disobedient abnormals could escape. Heli almost became a deserted city. In today's world of advanced artificial intelligence, rebuilding a city is easy, but restoring the vitality of a city is quite difficult. Just after a coup occurred on Washington Star, the abnormals in Heli were clamoring for independence, which seemed too coincidental. Yi-Nahin couldn't help but suspect a connection. Perhaps Yin Sui also noticed this point, which is why he secretly returned to Inghui. However, he has been in a coma for a long time, and the secrets he holds are too many. Even if he wakes up, she doesn't know how to start asking questions, or rather, she doesn't know if she should ask at all. Yin Sui's file shows that he was a child abducted by interstellar human traffickers, unaware of his past. According to the traffickers, he was born on Washington Star. He was first sold from Washington to Island Life, and then sold to the Wasteland upon reaching adulthood. The Wasteland is a term for the base of space pirates. But he was rescued by the Ether Army during the selling process. Oldia checked the lost children's gene bank in the Alliance thoroughly without finding his origin. The Ether Army certainly wouldn't allow individuals with unclear origins to exist in their ranks, especially someone destined for greatness. Therefore, Oldia even sent people to Island Life to verify and confirm that there indeed was a person named Yin Sui with an accurate growth trajectory. His file indicates that he was sold to a family organized by Island Life. That family held a strong belief in feudal superstitions. And because Yin Sui's genes matched closely with the head of the family, he was bought with the intention of providing organ transplants to the old patriarch upon reaching adulthood, hoping to extend his lifespan through this means. However, just before he came of age, Yin Sui's biological father contacted the Wasteland, hoping they could help him find his son. As a result, Yin Sui naturally became a bargaining chip in the trade between the Wasteland and Island Life. However, later, due to the interference of the Ether Army, the Wasteland retaliated against Yin Sui's father. According to his growth trajectory, there is no connection with other species at all. During the time he was on the island, Yin Sui had not yet reached the mutation period, and that old patriarch was a natural human. He could not possibly replace his organs with ones that did not match his genes. The old patriarch protected him very well, and not many people knew of his existence. But those who had come into contact with him all said that it was indeed him. How much more of your past do I not know? Yenaihan murmurit. Chapter 35 begins. Yin Sui had a long dream. In the dream, he returned to the Island Life, running endlessly, but could never escape the dim underground boxing gym. Kid, lost again today? You made me lose a lot of money. The wrinkled-faced boxing promoter slapped his fat hand against Yin Sui's face repeatedly. He knew he couldn't escape. The more he avoided, the heavier the punishment became. The promoter had once been a fighter in illegal matches, a powerful mutant, and before long, blood began to trickle from Yin Sui's mouth. In the Island Life, leaders wouldn't care about your life or death. To survive, he had to rely on himself. This job at the boxing gym was hard one, so he could only endure the beating in silence. The promoter's fists and kicks were still in front of him, and he gradually felt dizzy, about to fall into a deep sleep. But at that moment, it seemed someone was calling him by his ear. Asui, Asui. When Yin Sui opened his eyes, He saw Yi Neihan looking at him with a tense expression. He surveyed his surroundings. This place was familiar beyond measure. It was Yi Neihan's residence. He was somewhat confused. In his memory, he and Yi Neihan were still in a Cold War. Even if he thought he was going to heal Li, in her eyes, it might still be as self-indulgent as the last time he helped sweep away the pursuit of the light shuttle. Yin Sui quietly watched Yi Neihan, waiting for her to speak first. Seeing Yi Neihan looking at him, Yin Sui felt that as a gentleman, he should speak first. You. Yi Neihan spoke at the same time. You go first. Yin Sui looked at Yi Neihan. How do you feel? Yi Neihan asked a question that couldn't be more ordinary. Nothing serious, Yin Sui replied. Did I ruin your plan? He asked, voicing his most concerned question at that moment. Not really, Yi Neihan smiled. It's not your problem. The Healy incident was already full of traps. Oh. The air cooled for a long time before Yin Sui asked, Are we okay now? Yi Neihan turned around to pour Yin Sui a glass of water, and when Yin Sui saw her turn away, he thought she didn't want to answer that question. Is the Healy matter over? He switched to a more formal question. Yi Neihan handed the water to Yin Sui, teasingly smiled, leaned down to whisper in his ear. We're okay. After saying that, she chuckled softly a couple of times. Oh, Yin Sui replied, perhaps having just experienced life and death. This felt very different from his usual self. But Yi Neihan deliberately paused. Yin Sui's heart raced, thinking she had another plan. But then he realized that this thought was quite bad. He was essentially imagining Yi Neihan as a scheming little person. Before he could continue to ponder, Yi Neihan continued. General Yin, I want to ask you a question. I could choose to remain silent for a lifetime, but I plan to spend my life with you. And I hope you can be honest with me. What? At first, when Yin Sui heard her say she wanted to spend her life with him, his heart skipped a beat, but then she threw out a question. He had been in the Ether Army for over 10 years, and had been friends with Yi Neihan for more than 10 years as well. There were basically no secrets between them, and they understood each other well. If there was something she didn't know, it could only be related to his identity. Murphy's Law is like this. The more you don't want something to happen, the more it will happen, and it will happen in a worse direction. Here is a report. Take a look and then answer me. After saying this, Yi Neihan handed him the report from Luca at the Landa Research Institute. The moment Yin Sui saw the title of the report, he knew what it was about. Sure enough, the secret he had buried for years had been discovered. Time seemed to pass like a century, and Yin Sui finally said hoarsely, When did you find out? He looked down at the report in his hands. But he had already read the content long ago. After Healy fell into a coma, Luca conducted a comprehensive examination on you, Yi Neihan said seriously. Impossible. My gene sequence is no different from a natural person. He looked up at Yi Neihan. Your new cell gene sequence rearranges rapidly within 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, it becomes mature cells with a gene sequence indistinguishable from that of a natural person. At this point, Yin Sui understood everything. Will you make this report public? Yin Sui admitted that when he saw this report, he felt a bit scared, to the point that he forgot they had just reconciled. This report was issued by the Landa Research Institute, which was formerly the Alliance's Kirk Institute, representing authority. If it were made public, the recently stabilized Star and Allied forces would face another bloody storm. Although the Star and Allied forces do not discriminate against mutants in principle, their family background and social environment would pose a significant crisis for the predominantly natural person Star and Allied forces. Yin Sui, I do not discriminate against mutants. I am here to reconcile with you. Yi Neihan's tone carried displeasure, clearly unhappy that Yin Sui forgot their current relationship upon seeing the report. You can ask me anything, and I will answer. Yin Sui finally came back to his senses, looking earnestly at Yi Neihan. What is your name? It was clear that Yi Neihan also realized that Yin Sui was not his real name. Sheng Li. He looked at Yi Neihan seriously, as if trying to read something in her eyes. Chung Li. Yi Neihan murmured, feeling like she had heard that name somewhere, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. She looked at Yin Sui and asked, Did I know Chung Li before? Her tone was very certain. Have you forgotten? 12 years ago, in the underground boxing gym on the island. Yin Sui looked at her earnestly. The island. She remembered. 12 years ago. She indeed went to the island. So that's why Yin Sui trusted her so much when he joined the Ether Army. Yin Neihan similed helplessly. 12 years ago. Yi Naihan had had enough of Yi Yunhuan's strict supervision and secretly went to the island once. At that time, she was very young, only 18 years old. And according to the Alliance's regulations, she was still a minor. So technically, she shouldn't have been qualified to go to the island. But unable to resist, she had a group of friends, among whom Xia Yin was the most outstanding, and he got her a ticket to the starship to the island. The two planned to explore the island, but she was later caught by her father, and only she ended up going. Back then, the island had a worse reputation than it does now. The interstellar internet had various dark descriptions of it, including human trafficking, arms trading, and rampant Erica, with all sorts of dirty and ugly terms pressed upon it, being called the backyard of interstellar pirates. What she didn't know was that at that time, Yin Sui was just an ordinary thug in the underground boxing gym. Chapter 36, Chung Li, 12 years ago. No one knew that there was an anomaly named Chung Li on the island. 12 years later, everyone knows that the leader of the Star Alliance is named Yin Sui. This bizarre experience, even if widely publicized, might not be believed by anyone, but it happened nonetheless. It was truly a terrible day. Chung Li lost another boxing match. Indigo was very unhappy. This was the third consecutive day he had lost money. Punching and kicking were inevitable. And what was even more frightening was that if he couldn't win the next match, he would face unemployment again. Chung Li dragged his exhausted body towards the West District, where he had his only safe haven, a place that could barely be called home, and the only inheritance left by his grandfather. The island was different from other planets. It was born for darkness, so there was no artificial temperature control system. There were very few pedestrians in the streets, and it was drizzling. He was shivering slightly in his thin clothes, waiting for the light rail to the West District, which only had 6 trains a day. If he missed it, he would have to walk home. But he waited for a long time, and when the light rail did not appear, he suddenly realized that he was the only person at the station. Around him, sparse celebratory banners were displayed. Today was the anniversary of the founding of Lingping Star, and all visible professions would have a holiday. The light rail on the island was old and required manual assistance. And today happened to be its suspension day. Holidays had always been irrelevant to Chung Li. Just staying alive took a lot of effort, and he didn't know when this cursed day would end. Chung Li held up his tattered umbrella and walked alone towards the West District. If he had to walk home, it would take at least 3 hours. The West District was known as the impoverished area of the island. It was hard to imagine that in the interstellar era, such a term still existed. The utopian society envisioned by humanity at the beginning of their journey clearly had not reached there. The anomalies living in the West District were all useless trash. Their abilities diminished after mutation, making it difficult for them to find jobs. They were labeled as the eliminated ones in the survival of the fittest, and no one cared about their survival. He walked alone in the cold wind and light rain for an unknown amount of time, endured a beating from the go, and his body gradually could not take it anymore, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. When Chung Li woke up, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The bed was soft, and the light was bright, similar to what he had seen in the largest mall on the island. Click! As the door opened, a brightly dressed girl appeared before him, holding a cup of water and a small packet of something unknown. "You're awake," she said, her tone filled with excitement. Chung Li really didn't understand what was so exciting about him waking up. His voice was very low. "How do you feel?" She put down what she was holding and reached out to touch his face. Chung Li instinctively took a step back, not understanding her intentions. The girl seemed to realize his resistance. "Don't worry, you fainted by the roadside last night and had a fever. I just wanted to see if your fever had gone down." Saying this, she directly placed her hand on his forehead. Chung Li couldn't describe how he felt at that moment. He froze for 2 seconds, waiting for a long time, his heart still not calming down. "The fever is down. Take your medicine." The girl handed him the cup of water and opened the unknown packet, revealing that it was medicine. He didn't actually need medicine when he was sick. He usually just bored himself. What did it matter? He had no family and was just a worthless life. Chung Li looked up at the girl and didn't take the medicine from her hand. The girl seemed to see his hesitation and smiled. "It's not poison. It would do me any good to kill you." Chung Li took the medicine from the girl's hand, but didn't drink water. He swallowed it whole. "What is your name?" the girl asked with a smile when she saw Chung Li finally take the medicine. "Chung Li." His voice was very low. "Usually, He just went back and forth between the underground boxing gym and home, not needing to communicate with others often. The girl looked at him seriously. When you fainted, there was no one around, and your smart brain wasn't activated, so I couldn't contact your family. I'll go back by myself. Chung-Li replied in a muffled voice. I'm not saying you should leave. I mean, you should at least let your family know so they won't worry. I don't have family. I'm all alone. Chung-Li looked at the girl with slightly reddened eyes. Sorry, I didn't know. The girl's voice became a bit sad. It seemed she must have grown up in a good environment to retain sympathy for the weak. It's okay. Thank you for taking me in yesterday. After saying that, he attempted to get out of bed. Hey, what are you doing? You're still sick, and you have injuries all over your body. Having learned from the previous lesson, the girl tactfully didn't ask how he got hurt, which eased his mind a little. Despite living in a place as mixed as the island, he still couldn't learn to deceive others. For some reason, he didn't want the girl to know what his job was. It's fine, I recover quickly. Chung-Li didn't know why he felt the need to explain himself to a girl he had just met. That's not acceptable. If you're sick, you need to rest. I need to work. After saying this, he ignored the girl and fled towards the door. The moment he burst out, he seemed to hear the girl muttering to herself. What a strange person. Wasn't he just a strange person? A strange birth, a strange job, a strange personality. In the eyes of the island's inhabitants, this seemed quite normal, as there were no normal people as defined by the public. To those living on the island, everyone from the outside looked strange. As Chung-Li walked out of the hotel's front door, he realized he had stayed at one of the best hotels on the island last night. Indeed, she wasn't from the island. Just like yesterday, he found the nearest light rail station. It was still early. The wealthy people who enjoyed bloody violence were still pretending to do their so-called work. He still had time to go home. He had a set of simple equipment at home, and he couldn't afford to lose again tonight. He didn't wait for the light rail, but a light shuttle stopped in front of him. The window slowly rolled down, and it was the girl from last night. She smiled sweetly, looking at him seriously, and at that moment he felt his heart race. I'll give you a ride. The last light shuttle left half an hour ago, and you'll have to wait a long time. She explained. Chung-Li was a bit at a loss, standing there dazed for a while before finally reacting. No. It's okay. Don't be polite. The girl was very familiar. I just came to the island. You used to be my tour guide. Consider it a repayment for saving you last night. Seeing that Chung-Li didn't respond, the girl gently asked, Okay? Okay. And so, he inexplicably got onto the girl's shuttle. This was his first time on a shuttle, and he felt a bit lost. The girl even kindly buckled his seatbelt for him. She really knew how to take care of people's feelings. Chung-Li thought about what kind of family could raise such an outstanding person. Where to? The girl asked him. My home is in the West District, the well-known slum on the island. He felt a bit embarrassed, but looking at the girl's hopeful eyes, he still told her the location. She activated the shuttle as autopilot mode and then said to him, Chung-Li, hello, my name is Yinean. I don't know why my dad named me that. Sigh. After saying that, she sighed. The shuttle quickly arrived at the destination. Chung-Li secretly glanced at the girl. This place was worlds apart from the hotel yesterday. Fortunately, there was no sign of disdain in her eyes, and Chung-Li inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't you say you had to work? Do you work here? Clearly, the girl hadn't forgotten the excuse she had found when leaving. Chung-Li felt a bit embarrassed. Work was indeed the excuse he had found, but he had clearly forgotten about it when the girl's shuttle appeared at the station. Without waiting for him to speak, the girl directly said, Let's go. Let's sit at your place. She didn't ask about her job again. Chapter 37. A hasty farewell after bringing Yinean into his home. Chung-Li felt more at ease. Ever since his grandfather passed away, he had mostly been alone, with only Deji's daughter, by he being somewhat kind to him. She would play cute to distract the go when he scolded Chung-Li. Yet, even then, Bai had never seen him in a state of despair. He poured a glass of water for Yinean, who picked it up and drank it directly, her demeanor starkly different from when she was taking medicine in the hotel. Aren't you afraid I put something in the cup? He couldn't help but remind her. On the island, it was common for women with attractive appearances to be drugged. Even if something went wrong, no one would care. You wouldn't, Yinean teased, glancing around. Indeed, he wouldn't. He couldn't afford such expensive drugs. This place is a bit different. Do you live here all the time? She looked at him with serious eyes. Since my grandfather passed away, I've lived here alone. Have you reached your mutation period? She asked again. Cheng-Li didn't understand why she was asking that. According to the Alliance's Kirk Research Institute's reports, he should have already reached it, but he hadn't yet. He wondered if perhaps fate wanted him to live a couple more years. No, he answered seriously. How old are you? It was clear Yinahan had figured out his approximate age and was curious about why he hadn't reached his mutation period yet. 18. He answered a bit shyly. It was indeed odd for an 18-year-old not to have reached the mutation period. I'm the same as you. Have you done a genetic test? She asked again. Clearly, Yinahan was suspecting he wasn't a mutant, which would make things much easier for him. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, he spent a lot of money on a test that confirmed he was a mutant. I'm a mutant, he replied directly. Oh. Yinahan seemed to realize that her question was a bit unreasonable. The atmosphere fell silent once more. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng-Li finally asked, Have you had lunch? He brushed over the previous topic. He didn't need to care so much about what others thought, but he felt Yinahan was different. No. Can you cook? Yinahan smiled awkwardly, smoothly transitioning to another topic. I can. Cheng-Li knew she was definitely from the Alliance. She must have seen all sorts of good things, but life on the planets governed by the Alliance moved quickly, and they generally relied on efficient nutritional liquids. On the island, however, it was different. Nutritional liquids were expensive, and most people in the West District only knew how to cook for themselves. He wondered if she would like the food he made, which contained many impurities. After finishing the meal, Yinahan left his house in a hurry. He thought it was because his cooking skills were too poor. Looking at the ingredients on the table that would take him a week to finish, he fell into melancholy, thinking perhaps they would never meet again. Since meeting Yinahan, he had started to have good luck. That night, he won big, and Dago was also relieved, giving him a large sum of money. Cheng-Li filled his fridge with this money, but after that day, Yinahan never came back. It was likely just a fleeting curiosity, he thought. Just when he believed they would never meet again, Yinahan hurriedly drove her shuttle to his place. She entered his room with familiarity, looking tense. What's wrong? He asked. Yinahan picked up the glass of water on the table and hurriedly took a sip. My family called me back. I'm here to say goodbye. Cheng-Li was taken aback. He thought her last departure was the final farewell, but she wanted to bid him farewell again. Oh, have a safe journey, he forced a smile. That's it. Yinahan seemed incredulous. You're my only friend on the island. I came specifically to see you. Her tone was filled with displeasure. Friend? He murmured. Then be careful on your way back. Forget it. You're as wooden as a block. I don't expect much from you, Yinahan said, pulling a bag from her backpack and handing it to him. Here, this is the latest stabilizer developed by the Kirk Research Institute, specifically for the mutation period. It's already completed clinical trials. Keep it safe. I put a lot of effort into this. Cheng-Li took the stabilizer from her hand, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was too precious. Even among the organization's members on the island, not everyone had access to a stabilizer, let alone the latest model. Thank you, he said softly. Yinahan ignored him and pulled out a bunch of other items from her bag. This is nutritional liquid, although it's not as tasty as your cooking. At least it's my heartfelt gesture. A carefree smile spread across her face, something he hadn't seen in a long time. Before he could speak, she continued, Oh, this is for you. She handed him a card. I can't take this. Cheng-Li's expression turned serious. Although you on the island also use interstellar coins, it's troublesome to use in the municipal system. After I came here, I got a local card. Now that my family has found me, they insist I go back. This card is useless to me now. You might as well take it, or it will go to waste, Yinahan explained earnestly. But, stop with the buts. You're still young. Fighting in the underground is bad for your health. When you earn money in the future, you can pay me back, just like that. She seemed to know about his underground fighting. How did she find out? They'd only met twice. Cheng-Li felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly let it go. After all, it was money he earned with his own skills. Take it back. I won't use it, he said stubbornly. You really are nothing like others on the island. Why are you so stubborn? I didn't mean to imply that fighting underground is bad. This society is too messed up. If you don't want to consider me a friend, then think of me as a sucker, just like those who watch fights. I do not consider you a friend, he explained earnestly. All right, I really should go now. I snuck out this time. I'll probably get punished when I return, Yinahan said with a smile, turning to walk outside. As she was about to board the shuttle, Cheng-Li ran out. Wait, Yi Neihin turned to look at him. Will you come back to the island? He asked. Yi Neihin paused for a moment before answering seriously. I'm not sure if I can come out again after going back this time, but if I can, I will definitely come to see you. She added, my family is in Ziming City on Inghua Star. My contact information is on the back of the card. You can come find me. With that, she stepped onto the shuttle, heading towards the Interstellar terminal. At that moment, Chungli didn't know it would be the last time he saw Yi Neihin in her original appearance and identity. The next goodbye would be a distant memory. Chapter 38 Nirvana. Yi Neihin was like a passerby in life, just a fleeting interlude. However, his life had always been plain, making this interlude seem particularly vivid. Chungli did not use the consumption card left by Yi Neihin. He was a person with a strong sense of crisis. A beautiful life is merely a fleeting moment. Born on the island and being an anomaly, only pain is eternal. The long overdue mutation period arrived 2 months after Yi Neihin left. The sudden dizziness interrupted all his plans. He felt like a drowning fish, surrounded by water, yet lacking oxygen. He hurriedly found the stabilizer that Yi Neihin had left for him and eagerly injected it. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. The changes in his genetic sequence filled every neuron with pain. Every part of his body felt like it was being torn apart and reshaped. Every inch of bone and muscle felt foreign. Sweat soaked the bedding. In this humid and oppressive environment, he was in so much pain that he lost consciousness. Perhaps it was the stabilizer's effect that saved him from death, and he transformed into another form. There were no mirrors in the house in the West District, so he went to find a go again. From the other person's expression, he sensed something was wrong. Everyone in the boxing gym looked at him as if they had never seen him before. Panic set in as he rushed out of the underground boxing gym, and in the largest shopping mall on the island, he finally saw his own reflection. A completely different face, a completely unfamiliar face. Panic overwhelmed him. He had never seen a mutant like himself, and there were no cases to explain what had happened. He felt abandoned by the world. Bang! The door to his home was violently opened, and 2 anomalies walked in. They looked powerful, and he knew he couldn't fight them given his build. It had already been the 10th day of him staying home alone. The Guhenti sent anyone to look for him, perhaps disappointed by his repeated failures. He hadn't seen these 2 before. They might be new recruits of the Gu. He thought, our boss wants you to come with us. Chungli didn't think much and assumed they were the GE's men, so he followed them. He couldn't afford to lose his job as an underground boxer, but he soon realized something was off. The Gu would never send Guang Su to pick him up. Who are you? Chungli asked cautiously. You don't need to know. Without waiting for his response, they forcefully dragged him onto the Guang Su. He stumbled a few steps, and before he could steady himself, the Guang Su started. Who exactly are you? He asked angrily, surprised that even in his destitution, someone still cared about him. However, the response was ropes and cloth strips. To avoid more unnecessary chatter, they decisively gagged him. Now, even if he didn't understand before, he knew he was dealing with robbers. The Guang Su quickly reached its destination, and he was shoved out. An old man stood before him. And the moment he saw Chungli, the old man's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. Yes, it does resemble him. The old man nodded repeatedly. Then someone injected something into his body, and he fell into unconsciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a secret room. The sounds outside were strange. At least something he had never heard before. Standing up slightly, he felt a sensation of weightlessness. He thought he must not be on the ground right now. Whoosh! The impeccably polished walls suddenly opened, and a person walked in, wearing a tight-fitting spacesuit, looking down at him from above. Chungli remained silent, unsure of his current situation. Yin Sui, you will soon meet your father. I must say, he really is generous. After speaking, the person chuckled lightly. Chungli didn't know who Yin Sui was, but connecting it to the old man's earlier words, he felt the person was referring to him. Seeing him silent, the person continued, What's wrong? Lost your voice? Your father is quite ruthless. To save you, he actually cooperated with us. But given his sincerity, I'll give him another big gift. After saying that, the person activated his smart brain, and a virtual 3-dimensional space appeared before Chungli's eyes, showing a live broadcast of the island. More specifically, it was the Yin family on the island. The head of the Yin family was the 4th in command of the island's organization. Although not well known, he could still command power. Chungli felt confused, but soon he understood what the person was trying to do. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions appeared directly in front of him through the live broadcast, and the Yin family, which commanded power on the island, was turned to ashes before his eyes. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, only to realize how hoarse his throat was. The person looked at Cheng-Li with disdain. "What? You don't like it? Yin Qi treated you like an organ for so many years. You don't still feel grateful to him, do you?" Cheng-Li looked at him, somewhat baffled. As a low-level person on the island, how could he possibly know anything about the Yin family? But he also knew that if he didn't acknowledge he was the Yin Sui the person mentioned, he would probably die on the spot. However, it was clear that the visitor would not explain his doubts. A gift was given, and after returning, remember to tell your dad to pay the remaining balance early. You saw it. I have a bad temper. Otherwise, the fate of the Yin family would be your fate. After saying that, the person left without looking back. Cheng-Li had to ponder the connection in this situation. Since the mutation, he had learned to remain calm in the face of sudden changes. Before he could figure it all out, the secret room shook violently, and the feeling of weightlessness intensified. Even so, he quickly adapted. Once things stabilized, he searched the surroundings of the secret room, hoping to find an exit. Unfortunately, it resembled a cage specifically built for him. There was nothing, let alone a way out. The sensation of weightlessness grew stronger. Perhaps this time he would really die. Yi-Neihan's wild laughter appeared before him, and he longed for one last meeting. Gradually, the secret room stabilized again. He felt somewhat regretful for not dying. He didn't know when this hellish existence would end, but he dared not speak of death. People are truly contradictory. They don't want to die, yet don't want to live. Whoosh! The smooth door opened once more, and Cheng-Li looked outside. This time, two people came in, but he had lost interest in the newcomers. "I told you, there must be someone here," the young man on the right said to the person beside him. After that, he spoke into some device, saying, "General, there's still someone here." The young man on the right frowned. Obviously, this one was different from the others. They were being held separately. "Let us wait for the general to arrive." Soon, the general they spoke of rushed over. "What is going on?" "This person is being held separately. His identity might be quite special." "What is your name?" The older general looked at Cheng-Li. Cheng-Li looked at the general but did not speak. "General, I understand." Someone rushed in before the general could ask again. "I just used mental guidance on their leader. These people were bought from the island and intended to be sold in the wasteland." "And him?" The young man on the left pointed at Cheng-Li. "Oh, this is what I wanted to say. His name is Yin Sui, quite special. He is the illegitimate son of the Yin family from the island. But he has another identity. He was bought from a human trafficker by Yin Qi. He is close to the limit of 200 years, and this person is his prepared organ bank." The hurried young man spoke rapidly. "So what now?" the young man on the right asked. "But he is a missing child from Washington Star." At this point, Cheng-Li basically understood Yin Sui's experience. It's somewhat ironic that the real Yin Sui could have escaped, but inadvertently ended up taking the blame for himself. And he probably lost his life in the recent two explosions. And that father will never know that he can never see his son again. Take him away. And after returning to the Alliance, send him back to Washington Star, to his father's side. I believe he must have waited for a long time. The general let out a deep sigh. Perhaps it was a lament for the unpredictability of fate, or perhaps it was something else entirely. Chapter 39. Maiden Voyage. Yin Sui narrated the stories of the past, omitting the parts he found too difficult to speak of. The boy from 12 years ago appeared vividly before Yi-Neihan, as if through the gentle night breeze. She seemed to see the young man cruelly toyed with by fate, waving at her, as if to say it's all right, it's all in the past is all fake. But was it all fake? Could it really all be in the past? The deep-seated hatred and discrimination buried between naturals and mutants had not diminished with the passage of time. Instead, it had escalated to an even more intense rhythm. As a mutant mingling among a group of naturals, once his identity was discovered, Yin Sui would face pressure from both sides. To the mutants, he was now a traitor betraying his race. Yi-Neihan silently looked at Yin Sui, then suddenly embraced him fiercely. Taking a deep breath, she asked what happened next. Later. Already know. General, you took me to Washington Star to find Yin Sui's father, but the one dealing with him came from the wasteland. Yin Sui sighed and continued. They thought the deal failed because that father was up to something, so they unilaterally tore up the contract and sent their members on Washington Star to kill him before I arrived. He buried his head in Yin Nahin's neck. Choked with emotion, he never got to see his child in his lifetime, not even a fake one. I used Yin Sui's identity to thrive in the Ether Army. But those who saved me from fire and water are no longer here. I'm sorry, I broke my promise. I didn't go to the island to find you. Yin Nahin said softly. But we still met. Let's not bring up the past. You said it yourself. From now on, let's be good together. His tone became very serious. Yes, I said so. I'll be good with you. Yin Nahin smiled. After saying this, she placed her hand on Yin Sui's shoulder and asked, "What's going on with your genes? Do you feel uncomfortable usually?" Yin Sui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly figured it out. It must have been Luca who told her something. I usually don't feel anything, but it can be a bit uncomfortable when I overuse my mental power. He added, "But it's okay. It's not too uncomfortable." How can it not be uncomfortable? Yin Nahin knew that Yin Sui didn't want her to worry, but his mental power, which was approaching its limit, remained a hidden danger. Yin Sui was unwilling to elaborate, and Yin Nahin wouldn't press further. What's the situation with Healy now? Yin Sui seemingly casually changed the subject. The old matters being brought up did stir some waves in his heart. He just didn't want to be deeply trapped in that false and dark past. There were many more people in this world suffering more than him. Basically, it's almost all handled. I have a feeling that he has further plans. Yin Nahin didn't specify who he was, but they were both smart people. Recently, all these incidents had forced him to believe that beneath the false glamour of the Alliance era lay a pair of huge eyes watching everything at all times. Do you have any suspects? Yin Sui looked directly at Yin Nahin. Yin Nahin shook her head and said, "My father's death is very suspicious. I once suspected USO, but then I felt his attitude towards this matter was off." Yin Sui remained silent for a moment before saying, "Your father contacted me before he died." "What?" Yin Nahin raised her voice slightly. "He seemed to know you would investigate his matters. He told me that if you crossed that bottom line, he hoped I could hold you back." Yin Nahin looked at him quietly, and he continued, "General Yi said he was voluntarily going to his death. Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yin Nahin asked calmly. Yin Sui sighed, smiled, and said, "Even if I told you back then, you wouldn't have believed it. When General Yi just left, you acted very calm and even took the initiative to offer to be secretary to the then governor of Interstellar. By the time I realized something was wrong, our relationship had already grown increasingly strained, and no matter how much I wanted to salvage it, it seemed futile. So you blame me?" Yin Nahin also smiled, but it was a bitter smile. "I won't blame you," Yin Sui said softly. To prove his sincerity, he even pulled up a video he had saved from years ago. "Yin Sui, in the Ether Army, the person I admire the most is you. I hope that after I die, you can keep an eye on Xiao Yi for me. She often doesn't act appropriately. If she does anything against principles, I ask you to hold her back. She is too stubborn, and I'm worried. I'm going to my death voluntarily. You don't need to do any unnecessary investigations. Lastly, I am very satisfied with you as my son-in-law. I wish you both happiness." Seeing the long-lost old Yi, Yin Nahin was momentarily at a loss. It turned out her father had always known about her relationship with Yin Sui. "My father, he also contacted me back then. I can't understand why he didn't just tell me directly," Yin Nahin asked with red eyes. Yin Sui turned off the intelligence brain and looked seriously at Yin Nahin. "Although I don't know the hidden circumstances given your character back then, General Yi may have had his own considerations. I've been investigating the events of that year, but I haven't found a single clue. It seems someone has taken care of it. Do you have any suspects?" Yin Nahin asked. "Your father had a very good relationship with USO back then. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who could be so meticulous. When my father returned, the Sky Shield system was shut down. It was an order from USO." After saying this, Yin Nahin lowered her head, lost in thought. Yin Sui placed a hand on Yin Nahin's shoulder. "I will help you find him. Of course, it's not just to help you. I have a feeling that Black Gold has countless connections with him. This is too dangerous. Can't you just say it's for me?" Yin Nahin pretended to be angry. For you, just for you. How perfunctory. I want to be perfunctory about your matters," Yin Sui said seriously. Boom! Bang! Outside, brilliant fireworks lit up the sky. The sound of explosions passed through the balcony into the ears of the two, as if reminding everyone that today was a day worth celebrating. Today happened to be the Maiden Voyage Festival, a holiday for all humanity. It was on this day 1,038 years ago that humanity began to set sail, entering this vast starry river, officially starting their interstellar wandering. To commemorate this great moment, people designated this day each year as the Maiden Voyage Festival. Shall we go out and take a look? Yi Nahin suggested. We've been lovers for so long, but we haven't gone on a date yet. Do lovers go on dates? Yin Sui asked. No, Yi Nahin whispered in his ear. Then how can we be considered lovers? Then, boyfriend, what do you think? Yin Nahan chuckled. Yin Sui also smiled. I think it's great. Then, boyfriend, since we've been lying around for so long, should we get up and move a bit? Let's also go on a date. It would be my honor. Chapter 40. The Mutation Storm at Night. Zimming activated its night mode, with blue and purple lights intertwining, showcasing this avant-garde city and technology in all its glory. Clearly, there were more people out on the streets tonight than usual. They wore heavy makeup and elaborate outfits, even scattering the virtual parade that was supposed to be taking place. Ajui, let us go check that out over there, Yi Nahin said, looking at the bustling streets. Without waiting for Yin Sui to respond, she took him outside. However, their plain appearance stood out awkwardly among the crowd of heavily made-up individuals, especially since they were considered prominent figures on Yuhui Star. They arrived at a shop selling masks and carefully began to select them, while Yin Sui seemed to dislike the crowded environment, standing quietly in a corner. Are you Yi Xingzhang? A shop assistant observed them for a long time before finally voicing her question. No, you look a lot like Yi Xingzhang, and you really resemble General Yin, the assistant awkwardly explained. Maybe I was a fan of Yi Nahin and General Yin, so I style myself to look like them, Yi Nahin said nonchalantly, knowing that the Yuhui Daily would never report anything without her consent. In the age of interstellar travel, cosmetic surgery technology had reached unprecedented heights. Yi Nahin's face was exceptionally striking and had often been a target of criticism in the Alliance Daily years ago, making her highly recognizable. Many people used her face as a cosmetic template, but it was indeed rare to find someone who resembled her so closely. You really do look alike. You startled me when you walked in. But thinking about it, how could they be shopping when they're so busy? Your aura mimics theirs quite well, the assistant continued. Right, Yi Nahin replied dismissively and continued to browse for masks. However, the assistant, clearly not well-trained, kept chattering. Let me tell you, I'm actually a political supporter of theirs, a fan, but I've unfollowed them now. Upon hearing this, Yi Nahin became interested. Why? They were so wonderful when they were under General Yi. Although they were often in the Alliance Daily, it was always because they spoke up for those being bullied or for fighting against some arrogant second generation. They were like the heroes of my dreams. I was hoping they could lead the Alliance into a new society, but now it's obvious to everyone that they're at odds. I don't understand politics, but it feels wrong. Yi Nahin chuckled softly, then picked up 2 masks. It really is a bit wrong. I'll take these 2. This made the assistant realize she was actually a customer and quickly stopped her chatter. As they exited the shop, Yi Nahin handed Yin Sui a mask shaped like a dog's head, while hers was that of a beautiful girl. This one suits you, she said, about to put it on him. Oh, after putting it on, we really do match better. Do you think you match with a dog? The words clearly left his mouth without passing through his brain. What are you saying? I mean, you're a silly, loyal dog, a fool, she added, not forgetting to say mine. Yin Sui wore the mask, so he was unaware that behind it, his face was almost splitting with laughter. You still Haven T said you like it, Yi Nahin complained, not acting like the high and mighty star leader of Yuhui Star, but like a little girl who enjoyed being spoiled next to her lover. Yin Sui smiled down, but didn't T answer. Seeing that he didn't T respond, she urged him. Come on, say it. Do you like it? Like, he said, just as fireworks lit up the sky above Zimming, as if witnessing their long-awaited mutual feelings. All along the way, Zimming perfectly embodied the festive atmosphere. People were beaming with bright smiles, regardless of gender, all adorned with vibrant makeup and bright red lipstick. This was a grand celebration. They too, amidst this grand celebration, took off their masks and shared a passionate kiss. At this moment, they tossed aside their unclear pasts and the tangled power dynamics, and now it was just them, only them. After the initial voyage festival, the cabinet of Yuhui Star became busy again. Recently, sporadic cases of natural human mutations had appeared all over the star. In the long interstellar age, mutations were quite normal, so it hadn't attracted much attention until after the initial voyage festival when the situation broke out on a large scale. In Zimming alone, there were over 100 cases of natural human mutations. Fan Shi was the current head of Yuhui Star's security department, a subordinate of the former security minister of the Alliance, who had always been diligent but faced severe suppression in the Alliance simply because he was of a different species. After the Alliance was dissolved, the former security minister of Yuhui Star chose to retire, and Yinehin appointed him as the new head of the security department. Furthermore, he was a close friend of her father during his lifetime. Star leader, this collective mutation of natural humans is quite strange. It all erupted right after the initial voyage festival. Are there any characteristics or clues? Yinehin asked. Our investigation shows that there are more females than males, but the sample size isn't large enough to be conclusive yet. Is there a common point? They are scattered across various places in Yuhui Star and don't know each other. But we can't rule out the possibility that they have interacted on the interstellar net, which we are still investigating. Could it be a coincidence? Or is there a hidden evil spirit orchestrating this new play? She thought to herself. Luca, have you discovered anything on your end? Yinehin turned to researcher Luca, who had come with Fan Shi. I extracted the DNA and genes from the mutation samples. They all seem to have come into contact with a substance that has a highly similar structure, which only recently appeared. What? She already had an idea in her mind. Black gold. Yinehin knew that the existence of black gold was no secret in the human world, so generally, factions wouldn't dare to provoke her. Once this term was mentioned, it confirmed her suspicion. Why am I unaffected? The genetic makeup in the interstellar age has become intricate. I checked you before, and you might belong to a stable entity. Your genetic composition is inert. Moreover, most of the black gold you came into contact with has undergone separation processing. Does this mean I will never mutate, regardless of the intensity of the radioactive substance? Yinehin asked. We still have a long way to go in genetic research, but given the current situation, that seems to be the case. Yinehin no longer dwelled on this issue and directly asked Luca, what do you think caused the mutated population to be so dispersed? This question immediately characterized the incident as man-made. I'm not sure about that, Luca said, glancing at Fan Shi, clearly hinting that this was not his responsibility. Then Fan Shi responded, Star Leader, I don't yet know their contact methods. Black gold hasn't been included in our monitoring system yet. I will investigate the cause of this matter as soon as possible. How long will it take? Yinehin wouldn't ease up on him just because of his age or his connection to her father. The public attention this matter had garnered was already significant. Everyone on Yuhui Star was waiting for results. In this fast-developing era of the internet, even the slightest stir could be magnified into a grand conspiracy. She could certainly control this public opinion, but she also realized that this was a great opportunity to build trust with the people. 2 weeks. Too long. 1 week. I believe in you, Uncle Fan. Fan Shi could only grit his teeth and reply yes. Who could it be? Washington Star? She didn't know who it was, but she was certain that Washington Star was definitely involved, or it could be related to what Yin Sui mentioned, that person maintaining a secret contact with Washington Star. Mori. She silently repeated this name in her heart, as if trying to find a clue from it. Chapter 41. Liu Xingbing's epidemic. The natural human mutation event has already stirred up waves on the interstellar network. As the event began to erupt, the Information Technology Department of Yuhui Star started working overnight to avoid causing panic. However, under this momentum, the public opinion on the interstellar network still feels increasingly intense. Yinehin does not believe that no one is fanning the flames in this situation. During the day, Yinehin has to deal with various affairs on Yuhui Star. Returning home exhausted close to midnight, only to find Yin Sui has been waiting for her at home for a long time, giving Yinehin a sense of nostalgia as it reminded her of their past. Welcome back. Yin Sui naturally took her coat, as if he had done it many times before. Yinehin replied somehat vearidi. Is this incident very complicated? Yin Sui asked. Yinehin pressed her aching temples and frowned. It is indeed a bit complicated, but I've been waiting for this day for a long time. In the past, it was always calm, and some malevolent beings acted recklessly under the protection of the former alliance. After the alliance disbanded, they had nowhere to hide, but even so, that person was still able to remain steadfast. Given the current situation, I think it's time for him to reveal his cards. If the natural human mutation is not handled well, the situation of ethnic opposition may become even more severe. This is a matter for all humanity. Yan suicide. Fan Shi has already started investigating, but this mutation is indeed a bit strange. The mutants are scattered and illogical, making it quite laborious to investigate. Fan Shi. Yin Sui murmured to himself. He is a friend of my father and worked in the security department during the alliance. Yu Huistar happened to need someone familiar with security procedures, so I kept him. Is there a problem? Yi Neihan looked at Yin Sui seriously. His interest in Fan Shi indicated that Fan Shi must have left an impression on him. Yin Sui was silent for a moment, hesitating. Do you remember that day I told you I saw that person who was secretly trading with him in the Moore's office? At first, I just felt he was somewhat familiar, but I couldn't recall at the time. Now that I think about it, that person does resemble Fan Shi a bit. I had a brief encounter with him, and my impression is not deep, just a feeling. Yi Neihan's gaze gradually became sharp, and after a moment, she asked, which day did he go to Washington Star? September 28th, the day of the coup in Washington Star. September 28th. Yi Neihan murmured twice. That day, Fan Shi happened to be off work. He took 2 consecutive days off, claiming he was unwell. On the surface, there is nothing unusual, but when you connect the dots, it becomes particularly suspicious. For example, Fan Shi gets sick for a day or 2 every month, which isn't unusual considering his age, and most people would do that. Could it be that so easily we found someone who has been hiding for so many years? That seems a bit too coincidental, Yi Neihan pondered alone. But there are indeed issues with Fan Shi. I understand now. Regardless of whether it's him or not, we need evidence. I set a case-solving deadline for him. Initially, just to put some pressure on him so he wouldn't take advantage of my salary every day. Now it seems this is actually a good plan. It just depends on what kind of response he will give me. Yi Neihan said helplessly. Hull is still looking for more in the alien settlement area, and Qinshan is keeping an eye on that. Let's take it one step at a time, Yin Sui said as he sat beside her. After saying that, Yi Neihan nestled into Yin Sui's arms. On Fan Shi's side, he quickly clarified the ins and outs. Star Chief, we conducted an overnight investigation and found that the problem lies with a batch of lipsticks. This is a recently released product, and the mutants all use this lipstick. The initial navigation festival is a major holiday, and girls are used to heavy makeup. Luca tested the lipstick and indeed found black gold extract in it. Who provided the black gold? That is the focus of Yi Neihan's attention. We checked the factory that produced this batch of lipsticks, but it has long been abandoned. It seems there was a plan in place, but we managed to catch the person in charge. He is the only one left in the entire factory, and the other workers are all artificial intelligence. Leave it to me. I want to interrogate him personally. Although Fan Shi was puzzled, he did not question it. Understood. The prisoners in Zimming Central Prison are all major case offenders. Once they come here, they won't be able to leave. What they need to think about is how to have a decent death. Star Chief, this guy is called Lu Xingbin. His people are all dead, just him left. Otherwise, we could have investigated further. The one speaking was Lu Xingbin's guard, Zhang Ji. Before I arrived, did you find out anything? He insists he knows nothing. But I always feel his behavior is somewhat odd. She looked at the interrogation summary of Lu Xingbin. What do you mean by odd? It feels like he is not a normal person, but we conducted a mental strength test and found no abnormalities. This person has no family, as if he appeared out of nowhere. Since the other party came for Yu Huistar or herself, he definitely wouldn't make it easy for her to find clues. If it was arranged by Fan Shi, then it becomes intriguing. Yi Neihan raised her eyes, signaling him to continue. His mental strength is not high. Mental guidance is ineffective on him. When asked if the factory is his, if the black gold is his, he said yes. When asked other questions, he claimed ignorance or acted like a complete fool, giving the impression of being a scapegoat sent over on purpose. What did he say about the source of the black gold? This guy actually said he found it. He pointed at the unconscious Lu Xingbin. I understand now. I want to take him away. Zhang Ji had already received notice that Yi Neihan wanted to personally interrogate Lu, and he suspected there was something deeper going on. Her request was exactly what he was thinking. All right, Star Chief. Do you need me to escort you? Take him to my light shuttle. It's a hassle. She brought Lu Xingbin back home, and when Yin Sui saw a man being brought back, he was somewhat puzzled. With the closing of the door, the solid castle welcomed its first prisoner. What is this? He looked at the already injected, unconscious man. This is one of the main culprits of this large-scale natural human mutation. The Alliance has disbanded, and personnel records are incomplete. We couldn't find his data. I suspect his mental strength has been controlled, but the test results show no problems. The reason she brought the prisoner out was that Yin Sui's identity was inconvenient for going to the security department, and she wanted to see how the chess game was laid out. So, he still didn't understand why Yi Neihan brought this person back. You help me test him. Yin Sui did not ask further and directly replied, all right. He directly tried the mental network plunder and found it ineffective, shaking his head. He doesn't have a brainwave chip. Yi Neihan seemed to have anticipated this and waited. As the Star Chief of Yuhui Star, stepping on the interests and losses of others to rise, Yi Neihan certainly had some shady methods. She took out a strange device, directly installed it on Lu Xingbin's head, and then pressed a switch. Lu Xingbin suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring blankly ahead. After a moment, he lowered his head and fainted again. This is an external brainwave chip link, which is not under his control. It operates on the same principle as mental strength plundering, but current technology can only internalize, not externalize, so it cannot be operated through instruments. It requires a person with higher mental strength to explore or plunder from the outside in. The entire process will be very painful for him, and he won't remember anything after waking up. Moreover, this will affect his lifespan. She did not hide the product's harmfulness. She was willing to show Yin Sui her truest self. Yi Neihan originally thought he would use his usual way of educating subordinates to teach her, accusing her of being cruel or disrespecting human rights. But he didn't. Instead, he directly performed an external connection. Throughout the entire process of the seizure, Yin Sui remained silent, but his expression grew increasingly confused. What's going on? His mental strength is very strange, as if it were being controlled. If I hadn't sensed a trace of residual memory, I would have doubted he was an artificial intelligence. He is a natural person. Luca has already examined him. If his mental strength were controlled by someone, he would only say a few words, and his memories would also be erased. Has technology really reached this level now? Yin Sui looked up at her. Yi Neihan felt a chill. It seemed the enemy was much stronger than she had thought, and he was likely hiding among the senior officials at Yuhui Star. The other party must have been keeping an eye on her situation, and this Lu Xingbin might just be a scapegoat put out by them, showing off while watching her struggle. Is the memory completely erased? It should be known that currently available mental surgeries cannot completely erase a person's memory, let alone alter someone else's mental network and mental state. If such things were to occur on a large scale, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, there's still remnants, perhaps due to inadequate technology. Seeing Yi Neihan gesture, he continued, I seized his mental network and invaded his remaining memories. He is not called Lu Xingbin. His name is Lin Tao. Lu Xingbin is a code name, epidemic, meaning the epidemic of natural person alienation. He is a natural person. His wife is an alien species. During the Alliance period, she was violated by a natural person police officer and eventually chose to commit suicide under the officer's threat. The officer was not punished, and he joined the Pioneer Organization. What happened later? Yin Sui pointed to the head of the epidemic, knowing what she truly wanted to understand, and continued, his memories are fragmented. These should be scenes he has recalled many times in his mind, which is why they are so deeply ingrained. He has only a vague impression of the person controlling his mental strength, seemingly a middle-aged man, the leader of their crazy group of pioneers. But I did not see his specific appearance clearly. Does he have any information about the officer who violated his wife in his memories? Yin Sui glanced at her with complexity and replied, yes, his name is Yi Yulan, your uncle. Upon hearing this conclusion, Yi Neihan sighed. No wonder. Her uncle was an unabashed playboy, contrasting starkly with her father. 15 years ago, he was sent to the Interstellar police station through her grandfather's connections. And he died 2 years ago because of a woman, due to excessive use of Erica. Since then, the entire Yi family has had only her left. Or is this just cause and effect? Or is Yi Yulan's death also the doing of this epidemic? Does he still have relatives alive? Yi Neihan asked again. His memories do not include these. I guess he no longer has any. Even if he does, they shouldn't be important to him. What about his identity? Yin Sui shook his head, indicating there was none. Is this hatred? It can make a person completely forget themselves. Yet even with erased memories, he still remembers the hatred. I have to admire that human willpower can sometimes be incredibly strong, a strength that technology cannot quantify. Chapter 42, Yin Sui, after finishing the interrogation of Lin Tao, Yi Neihan called the security department personnel to take him back. She stood on the terrace, gazing at the virtual sky. Are you troubled? Yin Sui had unknowingly stood by her side. Yin Sui, if one day I'm harmed by someone, would you act like Lin Tao? She didn't specify how, but he understood what she meant. I don't know, I think I might just flay that person alive. Do you want to know how I see you? Yin Naihan said. What? He didn't understand why she was bringing this up now. You are a special person. To put it nicely, you have principles. To put it harshly, you're rigid. For instance, cruel methods like flaying someone alive wouldn't typically come from your mouth, but Yi Neihan deliberately paused. I quite like it. Yin Sui was stunned after hearing this. Is he really like that? He knew he shouldn't be that kind of person. Am I that kind of person? At least a little in my eyes. Back then, you always criticized me, and your tone was so righteous. Sometimes I thought you were hypocritical, but at the same time, I couldn't help but like you. I hated myself for that, but now I realize you had your sights on me long ago, and I'm glad I held on. Yin Sui said seriously, I know what I'm doing. You said if someone harmed you, how would I react? I think I wouldn't let that happen. Haha, do you think you're God? You can control everything. I definitely wouldn't let you die in front of me if you were harmed, he said firmly. Yi Neihan looked into his serious eyes and found herself lost in them. Did she really deserve someone like this? In her youth, she was unruly and reckless. And in her young adulthood, she craved power. Even she found herself quite detestable. That's true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone all the way to Healy. After saying this, Yi Neihan whispered, Thank you for stubbornly pulling me back from the edge of the cliff. If I had gone through what you did, I would probably hate this world by now. Sometimes I even suspect you might be a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, able to tolerate so much injustice and suffering. What you said makes me a little touched. Yin Sui smiled and gently embraced Yi Neihan. I have a little secret I haven't told you. Yin Sui pretended to be angry. Oh really, you have something hidden from me. Now I'll tell you. Yi Neihan chuckled. During Yi Neihan's teenage years, she was a passionate girl who wanted to help others when faced with injustice. She was cynical, yet lived a life of debauchery, causing a lot of trouble for old Yi. He was busy with military duties and had no time to manage her. So in a fit of anger, he brought Yi Neihan to the Ether Army for discipline. But in this place where she could almost do as she pleased, she met the only person in her life who could tame her, and he was someone who made her heart race uncontrollably. It was an ordinary morning, and the artificial sun at the Ether Army base rose steadily at 6 a.m., Alliance Standard Time. That day was old Ye's birthday, and Yi Neihan had to prepare a surprise for him early, deciding not to let him start the day unpleasantly. She arrived at her father's residence on the base early, but a young man was already standing at the door. He was tall and slightly thin, as if malnourished, but his face was handsome with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding righteousness. The morning sun was particularly gentle, illuminating his features softly. She was instantly captivated. This guy was exactly her type. But after focusing on punishing evil and promoting good for so long, she hadn't learned any flirting skills. What kind of girls do handsome guys like? Something like beautiful, gentle, understanding, and generous. She recalled hearing something similar before. Hello, I'm Yi Neihan. Are you here to see General Yi? Yes, he replied tersely, making it even harder for her since she was already bad at flirting. I'm here to see him too. Why don't we go inside? After saying this, she attempted to push the door open to take him in. Just as her hand touched the sensor door, the young man suddenly spoke. General Yi has military matters to attend to now. I'll wait for him here. Military matters? She hadn't heard old Yi had anything to handle in the morning. He hinted to her yesterday not to forget his big day. Was it that he didn't want to see him? She secretly glanced at the young man. Aside from being a bit thin, he didn't seem particularly special. Besides, Her father usually wouldn't make things difficult for his subordinates. She calculated in her heart. You didn't offend old Yi, did you? She asked instinctively, only to realize she had lost her composure. After a long silence, the young man didn't answer, making her feel awkward. However, she steeled herself to continue asking, how did you offend him? Oh no, what am I asking? I mean, maybe you could tell me your name, and I could help you plead your case. My name is Yin Sui, a subordinate of Lan Zai from the 13th Army of the Ether Army. I made a mistake and came to ask General Yi for forgiveness. His speech was slow but serious, and his accent was quite strange. At least she had never heard anything like it. Ask General Yi for forgiveness? What did you do? This question was indeed quite intrusive, but she was genuinely curious. If he wasn't foolish, he was sincere. He was still a rookie soldier. Why would the head of the Ether Army need to ask for forgiveness? If every soldier who made a mistake had to ask old Yi for forgiveness, he would be overwhelmed, and wouldn't he become more arrogant? Get in here quickly. Before the young man could finish, old Yi's furious voice rang in her ears, startling her to tighten her body and raise the birthday gift she prepared for him to a visible spot. Coming in, calm down, old Yi. That kid from the 6th Army provoked me first yesterday. You can ask Jones. I guarantee this time it wasn't me who initiated it. Besides, considering the thoughtful gift I prepared for you, you can't make a move today. She spoke while walking inside. Rolling away was not an option. Yi Yunhuan glared at her fiercely and ignored her. And you, old Yi really recognized him. Could it be that he was indeed talented? With a look like that, there was no reason for him not to have met him before. He seemed to have something. Old Yi, who is this? I told you what to call me in the army. You messed up again. There's no special treatment here, even if you're my daughter. Go back and take your punishment. Don't. General, I was wrong. You need to give your subordinates a chance to reform. And besides, today is a great day. Look, I've received the gift. You can leave. Don't, General. The Alliance law states that military personnel and government officials cannot accept bribes. You're breaking the law. Say that again. I mean, this is a thoughtful gift I picked out for you as your daughter. You will definitely like it. Get out first. Hearing him say this, she knew she wouldn't get any information about the handsome guy here. So she decided to find her group of friends who had been thrown into the Ether Army for training to gather information. As her wild friends, they certainly wouldn't be in the core positions of the army. Being assigned to the logistics department and the 13th Army was already old Yi's biggest compromise. After all, the sponsorship fees from their family S group each year were indeed far beyond the military budget of the Alliance. However, unfortunately, none of her friends had heard of the handsome young man in the 13th Army. Of course, she wouldn't tell them that old Yi personally met with that handsome guy. Judging by old Yi's attitude, it was probably another military secret. What's going on? Are you smitten? Seeing her lost in thought, Xia Yin nudged her shoulder and asked quietly. I'm just really moved. He looks handsome and has a gentle personality. You only met him once, and you already know he's gentle? Don't get fooled. You don't understand. Okay. I don't understand. It's like an iron tree blooming. Congratulations. Wait for my good news. I must get him. Go, hurry up. I still have to go on a date with Wei Yao later. Do you know you're always a huge third wheel? Since her gossiping, idle friends hadn't heard about this guy. It seemed she had to find old Yi. Originally, she thought this time would be a tough battle to extract information, but unexpectedly, old Yi's attitude was oddly strange. In the evening, she timed it perfectly to sneak into his place right after he finished work, peering through the door crack to see old Yi listening to the Alliance Daily. General, do you have time now? I have something to discuss with you. You sure know how to address me privately. I've finished my punishment. I've already spent 4 hours in the simulation room, as per the usual practice. You're being obedient this time? No one comes to the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. What is it this time? You're really something, just like a tapeworm. Thinking that her father knew what she was like, she didn't plan to put on an act. This morning I went to apologize to that handsome guy. Oh, what did that soldier do wrong? He said his name is Yin Sui and that he's a subordinate of the 13th Army's Lan Zai. I checked, and there's no such person. Could he be your secret weapon? He told you his name is Yin Sui and that he made a mistake? Yi Yunhuan asked, puzzled. Is that not right? He didn't seem to be lying to me. Have you met before? No, it's the first time. Why do you ask? He didn't lie to you. His name is indeed Yin Sui, and he's a subordinate in the 13th Army. You can get to know him more. His coming to the Ether Army was coincidental. And his previous life wasn't good, but he seems to trust you. Maybe he saw you when you were doing those silly things before. See, helping others surely has its rewards. Look, your precious one trusts me so much. Although she said this, she was still unsure. After all, if she had helped such a handsome guy, she definitely wouldn't have no impression of him. I just said maybe. What precious one? Don't talk nonsense. Old Yi, I could tell from your sparkling eyes when you heard the name Yin Sui that you can't fool me. If his identity is a secret, I won't ask you more. I'm just telling you as your daughter that I'm interested in him. He should be your future son-in-law. You like him, but does he like you? Have you looked at yourself? What girl looks like you? Where there's a will, there's a way. Besides, I've been learning the etiquette of alliance socialites under your supervision every day. ISNT is just pretending? Don't worry, I can be whatever he likes. After saying this, she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at the high-ranking General Yi. Don't be too confident. He's not an ordinary person. His mental strength has reached an astonishing 95. The key point is that he is still a natural human, and his identity is still confidential in the Ether Army. 95 natural human? You must be kidding. As far as I know, the highest mental strength of natural humans is only 65, and even the highest of other species is only 85. Why are you telling me such confidential information? I've arranged many tests for him, and the results were all 95 or above. He is very guarded against the outside world. He was intercepted by us while being sold to interstellar pirates from the island, but he seems to trust you. His eyes were on you the whole time after you came in this morning. I thought he talked strangely and looked so thin. Turns out he really is malnourished. I went to the island 2 years ago. That place was so disgusting and unregulated by the Alliance. It was simply hell. If I become the president of the Alliance, my first action will be to unify that place. Go ahead and say that in front of your Uncle Wu. He's really boring. I don't even want to talk to him. Her father seemed reluctant to discuss Uncle Wu, so he changed the subject. Yin Sui is now in the 13th Army. Although you're unreliable, it's not bad to go there. Even if you do whatever you want in the 13th Army, I won't care. Don't you want him to be my son-in-law? Although his mental strength is high, he doesn't talk much and has just started training. Many soldiers like to bully others. You go and keep an eye on him and help him train. Great. Old Yi, you've just given me an opportunity. Everyone knows the 13th Army is the closest to logistics in the Ether Army. You're sending me there. One son-in-law isn't enough. I have to get in two. Forget it. Who told me to have you as a father? She pretended to be helpless. But old Yi, what did he do wrong today that he even came to apologize? I'm really curious. Yi Yunhuan shot her a glare. Go ask him yourself. Chapter 43 Lin Tao regarding that encounter. At that time, Yinehan thought it was their first meeting, but in fact, it was their reunion. So you fell in love with me at first sight. Yin Sui teased with a smile, and his mood became more cheerful. You're still smiling, pretending to be aloof. Clearly recognizing me, but making me, a girl, chase after you every day. You must be quite pleased, General Yan. Yinehan gently pushed him. Not quite pleased, he replied, adding, just showing off. Yinehan pretended to be angry. You're so reserved. Only now do you realize? It's too late. Yin Sui chuckled. They seemed to return to their former selves. Everything felt so wonderful. But beautiful things are usually short-lived. Storms lurk in the shadows, watching the happiness of the world. Just when Yinehan thought the sudden mutation incident involving humans could come to a temporary end, the security department contacted her. Star Chief, Lu Xingbin is dead. He died from asphyxiation, but there was nothing in the place he was held that could cut off his breathing. It was natural asphyxiation, which is quite strange. Yinehan immediately thought of someone controlling his mental power. Was there anything unusual before his death? We checked the surveillance. It looked like he was holding his breath. This is unbelievable. All right, I understand. She ended the communication. Lin Tao was dead, apparently from self-induced asphyxiation. She looked at Yin Sui. It's possible that his mental power was manipulated. He controlled his breathing himself. The mastermind either didn't want him to have any more incidents, or he has a bigger scheme. Yinehan understood what he meant. If it weren't for the fear of further incidents or a larger conspiracy, there would be no need to kill Lin Tao in such a conspicuous manner. Sure enough, the next day, Lin Tao's confession filled the interstellar network. I am Lin Tao. My wife's name is Hailey. We love each other deeply, But 3 years ago, Yi Yulan from the Ziming City Bureau violated my wife. He threatened her that if she didn't drop the charges, her life would be in danger. My wife, unable to bear the humiliation, committed suicide at Yunhuan Square. No one sympathized with my wife. They all thought she tarnished the resting place of the Alliance's spiritual leader. I sought out Yi Neihan, who had already become the star chief of Yuhui at that time, wanting an explanation. She agreed to help me take revenge because Yi Yulan was her political stain. Our goals aligned, and ultimately, Yi Yulan was involved with Erica. I got my revenge and wanted to withdraw, but Yi Neihan offered me a significantly high reward to help her with her affairs, and we reached an agreement. Over the years, I have done many dirty deeds for Yi Neihan. We became like grasshoppers on the same rope. She gradually became wary of me. This large-scale human mutation incident was her designed political achievement. Black gold has stable radioactivity and can reduce mutation severity. She wanted to use this incident to consolidate her political position. But unexpectedly, she had planned everything, using black gold to eliminate me. I am her perfect scapegoat. I know I want to survive, but I can go accompany my wife. I have no regrets in this life, just lived as a tool of power. Deeply sorry to the public. In addition, Lin Tao also attached a photo of him with her in the same light shuttle, taken the day he was brought back, indicating that someone had calculated all of this in advance. This was a perfect trap, one link leading to another. After the Healy Independence incident, Yi Neihan publicly stated that Yu Hui had black gold technology. Her actions during the Alliance's dissolution had already dissatisfied many citizens. And she and Yi Yulan were both once playboys of the Alliance. A mix of real and fake events quickly stirred up a public opinion storm. Various hypotheses and speculations flooded the Interstellar network, and even the inhumane Healy massacre was depicted by the public as her personal conspiracy. Soon, a massive demonstration erupted in Ziming, with citizens from all over Yuhui traveling thousands of miles to participate in this human rights march. Unlike the previous march when she announced Yuhui's independence, this time there were no supporters. Most of them were virtual projections. This march consisted of real people, and it seemed that overnight, Yi Neihan lost all her supporters, becoming a rat everyone wanted to hit. The citizens of Yuhui demanded the Supervisory Institute to thoroughly investigate Yi Neihan, but under such circumstances, the credibility of the cabinet and the Supervisory Institute was evidently in a precarious state. To appease the angry citizens, they reluctantly detained Yi Neihan temporarily in the central prison of Yuhui. Ahan, you're impressive. You still ended up here on your own turf. But it looks like you're living quite well, Xia Yin mocked while surveying her new residence. Yi Neihan ignored her. What's going on outside? Just like that. This person planned it well. It can't go on like this. Each time we can only be forced to respond. It's really frustrating. Are there any clues? He's making such a big deal this time, Yi Neihan asked. Lin Tao joined the Pioneer Organization 2 years ago. It's certain that this organization is related to the planner. Now the entire Yuhui cabinet is basically your people. The other side can't possibly be unaware. Or perhaps he wants to stir up relations between the stars again, meaning he might have a bigger conspiracy. Hearing this, Yi Neihan got up from her chair, sat on the prison's single bed, leaving the chair for Xia Yin, and lazily said, since the evil spirit is the leader of the pioneers, the possibility of him being a mutant is very high. There are people mingling among the high ranks of the former alliance and Yuhui. The likelihood of him being a mutant is quite high. Perhaps he is currently in the Yuhui cabinet, watching our every move, which is why he knows so promptly that I'm investigating lipstick. Xia Yin was puzzled. We had this suspicion before, but among the high ranks of the former alliance in Yuhui, the proportion of mutants is very small. Besides, I've secretly checked all officials of the former alliance. I've investigated all suspicious subjects, and nothing suspicious came up. Xia Yin, you have to know that if he can hide this deep, he must have extraordinary qualities. Perhaps he's someone close to us. Are you suspecting Yin Sui? Get lost. Why don't you suspect yourself? Yi Neihan said helplessly, it can't be him. Xia Yin disagreed. I'm telling you, don't get mad. I've secretly investigated him and actually think he has issues. His mental power is so high, his background is unclear, and he knows you so well. Every time something happens, he knows some prerequisites. He even knows the path and timing of Lightheart Squad's trip to Washington. Even this time, you brought Lin Tao back for interrogation, It was him who invaded using the mental net, right? You know it too, right? Can I be the same? Lightheart Squad is our hard work. Vaya is my lover, and you are my closest friend. I have no intention of doubting him. I just hope you can think a bit deeper. Xia Yin slightly leaned forward, indicating her dissatisfaction. My relationship with Yin Sui is not ordinary. You suspect him, wanted to get evidence from me, but I can clearly tell you, he has no issues, at least not in my eyes. I will absolutely trust him, just like I absolutely trust you, Yi Neihan explained seriously. Then thank you for putting me and Yin Sui together in trust, Xia Yin said sarcastically. Seeing Yi Neihan remain silent, she continued, I just feel that in this swamp full of crises, we shouldn't forget to be vigilant. She glanced at Yi Neihan, knowing that saying more would be futile, so she consciously shut her mouth. Sure enough, Yi Neihan didn't want to discuss Yin Sui any further. I want to leave here as soon as possible. All right. After a moment, she seemed to realize what she had agreed to. What? Do you already have a countermeasure? Public relations crises are your business. Big sister, you made the mistake. After she finished speaking, she realized she shouldn't have said that. What I meant was, you were framed, and you can't keep ordering me around. Lin Tao is part of the Pioneer organization. I know, didn't you say that before? Thinking about how you wanted to get me out early, it really is a bit unreliable. Yi Neihan was speechless. I understand now. The reputation of the Pioneer organization is about the same as that of Dao Shang. You want to use public opinion to push it back? Make sure the evidence is sufficient for him. You should know how to fabricate it. Also, I was attacked by the Washington Star on my way home last time, and I haven't settled the score yet. Just give Lin Tao's matter to him as a gift. They have dark money sources, and I wouldn't mind making things worse for the Washington Star. Yi Neihan looked up at Xia Yin. Right now, Washington Star has just experienced a coup, and M.O. Lei is missing. From what Xia Yin understands, Leard seems to be stirring as well. If something else happens now, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. As expected of you, so ruthless, Xia Yin teased as she glanced at Yi Neihan, continuing, to what extent? After all, he is a deceased. The deceased is easier to make a case out of. He was the one who provoked me first. The Pioneer organization was also initiated by him. I don't care what suffering he went through in life or what threats or control he faced later, but those are not reasons for him to commit evil deeds. All right, in the years I've been working with you, he's already guilty of many crimes anyway, she said indifferently, then turned and left Yi Neihan's exclusive prison. Wait, since he is already guilty of many crimes, I wouldn't mind adding another one. Catch Su Lao San for me. His reach is too long. Why? Xia Yin was momentarily confused. It's a matter of reciprocity. This is also for the public good, Xia Yin. This is Yin Wei, and I can't let that group of mysterious pioneers ride on my back. Xia Yin could only regret why she had ears. Chapter 44. Snowfall. At this time, the Star Alliance's governor's office had taken shape after several months of construction and under Alan's coordination. It had seemingly formed an independent and complete system. General, you have been acting rashly lately. Yin Sui had just expressed to Alan his desire to investigate the turmoil surrounding Yi Neihan when Alan subtly expressed his opposition. The investigation into the black gold must continue. This is a good entry point, Yin Sui explained. Alan sighed. I'm not talking about the investigation into black gold. I'm talking about He Li. Alan still felt uneasy about Yin Sui's experiences with He Li, as Yi Neihan's methods against enemies were indeed cruel. Alan, I have to go. Forget it. Qin Shan and I have repeatedly tried to persuade you, but you always have your own ideas. When you die one day, the Star Alliance will only be divided among those covetous planet lords. Qin Shan and I, as your close attendants, can just go down and play mahjong with you. Perhaps having stayed too long with Qin Shan's motherly figure, Alan had also learned to be sarcastic. All right, pay attention next time, Yin Sui replied perfunctorily. Alan had heard this answer many times and was no longer surprised. She knew it was useless to point it out, so she didn't. Where do we start the investigation? Alan shifted the topic. I am now cooperating with Yi Neihan. Our goals are aligned. We both want to find out the mastermind behind all this and the owner of the black gold. Do you have any leads? Alan asked. Yin Sui looked at Alan. Do you remember a person named Fan Shi? I met the mysterious black gold figure from Washington, but he was wearing a virtual mask and had altered his voice. However, his build resembled Fan Shi a bit. Fan Shi? Alan was somewhat puzzled. She had heard of this person, but hadn't paid much attention. His presence during the alliance period seemed weak, a typical fence-sitter who shifted allegiance to Yi Xingchang once the alliance disbanded. Yi Neihan's side should also be keeping an eye on him. You should pay more attention too, Yin Sui said, frowning. The deeper someone hides, the more normal they tend to behave. But he also had doubts. As a minor character, Fan Shi, despite being in charge of security, was not significantly different from security personnel on various planets. Did he really possess such great capabilities? Yes, General. Alan nodded and then asked, is there anything else you need? Yin Sui fell silent for a moment, recalled the snowfall. Washington should have no further business with it. Hearing this, Alan's heart skipped a beat. You want to help Yi Xingchang handle this public opinion crisis? Her tone was very certain. Yin Sui did not elaborate further. Snowfall was a core machine, a product of the former alliance, with very few units produced, only 10. Yin Sui had one, and the other 9 were stationed in the Tiandun system. All perished in the battle during the alliance's disbandment. It possessed strong computational abilities and had passed 5 rounds of Turing tests. The opponents this time were evidently well-prepared and aggressive. Much of the information on the Interstellar net came from underground dark web sources, so it was more appropriate to let Snowfall handle it. I understand. I will notify Qin Shan to recall it. Washington and Inghui are currently the strongest planets, and now that both are in trouble, someone is likely stirring the pot behind the scenes. I'm not at ease with Qin Shan alone in Washington. Send some more people to assist him, secretly. Yes, Alan replied softly. The Supervisory Bureau issued a statement stating that after investigation, Lin Tao had been using Erica with the drug money sourced from the production of radioactive lipstick, which led to the mutation of natural persons. The Supervisory Bureau and the Security Department were still investigating the lipstick's main party and would provide a satisfactory response later. His cause of death was drug overdose. The Supervisory Bureau investigated Yi Neihan and Lin Tao's intelligence brains, finding no contact between them. Lin Tao's wife was an alien species, and after her accidental death, he joined the Pioneers organization. The ID on the Interstellar net did not belong to Liu Xingbin, and Yi Neihan was unrelated to this matter. As soon as this news broke, it ignited the Interstellar net, with people from all corners of the universe coming out to join the frenzy. Various conspiracy theories targeting Yi Neihan suddenly diminished, especially on Inghui, a planet dominated by natural persons, where humans inherently look down on aliens. The lingering aftershocks of the Healy incident still left them uneasy. Thus, as a natural person, Lin Tao's joining of the Pioneers organization and willingly indulging in Erica undoubtedly sparked public resentment. Subsequently, the Inghui Daily reported again, confirming that Inghui indeed had black gold technology. After a detailed and comprehensive report on black gold security technology, the Daily pointed out that Washington also possessed this technology. This news caused a huge uproar in the human world, marking the first time an official media outlet reported on the dangerous substance black gold. Previous rumors and speculations were thoroughly validated by this report. This indirectly suggested that the Inghui natural person mutation incident was being manipulated by Washington. After all, as the leader of Inghui and a natural person, Yi Xingchang had no motive to engage in such a losing venture. However, what the truth was they might never know, and they could spend their lives living in the deception of public opinion. The specifics of the matter were not within the considerations of the Inghui Daily staff. They were only responsible for following orders. Of course, behind this, there was also Snowfall, the unique core machine, adding fuel to the fire. In accordance with Yin Sui's request, the moment the Supervisory Bureau issued the statement, it began to automatically divert traffic. Its powerful computational ability quickly filled the Interstellar net with various true and false conspiracy theories. Washington has black gold. I suspect this is a conspiracy by Washington against Inghui. If it weren't for Washington, how wonderful a harmonious society humanity would have. Yi Neihan is no good. Lin Tao is just as bad. Has no one questioned this? Why would Yi Neihan do such an ungrateful thing on her own turf? Is she sick? I don't understand politicians' thinking. I'm out. Long live Yi. I will always support you. Is there no sympathy for Lin Tao? He was the real victim. A person died, yet he still can't get a truth. Sympathy for Lin Tao. Wasn't he the one producing the lipstick? Why don't you sympathize with those poor girls who use the lipstick? You know, even with stabilizers, the risk of mutation for natural persons is far greater than for aliens. Various comments and rumors overwhelmed those with sharp tendencies, and the storm gradually calmed down. But those involved knew that the matter was far from over. Both sides were still secretly contending, and the potential crisis lingered like a shadow. General, I have redirected the messages on the Interstellar net as per your request. Is there anything else you need to instruct? Snowfall's pupils gradually returned to their original color, making it look no different from a human now. Can we trace the ID that released the news regarding Lin Tao's death? Yin Sui looked at the 3D map presented by the intelligence brain. I have tracked all the accounts, but their addresses are very scattered, and nothing unusual has been found for now. The density distribution in Zimming City is the highest, which is worth noting, Snowfall replied dutifully. Zimming? Yin Sui murmured softly. Were the main distribution areas? Just as Yin Sui finished asking, an ID distribution map appeared before him. Unfortunately, although the density in Zimming was high, it was still very scattered, lacking any regularity. At that moment, Alan entered, quickly explaining the investigation into Lin Tao to Yin Sui. Yi Yulan indeed had an affair with his wife, but it was consensual. She met a tragic end due to her own missteps. The Inghui Daily does not provide an explanation regarding Yi Yulan's moral issues as a former Alliance citizen, instead offering a detailed report on the events of that year. Before he was arrested, he knew he couldn't escape punishment and prepared early. He committed suicide, and upon his death, an email was automatically sent out. His wife was indeed somewhat attractive and had been fooling around outside, but Lin Tao was unaware of this. However, during the incident involving Yi Yulan, it was eventually exposed, and his wife turned the tables, claiming Yi Yulan had assaulted her. Lin Tao was a blatant domestic abuser, and his wife knew the truth would come out eventually. She planned to escape to the island, but unexpectedly, that night Lin Tao took drugs, and she accidentally fell out of the window and died. Hence, Lin Tao believed his wife had committed suicide out of humiliation. Afterward, Lin Tao chose not to continue the appeal or conduct a thorough investigation. Instead, he joined the Pioneer Organization to prove his deep love for his wife and sought revenge on the Yi family through them. Yi Yulan's death and many of the accidents that Yi Neihan encountered over the years were orchestrated by him. Though Yi Neihan considered these methods trivial and did not take them seriously, which ultimately led to a significant downfall this time. Alan also conducted extensive investigations into the people around his wife, piecing together this absurd truth. Chapter 45. Xia Yin, of course, no matter how much the public speculated, the logic behind it was questionable. The possibility of getting Yi Neihan on Yuhui Star was almost zero, and the lipstick incident gradually faded from the public eye. However, those interstellar net IDs that had been jumping around Yi Neihan were still lurking in the bottomless dark web, which was related to the matter of the drifting snow. After Yi Neihan was released from prison, she gave a public speech about the mutations of natural persons. She called on the public of Yuhui to reflect, pointing out that their behavior had been overly emotional. She expressed her hope that the public could become thoughtful individuals and not just follow the crowd. At the same time, she announced that philosophy, which seemed like a useless subject, would be added to the regular curriculum in Yuhui, allowing the public to enhance their critical thinking skills. Thus, the incident of natural person mutations triggered by the lipstick could be considered concluded. After all, compared to the truth, the public preferred to believe in the conspiracies they had concocted themselves. The third in command of the Island Life Organization, Su Laosan, whose real name was Su Su, generally operated within the Island Life. He had only recently arrived in Zimming. It was no wonder Yi Neihan was suspicious. The timing was just too coincidental, and his actions were indeed quite suspect. There were very few mutants on Yuhui Star, and he could hardly have a large number of followers here unless he had known in advance that something would happen. Xia Yin led her team of robots and surrounded Su Su's residence on Yuhui Star. She broke in alone, and the scene inside was evidently chaotic. Su Su was lost in a group of men and women, appearing to have come to Yuhui Star for fun, but it also seemed otherwise. Bang! Xia Yin fired a shot, the massive particle energy causing the luxurious suite to tremble. The bewildered men and women seemed to finally react, letting out a chorus of screams, clearly having indulged in some America. It was normal to be involved with someone like Su Su. But Su Su himself, at the center of attention, seemed completely unconcerned, as if he had anticipated this all along. "Come on, Lily, let us continue," he said, reaching for a girl wrapped tightly in a quilt. The girl trembled, her pupils dilating gradually, shaking her head more violently, strands of damp, long curly hair hanging down her face, giving her a pitiful appearance. "Boring. Ayan, come here." Su Su ignored Xia Yin and her group of lifelike robots, reaching for another boy, who also looked terrified. "Miss Xia, you scare my babies," he said. Hearing this, Xia Yin's heart sank. Did he know she would come for him, or was this another trap set by the mastermind? "It seems you still don't understand the current situation," Su Lao-san. "Babies, you all go out first. I have something to discuss with this lady," he said in a seemingly gentle tone to the trembling group. "Su Lao-san, you're really confident. Did I say they could leave? What a pity. It seems none of us can leave." He shook his head at the pale-faced group, indicating helplessness. At that moment, a girl with red lips and white teeth, quite charming, tugged at her pants. "Beautiful sister, we were all coerced by him. I promise I won't say anything once we're out. Please let us go." This statement was nonsensical, and Xia Yin immediately realized what Su Su was up to. "Su Lao-san, let me guess, are you live-streaming this or recording it?" Xia Yin lifted Su Su's head with a gun. It couldn't be live. She had cut off the Interstellar network with the strongest jammer before entering. She trusted her invention. "Yuri, what are you talking about?" "Ms. Xiao was one of the League's double heroes back in the day. She would indiscriminately kill innocents." Su Lao-san ignored Xia Yin's question and turned to reprimand the pleading girl. The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. Fearing an unexpected incident if it dragged on, Xia Yin didn't want to say much to Su Su. "Su Lao-san, I have evidence of what you've done over the years. I don't want to say much today, just arrest him." She signaled to the robot behind her. "Understood." However, Su Lao-san noticed that the robot beside Xia Yin looked exactly like the deceased Guia, evidently intrigued. "I didn't expect Ms. Xia to still care about her dead little boyfriend. I bet he would be very touched down below." Those familiar with Xia Yin knew that Guia was her taboo. Yet Su Lao-san deliberately provoked her. "Shut him up." Immediately, the robot stuffed Su Lao-san's mouth, preventing him from speaking. Even unable to talk, Su Lao-san's gaze was strange, as if he was confident of victory, which made Xia Yin feel something was off. Su Lao-san's various actions seemed like he was calmly facing death. In the interrogation room, Su Lao-san remained unyielding. Even after being captured, he continued his preaching activities tirelessly. Captain, spiritual guidance is ineffective on him. He seems to be a technical exception. As soon as Xia Yin entered the interrogation room, her assistant quietly explained the situation to her. "I understand," Xia Yin replied, and then walked into the interrogation room. "Ms. Xia, I have legal documents to be on Yuhui Star. Your actions constitute illegal detention," Su Lao-san said, glancing at Xia Yin with a mocking look in his eyes. "Of course, you are a suspect in the initial lipstick incident. Our capture procedures are compliant. You are welcome to sue me at any time," Xia Yin said nonchalantly. "What I dislike most is your natural person's lofty attitude. When under someone else's roof, one has to bow their head. What do you want to ask?" "I will definitely speak without reservation. What are you really trying to do in Zimming? Is this very strange?" "Ms. Xia, I'm a missionary of the Pioneer Organization. I came to Zimming to promote the doctrine and increase followers," Su Lao-san said indifferently. "Increase followers? Do your followers know about your depraved side? Or are the humans you speak just like that?" Xia Yin scoffed, her tone filled with sarcasm. "Regardless, promoting doctrine is a matter of stabilizing freedom of speech. Isn't your interference a bit inappropriate? You brought black gold." Xia Yin cut straight to the point without wasting words. "Ms. Xia, one can eat disorderly, but one cannot speak disorderly. I'm just an ordinary missionary. I cannot accept such a huge anti-human label," Su Lao-san replied. "Your little lover has already given me the remaining samples of your black gold," Xia Yin said, closing her eyes. "That doesn't prove I'm the instigator of a natural person mutations, does it? What if someone set me up? Yuhui Star has never welcomed mutants. And I'm preaching here. I have too many enemies in Zimming. It must be someone trying to mess with me. Of course. I won't do anything to you right now, but Su Lao-san, once I find something, You can think about your outcome. Xia Yin had one more thing to say. Even if she didn't find anything in Zimming, Su Laosan would likely only remain in prison. That would be a great outcome. Living here isn't bad either. With food and drink, Su Laosan chuckled lightly after speaking. Hearing this, Xia Yin turned around angrily and left, seeming quite furious. But once she was out of Su Laosan's sight, her face full of rage immediately calmed down. I didn't expect it to really be related to this thing. I thought it was just that Nahan randomly found a scapegoat, Xia Yin chuckled. Just then, her assistant, Xiao Yin, approached her. Captain Xia, as per your instructions, I investigated the background of Su Laosan's little lovers and found that they are basically mutants from Zimming and are members of the Pioneer Organization, likely in cahoots. Xia Yin had already suspected this. Those girls were probably just small fries, and she wouldn't get any useful information from them. Okay, I understand. There's one more thing. There's a girl named Bai He, brought by Su Laosan from the island's black market. Xiao Yin paused for a moment. Xia Yin frowned. What is wrong? She said she came to Zimming to find General Yin, and also said they have known each other since childhood. Known each other since childhood? Xia Yin retorted. The Alliance's files show that Yin Sui was locked up by the Yin family since he was a child. How could he have known a prostitute from the island's black market since childhood? She doesn't look like she's lying, Xiao Yin continued. I understand. Chapter 46. Lily Snowflake is truly a one-of-a-kind core machine in the former Alliance. Through rapid mathematical calculations, he quickly found a relatively concentrated focal point in the scattered streams of information. Zimming University. This was indeed an unexpected location. During the Alliance period, Zimming University was the best school in the Alliance, and countless people tried desperately to get in. It was the strongest talent reservoir of the Alliance. With many political figures from various planets and talents from high-end research institutes coming from Zimming University, including many talents currently in the Landa Research Institute. Such a vibrant place would generally not be involved in the dirty politics. This result was somewhat puzzling. Could it be a distribution point for that person? Or was there some other reason? Alan, Zimming University. Have someone keep an eye on it. Yin Sui pointed to the bright red dot on the smart brain. Yes. Before Yin Sui could say more, the smart brain's prompt tone appeared again. General Yin, good afternoon. Captain Xia, I've encountered someone here who insists that she knows you from childhood. Do you want to meet her? Who? Yin Sui became cautious, but his tone showed no signs of panic. She says her name is Lily, Xia Yin said flatly. Yin Sui was silent for a moment. I'll go pick her up in a bit. I'm a friend of Han. You'd better tell her about this. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't exaggerate things. Xia Yin said. Xia Yin noticed he was a bit displeased, but after all, he had saved her life during that battle when the Alliance was disbanded. So there was no need for Captain Xia to worry. Xia Yin sighed. Han trusts you very much. The crisis on the Inghui star is perilous, and we've come this far with great difficulty. I hope you won't let her down. She loves you very much. As soon as Yin Sui heard this, he felt something was off about Xia Yin's words, as if there was a hidden meaning. Thanks for the reminder. Lily and I are not in the kind of relationship you think. After saying that, Yin Sui cut off the communication. The lights of a small villa in Zimming City suddenly turned on. The house finally welcomed its owner after a month of waiting. Since reconciling with Yin Nahan, Yin Sui had not returned home for a long time. The last time he stayed was before going to Washington Star. As soon as Yin Sui closed the door, Lily hugged him from behind. Ali, Yin Sui pried her arms from around his waist and said, when did you find out? In fact, he could completely deny being Chung Li, but this Lily was one of the few friends he had during that dark time on Daosheng, and he couldn't just ignore her. You went to the boxing gym before leaving Daosheng. I was there that day. You were wearing Chung Li's clothes, but had a different face. I was worried, so I followed you all the way. Although your appearance changed, many of your habits are still the same as Chung Li. Yin Sui understood that Lily hadn't recognized him. She was guessing, but she guessed right. How did you end up with Su Laosan? Yin Sui frowned. Lily sighed softly and lowered her head, looking like a little student who had done something wrong. I had no choice. My dad was killed by someone in the same line of work. He liked to gamble and left no money behind. A girl suddenly losing all protection in a place like Daosheng. The outcome was predictable. Yin Sui was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, you can stay here for now. I have something to do tonight. You're leaving? Lily's tone was very certain. Yeah. Is it to meet your sweetheart? Upon hearing this, Yin Sui's expression turned cold. I don't care where you heard this rumor, but that's not something you should ask. Do I need to investigate? During the alliance period, you were a national idol. I know you very well. Chun-Li, you really like her. Yin Sui frowned, as if he had lost patience. Lily, I hope you remember. My name is Yin Sui. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Lily raised her voice. Yin Sui answered without a moment's thought or pause. Do as you wish. After saying that, he walked toward the door. You won't have a future. We all came out of the garbage heap, born to be looked down upon. Even when buying clothes in a store, we have to hide our different identities. We and they're not of the same kind. You and her won't have a future. Yin Sui scoffed. Lily, you say you understand me, but actually you don't. I took you in just to repay the favor from back then. Although Dagu was always hitting me, he at least gave me a way to survive. You say I won't have a future with her. Does that mean I can only have a future with you? Yan Sui sneered. He was usually gentle and rarely showed no mercy. Naturally, humans and mutants cannot coexist harmoniously. Evolution is an inevitable trend. You're too stubborn. Hearing this, Yin Sui carefully examined this friend who had once helped him under Dagu. The disease of thought is humanity's greatest illness. You should go check that out. Yin Sui pointed to his head. You don't agree? You're also a mutant. Why do you choose to help humans instead of us? Lily retorted. You need to understand one thing. I'm not standing on the side of humans. I'm standing on the side of humanity. We originated from the same source and have every reason to coexist harmoniously. At this point, Yin Sui stopped, thinking to himself, what am I doing with her? She has clearly become a loyal follower of Su Laosan. And the secret I thought was conservatively kept is no longer a secret, but has become a trump card in someone else's hands. Harmonious coexistence? Lily felt like she had just heard an incredible joke. In Daosheng, we are all mutants. There isn't even a discrimination issue. But when I stepped out of that dirty and violent land, I realized that a good life is not ours. Tell me, have humans ever thought about coexisting with us? What did we do wrong? Was it my choice of birth? They look at me like I'm a street rat, looking down on me from their high position. In their big, harmonious society, the label of mutant makes me feel like I have nowhere to hide. Walking on the street, I feel whispers coming from all directions. You don't understand? You certainly don't understand. You've long disguised yourself as a perfect human, successfully winning their favor. You've joined the Pioneers organization. Yin Sui ignored her theory and said affirmatively, shouldn't I join? That's my only refuge. What exactly is Su Laosan trying to do in Ziming? Yin Sui's eyes turned dangerous. He realized that Lily was not an ordinary companion. You betrayed the mutants. I won't tell you. Does Su Laosan know what kind of person you are? People can change. Lily, I'm not the same as I was back then. Don't force me to use mental guidance on you. Yan Sui scolded. I don't care if whatever's in your bag is recording or live streaming. It won't work. I still have a good grasp of my low-level position. You. Lily realized she had been exposed and was somewhat enraged. Speak. Yin Sui stared at her intently. Lily remained silent. I really don't want to reach this point. Yin Sui's tone was somewhat helpless. I don't have a brainwave chip. Come on. Lily looked at him provocatively. Yin Sui smiled. You might have forgotten that my mental power is 95. The Landa Research Institute has ways to connect you to a brainwave chip. Don't force me to conduct a mental network raid on you. Lily was somewhat exasperated. At this moment, she realized that coming to find Yin Sui was an incredibly wrong decision. You're simply shameless. Is this how you repay my father? Repaying him for his violent actions? I'm not as forgiving as you think. Yin Sui smirked slightly. Even if you guide me mentally, it won't be of any use. I don't know much. But there is one thing I can be sure of. Yin Sui calmly looked at what he once considered his only friend. Although my mission has failed, the future of humanity will inevitably belong to the other species. After saying this, Bai He began to convulse, and moments later, her pupils dilated and she collapsed. This is a typical symptom of overdosing on Erica. Before coming here, Bai He had designed a perfect escape plan for herself, which was death. Yin Sui stared blankly at this series of events, suddenly feeling somewhat repulsive. He then calmly checked Bai He's bag, which contained complete recording and broadcasting equipment. They intended to use this method to show the public that he was of another species. But they didn't know that their house was one of the masterpieces designed by Team Guangxin during the Ether Army days. And no signal could safely evade its search unless he personally activated the permissions. Yin Sui notified Alan to find someone to handle the body. Today, he lost his only friend from his time on the island. It should be given a proper burial, he thought to himself in despair. He then stepped out of the room, aimlessly driving the light shuttle, finally stopping at Yinehan's doorstep. Chapter 47 Heart to Heart. When Yin Sui arrived at Yinehan's place, he found her already asleep on the chair outside. The household AI had covered her with a thin blanket, and it seemed to have adjusted the room temperature to 24 degrees Celsius. Yin Sui initially wanted to carry her to the bedroom, but as soon as he touched her, she woke up. Back? Yinehan asked drowsily. Yeah, back. Were you just trying to carry me, She teased, looking at him playfully. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed, Yin Sui replied seriously. His earnest response successfully made Yinehan laugh. Want to try again? She leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly. Yes, then give it a try. She giggled, her eyes filled with temptation. Yin Sui picked her up and took her into the bedroom. For some reason, he felt particularly eager to hold her, kiss her, and touch every part of her body today. Yinehan noticed his restlessness and unease. She covered his lips with her hand and asked, Aren't you going to tell me what happened today? Seeing her expression, Yin Sui thought that maybe Xia Yin had said something to her. I met Bai He said in a somewhat downcast tone. Who is Bai He? She had never heard of this person and figured he must be one of Yin Sui's friends. Do you remember De Gu from the Island-born boxing club? At this mention, Yinehan recalled that when she first met Yin Sui, he was with Cheng Li, and she had noticed his discomfort, so she hadn't disturbed him too much. But she was genuinely curious, so she had quietly followed him. Back then, Yin Sui was not as alert as he was now, and hadn't he noticed someone was following him. She learned that he had lost several matches in a row, and if he didn't win soon, he would be expelled by De Gu. His life was tough, and it seemed that underground boxing was his only source of income. At that time, she was in a bit of a delusional phase, thinking she could save the world, so she spent some money to bribe his opponent, which allowed Yin Sui to keep his job. Remember that big guy from the boxing club, all muscle? Yinehan said with a hint of disdain. Bai He's her daughter. She came to find me. Yinehan frowned, unsure of what to think. Is she your first love? No, don't think too much. Every time De Gu punishes me, she helps me out. How did she recognize you as Cheng Li? Your face now is quite different from back then. During the mutation period, she followed me and found out, Yin Sui said. Then why did she come to you? For help? Or to threaten you? Yinehan, having spent a long time in a high position, was well-versed in these kinds of relationships. She is already dead just before I came here. What do you mean? She joined the Island-born and came to me wanting me to admit that I am a mutant. She put a recording device in her bag. Maybe she wasn't entirely sure herself, but I am a mutant. This time, the design of the Guangxin team really helped a lot, Yin Sui said helplessly. The term Guangxin team, which had lingered in their minds for many years, suddenly appeared, and they both paused for a moment before returning to calmness. Oh, yeah, I've already captured Su Lao-san, but I still can't figure out what they want to do, Yinehan said, lowering her head, a bit troubled. Things will naturally resolve themselves when the ship reaches the bridge. Is Fan Shi a problem? Yin Sui asked again. Whether during the alliance period or now. His position is not high. He might just be a minor character. She added, didn't you ask Alan to keep an eye on him? Yeah. Piaoxue had tracked down the dark web spreading Lin Tao's information and found that many of their communication addresses are very close to Ziming University. I don't know if this is a trap set by the mastermind. Yinehan raised her eyes and said indifferently, whether it's a trap or not. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies will have nowhere to hide. If someone wants to test the strength I've accumulated over the years, then they could try it head-on. But the existence of black gold is still a threat. How did you discover the existence of this substance? He didn't expect Yinehan to answer him. Even as a couple, they should leave each other more space. He only realized something was off after asking the question. It was the former Alliance president, USO, who told me. Uso? Yin Sui found it somewhat unbelievable. Aren't you at odds with him? He couldn't understand why Yinehan, who had always wanted Yuhua Star to break free from the Alliance's control, would suddenly mention USO, who was also known to her as the suspected culprit behind her father's death. This was a shocking twist. Uncle Wu and my father were friends. Black gold appeared 10 years ago. The batch of mechas my father encountered was filled with black gold. Someone wanted to blow up Yuhua Star. Uncle Wu shut down the sky shield system at the last moment, so. General Yi chose to escort that batch of black gold to the gray black hole himself, planning his own death all along. Just as people say, he is a well-deserved hero of humanity, and his soul continues to illuminate humanity's tomorrow. Did he also agree with the dissolution of the Alliance? I've said from the beginning that the dissolution of the Alliance was inevitable. When a union is long-lasting, it must eventually separate. The Alliance has completely lost the ability to control its various organs, and separation is inevitable. Of course, there must be someone behind the scenes pushing for it. Yi fell silent for a moment. Back then, my father encountered interstellar pirates during an inspection. They crashed into us on purpose, with the amount of black gold inside. It was enough to destroy 2 Yuhua stars. The patrol route of the Ether Army is not fixed. With the sky shield system in place, that batch of black gold would have a hard time smoothly entering Yuhua Star's territory. Uncle Wu suspected they had insiders in the Alliance. And then, Yin Sui asked, "Over the years, Uncle Wu and I have pretended to fall out and be at odds, but we actually caught quite a few people with ulterior motives. However, they were all trivial characters. The term mastermind seems like a mere guess, as if they truly didn't exist. Xia Yan's boyfriend, Gu Weiya, you remember him, right? Before he died, he told me he had found clues, but before he could meet with me, he received news of his death, which made me more certain that there was indeed someone behind this. You've never told me these things before. Why are you telling me now?" Yin Sui asked. "I used to think I could bear it alone, but now I want to lean on you," Yi smiled. "It must have been hard in the past." "Not too bad. I felt like I was always being led around by the nose. Each time I was targeted, it drove me crazy. Later, after Uncle Wu provided me with the source of black gold, they started becoming active again. I have a feeling that the real confrontation is not far away." Yin posed. "Will you help me? What do you think?" Yin Sui countered, then added, "Actually, I've also been investigating, but the other party is hiding too deeply, and I've never managed to find anything. Such opponents are indeed quite tricky." Yeah. Chapter 48. Fan Shi the next day. The governor's office of the Star Alliance received an unexpected visitor. When Yin Sui saw him, he wasn't too surprised. The visitor was indeed Fan Shi. Yin Sui said lightly, "Minister Fan, what brings you here? Does Yi Xingzhang know?" Fan Shi ignored his question and stated directly, "General Yin, I need to talk to you privately." Seeing Fan Shi's serious expression, Yin Sui decided not to press him further and said, "Come in." Fan Shi walked straight into Yin Sui's office. Sitting down on the sofa with a demeanor that contrasted sharply with his usual submissive image. "General Yin, you are monitoring me, aren't you?" Fan Shi stated bluntly. Yin Sui nodded, not denying it, and then handed him a glass of water. Fan Shi took the glass but didn't drink from it. Instead, he said, "The last time I met with Imole, you were there." The newly appointed Star Chief of Washington Star had become Hall. So Yin Sui wasn't surprised when Fan Shi mentioned this. "That's right," Yin Sui replied without contradiction, then asked, "Did Hall tell you?" Fan Shi nodded and sighed, as if he had made a firm decision. "I did something that goes against my identity. Humanity is facing a survival crisis, and perhaps only you can stop it. After this incident, I hope to choose a dignified way to die." Yin Sui nodded, signaling him to continue. The dean of the sociology department at Ziming University, Feng Changchun. You may not remember him, but everyone who studied at Ziming knows him. He went missing last week, and I can't reach him. He should have gone to the wasteland. Is there a problem with him? When Fan Chi mentioned Ziming University, Yin Sui realized something. The chairman of the Pinnacle Group, Gu Yujing, is a student. During the Alliance period, the Pinnacle Group was the largest producer of nutrient solution, and he mixed black gold into the nutrient solution. Yin Sui's expression became serious. This was not a trivial matter. Where is that batch of nutrient solution now? It has already entered the market. When did this happen? Yin Sui asked again. On the day Yi Xingzhang was imprisoned. His plan was too crazy. I thought that lipsticks had a small audience, and the audience for unknown lipsticks would be even smaller. So I wanted to create some incidents to raise your suspicion, hoping he would be more cautious. But unexpectedly, he was still determined to go his own way. Hearing this, Yin Sui was shocked, Realizing this was a very tricky situation, he turned and left the office to find Alan. Alan, investigate the nutrient solution from the Pinnacle Group. It may contain something serious. Be quick. Jan sui spoke rapidly. What is it? Alan was somewhat confused. Black gold. Upon hearing this, Alan also realized the severity of the situation. Got it. I'll take care of it right away. After Alan left, Yin Sui immediately sent the details of his conversation with Fan Shi to Yi Neihan before returning to his office. Yin Sui's expression had turned serious, but he also knew that being able to lurk this long within the alliance and beside Yi Neihan, Fan Shi was certainly not ordinary. What exactly is your plan? Fan Shi picked up the water in his hand and took a sip. You're a mutant, right? Fang Changchun is the highest leader of the Pioneers organization. Su Lao-san once told me that you had a playmate named by he when you were young, and she saw what you looked like before your mutation. Hearing this, Yin Sui remained expressionless and said, I am not. I hope you can answer questions related to the issue instead of wasting time discussing racial differences with me. In fact, you don't need to deny it. I want to disclose it. Answer my question. Yin Sui's expression grew serious. I am a mutant, and so is Fang Changchun. Whether in the Alliance or in Yuhui, mutants are not accepted. He and I discussed wanting to fight for some rights for mutants. I have always believed that natural humans and mutants should coexist harmoniously. So, I thought if we caused a few more disturbances, someone above would notice. But unfortunately, our efforts didn't stir any ripples. So in recent years, our actions have deviated somewhat from our original intention, but I didn't expect Changchun to take that extreme path. Yin Sui was silent for a moment. So the healing mutants are you doing? Fan Shi sighed and slowly replied, to be precise. It was a joint effort between me and Changchun, but then I regretted it. That massacre was too brutal. Our actions crossed the line, deviating from the human realm. Once this matter is understood, I will voluntarily apply for a public trial. Where does your black gold come from? Yin Sui asked the question he was most concerned about. The source of the black gold has always been run by Changchun. I handle the downstream processing chain. You know, if black gold is not processed, the radioactive substances will affect not only natural humans, but also mutants. The only places that can process black gold are Washington Star and Yuhui Star. I don't dare to touch Yi Xingzhang's brow. What impact will it have on mutants? Yin Sui pretended to be nonchalant as he looked at Fan Shi. The mutation abilities of mutants will become stronger, such as an increase in mental power. For mutants who haven't mutated, the mortality rate will be higher, and for natural humans, the mortality rate will be even higher. Fan Shi glanced at Yin Sui, his eyes somewhat strange. Who are the members of the organization? I am the second in command, responsible for infiltrating the government system. Fang Changchun is the leader. He oversees many matters. He is very wary of me, and there are many things I do not know. Then there is Su Lao-san. He is responsible for recruiting followers. You're distancing yourself quite a bit, Yin Sui thought to himself. Why did you come to find me? Why should I believe you? After all, you are one of them. Yin Sui's eyes were filled with scrutiny. I have always had disagreements with Fang Changchun. Su Lao-san listens to him, and this time, the infiltration of black gold into the nutrient solution is an issue that could affect all humanity. Although I despise natural humans, the actions that Changchun has taken behind my back have trampled on the bottom line of humanity, and if not handled well, it could lead to extinction. I cannot let him do this. Fan Shi spoke with righteous indignation, but Yin Sui did not fully believe him. You said Su Lao-san listens to Fang Changchun. Then tell me, what is Su Lao-san's true purpose for coming to Ziming? He is responsible for preaching, increasing followers for the Pioneers organization. Because I disagree with Changchun, they have recently been discussing things behind my back, and I have no idea about their plans. Yin Sui let out a cold laugh, not wanting to say much more to Fan Shi. He directly invaded his mental network and conducted mental guidance on Fan Shi. Although this was both illegal and inhumane, dealing with someone as deceitful as Fan Shi required the most unscrupulous methods. What exactly is Fang Changchun's plan? Yin Sui asked. I don't know. That bastard Fang Changchun, the Pioneers organization, was clearly established by both of us. Yet now he wants to team up with Su Lao-san to monopolize it. Fan Shi's face showed a hint of fierceness, looking like there was internal strife. But Yin Sui still felt something was off about this matter. Did Fang Changchun really go to the wasteland? Just then, the intelligence brain sent back news. Yinan told him that Fong Changchun had left 2 days ago and had completely vanished, which matched what Fan Shi said. He went. He knew you would find out soon, so he ran away early, leaving me here to be monitored by you. I disagreed with the dissolution of the alliance. From that point, our opinions began to diverge, but he insisted on going his own way for personal grievances. Regarding Healy, we basically had a complete falling out. So when I learned he was going to take action against the entire populace, I created chaos in advance to draw your attention. But unexpectedly, you were so useless that you still couldn't find Fong Changchun. It had been years since anyone had called themselves useless, and hearing it was somewhat refreshing. Was Lin Tao's matter instigated by you? Why should I do such a thankless task? It's Fong Changchun. He's afraid you might trace him and find out where he got the evil techniques to control Lin Tao's consciousness and mental network. Fan Shi said with an uneasy expression. Although he said that, if it weren't for Fan Shi's investigation into Lin Tao, he estimated it would take a long time to find the instigator of the last mutation. Fong Changchun had no reason to do this. But being able to lie under his own mental guidance was basically impossible unless Fan Shi's mental power was higher than his own, which was simply a fantasy. Why aren't you looking for Yixing Chong, but coming to me? Yin Sui's question was very abrupt, with no connection between them. She was simply crazy. During the last Healy massacre, she had threatened to throw the instigator into space junk. I wouldn't dare. I've worked with her for many years and still can't understand her. After saying this, Fan Shi shook his head nonchalantly. Am I really that easy to talk to? Yin Sui also felt a bit puzzled. Yi Neihan had also said that he was too pedantic and principled. You wouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent, at least here. My death might be a bit more dignified. Yin Sui scoffed, not expecting Fan Shi to actually dare to say he was innocent. What role did Fong Changchun play in the dissolution of the alliance? Yin Sui changed the topic again. But no matter how he changed the question, Fan Shi answered with ease, in a normal state of mental guidance. The alliance can no longer control the planets below. Many star leaders and Fong Changchun's alumni highly admire his sociological and philosophical ideas. For a long time, we have been brainwashing the star leaders to instill a sense of independent determination. At the same time, independence requires a leader, and we chose Washington Star for in-depth cooperation. Although Moore hates alien species, he has dealings with the wasteland. After learning that you were investigating black gold, Moore became a bit anxious. He notified the wasteland, saying that you were not in the alliance, which is why the Interstellar pirates dared to attack Yuhui openly. Fan Shi paused for a moment, as if searching for memories in his mind, but it was also because Moore was too anxious. Many things were not properly laid out in advance, resulting in him gaining nothing after the dissolution of the alliance except for independence, while being taken advantage of by Yi Neihan, the little yellow bird. Upon hearing the term little yellow bird, Yin Sui's pupils dilated for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. What was your original plan? I wanted to obtain the black gold separation technology from Yuhui Star. USO had long started researching black gold. Luca from the Kirk Institute, now known as the Landa Institute, has conducted extensive research on black gold. Are you saying Luca started researching black gold a long time ago? Yin Sui frowned. As far as he knew, Luca only learned about the existence of black gold shortly before the alliance dissolved. No wonder he quickly discovered the properties of black gold. It turned out he had already done research on this substance. It was just that he didn't know what role someone like him, who was so dedicated to research, played in the matter of black gold. Of course, if we had to say, Yuhui Star's research on black gold is the most mature. If it weren't for Yi Neihan being too unpredictable, we originally intended to cooperate with her. Where does your black gold come from? Under mental guidance. Yin Sui asked this question again. I am responsible for downstream processing. Fong Changchun never lets me know the source of black gold. The answer was exactly the same as before. It seemed completely fine, but Yin Sui still felt something was off. Why did you plan the Healy alien ride incident? This question puzzled Yin Sui as well. Fong Changchun couldn't wait any longer. You and Yi Neihan are getting closer and closer. Black gold has already been exposed. His goal is to transform all natural humans into alien species. Why does he want to transform all natural humans? Yin Sui asked again. He believes that the gap between natural humans and alien species cannot be eliminated. only by turning them into the same species, and after a long period of sedimentation. Can they see themselves as humans, rather than as natural humans and alien species? Yin Sui had never thought of this theory, but it was too extreme for natural humans. He no longer paid attention to Fan Shi. There were still many unclear things about him. Fan Shi was Yi Neihan's person, and he didn't care whether Fan Shi was willing to be handed over to Yi Neihan. He directly handed this veteran, who had crossed 2 generations of systems, to Yi Neihan. Chapter 49 Ziming University. Unknowingly, autumn has arrived at Ziming. In fact, as an artificial planet, everything on the Yuhui star is man-made. There are no real seasons of spring, summer, autumn, or winter. However, humans, drifting in the vast universe, stubbornly recreate the beautiful sceneries of Earth to commemorate their homeland. After reading the conversation between Yin Sui and Fan Shi, Yi Neihan felt a sense of helplessness. As human society develops, various social relationships become increasingly complex. Everyone has their own stance, and it is unnecessary to comment recklessly on right and wrong. She piloted her light shuttle to the Dryer Club, where former Alliance President USO was detained. If Yin Sui's information was incorrect, and Fan Shi was just trying to mislead them, then her visit to USO would surely expose her relationship with him. Yi Neihan dismissed all the guards watching over USO and blocked the external communication network of the Leader Club before entering USO's residence. USO frowned at her actions, clearly disapproving. "You shouldn't have come. I have something I must confirm," Yi Neihan replied, staring directly at USO, as if trying to see through his facade. USO ignored her and walked straight to the sofa, sitting down. He looked up at Yi Neihan, clearly aware that she was not someone who would act without understanding the gravity of the situation. Her visit at this time indicated that there was something important to discuss. "Go ahead," USO said. It had been a long time since USO had seen Yi Neihan, and his helpless expression carried an indescribable warmth. "Luca is your man." Upon hearing this, USO closed his eyes and said lightly, "You know, why didn't you tell me?" Yi Neihan asked. "He is the person I left for you. You can trust him. Why didn't you tell me?" She asked again. "Does it matter? Since the alliance disbanded, what have you discovered? Not only that, but you've also been played around." USO showed no mercy towards Yi Neihan and criticized her self-proclaimed business acumen. "After so many years of investigation, didn't you fail to uncover anything? That is not the same, is it? The disbandment of the alliance is such a big bait. Yet the other side hasn't shown up." USO looked at Yi Neihan and lowered his head. "Take a look at this." After speaking, Yi Neihan played Fan Shi's confession video for him. After watching the video, USO fell silent for a long time. "Fan Shi, he can be considered an old friend," he said with a helpless smile. Yi Neihan quietly watched him, not interrupting. USO picked up a glass of lukewarm water that had been sitting on the table for who knows how long and took a big gulp. Then he opened his smart brain, pulling up an old photo. The background of the photo was Ziming University, featuring 3 people. In the center stood Yi Yunhuan, her father, flanked by USO and Fan Shi. They were young and full of vigor. As USO looked at the 3D image displayed on the smart brain, he slowly began to recount a story that Yi Neihan had never heard before, a story that belonged entirely to the previous generation. It turned out that USO and Yi Yunhuan were influential figures at Ziming University. It was not surprising that Yi Yunhuan knew USO. Their families had always maintained a good relationship. At Ziming University, Yi Yunhuan excelled in the military academy, while USO studied at the social academy, which served as a talent pool for the alliance's political arena. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Those who could enter the social academy undoubtedly came from distinguished backgrounds. At that time, Fan Shi was an alien from Botswana Star, and being admitted to Ziming University made him unique in Botswana. If he were not an alien, he would undoubtedly be a source of pride for Botswana. The societal attitude towards aliens was even worse than it is now. As adults, the arrogance and prejudice against natural persons were deeply ingrained. They wouldn't beat or insult Fan Shi. Ziming University was mostly comprised of natural persons, and the few aliens became the topic of gossip. If they merely ignored Fan Shi, it would be better, but they would openly discuss this naive and hardworking alien within their circle. They suspected he had used improper means to enter Ziming University. They doubted his character. When someone in the dormitory lost something, he was the first suspect. No one ever invited him to go out for a meal. No matter how hard he studied or how good his grades were, his name would never appear on the scholarship list. In Zimming, on Yuhui Star, throughout the entire alliance. And in human society as a whole, prejudice against aliens had formed a consensus. Anyone with differing opinions was considered out of touch. In this prestigious institution, he lived like an island. Until one day, he encountered USO and Yi Yunhuan, and things at Zimming University gradually improved. Just like now, it was also autumn. Yi Yunhuan trained a bit late and contacted USO in advance, suggesting they delay lunch. They could have easily consumed nutrient solutions, but although nutrient solutions were pure, they tasted terrible. Moreover, since USO and Yi Yunhuan were good friends, they would go to the cafeteria every day to eat together. Because even the nutrient solutions tasted much better in the cafeteria than outside. As they arrived outside the cafeteria, a loud discussion reached their ears. That second-year guy, I heard he asked the top of Botswana Star. Everyone knows Botswana is a gathering place for waste. Who knows what means that little brat used to get into our Zimming University? Yeah, I came late, and I ended up in the same dormitory as him. What bad luck. Our alien population is already small on Yuhui Star. Why do we have to let aliens study with us? You don't know how violent they are. All this equality movement, if it's equalized, what's next? They are natural-born criminals and still have the face to claim they represent human evolution. Yeah. The voices in the cafeteria gradually faded as those students likely finished their meal and sat idle, waiting for their classmates who hadn't finished eating. Outside the door stood a student, quietly standing there without saying a word. Yi Yunhuan, with his sharp eyes, glanced at his identity badge. Class 1006, Fan Shi. Class 1006 was exactly the second year at Zimming University. This person was the so-called waste among those students. Yi Yunhuan, having a bad temper at the time, directly walked into the cafeteria, intending to confront them, as he was from the military academy and fighting was part of his daily routine. But USO was different. He was from a sociology academy and preferred to win people over with virtue. He grabbed Yi Yunhuan to prevent any repercussions later. I say, everyone, you're all adults, yet you're still talking bad behind someone else's back. USO's lips curled up slightly, his face full of sarcasm. He was a prominent figure in the school. Everyone knew him. Senior. The group of students fell silent in an instant. USO continued. The Alliance Act states that regardless of being a natural person or an alien, as long as one is an Alliance citizen, they should be treated equally. If you disagree, you can participate in the cabinet assessment after graduation. Perhaps there will even be an opportunity to vote on amending the act. As a champion of debate competitions, the younger students were no match for USO. They had no chance to speak and slinked away in defeat. From that day on, although USO never asked, Fan Shi would always wait for him during mealtimes, support him during debate competitions, and appear at every public event. Yi Yunhuan often joked about him, claiming he had found a little fanboy with exceptional professional knowledge. Chapter 50 Origin USO had always known that the aberrant species would be looked down upon by natural humans. But it was only after that he realized that the mere phrase looked down upon had been beautified. The students at Zimming University came from various planets. And after the aberrant species mutated, if their mental power was not enhanced, their IQ would suffer. Most of the aberrant species with high mental power would choose to live on islands or in wastelands, their extraordinary talents making them arrogant and attempting to become leaders of the new world, which resulted in very few aberrant species being able to get admitted. Someone like Fan Shi, with low mental power and weak innate abilities, being isolated was simply to be expected. The discrimination against aberrant species seemed to be ingrained in the entire human society. Even in a free institution like Zimming, prejudice was everywhere. In such a large school, there was not even a restroom designated for aberrant species, as the restrooms at Zimming University did not specify for aberrant species. He could only go to the public restrooms outside the school. Uso still remembered how Fan Shi would run out sweating profusely just to use the restroom. In a later debate competition on the social issues of aberrant species, he defeated his opponent and happened to bring up this topic. It was then that the principal became aware of the restroom issue for aberrant species, and the problem was finally resolved. Although Fan Shi was isolated by his classmates at school, he still performed well academically, and after graduation, passed the entrance exam for the system, becoming a junior staff member in the Alliance Security Department. He had always been mediocre, not achieving anything significant. Later, when Uso became the president of the Alliance, no one looked down on him anymore. It just seemed that his career still had no prospects. Uso, Yi Yunhuan, and Fan Shi were very good friends, and Uso still could not understand why it was him. After hearing these past events, Yi Neihin felt suffocated by the chasm that lay between natural humans and aberrant species. Yin Sui was also an aberrant species, and he had already lived a hard life on the islands. Yi Neihin did not want those whispered conversations to one day happen to him. What exactly happened to my father back then? If I hadn't discovered that it was my father who personally piloted the mech toward the black hole, I would never have believed the nonsense you fabricated about being unable to resist the interstellar pirates. I did not deceive you. If the heavenly shield system was activated, with the military strength of that time, it indeed could not have stopped that attack, Uso said lightly. Yi Neihin smiled, but there was a hint of helplessness in that laughter. Uncle Wu, I believe you because my father asked me to believe you. He told me, when he was still around, that no matter how the Alliance changed, you were the only person he trusted. But you closed the heavenly shield system, and this matter has been a thorn in my heart all these years. I think it's time for you to clarify things with me. Those little scoundrels from the wasteland probably weren't even on your radar. The members from the wasteland that Yunhuan intercepted were indeed nothing special. But the items inside the mech were enough to turn the entire Yuhui into ashes. If Yuhui star disappeared, the planetary energy waves it generated would lead to what kind of consequences you should know without me saying. New Delhi Star is already very close to Alpha 3. With their strength, they could not withstand that level of energy waves. Is there black gold up there? Yi Neihin suddenly grasped the key point of the problem. Yes, not only is there black gold, but there are also scientists from the wasteland. They are all aberrant species with high mental power, and they have mastered the extraction and refining technology of black gold, so they must be destroyed beyond the domain. Why did our fathers rush to Yuhui? Perhaps destroying it earlier would have given them a chance to survive? Yi Neihin asked again. The technology back then was not as strong as it is now. Mental guidance took a lot of time. That group of scientists were mostly aberrant species with high mental power. One person could control several mechs. It was harder than climbing to the sky to pry open their mouths on the road. Luca was also one of that group of scientists. He was just a natural human. The scientific research of aberrant species had never been very strong. Luca was a professor who was abducted from Ziming University, specifically to conduct research on black gold for them. He was the chief experimentalist and dispatcher of that batch of black gold, held separately in an isolated mech, and had already fallen into a coma. Your father did not take it to heart, thinking he would interrogate him upon returning to the Alliance. However, just as your father's patrol team was about to arrive at Yuhui Star, Luca woke up. After understanding the situation at the time, he insisted on seeing your father. His request to meet constituted an interrogation, and it was recorded. You can see for yourself. After saying this, Uso opened his smart brain and pulled up a long-ago video. Speak, what do you want from me? Yi Yunhuan frowned. At this moment, he still did not know that what awaited him was a life-and-death decision. I am a professor in the Biological Materials Department at Ziming University. My name is Luca. I was abducted by the Wasteland 2 years ago. You should have heard of that news. Yi Yunhuan did not expect to find a professor who had been kidnapped years ago during his capture of interstellar pirates. Professor Luca, how did you end up on a mech of the interstellar pirates? Yi Yunhuan expressed his confusion. There is no time to explain this now. I tell you my true identity, hoping you will believe what I say next. The mech from the Wasteland carried dangerous goods capable of destroying 10 planets. They planned to blow up Yuhui. What? Yi Yunhuan raised his voice, but we have thoroughly checked their mechs and found no dangerous goods, as you say. It's a new substance. If ordered by elements, it would rank as number 467. This batch of explosives is controlled by the mental power of their mech commander. Once it enters Yuhui's range, it will explode. If he dies, it will also explode. Where is the element number 467 hidden? Yi Yunhuan clearly did not fully believe what Luca was saying. In the cargo hold of each mech, Yi Yunhuan signaled his chief guard to check, while simultaneously ordering a reduction in the flying speed of the mechs. I have no reason to deceive you. My hometown is Yuhui. I'm also part of Yuhui's defense. Luca understood Yi Yunhuan's intentions. If what you said is true, what would happen if I throw that batch of dangerous goods into space now? The element number 467 will automatically explode after leaving the control range of its controller by a certain distance. This is a program they set themselves, and I cannot interfere. If element number 467 explodes, this batch of mechs will not escape. Luca sighed. How do you know these things? Yi Yunhuan squinted, showing his continued distrust of Luca. What do you think they captured me for? My research project at Zimming University is the extraction of new species. Element number 467 is a new substance I discovered. I hadn't even had the chance to publish my paper before they abducted me. Therefore, I can be sure that there are definitely their people in my laboratory. Before Yi Yunhuan could ask, his chief guard came in. He used an energy detector to check the energy level of that batch of substances, thoroughly confirming what Luca had said. Is there a solution? Yi Yunhuan turned to look at Luca. Luca shook his head, indicating helplessness. The element number 467 being placed on different mechs means that if this batch of mechs is to be destroyed, each one needs a person, and they cannot let the aberrant species discover that the flight path has deviated. Yi Yunhuan's patrol team was already outnumbered compared to the mech from the wasteland, but fortunately, there were two people with relatively strong mental power who could pilot 2 to 3 mechs. Luca also wanted to join, but Yi Yunhuan stopped him. The wasteland has such things, right? Yi Yunhuan asked. Luca nodded. Somel hat perplexet. Did you create all of this? Not entirely. They have their scientists as well. Element number 467 was not extracted, but was a flow-dye separation product. The process is complicated, and they mastered the formula long ago. I was just a technical advisor and actually had no say. I temporarily believe what you said, and I hope you can live up to your commitments and not do anything to harm the Alliance. You stay and continue researching element 467. All aspects of this technology must be controlled by the Alliance. What does that mean? Actually, Luca has already understood Yi Yunhuan's meaning. He just finds it a bit hard to believe. I will leave a mech for you. Someone will come to take you back to the Alliance shortly. As for whether what you said is true or not, someone will come to investigate. Yi Yunhuan's expression remains calm, and the recording stops here. But Yi Neihin feels a sense of suffocation. His father is calmly walking to his death. And not just him. Everyone in the Ether Army who participated in the patrol chose to face death calmly. So, has Luca made any discoveries? Yi Neihin remained silent for a long time, looking at USO. Yi Yunhuan shook his head. Black gold is a separation product of Lu dye. But there are many sources of Lu dye, and it is impossible to control it completely. 1 ton of Lu dye can extract planet-level energy. I want Yin Sui to investigate black gold, actually to find out the scientists who control black gold. The weapon expert from the Kirk Research Institute, Cookie, has developed a shortwave shield that can slow down the fusion of black gold, but can only delay it for an hour. Cookie? I remember this person as a slippery character. I didn't expect he had such abilities. His research in interstellar weapons is quite profound. Yi Neihin no longer struggles with the fact that Cookie is also USO's person. The various forces left from the former alliance are already intricately intertwined, and it would probably be harder than ascending to heaven to clarify everything in a short time. I have one more question, Yi Neihin said. You can ask. Since you said there is black gold in the wasteland, and they have their own scientists, why didn't they use it when the alliance dissolved? USO knows she is referring to the time when interstellar pirates raided Yuhui Star. The alliance's forces are intertwined, and so are the wastelands. They also need to divide into factions. The group that has been active in recent years clearly shows signs of age. But Lucas said they have a team that rarely comes out to operate, and their research level is not inferior to that of the Alliance. I suspect that the last group that came was not the one I wanted to find. Not inferior to the Alliance? If that's the case, then this matter will indeed be somewhat tricky. It's possible that your father lost a batch of scientists during that incident. They have been less active in recent years, possibly also out of fear of Yin Sui's mental power. They have been hiding very deeply, and I have not found their source all these years. They only occasionally appear without causing much trouble, USO explained. The wasteland has always been a mystery to Yi Neihin. He only knows that those interstellar pirates live there. But there are no specific coordinates, or their bases are constantly changing. Nobody knows how many of them there are or the scale of their development, which has caused considerable headaches for the Alliance. Thinking of the tough bone that is the wasteland, Yin Nahan felt a headache coming on. The person Fan Shi mentioned, the dean of the School of Social Sciences at Ziming University, Fang Changchun. Do you know him? USO frowned. He's my classmate in the School of Social Sciences. I have always been the top student, while Fang Changchun is regarded as the perennial second place. He did target me a bit back then, but we don't have a deep relationship. He's a natural person, and I can't understand why he would do such a thing. Does he harbor hatred towards natural people? I haven't heard of that. He was quite displeased with me being with Fan Shi back then, but I never expected he would end up with Fan Shi in the end. Although I don't like him, I feel he is not that kind of person. What Fan Shi said may not be true. I can't see him clearly now. In any case, there seems to be something deeper going on here. So you should be careful. Yin Nahan replied softly, I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned to leave. Ahan, what's wrong? Yin Nahan turned back. Be careful. Okay. Unsure if it was just his illusion, Yin Nahan felt that USO's gaze towards her carried many things she could not understand, like affection, but also something else. Chapter 51 Fang Changchun, Yin Sui finished questioning Fan Shi and directly locked him up in the central prison of the Yinghui Star, which is Yin Nahan's territory and also where Yin Nahan was held a couple of days ago. Fan Shi claimed that Yin Nahan wanted to harm him, so he put him in the most dangerous cell before heading straight to Ziming University. At this time, Yin Nahan also concluded her conversation with Yuzhou. With little time for sentimentality, she quickly adjusted herself and piloted the light shuttle towards Ziming University. Investigating Fang Changchun, Yin Nahan saw Yin Sui and was not surprised at all. Yes, Yin Sui then asked, are you also? Yes. Yin Nahan hesitated for a moment and called out to Yin Sui. They were now in a cooperative relationship, and she needed to clarify the matter of the black gold with Yin Sui to prevent him from acting like a headless fly. Yin Sui. Yes, what is it? Yin Sui asked. Black gold is a Lu dye extract. Uncle Wu asked you to investigate it, hoping you could use the strength of the Ether Army to find the scientists who mastered the black gold separation technology. Yuzhuo said that. Yin Sui asked again. Yes. My father sacrificed himself for human safety. He is very proud of it. I have indeed been a bit obsessed these past years, Yin Nahan murmured. Do you still remember the oath we took when we established the Lightheart team back then? Yin Sui smiled, now able to calmly mention that buried team. But it didn't mean he wasn't sad. Yin Nahan was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, of course I remember, to build a better tomorrow for humanity. She never expected that one day she could calmly discuss this topic with someone. Then starting today, let's forget the wrong paths we've taken and build a better tomorrow for humanity. Yin Sui extended one of his hands, including the. Yin Nahan also extended one of her hands and gave Yin Sui a high five, but Yin Sui immediately held on. To build a better tomorrow for humanity. Yin Nahan said softly. This is Ziming University, Yin Nahan reminded, hoping Yin Sui wouldn't be too bold. What does it matter? Sooner or later, you're my wife. Don't they love to guess our relationship? Let's show them, Yin Sui said. Hearing this, Yin Nahan instantly understood Yin Sui's meaning. This was to show others his attitude towards Yinghui Star. However, such words would put more pressure on the star and the coalition. But what does it matter? The various stars have long been eager to act. It was only a matter of time before they stood against Yin Sui. No matter what, Yinghui Star had the confidence to support this army. Ziming University had become a dream school for many students due to its excellent financial strength and research capabilities during the Alliance period. After the dissolution of the Alliance, the Yin Nahan government increased its financial support for it, so to this day, it remains the dream of students from various stars. Fang Changchun was the dean of the School of Social Sciences. After his disappearance, Ziming University quickly conducted a reselection and appointment for the dean position. The current dean is a professor named Yi Li from the Classical Philosophy Department. Dean Yi, General Yin, please come in. Li welcomed them into his office as soon as he saw them. I just took over the college, and things are a bit chaotic right now, including the office. Li commented on their hand-holding without expressing any opinion, instead jokingly referring to himself as a sly fox. We're here to ask about Fang Changchun, Yin Sui said, looking at Li with a somewhat serious tone. Feel free to ask. I will answer everything, Ely replied. What kind of person was he at school? Just like that, very normal, nothing special. He had high academic ability, and students liked him. He was very easygoing, with no airs about him. Very easygoing? Yi Nahan asked. Yes, very easygoing. As far as I remember, he had never really lost his temper with anyone. Was there anything special the day before he went missing? Yin Sui asked again. The supervision police also asked before. It seems there was nothing special the week he went missing. It was just like usual. Yin Naihan Pidesid on. Was there anything unusual about him usually? I can't really recall. Usually, he was quite normal. He was not an eye-catching person. Even though he was the dean, sometimes when we passed by him, we might hardly notice his presence. He had a low sense of presence. Perhaps he was just low-key, Ely said blandly. After speaking, it seemed he remembered something. If we're talking about something special, it seems he had a good relationship with Fan Shi from the security department. Although our School of Social Sciences studies human relationships and development without discrimination against, society's prejudice against is deeply rooted, and generally, natural humans wouldn't get too close to. Yin Sui and Yi Nahan exchanged glances, both understanding the implication. The matter of adding black gold to the nutrient solution was likely indeed Fong Changchun's doing. Where's his office? Yin Sui asked. After he left, he didn't take anything, which made us think he simply didn't come. By the time we discovered he was missing, several days had already passed. Do you think he might have encountered some accident? We've been colleagues for many years, and I still feel a bit worried, Ely said, talking nonstop as he walked. Yin Sui and Yi Nahan followed behind him in silence. This is Fong Changchun's office. Ely opened a door, revealing a minimalist office to their eyes. Let's check it out. You go out first, Yi Nahan ordered Ely. Upon hearing this, Ely paused for a moment, then carefully said, Dean Yi, although you're the leader of Inghui, Changchun's office is sealed by the supervision police. You can check, but I hope you won't destroy any evidence. Understood. After Yi Nahan finished speaking, she closed the office door. The office was simply decorated with a desk, some philosophy papers, and a batch of reports. There was nothing special, as if this place was merely a simple workspace for Fong Changchun, where no personal feelings should be reflected. Yin Sui and Yi Nahan then left Fong Changchun's office. Snowfall. Back in the light shuttle, Yin Sui called out to Piao Xue. Soon, a human-like figure appeared in the shuttle's cabin. It was Yin Sui's combat core machine, Piao Xue. The materials used to create it are changeable, allowing it to take on various forms and hide in different places. General, check Fong Changchun's communication devices, including his intelligence brain. Yin Sui closed his eyes and added, also check Fan Shi's. In no time, Piao Xue provided feedback on its inspection results. As the closest existing core machine to human thought, Piao Xue briefly summarized Yin Sui's needs. There are no issues with Fong Changchun and Fan Shi's intelligence brains and communication devices. They are not even friends on their intelligence brain terminals. And there are no mentions of black gold or element 467 in their devices. Even the term appears very infrequently. None? Yan Sui frowned. Of course, I checked their registered accounts and device addresses in the gene database. It doesn't rule out the possibility that they have other communication devices or that they contact each other directly in person. In that case, Piao Xue is somewhat helpless. It seems a bit tricky, Yi Nahan sighed. Let's go check Fan Shi's house. There are many questions that raise doubts. I used mental guidance, so it shouldn't be. Yin Sui looked at Yi Nahan, set the light shuttle to fly freely, and asked, has that batch of black gold nutrient solution that flowed into the market been intercepted? Yi Nahan lowered her eyes. Xia Yin is already handling it, but the Pinnacle Group and the Shangxia Group are competitors. Fortunately, Inghui Star can intercept almost everything that hasn't flowed out, but it probably won't be so smooth on other planets. Is it mainly about Washington Star? Yin Sui asked. Yes. Inghui and Washington have always been at odds. It was fine when Mori was in power. I had some understanding of him. He would definitely not allow his citizens to all become the kind of beings he despises. But now Hall is in power. I have been ignoring him and don't really know what kind of person he is. Yin Sui fiddled with the smooth, flat light shuttle. I have talked to him before. He is indeed a troublesome character. Mori's black money came from Fan Shi, but Hall seems to have another source. Then Yin Sui added, Qin Shan is currently on Washington Star. I've already informed him to investigate. The headquarters of the Pinnacle Group is also on Washington Star, so we can't avoid Hall no matter what. Yi Neihan silently looked ahead. No one knew what she was thinking at that moment. Chapter 52 Diary Yin Sui and Yi Neihan arrived at Fong Changchun's home. The advanced intelligent security system of the house was a piece of cake for Yin Sui, who had extraordinary mental powers, and they smoothly entered Fan Chi's residence. Like most Zimming buildings, it was designed in a style reminiscent of the Earth era, but with many high-tech intelligent systems added. The house was divided into 2 floors, and the interior was bare, just like Fan Chi himself, unremarkable and lackluster. Piao Xue carefully scanned the entire building and then emotionlessly described the scanning results to Yin Sui. General, there is no useful information here. The information sent from this address is meaningless, just like Fan Chi's personal terminal. What about the items? Did you scan them? In the era of interstellar travel, houses are all printed, which also facilitates artificial intelligence to check various indicators of the building. There is no special information, but I detected an item not commonly used by normal humans. What is it? Yin Sui asked. A notebook, an ancient notebook, a product from the Earth era. After saying this, Piao Xue transformed into human form, retrieved the notebook, and handed it to Yin Sui. Year 1006, Second Star Era. I was admitted to Zimming University. But my father didn't want me to go to school. He hoped I would inherit his position as a steward in Gaoyan. He said it was already remarkable for a mutant to achieve what he did and urged me not to have any excessive thoughts. I also knew mutants were not welcome, but I really wanted to go out and see the world. Life is really hard. Year 1006, Third Star Era. My father still didn't want me to go to Zimming. He said Botswana was the most tolerant place for mutants aside from the islands and wastelands, and he couldn't bear to see me suffer. Year 1006, Third Star Era. After my mother's persuasion, my father finally agreed to let me attend Zimming University. I look forward to tomorrow's arrival. Year 1006, Four-Star Era. It's been a while since I enrolled, and my father was right. Normal people don't welcome me. I brought local specialties from Botswana for my roommate, but the moment I stepped out, the items I worked hard to bring were thrown into the trash. I felt very sad. Year 1007, First Star Era. I ranked first in the assessment at the end of last year, but I didn't receive a scholarship from Zimming University because I am mutant. Is being born really that important? Year 1007, First Star Era. My roommates talked behind others' backs. Why didn't they wait until I was far away to say those things? I didn't want to hear those sentences. They said I only got into Zimming University through special means. Year 1007, Second Star Era. I don't know why I was born. Was it to be bullied by others? I have no friends. I'm a reclusive monster. If only I were a normal person. But aren't they bad ones among normal people too? How should I explain to them that mutants aren't as vicious as they imagine? Year 1007, Second Star Era. Everything is terrible. Life is truly awful. Year 1008, First Star Era. Prejudice, prejudice. They angrily accuse mutants. No matter how we explain, it's useless. People only want to imagine their own facts instead of thinking rationally. They're a bunch of rabble, sheep who have lost their ideals. Year 1009, Second Star Era. This must be the most beautiful summer at Zimming. I made 2 friends. Year 1011, First Star Era. I discovered an incredible secret. USO is a girl. She has a genetic defect syndrome. I like her so much, but I am a mutant. Year 1012, Third Star Era. USO only likes Yinhuan. They're a perfect match, while I feel out of place like a clown. Year 1015, Fourth Star Era. This winter is truly unpleasant. USO and Yinhuan had a daughter, but USO has a genetic defect that causes gender issues. Her daughter cannot be exposed. It would affect her career. So let her never be exposed in her life. Seeing this, Yi Neihan finally understood something. Her father had always refused to tell her about her mother because she had always been by her side. No wonder every time she met Uncle Wu, her father hesitated to speak, and every time she spoke ill of USO, her father scolded her sternly. He must love her very much, or rather, he must love her. Gender gene defectors are not uncommon in the interstellar era. Living long-term under cosmic rays, some genetic changes are normal. However, they do not undergo a mutation phase and cannot be classified as mutants. They can only be regarded as unusual ordinary people. Yi Nahan's eyes turned red. All these years, every time she questioned USO, how sad must he have been? Yin Sui remained silent, merely holding her hand, wanting to give her immense energy. The records in the diary became intermittent, but it was clear that the owner's mood was worsening. Year 1018, First Star Era. Are mutants really worthless? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Year 1021, First Star Era. Who wants your false sympathy? I don't need help or pity. Year 1022, Second Star Era. I discovered a secret. Perhaps the era of mutants is about to arrive. Year 1038, First Star Era. Finally, this terrible alliance has disbanded. Next is our world, a brand new world. I can't wait any longer. Year 1038, Second Star Era. I have been discovered, Yin Sui. The diary abruptly ended here. But Yin Sui felt something was off. This diary, which concealed many secrets. How could Fan Chi leave it at home knowing he would definitely be investigated? He turned to the next page, and sure enough, General Yin, how unexpected that you also have a hobby of peeking into others' diaries. I know your secret. We are the same kind. After the matter is accomplished, I want to make things difficult for you. I hope you choose to join my camp. Good birds choose good trees to perch on. I will have it no other way. I will only give you 3 days to consider. I will contact you in 3 days. You peered into my diary and should know I don't like your little lover very much. If you are sensible, I might consider letting her go. Trust me, you are not on the same path. Yin Sui frowned and then contacted Alan. Alan, where is Fan Chi? He's detained in the Zimming prison, and someone from the Star Administration is watching over him. Alan replied, somewhat confused. Before Yi Nahan could contact the head of the Zimming prison, her secretary contacted her. Star Chief, Fan Chi has escaped. What happened? Along with him, the warden of Zimming prison also left. Without saying much, Yi Nahan already understood everything. After the alliance disbanded, she thought she was the yellow bird. But in Fan Chi's eyes, she was merely a mantis. She never expected Fan Chi's influence had infiltrated to such an extent. What about other management systems? Would they all be his people? Yi Nahan dared not think too deeply, but she also found it unbelievable. Fan Chi was a mutant. How did he manage to make those normal people obey him? It was simply absurd. Yin Sui also thought of this and frowned, raising his eyes to ask, do you still remember Lu Xingbin? Lin Tao? Yes, I suspected someone controlled Lin Tao's consciousness at that time, erasing his memories. However, there is no such technology in the scientific research reports of various stars, not even in the Yue star. You previously told me that USO wanted me to find those mysterious scientists in the wasteland. Could it be? Yin Sui turned to look at Yi Nahan. Are you saying he used technology to manipulate the brains of normal people and made it undetectable by mental power? It's very possible. You and I should go to Landa. Luca might know. Just then, Yi Nahan's smart brain rang again. It was still her chief secretary. Star Chief. Many officials have lost control and are jumping off buildings like crazy. Many have already been subdued by the Star and military, but some have lost their vital signs. Chapter 53. Out of control, the conjecture was confirmed, and Fan Chi began his revenge. This was just the first step of his distorted empire. In just one day, Ingwe Star lost 30 talents in various fields, and the Star and allied forces were not spared either. Fortunately, they had been stationed at Tiandun for a long time, so the impact was relatively small and not many were controlled. Perhaps this is why Fan Chi dared to go alone to find Yin Sui to surrender. Whether in Yin Sui's domain or Yi Nahan's territory, he had enough strength to leave. Fan Chi was putting on a show, demonstrating to them his omnipotence. What is currently exposed may only be a small part. Hidden behind it, who knows how many political figures have fallen victim. And Fan Chi surely has a bigger plan. Fan Chi had been planning this for many years. Everything they did was seen by him. He was the one orchestrating the layout, and they were merely stepping into the trap he had set, one step at a time. Luca, have you made any discoveries? Yi Nahan asked. You guessed correctly. After the incident with the Star Leader, I studied Lin Tao. His mental network was indeed controlled, but not by a brainwave chip. There are no traces of physical products controlling his brain. It seems more like biological manipulation. What do you mean? Yin Sui pressed. Our current technology connects people's mental networks through brainwave chips to achieve an interconnected world. You should be familiar with this. It's in the must-read textbooks. But Lin Tao's mental network doesn't have a brainwave chip, yet is still controlled, which indicates that the people from the wasteland have completed the manipulation and production of biological chips. I was a bit slow, Lucas sighed. Yin Sui caught the word slow. You've been researching this for a while? Yi Neihan also looked at him. Luca did not immediately answer the question. He looked at Yi Neihan. Also told you about my situation, right? Yes. Yi Neihan's tone revealed no emotion. Although she didn't want to discuss her father's death, she had no choice. While at the Wasteland Research Base, they were studying biological chips, a type of chip that can completely parasitize the human brain. After returning, I reported this to Uso. At that time, I thought that thing broke the bottom line of humanity and didn't want to research it. But Uso told me that the Wasteland was definitely using this to deal with the Alliance, which is why I continue my research. And then, Yin Sui asked, biological chips parasitize the human brain. They belong to carbonyls and can integrate with the human brain. When artificial intelligence first emerged, we suspected that one day, chip-enhanced humans might replace humanity. But as of now, this hypothesis seems absurd. Even though your snowdrift has passed 5 rounds of Turing tests, its highest principle is still to serve humanity. Luca glanced at Yin Sui, pointing at the humanoid chip-enhanced being beside him. But biological chips are different. The original intention of studying them is to integrate with humanity, like forcibly injecting a second personality into a person's mind. The gene editing of biological chips is perfect. Once it merges with human mental power, it overcomes weak human emotions and becomes a person. The laboratory of the Landa Institute fell into a long silence. The function of biological chips sounds very evil, and indeed, it is evil. Biological chips connect with a mental network, directly seizing control of it. Physical chips cannot evolve, but biological chips can. Humanity and human civilization originate from the thoughts of heaven, earth, and oneself. Without thought, can still be called humanity? Maybe it can. After all, on the surface, it still looks like a person, and in terms of composition, there is still no difference. Is there a solution? Yi Neihan looked at Luca, appearing calm and composed, but no one could know her true feelings. I still carried a merciful heart and removed its aggressive gene chain during the research, retaining the conservative part, but I underestimated the madness of those people from the wasteland. This academic expert finally expressed personal emotions when talking about the people from the wasteland. It seems you only researched a half-finished product. What kind of people are the scientists from the wasteland? Yin Sui asked again. Scientists? That is really overestimating them. They are a group of alien species with extremely high mental powers. They will stop at nothing to develop things to deal with the Alliance. In their world, strength is respected. Those with lower mental powers, or those who are less capable, are not even recognized as their kind. Is there any countermeasure? There are too many control people. Yin Sui looked at Luca, his eyes filled with inquiry. Luca shook his head. I examined the bodies of the deceased. They have already merged with the chips, indicating that this chip is very successful. Is there any way to prevent it? Chips can't just appear in their mental networks for no reason. Yi Neihan raised her eyes. 2 years ago, I created a detector for potential issues with biological chips. But I'm not sure if it works on this biological chip. Luca paused for a moment and continued. As for how this chip entered their bodies, I don't know yet. But I found that those still controlled seemed to have a small opening on their heads. I suspect that inserting this chip would require a small surgery. In the interstellar age, small surgeries are not difficult. Any etheric doctor with a robot could do it. But how to make them willingly undergo surgery is a bit tricky. Perhaps you can start investigating from here. Yin Sui slightly closed his eyes, seemingly pondering something. This batch of political figures implanted with chips is behaving uniformly, not under their own control. After the chip is implanted, will they always obey the commands of the chip's implanters? Or will the chip evolve and directly turn them into another person? Luca sighed, seemingly powerless against this chaotic situation. This is also the terrifying aspect of those from the wasteland. They claim to establish a homeland for the alien species, that evolution is the future of humanity. But evolution should be based on differences, not homogenization. Indeed, the current actions of the wasteland aim to turn humans into a batch of perfect machines. A group of completely obedient machines. What happens if the main controller of this batch of chips dies? Yin Sui asked again. Yi Neihin turned to Yin Sui, understanding his implication. Perhaps this is the only solution. Unless he edits the chips one by one, otherwise it should be the second situation. The chips and humans merge, becoming a second personality for humanity. It will depend on which of these two personalities gains the upper hand in individual struggle, Luca replied. Based on your speculation, how likely is it that he can edit them one by one? Yin Sui asked again. Luca shook his head. Humans are a species. The genes between individuals are vastly different, and life experiences are also distinct. Editing them one by one is very difficult. It may be possible with fewer people, but once there are many, it becomes impossible. Even if editing one by one, it is hard to control completely. Lin Tao should have been edited individually, and we can still detect his differences. I understand. Thank you. The wasteland has gone too far this time, trampling on the dignity of humanity. This battle will be hard to fight. Stay safe, Luca couldn't help but remind. What responded to him was the departing figures of the two. Chapter 54. The situation had developed far beyond Yi Neihin's expectations. This time, she did not intercept the information from Inghua Star. Despite her reluctance to be seen as a joke by the other star leaders, there was no time to care about that now. On the day when the political figures collectively committed suicide, she released a statement on the Interstellar network. In response to speculation about the collective suicide of the political figures from Inghua Star, the Inghua Daily issued a statement confirming the event's authenticity, stating that some officials had been controlled by a new type of biological chip from the wasteland and had acted against their will. It was emphasized that this was not just a matter for Inghua Star. Other stars might also have individuals under control without their knowledge. The star leader Yi called for all humanity to unite and resist such inhumane control, restoring freedom of thought to humanity. The star and the coalition also released statements, informing the public that the black gold, which could lead to mutations in natural people, had already entered the market, urging everyone to take it seriously. The problematic nutrient solutions from Inghua Star had been recalled, and they hoped all stars could unite. They also expressed support for Ye's actions, stating that humanity should have the right to freedom of thought. Some believed the statement, but many did not. After all, in their own planets, there had been no incidents of collective suicide or mutations among natural people. They prefer to think this was a performance by Yi Neihin and Yin Sui, colluding together. Those who had previously supported Yin Sui now turned around and called him a traitor to the coalition. Only Yin Sui's loyal supporters, including those from Camber's star, believed and took action, while other planets remained on the sidelines. Particularly, Washington Star, known for its activism in interstellar affairs, had made no sound this time, seemingly indifferent to whether natural people were mutating or whether the public was being controlled, which felt unusual to Yin Sui. He tried to contact Qin Shan, but it seemed the interstellar network in Washington Star was disconnected, making it impossible to connect. He knew something must have happened, so he turned to Godai, the star leader stationed outside the Washington Star region. Godai was somewhat surprised to receive Yin Sui's communication. He had been stationed outside Washington Star for nearly 2 months. Fortunately, Mo Lei had lost power. Otherwise, he would have been hunted down. Qin Shan is in trouble. You need to check on him. Yin Sui commanded directly without further explanation. Godai was puzzled. I spoke with Captain Qin the day before yesterday. What happened? It's not clear yet, but you should go check. Inghua is in chaos now, and I don't want anything else to happen on your end, Yin Sui replied. I understand, Godai said, and Yin Sui immediately cut off the communication. The situation with Fan Shi was like a tangled mess. If he wanted to control everyone with biological chips, then it was a direct confrontation. If the chips were combined with black gold, what was his purpose? The outcome was self-evident. The most important thing now was to find Fan Shi and kill him, but where could he be? Yan Sui pondered. Just as he was deep in thought, Alan entered. Commander, we have looked into the commonalities among this group of out-of-control political figures as you requested. They all visited the Zimming Mountain Club, and the inviter was Fong Changchun. Fong Changchun? Could he really be connected to Fan Shi? Based on this series of incidents, he had thought Fong Changchun was just a scapegoat for Fan Shi. Could he really be involved? Yin Sui found it hard to understand. Yes, they are all students of Fong Changchun. As you know, the former social academy was a training ground for coalition political leaders. Yin Sui sneered. It seemed this was the reason those political figures were controlled. Since the chip implantation required surgery, the number of controlled individuals should not be large. However, if Fan Shi's purpose in controlling these individuals was to use them to control more people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go check again if this group organized any separate meetings after returning from the Zimming Mountain Club, Yin Sui said, pinching his brow. I've investigated this, as you suspected. They organized separate gatherings after returning. Alan, always clever, knew what to do without needing further instruction. All of them have been monitored. All of them have been monitored, including the subordinates they developed. Fortunately, during the coalition period, the Ether Army had little interaction with those political figures. There may not be many people on our side in the coalition who are controlled, Alan explained. What about the civilians? Any observations? Alan shook her head. This is beyond the jurisdiction of the Star and Coalition. I have tested among civilians. The numbers are significant, and the inspectors who are confirmed to be fine are still working overtime. It's Yin Nahan. She came to find Yin Sui. Was it checked with Luca's detection device? Yin Sui looked at Yin Nahan. Yes, but his detection device is too slow. The Shanxia group is still working overtime to produce more. Yin Sui understood her meaning. It was a drop in the bucket, as there were too many people needing testing. Looking around, everyone seemed normal. What did Fan Shi really want to do? He could have quietly controlled more people before provoking them. Yin Sui felt puzzled. I suspect there may have been internal issues that forced him to plan ahead. The air fell into a brief silence. Thinking of Washington Star, he seemed to have found the reason. Before Yin Sui could think more, his smart brain suddenly rang. Commander. What came into view was a disheveled Gadai. He was born in Zimming, and even in the military, he paid great attention to personal etiquette. Moments like this were indeed rare. I found Captain Sheen. He was injured in the conflict in Washington Star. All contact points are now unsafe, and we have taken refuge in the alien habitation area, Gadai said quickly. Yin Sui did not fully understand his meaning, but knew his suspicions were confirmed. Something had happened in Washington Star. Speak slowly. What exactly happened? Yin Sui rubbed his forehead. How is Captain Sheen? Captain Sheen suffered minor injuries to his mental strength. He is fine. Washington Star is in turmoil. Little and Hall's conflict has escalated. Little's troops have now surrounded Hall's office, cutting off the Interstellar network and increasing communication, jamming over Washington Star. That's why I couldn't reach Captain Sheen from outside the region. Gadai said, taking a breath before continuing. Little's reason for mobilizing troops is that Hall disregarded the safety of Washington citizens and colluded with the wasteland, leading to large-scale mutations among natural people in Washington Star. Mutations among natural people? This term was not unfamiliar. It was clearly related to black gold. Yes, the batch of nutrient solutions from the Pinnacle Group has all entered the market. The vast majority of natural people in Washington Star have mutated. Only a few who dislike nutrient solutions have narrowly escaped, Gadai explained. The destruction caused by black gold is immense. The mortality rate for mutations among natural people is close to 50. Now, Washington Star is filled with the stench of decaying bodies. It's terrifying, Commander. For a regular soldier like Gadai to use the word terrifying, it must mean the situation was critical. How did you end up in the alien habitation area? Yin Sui asked again. After the mutations among natural people outside the habitation area, the situation became very unstable. Most of them experienced a decline in intelligence and became irritable. Only the habitation area, which people looked down upon, remained secure. It was built to prevent their escape, and the perimeter is solid. The aliens here are united. And the chaos outside has not spread here yet, Gadai quickly explained. What about the people at the other contact points? Yin Sui asked, lowering his gaze. Already guessing the outcome. The contact point where Captain Sheen is using the Star and Coalition's own nutrient solutions has not been affected. But many comrades at other contact points have mutated, and some have sacrificed themselves. Captain Sheen was injured while trying to rescue them. At this point, Gadai's eyes reddened, and he lowered his head. Chapter 55. Outside the domain, after the large-scale natural mutation event occurred on Washington Star, Cape Town Star, New Delhi Star, and Zurich Star all experienced varying degrees of natural mutations. Fortunately, The problematic nutrient solution had a low market share on these planets, and the number of mutations remained within a controllable range. However, on Yuhui star, after learning that Fang Changchun and the Pinnacle Group had produced the problematic nutrient solution, they recalled all nutrient solutions. Even so, Yuhui still experienced a significant number of natural mutations. It was only at this point that Yi Neihan realized they had all been played by Fan Qi. The nutrient solution from the Pinnacle Group had already entered the market, and their attempt to retrieve that batch was entirely deliberate on Fan Qi's part. He was already in a position of advantage while pretending to confess. He calmly acted with Yen Sui, attributing his achievements to Fang Changchun, proudly boasting to Yen Sui, and then hiding in the shadows to enjoy their futile efforts. The mutations on Yuhui star were not numerous, so Yi Neihan handed these incidents over to the lower departments, which were not too troublesome to resolve. With the help of Luca's detection device, those controlled by biological chips were mostly brought under control. Currently, Yuhui star is considered the safest among all planets. And because of this incident, the credibility of the Yi Neihan government has significantly improved, transforming from a reviled entity into a hero that saves humanity. The biggest problem now is where Fan Qi is hiding. He has been lurking in the Alliance for so many years, and, after the Alliance disbanded, has been hiding on Yuhui star for so long. With his plan about to succeed, according to his character, he would definitely want to witness its realization in person. At this moment, Washington star resembled a hellish scene. Qin Shan and the others could certainly choose to leave and return to the safe harbor of Yuhui. But as a human, seeing his kind suffer, he could not stand idly by, especially since these were the people he had vowed to protect with his life when he joined the Ether Army. During the previous riots in the settlement area, he had helped the mutants inside and occasionally brought them some food. Over time, he had become familiar with them. They did not reject him, but rather welcomed his presence. Despite knowing that his identity was unusual, accepting him might bring disaster to the relatively peaceful settlement area. Yet Buck and the others still unhesitatingly accepted him. Naturals say that mutants are violent and lack compassion, like interstellar pirates who burn, kill, and plunder. However, after living in the settlement area for so long, he found that aside from the poor living conditions, none of the things naturals worried about had happened. On the contrary, those prejudiced naturals, beneath their glorious faade, concealed various unknown filth. Buck acted like a leader here. He was fierce outside, but a hero maintaining justice within the settlement area. I want to go out and take a look. The day after arriving at the settlement area, he told Buck his decision. Captain Sheen, trust me, I know people outside. It's chaotic out there. Wait until things calm down before you go out, Buck suggested. Goodeye looked at Qin Shan, also disapproving. Your mental strength was injured yesterday and hasn't recovered. What do you want to go out for? Just stay with me in Washington star's outside domain. Can you bear to see this? Qin Shan looked pale as he faced Goodeye. Goodeye had nothing to say, but clearly, this was not something they could resolve by just the two of them. It involved citizen resettlement and internal conflict regulation. More importantly, this was Washington star's domestic affair, and they had no standing in it. Give me a light shuttle. I want to go out and take a look. The general must be very concerned about the situation here. Qin Shan continued without explanation. Goodeye sighed and said, Fine, I'll go with you. You should stay in the settlement area. They have no brainwave chips and no mechs. If they encounter something unavoidable, it will be hard to cope. It's not just hard to cope, it's a dead end. If Leard or Hall were to attack the settlement area, they would have no means of defense. Although this possibility is small, Hall is clearly someone who does not follow conventional paths. Who knows what crazy things this lunatic might do? No, you can't go out alone. I don't agree. I'll call a few brothers down from outside the domain, Goodeye insisted. Qin Shan smiled. Goodeye, have you lost your mind? Just your presence in Washington star gives them a reason to accuse us of interfering in domestic affairs. The more people we call, the more conspicuous we become. So what? We VE already interfered. Does Washington star have time to manage this situation now? Qin Shan sighed, not wanting to argue further. Do as you wish. As long as you can explain it clearly to the general afterward. I'm doing this for you. Just me alone, even if Hall and Leard want to do something. Can I stop them? Goodeye retorted. I can go out with Captain Qin. Before being assigned to the settlement area, I was a transport supervisor and am quite familiar with Washington star. Buck quickly interjected to ease the tension between the two. You. Qin Shan looked up at Buck. Aren't you not allowed to leave the settlement area? Qin Shan, during the alliance period, those old thieves said the general was old-fashioned, too principled, and inflexible. You've learned that quite well. Right outside the settlement area, aren't there mutants everywhere? Godai shot a glance at Qin Shan. Seeing this, Buck whispered, although, I think Mr. Gu is right. Hall's personality is indeed a bit strange. Actually, I didn't tell you the truth before. I was afraid of getting involved in disputes that don't concern us. The night you and General Yin arrived at Washington Star, Hall indeed hired me to kill you. If he wants to attack the settlement area, it would indeed be difficult for Mr. Gu alone. You saw Hall with your own eyes? Qin Shan looked at Buck. Not exactly. You know, after the mutation, there are always a few freaks among us mutants whose senses become sharper. On the day of the settlement area riot, remember the thin monkey you rescued? He has a keen sense of smell, Buck explained, hinting at something. Did he know Hall before? Qin Shan asked again. Didn't you know? Hall is an illegitimate child. When he was young, Maury never let him be exposed. The thin monkey was his neighbor when they were kids and helped him. Later, when he gained power, the thin monkey went to find him, but he said he didn't know the thin monkey. What an ungrateful scoundrel. Buck gritted his teeth when recalling these past events. Buck sighed and continued, otherwise, why do you think we were locked up in the settlement area? Hall knew about us. Although he wore a virtual mask, his scent couldn't be concealed, and it was still recognized by the thin monkey. Both Qin Shan and Godai fell silent. Although some mutants have bad tempers, their talents are indeed extraordinary, and these abilities would make them stand out anywhere. Why do naturals have such prejudices against them? Perhaps they fear that one day, this race that has always been trampled underfoot will surpass them, which is indeed difficult for them to accept. Chapter 56. Destruction perhaps due to the consecutive changes since the dissolution of the Alliance. Qin Shan finally compromised with Godai and agreed to let him bring people from outside the domain to the settlement area. He had never got along well with Godai, and after this matter concluded, they would likely have to go to the general headquarters together to receive punishment, which made him feel quite frustrated. On the night of Washington Star, the bustling atmosphere of the past was no longer present. The streets were eerily silent, with quiet alleys and still brilliant lights combining to create an indescribable sense of desolation and strangeness. In this silent world, only the occasional roar of transport vehicles could be heard, as if mourning for the city of Washington, or rather, Washington Star, because what was still operating in the night were the corpse transport vehicles, carrying lifeless bodies of once vibrant lives. Do you know how many people on Washington Star have not mutated? Qin Shan suppressed his discomfort and turned to Buck. Buck shook his head and replied, I don't know. Before the establishment of the settlement area, I had more than 10 natural friends. We all worked in transportation control and occasionally communicated. One of them told me that among them, 8 people mutated and 4 died. After saying this, Buck couldn't help but lower his head. This data was horrifying. It meant that almost everyone on Washington Star had mutated. Mo Lei might never have imagined that his carefully crafted pure natural empire would be completely and utterly transformed. Where are we going now? Buck looked at the seemingly empty Washington Star. To find Leard. Leard, can I choose to go back? Buck's face became somewhat dejected. He still had lingering fears from Leard's madness on the day of the settlement area riot. No. Qin Shan quickly rejected him. You said you understood Washington Star and wanted to come out with me. But you didn't say we were going to find Leard, Buck countered. Qin Shan looked at Buck and chuckled lightly. If you dare to do business with Hall, why wouldn't you dare to meet Leard? Is that the same? For a long time, Leard has been the gatekeeper of the settlement area. It's only natural for us to have fear of him. All right, Buck. He won't make things difficult for you now. At least he's on your side. Qin Shan dropped this vague statement and accelerated the light shuttle again. After arriving at Leard's military base, Qin Shan identified himself and was quickly invited in. Once inside, Buck stayed outside, and Qin Shan went alone to meet Leard. This was a task assigned to him by Yin Sui that morning, to avoid Godai's nagging. He chose to come alone and even found an excuse to leave Godai in the settlement area. But unexpectedly, he still brought Buck along. Captain Qin, do you need something from me? Leard only learned after the Kelly incident that Yin Sui had already left Washington Star. It must be said that this General Yin was indeed elusive. Our general headquarters wants to talk to you. Qin Shan briefly expressed his request. Have you restored the communication network? Leard looked at Qin Shan with confusion. The previous communication network was cut off by Hall. After he took control of Hall, he discovered that that lunatic had destroyed all communication devices on Washington Star, leaving only a few that could still function normally. The communication department is currently repairing it. And now the only place on Washington Star that can communicate is right here. The best core mechanist from the former alliance, Piao Xue, is not a stranger to you, right? I understand. Then please help me contact General Yin. I really need his assistance now. That lunatic Hall has cut off all communication from Washington to outside domains. Yet the communication department has no one on his side. Good evening, General Yin. Leard, our verbal agreement regarding Washington Star is still valid. Yin Sui interrupted his further reminiscing and directly got to the point. General Yin, you may not be aware, but Washington Star is gone. Leard sighed. What do you mean it's gone? After those natural people mutated, are they no longer human? Do they not have the right to life? Yin Sui retorted. Hall has long been colluding with the Pinnacle Group to find his father. He didn't use the black gold supplier left by his father, but somehow found another supplier to provide him with black gold. And he intends to mutate all the natural people of Washington Star. Yin Sui fell silent for a moment. Has he been controlled? Leard knew Yin Sui was asking about Hall. He has been controlled, but he is already insane, and his mind is very unclear. We can't get anything out of him. It's not that his mind is unclear. He and the people from the Pinnacle Group may have been implanted with biological chips. Biological chips? The series of events on Washington Star made Leard completely unable to pay attention to the news from Inghua Star, leading to the collective madness of Inghua's political figures? Yes, his brainwave activity and mental power may have been controlled. Then Yin Sui asked again, is the military heavily affected by black gold? The nutritional supplier for the military on Washington Star is Shangxia, but some people have still been affected when returning home. It seems the situation isn't too bad. Yin Sui said, not too bad. Even at night, the transport vehicles on Washington Star are coming one after another. We are on the verge of extinction. Leard's emotions were quite off. The suspect behind this black gold incident is called Fan Shi. We have basically confirmed it. He may still have tricks up his sleeve, but now we don't know where he is hiding. I need your side to help me monitor this. Yin Sui made his request. Of course, Leard replied calmly. The Shangxia Group is currently producing instruments that can detect biological chips. Tomorrow, I will have someone send you a batch, and once we detect problematic individuals, please make sure to detain them first. Thank you. Not long after cutting off communication, Leard's guard knocked on the office door. General, a body of Mo Lei has been found in the settlement area, reported by the residents of the settlement area. The guard quickly conveyed the message. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan was taken aback. He didn't expect Mo Lei to actually be hiding in the mutated settlement area. Given his aversion to mutants, he must have been living in a lot of discomfort during this time. Understood, Leard replied indifferently, then turned to Qin Shan and asked, shall we go take a look? Let's go. Mo Lei dedicated his life to Washington Star. Although we have different positions, we should give him a send-off. On the way to the settlement area, looking at this planet engulfed in madness and despair, everyone fell into silence. Has the cause of death been determined? Leard looked at the coroner who had been waiting for a long time. Confirmed, genetic lifespan. Genetic lifespan, meaning he had reached the maximum lifespan allowed by his genes. Aside from the place of death, Mo Lei can be considered to have died of natural causes. This is one of the staff who left with Mo Lei during the turmoil. The coroner pointed to a young man nearby. The young man's biggest backer is gone. And Washington Star has completely fallen into chaos. Laws and rules can no longer protect him. At this time in Washington, Leard held absolute power, and he could only tremble, waiting for the judgment of fate. What is your name? Leard asked. Leinika. The young man's voice was very soft, as if he wanted to minimize his presence with this extremely low volume. Come with me. Leard gestured for Leinika to follow him, then turned to his chief guard and instructed, give him a decent funeral. Then he took Leinika into his light shuttle. Seeing this, Qin Shan didn't care whether it was appropriate or not, and directly followed Leard onto his light shuttle. Buck watched this scene, hesitating for a long time before turning and walking in the direction of his home. He was going to tell Mr. Gu about Qin Shan's bold actions. Not because he feared Leard, he comforted himself. Chapter 57. Dying seeing Qin Dan following him onto the light shuttle. Little furrowed his brow and couldn't help but say, "Captain Sheen, aren't you being a bit too familiar? Purebreds are about to be exterminated, and I might be next. Is it too much to want to gossip a bit before I die? This shamelessness is something I've never done before. It's a bit embarrassing. Do you really want to die? Is that something I can decide? General Little, you should be aware of the current situation. Our army sincerely wants to cooperate with you, and we hope that the right to life for humanity can be prioritized. Mori and Fan Shi have been in contact the longest, and he needs to understand their dealings." This was said with no courtesy, almost directly accusing Little of being a selfish person who disregards human life. Little ignored him and directly walked towards Rainika, impatiently asking, "You know what I want to ask, right? Just say it." Rainika hesitated for a long time, as if unsure how to begin. Chindan, being a friend to women, was able to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "Just say what Mori did during the escape period, or what he made you do." "I am Mori's data clerk, specifically handling documentation work. Of course, it's all trivial files, nothing core. On the day of the riot, I happened to be delivering new memory data to the storage room, and I found that the outside had already changed dramatically. At that moment, I didn't know what was happening. There was no one near Mori's office, so I panicked and barged into Mori's office. There was a small folding point in his office that allowed for free movement within the Washington Star domain. Once we came out of the folding point, we were already in the alien settlement area. Hearing this, Little became somewhat impatient. If it's not useful, then don't waste your breath." Rainika looked puzzled and turned to Chindan. Chindan sighed, helplessly saying, "Let me ask, did Mori have any contact with others in the settlement area? His living conditions in the settlement area were relatively good, but he didn't like aliens and had been in a bad mood. Since we entered the settlement area, he hasn't met anyone. What about communications? Did he communicate with the outside world?" Chindan asked again. "The communications in the settlement area are monitored by the communications department. That's Hall's territory. However, Mori had his own methods. When he first arrived at the settlement area, he did contact someone named Long, but after cutting off communication, Mori seemed to be in a bad mood. Later on, he avoided me whenever he had communications. I don't know who he contacted specifically," Rainika said. "Long, that's Fan Shi. He chose Hall again. It's no wonder he's in a bad mood. He might never realize that the so-called processing capabilities of Washington Star are merely the channels Fan Shi uses to circulate black gold. Mori himself is the accomplice that caused the natural mutation in Washington Star. During that time, did he assign you any special tasks?" Chindan asked again. Rainika shook his head. "After we entered the settlement area, we basically lost contact with the outside world. Later, Mori tried to go out, but at that time, someone was searching for him in the settlement area. I guess the outside environment wasn't too good either, so he didn't give any further instructions. Then later, there was the scandal involving Inui Star. He heard about it and became very agitated. For those 2 days, he kept muttering that it was all over and that he was a sinner or something. I didn't quite understand what he meant." Chindan and Little exchanged glances. There was nothing unclear now. Mori had made a deal with the tiger, ultimately harming both others and himself. He thought he was the yellow sparrow that controlled Fan Shi. But in the end, the entire Washington Star was Fan Shi's meal. Did he have any specific instructions before he died? Chindan looked at Rainika. He didn't have any instructions. He just rambled a lot, saying he was guilty, that he had too much prejudice against aliens, that he had lived his life in calculations, forgetting the original intention of serving as the leader of Washington Star, forgetting the mission of benefiting humanity. Then he also instructed me that the alien settlement area in Washington Star was still relatively safe and told me to stay there for the time being and not to go out. He might have known he didn't have much time left and wanted me to find General Little after I went out." After saying this, Rainika slightly raised his head to look at Little. "Find me?" Little was somewhat incredulous. During Mori's tenure as the leader, they had been at odds. Mori had always wanted to take military jurisdiction from him. Yes, he scolded Hall as an irresponsible waste, saying he knew your true identity. He initially wanted to use your secret to sanction you. Now that Washington Star has become a world of aliens, he hopes you can consider the condition of the aliens and not let Long control Washington Star. Rainika's voice became increasingly small. He was a sensitive and timid person. He could certainly guess the secret in Mori's words. He could choose not to speak, but he couldn't bear to see Washington Star fall into despair. Little scoffed. "I'm not the same as him. Whether the dominant beings in Washington Star are natural humans or aliens, I will do my utmost to protect them. Rhaenyra's head lowered more and more. He constantly tried to reduce his presence. However, there were only 3 people in this light shuttle, and although the other 2 were not focused on him, he felt as if he were being pricked by needles. He was just a small character, but for the safety of Washington Star, he had to proactively step out of his comfort zone. All right, General Little. There should be quite a bit of business regarding Washington Star now. I will take Rhaenyra away. Qin Dan raised his eyes to look at Little. This general, even when facing friends, still exuded a commanding presence, completely disregarding others' feelings. His general was indeed admirable. You take him away. He is one of my people from Washington Star. Little's tone held a hint of dissatisfaction. Can you manage to look after him? Fan Chi might want to find him. Qin Dan Moquette. You. Little closed his eyes, helplessly saying, take him away. Then we will leave. After saying this, Qin Dan opened the light shuttle's cargo door. But at the moment he was about to step out, he seemed to think of something. You can contact me if you have any needs, and I will do my best to help you. Did your general really say that? Now, that Washington Star is a mess. It's the perfect time for looting. Does Yin Sui really intend to help me? Little was somewhat uncertain. Our predecessor is the Ether Army. You should still remember the purpose of the Ether Army, which is to protect the life safety of all humanity. At any time, human interests must come first. We are here for humanity, not for you. Little fell silent. Then hoarsely said, thank you. You're welcome. I'll be leaving now. The security in the settlement area is very weak. So I am now requesting you to deploy our mech team from outside to the ground. Qin Dan said calmly, okay. I will have my secretary send you the approval shortly. Little knew this was a statement from the Star and the Coalition. They would not take advantage of the chaos, nor would they act without permission. Any action would require approval from Washington, indicating that the Star and the Coalition recognized their legitimacy. Leaving. Chapter 58 Fierce Battle the Star Alliance and the newly organized Supervisory Police and Star Army from Yuhui worked day and night to conduct tests on the population. Although it was exhausting, the results were not too bad. Aside from Zimming, not many people on Yuhui Star were implanted with biological chips. Washington Star was not so fortunate. Under the mutual competition of Mori, Hall, and Leader, Washington Star became a perfect breeding ground for Fan Chi. Except for the Washington Army controlled by Leader, almost all other humans were implanted with biological chips. Even more frightening was that as the scale of natural human mutations grew, the chips began to mutate as well. Just when Yin Sui thought the situation was becoming controllable, an accident occurred. Due to the previous request from Canberra Star, Yin Sui had sent Thomas there, and he had not returned. Canberra Star was in a remote location and often harassed by space pirates. Just now, the Wasteland Mechs had launched a surprise attack on Canberra, and Thomas thought it was just another typical harassment by space pirates. Let's go meet them. Damn it, they dare to come here, Thomas said to his partner Lin Xinghong. They then led the mech team out of the sky of Canberra Star. Just as they were about to fire the particle cannon and confront the group of space pirates, the other side opened fire first. Bang! Bang! The particle cannons fired by the space pirates emitted a strange light, identical to the black gold used by Yin Sui when dealing with space pirates last time. The particle cannons mixed with black gold generated massive energy waves, with a very short wave pattern and high frequency, almost shattering the detectors inside the mechs. 35 kilometers s, 1 million K. 50 kilometers s, 1. 5 million K. 120 kilometers s, 2 million K. 280 kilometers s, 3. 5 million K. 360 kilometers s, 5 million K. The shockwave speed and vacuum temperature continued to rise, and the outer layer of the mechs designed for space warfare began to melt, unable to hold out for much longer. Retreat to the nearest transmutation point, Thomas commanded, his eyes bloodshot, but he was unsure if this command could be accurately transmitted to each mech under the influence of the shockwave. He hadn't even had time to launch an attack when the group of space pirates quickly distanced themselves from the explosion site and vanished into the transmutation point. This time, the amount of black gold used in the explosion was many times greater than what Yin Sui had faced before with the space pirates. He didn't even need to look back to know that Canberra Star was definitely gone. Those were lives. He had come to guard Canberra Star because Allen had fought for the opportunity for him. The approval had put Yin Sui's military at great risk of public opinion. But now Canberra Star was lost. This artistic star was gone, and he had no homeland anymore. The mech's outer shell is melting. Hazardous materials are seeping in. It is recommended to wear radiation isolation suits. Mech energy depleted warning. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Communication interrupted. The series of danger alerts jolted him awake. There was no time for sorrow. These space pirates had to pay the price. And he needed to relay the news back to the military quickly, Thomas thought. The transmutation point he chose led to Daosheng, and he didn't know if the remaining energy would last until he reached Daosheng. Although he hated Daosheng, it was now his only option. The mech's autopilot mode was destroyed by the shockwave, and the remaining manual functions were also on the verge of collapse. Thomas accelerated towards Daosheng, activating the optimal energy-saving mode, which meant that the black gold permeating inside the mech could seep into his body at any time. This time, he chose to undergo active mutation. Under the influence of repeated disasters, he seemed to understand the definition of humanity. Fortunately, the mech landed safely on Daosheng, and he finally escaped from danger. The mech was a war tool, and he had rashly landed on Daosheng. Although the landing site was relatively secret, it wouldn't be long before someone came to investigate. Sure enough, shortly after, a group of mutants dressed in Daosheng organization uniforms came to investigate. They descended from their light shuttles, wanting to open the mech and check if the person inside was still alive. Thomas quietly sneaked behind them, heading towards their light shuttles. He jumped onto one of the Daosheng members' shuttles and switched to manual mode, piloting the shuttle away. By the time the Daosheng members turned back, the shuttle had long since disappeared from sight. Thomas docked the shuttle in the center of Daosheng City. After leaving the shuttle, he knew his actions would surely anger the Daosheng members, and the shuttle would likely be tracked down soon. Only then did he dare to connect his smart brain to the psychic network and communicate with Yin Sui. Thomas, Canberra. As soon as Yin Sui saw Thomas's communication request, he immediately connected, but when he saw Thomas's disheveled yet stubborn appearance, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Thomas tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely ugly smile. Report to the military. Space pirates attacked Canberra, using a massive amount of black gold. At the moment of the explosion, I chose to enter the transmutation point to escape. I temporarily do not know the situation of Canberra Star and the other comrades. Yin Sui was silent for a moment. He knew that any consolation now would be ineffective. Canberra Star was not only Thomas's hometown. His family was there too. Where are you now? Yin Sui's voice was somewhat hoarse. The transmutation point I chose leads to Daosheng. I am now in Daosheng. I will send someone to pick you up. Military, Canberra Star is far away. They have black gold and will definitely attack towards Yuhui, Thomas reminded. I know. Fan Shi has issued a declaration of war, Yin Sui explained. What? Thomas was somewhat incredulous. Did he still have contact with the space pirates? Fan Shi not only had connections with the space pirates, he had now become the leader of the space pirates. His goal was Yuhui, just as he said. Canberra Star was only his beginning. He wanted to establish a new world, a world belonging to mutants. Like Thomas, Alan also made the greatest effort, but still could not hold onto her homeland. Military, USO wants to see you. After ending the call, Alan reported USO's request to him. Since the last time Nahin went to the Lydell Club, USO had been openly free. Please let him in. Yin Sui rubbed his brow. Soon, USO walked into Yin Sui's office, accompanied by Luca and Yinayan. Uncle Wu, long time no see. Alan tactfully left the military office, leaving the space for them. She had more important matters to attend to, contacting those comrades who had been lost under the impact of black gold. Yin Sui, I heard about Canberra, USO sighed. I didn't expect that timid kid from back then would do such inhumane things. It's my failure to guide him. Uncle Wu, you can't blame yourself. Fan Shi was too deeply hidden. The current interstellar network is not safe. I came here this time to ask if there is any way. You know, black gold has too strong energy. It doesn't take much to destroy a planet. We need to prepare for the worst. Since black gold has appeared, its existence is inevitable, regardless of whether it is reasonable. Yin Sui paused for a moment. We also have black gold. As long as this thing is in the hands of more than one person, then our opponent will be wary. Yi Neihan looked at Yin Sui. His eyes filled with rare concern. But the premise was that the person who controlled black gold could not be a madman like Fan Shi. So, I have a next plan. As long as we control Fan Shi, the current crisis will be resolved. But we don't even know where Fan Shi is right now. And yet he can control the wasteland mechs to blow up Canberra's star, Yi Neihan said. He might still be in Yuhui, USO said looking down. Yin Sui looked at USO and said, what can I say? Now, I can't claim to fully understand him anymore. After all, people change. I remember once when we went out for a stroll and entered a vintage clock shop. The clerk accused him of being dishonest, but there was actually nothing wrong. The clerk was just trying to make things difficult for him because his intelligence brain identity code was a certain type. Later, with our help, the clerk was successfully fired, and I thought that would be the end of it. But then that clerk came to me, saying that after being dismissed, no shop wanted to hire her anymore. That was when I found out that Fan Shi had been stalking that girl, disturbing her every time she applied for a job. Even if he didn't go in person, he would still observe her from the shadows. At that time, he was a bit crazy, but we didn't take it to heart, and he promised he wouldn't do it again. Later on, we entered our respective work systems, and our interactions with him decreased. I still thought I understood him, but in fact, I didn't. I also felt that he would be observing from the shadows. Yi Neihan agreed. Uncle Wu, based on your understanding of him, where do you think he might be? Yin Sui asked again. USO shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, while Yi Neihan's face remained expressionless. Yin Sui looked at the way Yi Neihan and USO interacted and realized she hadn't asked about whether USO was her biological mother. I might have a way. Lucas suddenly spoke up. Yin Sui looked at him, signaling him to continue. You may not understand the principles of biological chips. Although the chips are carbonyl-based and evolve with human evolution, they are created to control. As long as it's something related to control, there must be a source. I remember Ms. Yin has made significant achievements in chip research. She might be able to find a way to trace it back. Luca looked at Yi Neihan. Xia Yan's research field is physical chips, and she hasn't participated in research for many years. More importantly, tracing back a chip takes too long. We can't wait. Yi Neihan stated the facts. They indeed couldn't wait, and Fan Shi wouldn't give them extra time. Of course, completing the tracing of a chip is difficult, especially for something outside one's own field. I study biological chips and can only research their genetic structure. I don't have a thorough understanding of the chips themselves, but I remember that General Yin has a machine that has undergone 5 rounds of Turing tests. USO turned to look at Yin Sui. Are you saying? Chapter 59 Transformation as the most outstanding chip human in human society. Piao Xue is irreplaceable. The researcher who designed Piao Xue was Monica, Xia Yan's teacher, who has passed away. And Piao Xue is her only legacy. Xia Yan, being Monica's student, quickly completed the transformation of Piao Xue's main design in less than 3 days. Before Piao Xue could start calculations, Fan Shi had new actions. Some guard detected that a mysterious starship fleet was moving towards Washington Star. It was obvious that the next target was the already chaotic Washington Star. The Star and the coalition governor's office. Recently, Yi Neihan had almost made this place her office. Ohan. Yin Sui looked at Yi Neihan. He hadn't called her that in a long time. Yi Neihan knew what he was going to say. Go ahead. Yue Ying is with me. I'm afraid it will be like last time, where the enemy is fainting. I've left you a few experienced fighters. Don't refuse. Yin Sui's tone was unusually serious. The so-called last time refers to the pirate raid on Alpha 3. Yi Neihan did not hesitate. Okay, then I'm leaving. Yin Sui turned to leave, and just as he was about to step out of the office door, he turned around, walked straight to Yi Neihan, and kissed his girl. The two looked at each other in silence. Yin Sui turned to leave, the afterglow of the artificial sun shining on him, resembling a hero walking into a shrine. He boarded the mecha heading for the Zongshan starship, temporarily parting from his world. They all knew that this departure might be a final goodbye, but he did not look back resolutely. Commander, why don't you take me with you? Alan caught up with Yin Sui before he set off. I left you for Yi Xingzhong. I do have selfish motives. You are more prudent than Qin Dan. Yin Sui admitted generously. Alan shook her head, her eyes slightly red, saying that's not it. You are pitying me, pitying Canberra's star being destroyed. Yin Sui looked at her, remaining silent. Commander, I have followed you since the Ether Army. It's not easy for Canberra Star to produce a military talent. Even if I die, I hope it's as Canberra Star's pride. Fan Shi is still in Yueying. I hope you can help me defend the base of the Star and Coalition. Comrades scattered outside also need to contact the commander. I need to leave someone I can absolutely trust in Yueying. If done well, it will be an incredibly honorable thing. Yin Sui's expression was filled with seriousness. But, without waiting for Alan to speak, Yin Sui directly interrupted her. This is an order. Yes. She answered firmly, yet sadly. The black gold energy is too great. If we must confront it head-on, neither side has a chance of survival. Yin Sui used the black gold modified by the Landa Research Institute as fuel, arriving at Washington Star before the space pirates did. As soon as Leard received the news that the space pirates were about to arrive, he was busy deploying strategies and was currently overwhelmed. The people of Washington Star had received news of the impending arrival of the space pirates early on, and those who had survived the mutation event planned to flee Washington Star overnight with their few remaining relatives. Lear not only did not stop them, but also provided them with passenger ships to leave. As soon as Yin Sui arrived, he saw a dense crowd dragging their families in one direction. So he connected to Leard's intelligence brain. Commander Leard, where will you send the citizens of Washington? They can go wherever they want. Washington Star is completely finished. Commander Yin, you shouldn't have come. Are you so sure we want to win? Yin Sui asked. Yes. Leard looked fatigued, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Look at this. An email appeared before Yin Sui. Commander Leard, I am Fan Shi. I regret to inform you that my next explosion target is Washington Star, of course. You also have black gold, and you can completely perish with me. Fan Shi. Yin Sui remained silent for a long time, his voice a bit hoarse. Why don't you choose to leave with your army? There are too many people. The residents of the settlement area are unwilling to leave. I am their commander. I cannot go. I will help you. Yin Sui spoke calmly, as if talking about the weather today. Leard found it hard to believe. His lips parted slightly, slowly saying a thank you. Yin Sui and Leard made all the preparations, sending away all those who could leave Washington Star, leaving behind some elderly people and the different species from the settlement area who were unwilling to leave their homeland. Faced with the impending disaster, those who were indignant, those with arrogance and prejudice disappeared. Humanity was now united like never before. In the face of unknown dangers, they were both timid and determined to survive. The brilliance and weaknesses of human nature were displayed vividly. A day passed, and the fierce battle Yin Sui imagined did not come. Yueying was also safe and sound. He certainly wouldn't naively think that Fan Shi had a change of heart. At this moment, Leard approached, looking particularly exhausted from the relentless high-pressure work, thinking that he himself was not much better off. The starship that was supposed to take residents away lost contact. Leard dropped a bombshell as soon as he arrived. What do you mean? Just this morning, when the space pirates were supposed to arrive, the starship lost contact, Leard explained. Yin Sui seemed to think of something. How the people up there mutated? Basically, yes. How many have been implanted with biological chips? Nearly 90%. Yin Sui gasped, suddenly understanding Fan Shi's intention. His true goal was not the nearly abandoned Washington Star, but rather those nearly 90% of followers. Or rather, he wanted to transform the very people who once looked down on the different species into the very shape they once despised. Commander Leard, Fan Shi's goal is to expand his power, and since the crisis of Washington Star has been resolved, I will leave first. Okay. Leard seemed to understand Yin Sui's plan as well. He was going to pursue that group of space pirates. Yin Sui called Qindan, boarded the Mecha, and left Washington Star. No one knew where they would go. Meanwhile, the Zongshan brought by Yin Sui docked outside the domain of Washington Star under Godai's leadership, where there was a transmutation point leading to Yueying, leaving breathing space for Washington Star itself. In the vast universe float countless planets, and with the development of human technology, it is now completely possible to transform these inhospitable planets into the desired shape. Therefore, humans now have many choices for living locations, unlike the Earth era, where there were no alternatives at all. For a planet, the meaning of existence is people. Now Washington Star's permanent residents are mostly elderly, sick, and different species. And, to some extent, it is about to lose its significance as a place of human existence. But what does it matter as long as there are still people? The spark of civilization will not extinguish. There is nothing more exciting than rebuilding civilization from the ashes. Chapter 60 traces Yin Sui piloted the mech, drifting through the endless universe. The wasteland space pirates were adept at hiding. Not only did they lack a permanent residence, but they also had multiple hideouts. If one base was destroyed, they could quickly establish a new one. If the destroyed base belonged to the wasteland, they would leave without a second thought. In this regard, Little had already lost. He could not abandon the citizens of Washington Star, as that was the minimum standard for him as a person. Searching for the fleet that had lost contact in the endless universe was like searching for a needle in a haystack. While Yin Sui was aimlessly cruising, he received a communication request from Yue. It was Yi Nahan. Yin Sui, listen to me. USO was mistaken. Fan Shi is not in Yue. If Piao Xue's detection is correct, he should be on the starship you're tracking. The current coordinates show he is in New Delhi Star. Yin Sui lowered his eyes and replied, I understand. There might be a lot of black gold on Fan Shi's starship. He had gone mad and had now taken several starship hostages. I heard you left the Zongshan in the outer domain of Washington Star. I cannot allow you to continue the pursuit now. Yi Nahan knew Yin Sui's stubbornness. She didn't want to lose him. Maximize the sky shield system. Fan Shi's next target may be Yue. Yin Sui did not respond to Yi Nahan, but changed the subject. Yi Nahan, Ahan, given Fan Shi's madness and current strength, if he succeeds, we will all die. I don't want you to die, nor do I want them to die. Yin Sui smiled lightly. His expression relaxed. Do you remember that movie we watched when the general arranged for us to study at the Alliance Military Academy? How could I forget? That movie was called New Era, telling the story of aliens crushing humanity with their higher civilization. Humanity was merely an experimental sample for the aliens. After continuous development and evolution, our technological level surpassed that of the aliens. However, humanity was bound by rules, merely a string of experimental codes for the aliens. To destroy humanity, they only needed to press delete. Facing extinction, of course, humanity would resist. The male protagonist, under the halo of a hero, successfully avoided the fate of being deleted, becoming a resilient and hidden virus within the aliens' experimental code. In the end, humanity also dodged the crisis and welcomed a new era. Yi Nahan stared blankly at Yin Sui, understanding everything, remembering. You asked me what I would do if humanity faced extinction. Yan Sui Baozid. I didn't think it through at the time, but now I can make what I believe is the most accurate choice and answer that question without fear. He smiled and continued, if one day humanity faces extinction and everyone is desperately trying to hide, I would be willing to be the first to die, to fight for a chance of survival for them. Even if it's in vain? Yi Nahan asked. Even if it's in vain? Yi Nahan smiled lightly, her smile filled with sincerity. Just for one Fan Shi, humanity hasn't faced extinction yet. If it comes, I'll be the second to die. They exchanged smiles and cut off the communication. Go, my love. Yi Nahan silently thought. General, where are we going now? The last location where those starships disappeared was near New Delhi Star. Qin Zhan piloted the mech, not looking at Yin Sui. Then head towards New Delhi. I asked the star leader of New Delhi, and they have already left. Perhaps Fan Shi is clever enough to deceive Piao Xue. His target may be elsewhere. Qin Zhan frowned slightly. Let's go take a look, Yin Sui affirmed. Yes. Yin Sui looked at Qin Zhan. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Qin Zhan reflexively retorted, just as he always did. Death. Qin Zhan understood what the general was saying, smiled, and said, of course I'm afraid. Who wants to die when they can live? But just as you said, General, dying for the continuation of human civilization, dying for dignity, doesn't count as dying? Even if dead, one still lives. I entered the Ether Army late. My aptitude isn't great, and my mental strength isn't high. General, Yi nurtured me because she valued my steadiness. After all these years with you, risking life and death, I feel my life has already been worth it. You know my identity now, right? Yin Sui asked again. I know. With your high mental strength, I had my suspicions long ago. Both the alien and human. They are all human. Those barriers and prejudices are merely bad thoughts imposed by humanity. I've lived in the community for so long, whether natural humans or aliens. As long as they are a group, there will be good and bad. Natural humans have been high and mighty for too long, and they truly see themselves as judges. which has led to these issues. Let us go. Enter the stacking transformation point, Yin Sui said to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan did not move, but turned to look at Yin Sui. General, I have a request. Speak. If I can safely get through this crisis, I want to marry Alan. Qin Zhan looked at Yin Sui seriously. You too. Yin Sui was somewhat incredulous. These two had actually gotten together without him knowing. We are mutually affectionate, Qin Zhan said. I wanted to show off for a long time, but never found the opportunity. I hope our love can have a witness. Even if it's just one person. All right, if we both survive, I will definitely attend your wedding, Yin Sui smiled. Just as the star leader of New Delhi said. The starships seemed to have left this place. They did not blow up Washington Star before leaving New Delhi Star way out, making it seem like they were just playing a little joke on those who were trembling with fear. Yin Sui contacted Xia Yan. After a few days apart, this sister looked noticeably exhausted. It seemed that modifying Piao Xue was indeed a massive project. Can Piao Xue pinpoint Fan Chi's latest location? Yin Sui asked. In New Delhi Star. This is the latest monitoring data from Piao Xue. Because the place where the Washington starships disappeared was New Delhi Star, we hastily guessed where he might be. Was the search error? Yin Sui asked again. 810 minus 23 light years. The error range is too large. We can only narrow it down to a star region. Have Piao Xue retest. I want precise coordinates, Yin Sui said. General Yin, it's useless. Fan Chi is using a biological chip, and the more precise we are, the more we'll stimulate his mental network, exposing our search, Xia Yin rebutted. Then let it be exposed. Xia Yin sighed and reluctantly said, Fine, I'll trust you once. Qin Zhan, contact Good Eye and tell him to bring the Zongshan to New Delhi Star. After cutting off the communication, Yin Sui said to Qin Zhan, Are you sure? Before leaving, Yi Neihan filled the Zongshan with black gold. If this were the Earth era, it would be a walking nuclear weapon. So the stars and the coalition on this expedition are determined to die. Not certain, but my intuition tells me he should already know I've reached New Delhi. New Delhi was the place where Fan Chi, as the mastermind behind all this, first took victory from the Alliance. Uso said he was nostalgic, but he was not in Yuhui. What is your plan? If all paths are blocked, we at least need the power to take them down with us. Yin Sui said helplessly. Understood. Chapter 61. The choice the universe remained silent, a quiet vacuum where even the sounds of celestial collisions could not penetrate. If a planetary-level explosion occurred on New Delhi Star, the chances of survival for its inhabitants would be zero. With the failure case of Washington Star, he dared not rashly suggest anything and could only convey his speculation to the star leader of New Delhi Star. Soon, Xia Yin fed the calculated results from Piao Xue back to Yin Sui, revealing that Fan Chi was not far from New Delhi Star at Alpha 3. No wonder the star leader of New Delhi Star said Fan Chi's fleet had disappeared. It turned out they were hiding at the nearby Alpha 3. However, the situation at Alpha 3 was much easier to handle than that of New Delhi Star. It was the mining base of Shangxia Group with only a few technical workers, while the majority were core machines working for Shangxia Group. But if a planetary-level explosion occurred at Alpha 3, New Delhi Star would still be affected. However, if the populace could be relocated to a planetary safety base, the outcome might not be too dire. Under the coordination of Shangxia Group, the workers at Alpha 3 successfully evacuated, but after leaving, they stated that there were no so-called starships or mech present. Alpha 3 had not been visited by any unidentified entities from outside. This matter became increasingly bizarre, resembling Fan Chi's usual style, as if he were watching them struggle futilely like a clown. Commander, Good Eye has arrived. If Fan Chi and his fleet were truly here, it would be impossible to detect nothing at all, someone noted. Do you remember the planetary data for Alpha 3? For some reason, an instinct told him that Fan Chi was indeed at Alpha 3, just hiding in a place unknown to him. What? Qin Zhan was somewhat confused. Alpha 3 is one of the few dual-track planets. Being a mining planet, our measurement data only recorded the side with the mines. Its remarkable feature is that its other track is in a region where stellar light can never penetrate, lying on the edge of a black hole, yet not affected by its gravitational pull. Are you suspecting Fan Chi is on the other track? Qin Zhan retorted, That's impossible. That area is close to the black hole. The flow of time is different from ours, and one careless move could lead to being sucked in. Moreover, there is a small asteroid belt outside the track. Who would run there willingly, right? He is someone who doesn't care for his life. Are you going to? Qin Zhan questioned, skeptical of pursuing a mere speculation. I am going, Yin Sui replied firmly. He rarely trusted his instincts, but this time he wanted to take a gamble. Qin Zhan smiled. Then I will go with you. I'll first inform Gudai of the follow-up matters, and you can get the measurement data for Alpha 3 from Yi Neihan or Xia Yan. After speaking, Yin Sui left the deck of his Zongshan. Yin Sui, Qin Zhan, and Piao Xue, who had just been sent over by Yi Neihan, piloted the best mech on the Zongshan, the Pujia, towards the other track of Alpha 3, an area that had been almost untouched. Due to the proximity to the black hole, the gravitational force suddenly increased, causing objects within the mech to start deforming. Yin Sui felt as if he were being pulled in different directions. The Pujia's power system was pushed to its maximum to resist the increasingly intense tidal stretching and squeezing from a singularity. But black holes are formed from the gravitational collapse of dying stars. Compared to this, the stretching force of the Pujia was like an ant shaking a tree. Under the increasing stretching force, the Pujia's power system completely lost control, and everything became distorted. They could even see the shape of time passing by. I may have made a wrong decision, Yin Sui thought. However, he believed in Piao Xue's calculations. It wouldn't be wrong. His body felt as if it were splitting into countless particles, floating infinitely in the black hole. Yin Sui glanced at the temporarily intact mech bay, feeling as if he saw the rise of soul. In this continuous pulling, Yin Sui's body fell into a deep sleep, but his thoughts and mental strength remained awake. He just couldn't control his body for the time being. Finally, the stretching force vanished, and the distorted time and particles also disappeared. He had not died. They had not died, and the Pujia was intact. Yin Sui activated the Pujia's cloaking system, scanning the desolate land around him. Could this be the other track of Alpha 3? He looked around, but soon he realized that this was not Alpha 3. According to Xia Yan's measurement data for Alpha 3, its backside was at the edge of a black hole, with a surface made of hard rock. Looking at the desert-like surface, it was evident this was not the case. Commander, I have detected that Fan Shi is nearby. There are large numbers of mechs and carbon-based life forms here, which appear to be human. One more thing, according to the time displayed on the mechs here. It has been a week since coming from Alpha 3, Piao Xue reported. Yin Sui understood that the other track of Alpha 3, close to the black hole, had a high danger factor and little development value, leading to less research. Piao Xue could detect Fan Shi's location near Alpha 3 because of space compression. It detected Fan Shi at Alpha 3, but in reality, he was at the other end of the black hole. The detection distance was compressed by the black hole, combined with Fan Shi's disappearance being at Alpha 3, which caused the calculation error. The star before the black hole was likely not very massive, allowing them to pass through safely. As they traversed the black hole, time experienced twisting and compression. Now, they had arrived at Fan Shi's lair, which perhaps was the wasteland they were searching for. No wonder when he went to the island to investigate the black gold leads. The interstellar pirates could appear so quickly near Alpha 3. It turned out there was a secret passage leading to the wasteland. Commander, what should we do now? Qin Zhan asked. Let's observe first, Yin Sui replied. The Pujia was the best mech from the pre-alliance era, made from the same material as Piao Xue, making it undetectable by ordinary sensors. They flew in a circular path around this unknown planet, gaining a general understanding of its situation. From the air, there were almost no buildings. All they could see were rows of neatly arranged mechs and starships. The wasteland had grown significantly stronger over the years of its disappearance. Just as Yin Sui was about to return through the black hole, about 10 civilian starships appeared outside the black hole. Combined with a group of people previously intercepted by Fan Shi, it was evident there was a high probability those inside were also human. What is going on? Qin Zhan frowned and asked. Can the communications here connect to Inghui Star? Yin Sui looked at Piao Xue. As soon as I arrived, I detected the communications status here. There's a strong signal jammer installed. Only communications within specific frequency wavelengths can be sent, Piao Xue replied, looking at Yin Sui. However, I broke through their communication port and captured a frequency suitable for communication. Piao, I suggest we leave. We can report results on the next visit. Qin rolled his eyes. Thank you for your suggestion. I will add this to our update database, Piao responded. As Yin Sui piloted the mech toward the newly appeared starships, he instructed Piao to ask Yinehin if there were any new missing persons, whether natural humans or alien species. Hearing this, Qin seemed to realize something. Do you have any speculations? Let's first look at Inghue's feedback results. Yin Sui sighed. Moments later, Piao reported, Commander, Yistar leader has reported that there are no missing persons reported from the Inghui side. Unreported cases will take time to compile. I understand. Inform her of our findings and tell Good Eye to bring the Zongshin through the black hole to the wasteland. Yin Sui looked at the people descending from the starships. His tone was calm, but his expression was serious. Chapter 62, Decentralization, just as the name given to it by people suggests, the wasteland stretches desolately, with exposed rocks and dust piled with wartime supplies, orderly arranged mechs occasionally emitting deep rumbling sounds, becoming the only echo on this desolate planet. During the days of waiting for the main force, Yin Sui piloted the armor breaker to measure the surface data of the wasteland. Although Piao was exposed while searching for Fan Qi, its computing power was significantly higher than Fan Qi's, making it impossible for the other party to track their information. Yin Sui decided to take the risk and see if the group of people brought by Fan Qi were indeed the missing persons from various stars as he suspected. Yin Sui infiltrated Fan Qi's base, quietly moving towards the direction of that batch of starships, wearing virtual masks to disguise their appearances. With Piao around, things became much simpler. It could easily crack various encryption devices in Fan Qi's base, allowing them to smoothly infiltrate the recently arrived starships. Quick, transport them to the laboratory, Doctor. Blake has been waiting for a long time. A burly man holding a laser gun shouted loudly. The others, under his direction, transported the unconscious people in carts towards a specific direction. If Yin Sui guessed correctly, that direction led to Dr. Blake's laboratory. What kind of experiments required so many living people? They knocked out a few people being transported, put on white coats, disguised themselves as them, and followed the convoy in one direction. They passed through one high-density corridor after another, cold light illuminating the metallic floor. The bright lights made it impossible for shadows on the ground to hide, forcing them to disappear as if no dust could be allowed. With the sound of beeping, one transport worker after another passed through the checkpoint leading to the laboratory. Yin Sui realized that they had proof to pass the security check. And when they were changing clothes earlier, they were unaware of this. If they passed that checkpoint, they would surely be exposed. Piao seemed to have realized this as well and quickly transmitted a message through Yin Sui's mental network, informing him that the unconscious individuals showed no signs of life. Yin Sui did not have time to understand what no signs of life meant before they successfully passed that seemingly intimidating security check. What came into view was a series of people enclosed in molds, living people who were not unconscious but were looking at everything with fear and numbness. "Where's the doctor?" the leader asked. "The doctor is conducting experiments. He has arranged everything, and this batch of specimens will first go into the laboratory in Area 12, said a person in a white coat who seemed to be the doctor's assistant or secretary. They then proceeded towards Area 12. This area was much better than the outside. The number of people enclosed in molds was continuously decreasing until they finally arrived at what they called Area 12. Like outside, the transporters positioned the unconscious individuals correctly, then, with the help of laboratory robots, placed them one by one into the empty molds. Yin Sui and the others followed suit, arranging the transported individuals. At this moment, he understood what Piao meant by no signs of life. The people on the transport vehicle had very low body temperatures, their bodies were stiff, and they were already dead. He touched the back of one corpse's neck, and indeed, it had the sensation of having been treated with low-temperature gel to stabilize its state. This was a low-energy stabilizer used when life was about to end, which could minimize the energy consumption of a dying person, thus delaying the actual time of death. With the help of this stabilizer, a person's life could be briefly extended, but their behavior would be indistinguishable from that of the dead. During the Alliance period, death was defined as the cessation of breathing and pulse, exhaustion of mental energy, and no activity in the brain within an hour. Although this stabilizer posed no significant danger, it caused great trouble for the authorities in capturing criminals, and thus it was banned during the Alliance period. After using the stabilizer, it could effectively create a false appearance of death, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye, but very few would suspect it. Yinahan mentioned that there were no registered or reported missing persons on Yonghui Star because this batch of people were not living in the traditional sense. Mimicking the others and arranging the individuals in molds, they quietly left the transport team and, with Piao Xue's powerful computing capabilities, successfully infiltrated Dr. Blake's laboratory. I told you, when I am conducting experiments alone, do not disturb me. A young man in a white coat, holding instruments, said angrily without looking up. He should be Dr. Blake. Yin Sui ignored his complaints and directly lowered his gun to Blake's temple, the weapon controlled by his mental power. Any slight movement from Blake would mean instant death. How did you get in? Blake briefly panicked. Yin Sui ignored him, using his hand to gesture towards those quietly bowing their heads in molds and the various instruments on Blake's laboratory console. Explain what those are. Sir, isn't it obvious? They are people, my specimens. What are they for? Yin Sui asked, as if he hadn't heard Blake's sarcastic tone. Blake clammed up, acting as if he couldn't care less. Yin Sui scanned his brain and found no brainwave chip. He also lacked Yinahan's special instruments. It seemed that today, unless Blake told him himself, he wouldn't be able to obtain any information through other means. Yin Sui glanced at the chaotic yet orderly laboratory and directly smashed an unknown instrument. After it broke, Blake's emotions visibly fluctuated, but he still remained tight-lipped. Yin Sui then shattered a nearby container. This time, Blake simply closed his eyes, opting for out of sight. Out of mind. Dr. Blake, I'm not a good person. Your specimens look quite impressive. I wonder if they can withstand a shot from me, Yin Sui threatened. Blake sneered a couple of times, still unconcerned. Sir, I may not know where you found this place, but you must have heard of black gold. If my laboratory explodes, none of you will survive. Yin Sui maintained a smile on his face, but his eyes gradually turned sharp. All right, let's go down together with your treasures. If there's an explosion here from black gold, the base won't escape either. After all, this is your home. Hearing this, Blake's eyes turned red as he said, What do you want to know? What are all these for? Yin Sui asked again. They're all about to die. We bring them back to the base, implant chips, and turn them into brand new people, Blake said, a proud smile appearing on his face, as if this was a remarkable achievement. Brand new people? Yes, brand new people. They will overcome their fears, weaknesses, and vile traits, becoming moral, idealistic, principled people. And obedient people? Yin Sui's gaze towards Blake gradually became dangerous. Yes, history is made by a few, and they only need to do their jobs according to the requirements of the few, so that these few can better serve the future of humanity. Blake smugly conveyed his ideology to Yin Sui. Where did you find so many people? Yin Sui asked again. Blake glanced at Yin Sui, clearly reluctant to answer this question. Yin Sui fired a shot towards the molds. Trust me, my gun can definitely penetrate it. Blake paused for a moment, glanced at his laboratory, and ultimately compromised. There weren't as many people here before. Many of them had just been brought in recently. My workload has increased significantly. At this point, Yin Sui had basically understood that these newcomers were likely the group abducted for Washington Star, along with those who died during the natural person mutations. After coming back to life, who would these people listen to? Blake seemed to know what he was going to ask. Sir, they don't listen to anyone's orders. They are biologically chipped individuals. We have constructed a decentralized system, and their chip superior is a computer. I don't know where its server is. What do you mean? Yin Sui asked again. You are from the Justice Planet, right? It doesn't matter if I tell you. They're not under the control of any one person as you might think, but are controlled by a computer. It doesn't matter who you kill. We are all part of a decentralized system. The difference lies in whose level is higher. You guys? You and Fan Shi? It's not just us. Even if I die right now, the evolution of these people has already become a fact. You can't change it anyway. You come from justice and don't understand our evil. Even if it's a threat, you wouldn't kill the people in the mold. Blake sneered. And then the person being used to threaten him within the mold was melted away by the liquid that rose up beneath their eyes. Soon after, an alarm sounded outside. It seemed their infiltration had been exposed. Chapter 63. Team Lightheart. The soundproofing of the laboratory was excellent, but Yin Sui turned off the soundproof equipment when he entered, and the noisy sound from outside grew closer. Yin Sui didn't flee. According to Blake, there was a lot of black gold here, and this laboratory was currently the safest place for them. Yin Sui gave Blake a shot of the stimulant, and he quickly fell into a coma. The door of the laboratory opened, and the first person to step in was the long-missing Fan Shi. General Yin, I didn't expect you to find the wasteland, Fan Shi said with a sidelong smile, as if he wasn't too surprised by Yin Sui's discovery of the wasteland. Yin Sui decided to stop pretending, directly turning off his virtual mask, while Qin Shan and Piao Shui maintained their disguises. This place is actually quite nice, Yin Sui said as he looked around recklessly. Fan Shi smiled. We don't have to be enemies. Fan Shi, are you naive, or am I? Yin Sui retorted. You can't leave here alive. If you want to leave, you'll have to end up like them, Fan Shi said, pointing to the molds beside him, his tone filled with threat. You won't know until you try, Yin Sui said, aiming his gun at a device. Upon entering, Piao Shui had detected that it contained element 467, black gold. Do you want to die together? Although it was a question, there was certainty in Fan Shi's tone. Not necessarily. Everyone wants to live, but you must die, Yin Sui said in a deep voice. I must die. Fan Shi retorted, what a joke. I'm not afraid to tell you, even if I die. The full alienation of natural humans is already a fact. You can't change that. The future will definitely be our world. The world you speak of is about injecting one's thoughts fully into biological chips, and then creating identical people? Yin Sui sneered. Isn't that good? The philosopher Yuval Noah Harari from the Earth era once said that history only tells us what a tiny minority of people are doing, while the vast majority are just busy fetching water and farming. Our society only needs elites, Yin Sui. At that moment, Fan Shi was very different from before, shedding his previous servility, attempting to elevate himself with words into an unparalleled deity. However, in Yin Sui's eyes, Fan Shi was merely a wicked demon, finally revealing his true malevolent side. Whether natural humans or aliens, based on your theoretical framework, they should first and foremost be human. Yin Sui didn't want to argue further with Fan Shi, but he truly couldn't agree with his perspective. Yin Sui, you are also an alien, yet you stand on the side of natural humans. You obviously don't understand how hard it is for aliens to live in this prejudiced world, Fan Shi mocked. Didn't he know? How could he not know? Yin Sui scoffed inwardly, but he still had to maneuver around Fan Shi. As Piao Shui was searching for the server for the biological chips, through Fan Shi and Blake's mental network. Eliminating prejudice takes time. Time? Since the Great Voyage era, there was originally no discrimination. They always had sympathy for those who accidentally mutated in radioactive environments. What has caused our level of thought to regress continuously? It's the comfortable days of the Alliance, the unified ideological standards that have made those high and mighty natural humans lose their previous empathy. Fan Shi pointed to the people in the molds. General Yin, do you know why I dare to say you can't leave? Look, these people in the molds are actually still alive. Given time, they will return to human society, and they won't even need education. They can become perfect and qualified individuals. I guess you won't shatter that container, because you're kind and wouldn't want to kill the innocent. Bang! Yin Sui shot and shattered the mold, and the person inside immediately died from lack of nutrients and oxygen. Fan Shi laughed. Useless, General Yin. We've already sent out 2 batches of chip people. They have occupied various stars, and soon they will multiply endlessly. Even if you kill me, it won't help. They are not under my control, because as long as they are human, they will have flaws, so I'll let decentralized computers control them. You won't find them. At that moment, Fan Shi ordered his chip people to surround the 3 of them. Piao Shui, have you found it? Yin Sui communicated with Piao Shui through the mental network. I've found the approximate location. It's in motion, without a specific location. Contact Yi Neihan and tell her to bring people to blow it up, Yin Sui commanded. Fan Shi was right about one thing. He didn't dare to shoot recklessly. The laboratory was filled with enclosed black gold, and he truly hesitated regarding the people in the molds. Fan Shi, I advise you not to do anything. You know I'm an alien. If I'm going to die, I will certainly destroy your treasures first, Yin Sui said with a smile. Arrest them. Fan Shi ordered his men. Yin Sui shot and killed the person approaching him, and soon they fell into a pool of blood. After the person in front was shot dead by Yin Sui, those behind continued to advance, their eyes devoid of fear, even ignoring the blood on the ground. Clearly, they were chip people controlled by Fan Shi. Fan Shi had guessed correctly. Yin Sui indeed dared not blow up the laboratory casually. Soon, Yin Sui and his group were captured by Fan Shi. General, Yi Xingchong has found the server. Should we blow it up? Piao Shui transmitted the latest news to Yin Sui through the mental network. Blow it up. Yes. Moments later, Fan Shi's expression turned ugly, clearly having received the news that the server had been blown up. He yanked off Piao Shui and Qin Shan's virtual masks, revealing their true appearances. Now I understand. General Yin, you actually brought Piao Shui to the wasteland. Aren't you afraid of being destroyed here together? It's the last remaining fifth-round Turing test chip person from the former alliance, Fan Shi sneered. Seems like the result is quite good. Isn't it? Yin Sui said. General Yin, do you think that blowing up the server means they will be free? They're just recently mutated natural humans, and the biological chips have evolved with them. Their consciousness cannot win. We have data to support that. So what? Yin Sui countered. If I die, none of them will live either. Isn't Yi Xingchong always wondering where Team Lightheart has gone? It's not impossible to tell you. Then Fan Shi opened his smart brain, displaying the layout of the underground laboratory before him. The ones conducting experiments on behalf of Fan Shi were his former comrades, members of Team Lightheart. You don't think about it. How could the wasteland have made such great progress in such a short time? Of course, it's thanks to this group of excellent scientists. They are very obedient now. I have individually edited the biological chips of each of them. Not to mention whether you can leave this laboratory. Even if you do, you can't take them with you. Even if I die, they want to gain the kind of freedom you envision, Fan Shi said, his face twisted with a near-manic expression. Yin Sui felt that humans could indeed be a terrifying species. Chapter 64. Unidirectional black hole, the light core team did not perish. That terrifying spatial explosion did not actually occur, which should have been good news. However, Fan Shi had conducted gene editing on all members of the light core team. If Luca's speculation was correct, once Fan Shi died, he would be everywhere, and all those he had edited would become a part of him. Under the demands of human rights, the right to life, and rules, Yin Sui could not kill them all, but they had completely lost their free will, their remaining bodies merely tools to express others' demands. It must be said that Fan Shi truly understood human nature. He had thoroughly grasped human greed and devotion, as well as the nature of righteous humans represented by Yin Sui. The chip people were still pouring in endlessly, as if there was no end, and Yin Sui knew it would be difficult for them to leave the laboratory today. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he activated the brainwave chip and launched an attack on Fan Shi's mental network. This tactic was indeed effective, and soon the chip people rushing forward stopped their attacks. However, cold sweat began to pour from Yin Sui's body. Fan Shi's mental power was higher than his. Neither the Kirk Institute nor the Randa Institute had any reports of anyone with mental power exceeding his. During the struggle for the mental network between Yin Sui and Fan Shi, a sudden loud noise erupted outside, indicating that Good Dai had arrived with the Zongshan. Fan Shi obviously heard it too, but his expression showed no change, as if everything was under his control. Take Piao Shui and Blake out, Yin Sui said, dividing a bit of his energy to Qin Shan. Want to go out? Fan Shi sneered. None of you can escape today. Humanity's tomorrow will surely be of another species. Realizing what Fan Shi intended to do, Yin Sui shot to break the sealed black gold in the laboratory. Radiation has no shape, but such a dense radioactive substance quickly spread throughout the space once it broke free from its restraints. Qin Shan instinctively lunged at Yin Sui, and he quickly fell into a coma under the intense corrosive effects of the black gold. Yin Sui, being of another species, was less affected. After the black gold seeped out, Fan Shi looked at him in disbelief, but soon his expression turned grim. Yin Sui linked up with Piao Xue and ordered it to take Qin Zhang and Blake out. Soon, only he and Fan Shi remained in the laboratory. You've lost control over them, haven't you? Yin Sui looked at the continuously twisting and fleeing biological chip people in the laboratory. Fan Shi had no time to answer him. His expression was now pained and twisted. In front of him, Yin Sui took out a micro-hydrogen bomb from his pocket, unsteadily placed it on another black gold sealer, and then dragged Fan Shi outward. Under the influence of black gold, his steps became smaller, and his body's pain grew heavier, each step feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. He knew this was due to the influence of the black gold, and like Fan Shi, he was beginning to mutate a second time. He just didn't know if he would die this time. The most important thing now was to see who would pass through the mutation period first, who could survive under the permeating black gold radiation. Gradually, Yin Sui also fell into a coma. Although his body was unconscious, this time the mutation was clearly different. His consciousness was very clear. He could perceive everything in the external world and felt the intense pain in his body, but he could not control it. Yin Sui. He heard Yin Neihan's voice, but he couldn't respond to her, only allowing others to move him onto the transport vehicle and into the mecha medical chamber. He was clearly unconscious, but temporarily. It was fine. It seemed his genes were undergoing recombination again. More importantly, his mental power had already increased to 100, higher than Fan Shi's 98. This meant he could no longer come into contact with anything that might change his genes. Otherwise, his mental power would explode. It was Luca's voice. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense everything around him. Perhaps this was what Fan Shi referred to as the power of evolution. He didn't know why Luca had come, and he wanted to tell them to leave, but he couldn't control his body. So, through a very high mental network, he quickly linked with Piao Xue, instructing it to arrange their evacuation. Because at the last moment, he realized Fan Shi's intention. He wanted them to gather in the wasteland and then perish together. If they died, they would just die, but after Fan Shi's body disappeared, he would be everywhere. All those he had edited would be a part of his thoughts, and he could even continue from that basis. He wanted to turn the world into a world of his own. Luca, evacuate. A person entered the mecha chamber. It was Yin Neihan. What? Luca asked in confusion, but he quickly realized that the person giving him orders was his superior. Oh, okay. Piao Xue, arrange this mecha to the Zongshan, Yin Neihan said to Piao Xue, who was following her. Upon hearing this, Yin Sui directly controlled Piao Xue's expression system. I can't go. You quickly take them away. It's useless if Fan Shi dies. He must be controlled. Yin Sui. Yin Neihan's eyes carried some resentment. You understand me. I don't understand, Yin Neihan said stubbornly. You shouldn't have come to the wasteland. Obey me and go back. You just want me to leave, Yin Neihan complained. Yin Sui said nothing, and Piao Xue fell into a brief state of downtime. In the end, Yin Neihan compromised. I'll leave. Good. Explain it to us so early. He will be very happy, Yin Sui suggested. After saying this, she turned and left, fearing that if she stayed even a second longer, she would be reluctant to part. When he was alone in the mecha chamber, he began to perceive the newly evolved mental power, discovering he possessed enough energy to sense half of the wasteland. His brainwaves could drift far away under his control, everything existing in the form of waves. He felt he was everywhere. Following his sensing power, he arrived at Fan Shi's mecha chamber, attempting to control him while he was unconscious, but the comatose Fan Shi had not activated his brainwave chip, so he had to temporarily give up. Yin Sui planned to drift toward the Zongshan with his permeating mental power. That was the most advanced starship of the former alliance, equipped with the most advanced devices of the time. At this moment, the Zongshan was almost ready. All the uncontrollable personnel from the wasteland had been locked in high-density mecha chambers, and the Zongshan would soon set sail back to the Yueying star. Yin Sui glanced at his girl. She was anxiously looking toward the wasteland, where only he and Fan Shi remained, along with Piao Xue, who did not understand human joys and sorrows. Just as the Zongshan was preparing to return, Blake woke up, claiming he wanted to see Yin Neihan, or everyone on the starship would die. Yi Xingzhang, you can't take these people away from the wasteland, Blake said excitedly. Why should I listen to you? The black hole on the other orbit of Alpha 3 is a unidirectional black hole. Those sent to the wasteland before also wanted to escape, but none succeeded. Otherwise, do you think we could stay in the wasteland for so long without being discovered? Because many who came from the other orbit wanted to return quickly to report their findings to the Alliance after discovering the base, but in the end, they could only go without returning. Why are you telling me this? A sudden conscience? Yi Nahin's gaze gradually became sharp. This was clearly a question worth pondering. All the treasures are on this Mecca. If you want to take my years of research to the black hole, of course I won't agree, Blake said with a somewhat resentful look. Yin Sui still somewhat believed what he said. If it weren't for the treasures of his experiments, he would never have been able to control himself in his own laboratory. Sent a drone to scout. Yi Nahin instructed her secretary. Then she turned to Blake and asked, "Where are the other routes?" "I don't know. I've never left the wasteland. This is my home," Blake explained. Yi Nahin picked up a detector invented by Luca, and the instrument showed that Blake was not being controlled by a biological chip. She was surprised that someone with Blake's abilities would voluntarily serve Fan. Chapter 65 Exploration. Yi Nahin looked at the young man in front of her, who was over 80 years old, as if she were judging whether what he said was true or false. "You've never left the wasteland?" Yi Nahin's tone was full of inquiry. "My birthplace is the wasteland. My father was the leader of the previous generation of the wasteland. He was an alien, and I knew from a young age that humans outside the wasteland lived very hard lives. So, he told me he was doing a great thing, something that could change the fate of aliens. Later, he died while fighting the Ether Army, and this heavy responsibility fell onto Fan Shi. Because Fan Shi had a way to bring us quietly into the world of the Alliance," Blake explained. "Why did you choose to tell us all this? You're betraying your father's purpose." Yi Nahin stared at Blake, her eyes filled with distrust. "Because I want to keep you in the wasteland. The black hole is impassable. It can only transmit signals in reverse through waves, which is why you can freely contact Yui. Without Fan Shi's interstellar navigation maps, you cannot leave the wasteland. When you truly return to your own world, you will find that it has already become our world. Moreover, I have put a lot of effort into the test subjects on this starship. I don't want them to die in vain." Blake chuckled, and under the cold light, there was a strange feeling. Yi Nahin lowered her eyes. No one could understand the emotions in her gaze. "Do you think I wouldn't kill your test subjects?" "You wouldn't. Didn't you take a close look? The Lightheart team is also among this group. Long said that even if you killed everyone, you wouldn't be able to kill them. They are true geniuses, and I have learned a lot from them." Blake was not young, but his words gave off a sense of cruel naivety. It was evident that he had never received proper ideological guidance since childhood. His actions were all self-serving, and these behaviors and thoughts were no different from primitive humans. Fan Shi insisted on calling it evolution. "You should know that the decentralized server you invested heavily in on Botswana has already been blown up, and the backup server drifting in space has also been destroyed." Blake sneered twice, answering confidently, "So what? Even if Long dies, he is still everywhere. You cannot stop our pace. What if he never dies?" At this moment, a figure appeared in the mecha chamber. It was Luca. "That's impossible. You can't leave the wasteland. It's going to be blown up. You don't think about it. We've hidden in the wasteland for so many years. How could we suddenly be exposed?" "Of course. It was all planned by Long. I told you, we all have to die." Blake looked at Luca. "You're the researcher who first extracted element 467, right? I wouldn't say I'm losing out. I can see my idol before I die. I'm not afraid to tell you. Long had already set up an automatic explosion device, and it's going to go off in 2 days. I can tell you, giving you time to escape, but in the end, you will find it useless because the energy on your starship cannot support you to reach the first energy supply station." After Blake finished speaking, he slumped to the ground, looking indifferent. He claimed to care about the test subjects on the starship, which was why he chose to reveal the truth about the black hole. But later he said that even if they stayed in the wasteland, they could only die. His words were contradictory. However, he didn't use a brainwave chip. And even if he did, Fan Shi had tested Blake and found his mental power to be 0, making it impossible to extract information from him using mental guidance. Blake's current performance did not seem like he cared about his test subjects. Instead, he was showing off his achievements to traditional human society, hoping to gain recognition. Yi Nahin ignored him and injected him with a sleeping agent, ordering someone to take him away. Soon, the feedback results from the unmanned mecha came out. The navigation data was reported back to Yi Nahin's intelligence brain in a fragmented form, and each waveband was very unstable. She thought there might be hope, but in the end, the results displayed by the mecha were that the space was torn and it was impossible to traverse. Yi Neihan sighed and fell into silence. Perhaps Blake was right. Fan Shi had long set the self-destruction time for the wasteland, but he didn't expect Yin Sui's army to arrive so quickly. Maybe the moment they stepped into the wasteland, Fan Shi noticed Yin Sui, but pretended not to know. However, he didn't expect Yin Sui to be bold enough to shatter the black gold, causing them to fall into a second mutation. He hadn't had time to take his test subjects out of the wasteland before being forced into a coma. Luca looked at Yi Neihan and reminded her, Star Chief. Yi Neihan then realized there were still people in the mecha chamber. What did you mean when you said if Fan Shi never dies? Like General Yin, Fan Shi has fallen into a coma, but after his evolution, his mental power is below Yin Sui's. As long as I can control his mental power, I will have time to conduct research. Perhaps I can lift the biological chips from the Lightheart team. I checked the self-destruction device in this base. It is linked to Fan Shi's genes, and the trigger condition is his death. But as long as his mental power is controlled, he is not considered dead and cannot issue commands. It must be said that Fan Shi was indeed someone who dared to be ruthless to himself, doing such things on his own turf. Seeing Fan Shi's hesitating expression, Yi Neihan asked, Is there anything else? General, Yin has been in a coma. Although I can inject drugs into Fan Shi, if he wakes up first, the danger level will be unprecedentedly high. Also, while I have identified the condition to trigger the self-destruction program as Fan Shi's death, I don't quite understand the 2 days of escape time Blake just mentioned. It's better to be cautious. You don't need to rush on the first matter. Yin Sui has already woken up. I have a way to inform him. As for the second matter, Yi Neihan paused for a moment. Since the black hole cannot be traversed in reverse, we will open up a new route. Luca was taken aback, then frowned. Star Chief, although our signal can still reach Yuhui, possibly because the waveform can pass through the black hole. Do you know how difficult it is to open a new route? We have no measurement data for this star region, and we don't know how far away Yuhui is. Fan Shi's mental power is not low. Even if General Yin wakes up, he may not be able to guide him mentally. Yi Neihan looked at Fan Shi and said softly, During the Earth era, our home was filled with radioactive materials. Many people had a pessimistic attitude toward the Great Navigation Plan. If viewed from today's perspective, the plan back then was very wise. From the era of Great Navigation to the establishment of the first human settlement, Yuhui Star, it took us almost 800 years. It's been 1,039 years now, and we still haven't found a livable alternative to Earth. We can only create artificial planets one after another. According to your plan, how long will it take for us to return to Yuhui? Luca was puzzled. Do you have a better solution? Since you don't, why not give it a try? Since the black hole cannot be traversed in reverse, where did the space pirates come from to attack us? There must be hidden folding points in this star region. Trust me, it won't take long. We can try to search. And the energy? Where will it come from? Shue has explored the energy reserves here, and it's not enough for us to smoothly pass through 3 folding points. If we go on a long voyage, the travel distance will not exceed 210 times -8. 5 light years. If we run out of energy, we will have to choose to sleep. Luca looked at Yi Neihan. He himself didn't expect that a good business trip would turn into a dilemma. That batch of black gold itself belongs to energy. You can do it. Yi Neihan smiled at Luca, making it clear that he wanted him to transform black gold into usable energy for starships and mechs. Luca, however, had a look of disbelief on his face. Although he had been researching black gold for a long time, he was an expert in biological genetics and had no knowledge of mechs or starships. He really overestimated himself. I can try first. Before Luca could finish his sentence, Yi Neihan seemed to know what he was going to say. I will send you a few military manufacturing experts. There are talents in this area within the Star and Allied forces. Chapter 66. Wandering the wasteland had no distinction between day and night. The entire planet was shrouded in gray. Its orbital path was an elongated ellipse, and the central star had no recorded data. However, according to the measurement team and researchers sent by Goodeye, the central star of the wasteland was in its old age and was about to perish. With the help of the drifting snow, Yin Sui successfully invaded Fan Shi's mental network at the moment he awakened, following Luca's instructions. Fan Shi's mental strength was comparable to Yin Sui's, making it difficult to control his mental network at all times. This was the first time he faced such strong mental force, and thus, when the spaceship deep dive set off in the wasteland, he was still in a state of sleep. The deep dive was loaded with black gold and a large number of masked individuals, including most of Washington's residents. Some unknown alien species, the Lightheart team that she had searched for a long time, and Fong Changchun. This starship, carrying both hope and despair, was sailing toward the unknown. She named this uncertain and forced voyage return to Yuhui. Captain, we scanned the nearby star regions and found no transformation points. If we move forward, we will lose contact with Yuhui, Godai said, the head of the current measurement team. Yi Neihan understood what he meant. Losing contact with Yuhui meant they might drift in space forever. I understand. You go tell them that the starship is about to lose contact with Yuhui, and urge everyone to contact their families as soon as possible. In a short period, Yi Neihan made her decision. After Godai left, Yi Neihan contacted Xia Yin through the black hole, explaining her current situation and hoping she could temporarily take over the administrative affairs of Yuhui. Then she sent an email to Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, I know everything now. I'm willing to call you mother. I have encountered some difficulties in the wasteland and may not be able to return to Yuhui. Fan Shi's chip people began to infiltrate during the previous alliance period. Although he has been controlled now, the chip people he produced have spread throughout the human world. I hope you can lead Landa, or rather, reliable scientists of humanity, to study those who have been implanted with chips, to restore their freedom of thought and dignity as humans. I have chosen the same path as my father, for the safety and dignity of humanity. I voluntarily wander in space. Lastly, I love you. Please accept my late affection. Soon, the deep dive completely lost contact with Yuhui, and they could no longer receive any sound from their homeland. 2 days after their departure, an automatic detection station sent back a message. The wasteland had self-destructed. This self-destruction was clearly not controlled by Fan Shi, but was part of his pre-planned scheme. They had survived by sheer luck. Perhaps Fan Shi himself did not expect that because of Yin Sui's small mistake, his plan had completely collapsed. He might still think that his consciousness had spread throughout the world. The high-intensity work over the past 2 days had left everyone exhausted. Yi Neihan prepared to see Yin Sui. Although he had been fighting Fan Shi in his sleep, he certainly needed her company, she thought to herself. Before she could get up, the control room's hatch rang, and the person who entered was Godai, looking very grim. Captain, Qinsha may not make it. Godai said, his eyes slightly red. What happened? In Black's laboratory, Qinsha was affected by black gold radiation and had been lying in the medical cabin for several days. Luca injected him with stabilizers, and we all thought he had safely passed the mutation period. But just now, he faced a second mutation, and Luca detected that his vital signs were very poor. Take me to see. Qinsha was Yin Sui's chief guard, and over the years, he had gained considerable prestige in the Star Alliance. Now that Yin Sui was in a coma, and Qinsha was facing life-threatening danger if something happened to him, Godai alone might not be able to control these soldiers. In the medical cabin, the instruments monitoring Qinsha's vital signs continuously emitted alarms, showing fluctuating data. Luca was sweating profusely, clearly indicating the current problem was somewhat tricky. Wake up Black for me. It seems that the black gold in his laboratory may have other additives. At that time, the only natural human present was Qinsha, which is why he had such a strong reaction. Soon, Black was brought into the medical cabin. He was a research fanatic, and the scene before him evidently piqued his interest, but his experimental subjects were all aliens, so he had never seen such a situation. Is there anything special about the black gold in your laboratory? Luca asked fiercely. That is aimed at aliens and will include stabilizers to soothe them. It's something I invented myself. I named it Rose, an oxide of element 435 and element 387, Black replied, indicating that he had never encountered such a situation. Luca ignored him, instead furrowing his brows at the violently fluctuating monitor, lost in thought. Seeing this, Black said, I have a method we can try. Is there 729 on the starship? We can push a dose to test it. Reason? Luca raised his eyes and asked. Intuition, no reason. Believe it or not. It's up to you. Are you really so kind as to help us? Godai, in a bad mood, directly mocked. Black ignored Goodye's sarcasm and instead brought up his request. Given his current condition, if relief wasn't found within 20 minutes, the chaotic fluctuations would lead him directly to death. But if my method works, I also have a request. Speak. I want to participate in the research on him. Black's eyes were filled with fervor. Okay, but it has to be according to Luca's requirements. Yi Nahan agreed immediately. Captain Yi. Goodeye thought Yi Nahan's decision was somewhat reckless. After all, he was a member of the Star Alliance. Yi Nahan glanced at Goodeye, realizing there was no better option at the moment, and chose to remain silent. Push for Qin Shan according to his request. Yi Nahan turned to Luca. Then she looked at Black. You want to participate in Qin Shan's research, or all research on this mech is fine. But I also have a request. You need to remove the biological chips from those people in the wasteland, and I want to know the route map to Yuhui. Black was taken aback for a moment, then fell into thought. After a while, he replied, Ma'am, those aliens implanted with biological chips have already mutated. Otherwise, you think what the black gold in the laboratory is for? The chips have evolved along with them, and the longer it lasts, the more integrated it becomes with the human body. I was lying when I said I had never left the wasteland. I truly don't know what the route map looks like. However, I can tell you that not far from the inner wasteland, there are indeed transformation points. Yi Nahan stared intently at Black, and then laughed. I say, scientist, weren't you previously reluctant to say anything like a chaste maiden? Why are you willing to speak now? How can your conviction be so cheap? How can you establish an empire for aliens like this? I am the best scientist in the wasteland. I can't just lie around all day. As long as you don't let me stay in a coma. I can join the research to remove the biological chips, Black explained. What about Fan Shi? Are you going to abandon him? Yi Nahan asked again, clearly not trusting Black's sincerity. Black evidently realized Yi Nahan didn't trust him. You can have someone monitor me continuously. Mr. Luca will also watch me. I said that because Fan Shi demanded it. He threatened me with my laboratory. I heard he is now under the control of your powerful general. Black looked into Luca's eyes, seemingly glowing with excitement. Yi Nahan suddenly understood. He wasn't being sincere. Black was a research enthusiast. He wanted to work with his idol. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only interested in new things. Looking at Qin Shan, the fluctuating detector had stabilized, but he was still unconscious. Luca said it was hard to say in this situation, and he wasn't sure if Qin Shan would wake up. Perhaps he would remain in this state, unconscious for a lifetime. Yi Nahan gazed into the vastness of space outside the Zongshan, an endless black with no end in sight. Not knowing how long it would take to return to their homeland, or perhaps they would never return at all. Farewells sometimes come so quietly. Yet, these silent farewells are accompanied by surprising reunions. She once thought the entire Lightheart team had perished, but they were still alive, albeit turned into puppets by long-term chip control under Fan Shi. Now that Fan Shi had fallen into a coma under Yen Sui's control, the members of the Lightheart team had also fallen into unconsciousness. She really wanted to talk to them. Chapter 67. Fang Changchun awakens in the most secretive space chamber of the Zongshan. Yen Sui and Fan Shi were lying at both ends of the mech. The surrounding materials were made of high-density sealing materials, and the chamber was filled with detectors and shield devices to monitor the brainwave activities of the two. This setup could detect whether Fan Shi's brainwaves had awakened and prevent any accidental overflow of his mental power. Yen Sui's mental power had already reached 100. Within the range he could sense, he should have been free, but to control Fan Shi, he chose to sleep, choosing to confine himself within this small space with tubes. Yi Nahan knew he could sense her and would come every day to keep him company, reporting on the Zongshan's navigation status and the current measurement data. Occasionally, she would share some amusing stories about the Zongshan, like how Blake and Luca had a huge fight due to a difference in experiment order, with Blake appearing mature but actually being a research-obsessed old child. When she didn't know what to say, she would talk about the embarrassing moments from their time in the Ether Army and the Alliance Military Academy, and she would express how much she missed him. In the third month, the Zongshan encountered a severe stellar storm and was forced to retreat beyond the storm's influence. In the fifth month, the Zongshan accidentally entered an asteroid belt, suffering significant damage, and had to stop for repairs. In the first year, Fan Shi led a rare group of scientists on the Zongshan and successfully transformed black gold into fuel. turning black gold from a dangerous, evil substance into a beacon of hope for everyone returning home. In the third year, food on the Zhongshan began to run low, and Yi Neihan led half of the Star and Alliance troops to start producing edible products aboard the starship, mimicking the early human voyages. In the fourth year, they intercepted signals from Yuhui, but the signals were unstable and quickly disappeared into the vast universe, requiring them to continue their journey and exploration. In the fifth year, Blake and Fan Shi successfully removed the first alien biological chip, but the gene sequences of each alien were different, making this successful case not quantifiable for use. In the sixth year, Feng Changchun's biological chip was successfully removed, granting him freedom of thought, but he faced imprisonment. According to Feng Changchun, he was indeed working for Fan Shi. He had a habit of going to Island Sheng to watch boxing every year, but later fell into gambling and owed a lot of money. When Fan Shi found out, he volunteered to settle his debts, on the condition that Feng Changchun would help him with his tasks. Did he make you do whatever he said? Yi Neihan asked. Not at first. Who the hell wants to work for aliens? But he had leverage over me. If the Alliance found out about my boxing and gambling habits, I would definitely be expelled. Feng Changchun's voice grew quieter. He was the dean of the Social Sciences College at Ziming University, and many political figures were his students. This matter was serious enough to be written into Alliance legal cases. And then, how did he control you? Feng Changchun replied. To intensify the conflict between natural humans and aliens and gain more controllable people, Fan Shi orchestrated the Helix incident. Those were people, living beings. I couldn't stand it and wanted to expose him, but he said I had no evidence. Feng Changchun paused for a moment and continued. I indeed had no evidence. Everything on the surface was done by me. Fan Shi could easily shift all the blame to me and distance himself from the situation. I knew he had black gold, which could silently cause mutations in people. Using his methods, I picked someone from the followers and made a lipstick with black gold in it. After the initial voyage festival, Yuhui indeed erupted into a natural human mutation incident. Lu Xingbin, also known as Lin Tao, was the person you found? Yi Neihan asked. Yes. My intention was to draw your attention, but while you noticed, Fan Shi also noticed. He sent Su Lao San to disrupt your focus, but you didn't take it seriously. Later, before I could leave more clues, the chip people created by Fan Shi forcibly installed their chips on me. And then my consciousness fell into a dark state. I could sense but couldn't express. Feng Changchun's narrative mirrored how Fan Shi had once reported him. Due to Feng Changchun's intervention, Fan Shi's plan was prematurely exposed. To buy more time for his plan, he shifted the suspicion onto Feng Changchun and personally executed the plan. Originally, he intended to lure the Star and Alliance troops into the wasteland for a decisive strike, but Yin Sui's early appearance caused a flaw in his plan. He had to come forward to deal with Yin Sui ahead of time because the main forces of the Star and Alliance had not yet arrived, and he didn't dare to blow up the wasteland laboratory easily. The standoff in the laboratory was more about Fan Shi stalling for time until the main forces arrived than Yin Sui trying to delay for their arrival. However, at the last moment, Yin Sui sensed his intentions, knocked over the black gold in the laboratory, causing both of them to fall into a coma. Yin Sui woke up before him, and this perverse and cruel plan was halted at the final step. All plans encounter unexpected changes. Everything is fate. Fan Shi's alien empire perished at the last moment. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence, and Yi Neihan felt it necessary to share this matter with Yin Sui. Chapter 68. White Hole: The Continuation of Human Civilization is a remarkable coincidence. They are both fragile and strong. With even the slightest disturbance, there is a risk of extinction. Yet with a glimmer of hope, there is a possibility of survival. In the 8th year of the return voyage, all members of the Lightheart 1 team awoke, finally regaining their freedom. Old friends met again, and upon learning that they had been exploited to extract black gold while in slumber, they voluntarily joined the chip removal plan. This deep space starship finally welcomed a new batch of scientists. Yin Sui, do you know? The Lightheart 1 team is still here, and they haven't sacrificed. I'm truly happy, and you are too, right? The deep dive had been sailing for 8 years, and Yin Sui had also been asleep for 8 years. It is hard to imagine a person binding themselves to a small space while lying next to someone utterly despicable. However, Qin Dan showed no signs of awakening. Nevertheless, Blake said he had designed a new plan, but the materials needed were not on the starship. They had to return to the original place to retrieve them. I really hope we can return to our homeland soon, Yin Sui thought. Captain, we have a major discovery, said Gudai, who stood next to a young man. Shu Miao, a recently awakened member of the Light Heart 1 team. Yi Neihin looked at Gudai, urging him to speak quickly, and Gudai nudged Shu Miao. It's like this, Vice Captain. Yi Xingzhong, my research has always been about celestial energy. Recently, I asked Captain Ge for your past voyage trajectory data and found that you passed by a star that had just experienced a supernova explosion. Its energy is quite weak. Shu Miao explained. It seems that way, Yi Neihin recalled. Shu Miao, your consciousness has been dormant for many years. If it's uncomfortable, you can call me Vice Captain or just use my name. Oh, okay, Shu Miao replied, taken aback. I reviewed the measurement data of the wasteland and the black hole data from another trajectory of Alpha 3. It is indeed a one-way black hole. But in our past research, there exists a theory that black holes cannot be traversed, while white holes can penetrate everything. There should be a singularity between black holes and white holes to achieve energy conservation. Yi Neihin frowned, and Gudai also looked puzzled but pretended to understand. Seeing this, Shu Miao explained directly, originally, black holes consume everything, but since you successfully navigated the deep dive from the other trajectory of Alpha 3 to the wasteland, it indicates that the energy of the black hole has been diluted by the white hole, or that the singularity they connect to is disappearing. I suspect we can traverse through the white hole. The other side of the white hole is likely the trajectory where Alpha 3 was developed. Yi Neihin remained silent for a moment. Rather than wandering aimlessly in space like headless flies, it is better to strive in one direction. It's worth a try. But how long will it take for us to find the white hole's location? I have reviewed the measurement data and the historical data of the return voyage. In the 4th year of your journey, you received a signal from Yuhui, right? Shu Miao asked. Yes, but it disappeared soon after, Yi Neihin explained. I suspect the white hole is nearby, not too far away, Shu Miao said. Gudai hesitated, but eventually voiced his opinion. Shu Miao, that was 4 years ago. We have been away from that place for 4 years. That means it would take another 4 years to return. But if we don't go back, we just drift aimlessly in space. Can we definitely return to Yuhui within 4 years? Shu Miao countered. Yi Neihin interrupted Gudai, who wanted to speak again. Given the current state of the deep dive, we cannot continue drifting indefinitely. Energy will eventually run out, and at that point, we will have to choose a suitable planet for transformation, completely severing ties with human history and becoming a newly evolved group. That's not what I want. I agree with Shu Miao's plan. Although it has been 4 years since we last detected a signal from Yuhui, if we head back in the established direction, it shouldn't take that long. Yi Neihin looked at Shu Miao. Yes, the journey here was all unknown, which is why the deep dive moves slowly. If we head back, we can operate at full speed. It will probably take about 2 years. Not far from where we last detected the signal, there is a planet suitable for development. Even if we take a gamble, we still have a fallback, Shu Miao explained. Soon, under Yi Neihin's arrangements, the deep dive began its return journey, and this time, it would no longer be lost. In the 10th year of the return voyage, most of the biological chips on the deep dive had been removed, leaving only a few stubborn cases that still required new plans. In the 11th year, the deep dive arrived at the coordinates predicted by Shu Miao and received a second message from Yuhui. The danger has been eliminated. Yuhui is safe, and humanity is well. This message acted like a catalyst, further solidifying everyone's resolve to go home. In the 13th year, the white hole underwent multiple tests by Shu Miao, proving it to be safe for passage. Ahan, I believe we can pass through. I've received the 10th response from Yuhui. The initial mechas have safely arrived at Alpha 3, proving our hypothesis correct. Shu Miao proposed a request to traverse the white hole to Yi Neihin. Okay, you arrange it. We will pass through the white hole in 10 alliance days. After arranging the crossing, Yi Neihin once again entered the cabin where Yin Sui was sleeping. This was his 13th year of slumber. He had finally gained complete control over Fan Qi. Aside from being unable to leave this cabin, he could now communicate with Biao Shui and Yi Neihin. Yin Sui, we're going to pass through the white hole, Yi Neihin said with a smile as she looked at the sleeping Yin Sui. Then Biao Shui was activated. At what specific time? In 10 Standard Alliance days. I hope we will succeed. We will definitely succeed. We must trust Xu Miao's calculations, Yin Sui encouraged. After all, the previous passages were all mechas, and the deep dive is much larger in size and mass. There will be no problem. Have you forgotten? We successfully passed through a black hole. Since the white hole is its symmetrical counterpart, their forces should be the same, Yin Sui reassured. Yi Neihan looked at Fan Shi beside Yin Sui and asked, according to Xu Miao's calculations, the white hole will have a strong compressive force. Can you control it? As the moment approached, Yi Neihan felt increasingly uneasy. They still didn't know if Yu Wei had regained control. If Fan Shi lost control and committed suicide during the traverse through the white hole, then his consciousness would, as he said, spread throughout the human world. Trust me, Yin Sui said firmly. Recently, under Xu Miao's arrangements, he had undergone many mental strength training exercises. He wasn't sure what the situation in the white hole would be like, but they had been drifting in space for far too long. It was time to go back. Yi Neihan sat on the edge of the bed, gently hugging Yin Sui as if drawing energy from him, also like performing a special ritual for the unknown tomorrow. Chapter 69. Returning to Yui in the second star calendar of the year 1052, the deep dive officially set sail, navigating towards the white hole under the calculations and designs of many scientists. Everything movable on the deep dive was securely fixed, and each person was placed in a specially designed ecological pod for sleep processing. However, for Yin Sui, even though he had entered the ecological pod, his full mental strength still allowed him to be everywhere, clearly perceiving every change as they traversed the white hole. Unlike the previous experience of crossing a black hole, he felt no tidal stretching force upon entering the white hole, nor could he see the shape of time. Instead, he sensed his body being continuously compressed, his mental strength also being squeezed to the point where he was almost losing control over Fan Shi. Yin Sui upheld his belief and focused his mental strength. Even at the maximum compression, his brain was nearing its limit, experiencing a tearing pain reminiscent of his initial mutation, tugging at him relentlessly. Yet he still managed to control Fan Shi through a faint connection. After an unknown period of time, the compression force weakened, indicating that they had successfully passed through the singularity of the white hole. With a crisp notification from the ecological pod, the deep dive arrived at its destination, Alpha 3. Soon, Yin Sui sensed that the cabin was opened, followed by cheers echoing throughout the deep dive. Yes, after 13 years, they finally returned to their homeland. Although he could not cheer alongside the others on the deep dive, he still felt a surge of excitement. Yin Sui, we're home. You must be very happy, Yi Neihan said softly as she approached him. Yue Hui has developed multiple plans. Soon, you won't have to lie with Fan Shi anymore. During the traversal of the white hole, Piao Xue had been forcibly shut down, and now he could not respond to Yi Neihan, only listening quietly as she spoke. It's great, we're all back. After a moment of silence, Yi Neihan continued, I'm going to see my mother. She must be very happy. She murmured to herself. Then I'll go first. After confirming that Yin Sui was still safe, Yi Neihan decided to meet someone she had misunderstood for many years. This time, she would no longer evade. Welcome home, USO said gently as she looked at her. After receiving the message from Yi Neihan sent from the unknown reaches of the universe, USO arrived at Alpha 3, where she had been waiting for over 2 months, just so her long-lost child could see her at first glance. Yi Neihan said nothing, standing 3 meters away from USO, looking directly at her. She appeared much older than before. The unspeakable love of those years seemed to be reflected in her gentle eyes. Step by step, she ran toward her mother, feeling the unique warmth in her embrace, resting her head on her shoulder and quietly sobbing, recounting the grievances she had endured over the years. They said nothing, yet they could both feel the intense and profound love between them. Mother, Yi Neihan called softly. I'm here, USO replied gently. I'm sorry, for so many years. I an oldie never dare to tell you. USO gently stroked Yi Neihan's shoulder. They certainly didn't dare to acknowledge it. The situation in the alliance was complex, and both held high positions. She did not hate USO. In a different position, she might not have done better. Moreover, although she had no mother growing up, USO had never been absent from her childhood. She was happier than many others. Nahin released USO and looked at her seriously. Let the past be the past. I don't blame you. Oldie must have hoped for us to be well. Nahin smiled slightly. Yes, we all need to be well. Over the years, Yuehui had been developing at an astonishing speed. Now, the acting star chief was USO. Nahin learned that during these 13 years, USO had incorporated black gold research into the key research program of the Landa Research Institute. As a hazardous material, black gold had been completely sealed, and scientists who had come into contact with it were also included in the management of the Research Institute, as Element 467 was a laboratory product. Most importantly, the flow of black gold, as its primary source, was tightly controlled by the safety committee formed by the United Stars. After suffering heavy losses, USO helped little without holding grudges, providing assistance to the remaining few extraterrestrial species to help them rebuild their homes and regain their former glory. Currently, Washington Star, although still developing slowly, was keeping pace with humanity's progress. They demonstrated through their strength that extraterrestrial species could also establish the dawn of civilization on their own. As for Yuehui, the research on biological chips was not as thorough as Lucas. There were still many people controlled by the chips. After all, this thing was personally researched by Black, and it was normal for the Landa Research Institute not to keep pace with his speed. Considering the efforts Black had made in researching for them over the years, Nahin did not pursue his responsibility for creating the chip people and radiation people. To some extent, he had not undergone training in the Alliance legal system, and on another hand, she could not expect a research fanatic to have any moral principles. It's good like this. Luca can firmly suppress him in both technical research and capability. After returning to Yuhui, Black was brought into the Landa Research Institute by Luca under the pretext of atoning for his sins, but in reality, it was because Black was smart and useful. Nahin asked Luca why, and his answer was that Black was the most suitable assistant he had ever seen. See, talent is cherished wherever it is, but even with Lucas speaking for him, Black could not escape the fate of being constantly monitored. He had to pay a price for his actions, whether he was willing or not. In the second year after returning to Yuehui, Black and Luca successfully awakened Qin from his slumber. He had been asleep for a full 15 years due to black gold infection. Commander, what happened? He had slept too long, and his vocal cords had not been used for a long time, sounding a bit hoarse. Qin's cognition was still stuck 15 years ago, during the silent black gold radiation. Everyone explained the changes that had occurred over the years and Yin Sui's current situation. To prevent Qin from overthinking, they repeatedly emphasized that Yin Sui was fine, just in a coma, but his consciousness was free. Qin adapted quickly, after sleeping for so many years. Apart from some physical discomfort, he felt no sense of a long dream. Qin opened his lips several times, but did not speak. The others were not anxious and quietly waited for him to say something significant. Alan. He had just spoken 2 words, and Goodeye immediately understood. No wonder Alan had been running to the Landa Research Institute for no reason. It turned out she was there to see her lover. Now that he was awake, she felt embarrassed to come. In the past, Goodeye and Qin had some conflicts, and now it was the perfect opportunity to tease him. Alan? She got married, probably because of family matters. Everyone looked at Goodeye with puzzled expressions, while Qin only heard the words got married and lost all observational capacity. His mood instantly dropping. Married? That's good. Her husband must treat her well. Perhaps Qin did not even realize how ugly his expression was at that moment. Goodeye, the schemer behind the scenes, was not of good character. Time had passed for so many years, and Alan had learned to be sarcastic. Qin quietly looked at the girl he loved, as if there were 1,000 words to say. When are you going to marry me? How could I dare to marry casually? Alan smiled. Only then did everyone understand the subtle yet passionate love and waiting between the two. Chapter 70. The Trial Under the Gaze of the Crowd. Yin Sui opened his eyes. Long periods of bed rest had caused varying degrees of deterioration in his bodily functions. It was the year 1055 of the star calendar, the 16th year of his body's slumber, and the 2nd year since the return of the deep space. Thanks to the efforts of many scientists, The chips implanted in all biological chip humans were successfully removed, and Fan Shi's thoughts could no longer escape scrutiny. Try moving your toes. Luca looked at Yin Sui's feet. Yin Sui controlled himself with mental power and slowly moved his toes. Touch your nose with your hand, Luca added. Yin Sui complied. We have examined General Yin from the inside out. Currently, his bodily functions are still intact, but he has been bettered in for too long and needs some time to recuperate. After Luca finished speaking, he gave a meaningful glance at Yi Neihan, who had become a bit playful despite being a great scientist. Come here, give me a hug. After everyone left the medical room, Yin Sui made a long-awaited request to Yi Neihan. Yi Neihan stepped forward, hugged her son tightly at the bedside, as if trying to burn him with her warmth. You finally woke up. Yi Neihan's tone was slightly choked with emotion. I've waited so long for you. I'm sorry for making you wait. Yin Sui said softly. There won't be a next time. You still want a next time? Yi Neihan pretended to be angry. There won't be a next time. Yin Sui smiled. In the courtroom, Fan Shi's posture remained proud, as if even today he had not failed. 16 years later, the crisis that threatened human survival still sent chills down people's spines. Fan Shi, you recruited scientists to extract black gold, intentionally designed to cause mass mutations in natural humans, created biological chips, and attempted to establish an empire of your own by controlling others' thoughts. Your actions severely trample on human dignity and the bottom line of being human. On behalf of the Human Security Committee, I sentence you to death. The one announcing the verdict was Liu Changjiang, president of the Human Security Committee, who was also the presiding judge of this trial. The Human Security Committee was established after mass mutations of natural humans to handle global security crises and was deeply intertwined with the Star Alliance. Ha 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 ha! Fan Shi let out a mocking laugh. What are you laughing at? The presiding judge said, displeased. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance and foolishness. You can shoot me, but I will never plead guilty. Never. I'm not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. Fan Shi glared at the presiding judge and shouted. You were an official during the pre-alliance era, and after the alliance disbanded, you still held a position on Yuanhai Star. You should know very well that your actions have long violated the law. What do you know? I'm a different species. You only know that I am fortunate to enter the system you created. For this tiny position, do you know how much scorn and injustice I've suffered? You don't know. You only say that different species are rude, violent, and stupid. Is it my fault that I was born this way? I have tried my best to catch up, but in the end, it all comes down to one thing. He is a different species. Does that mean different species do not deserve to live? Have they polluted the air? The more Fan Shi spoke, the more agitated he became, as if he wanted to vent all his grievances from the years. The presiding judge interrupted him. Since you consider different species as your kind, yet you control them with chips and reduce them to your personal consciousness. After the mutations of natural humans, this should also belong to your kind. You use your kind as test subjects for your research, and even so, you still don't think you are wrong? Of course, humans are hypocritical, cowardly, selfish, and greedy. The purpose of chip humans is to help them overcome these flaws so that society can be better. Crime, jealousy, and ugly prejudices will disappear. Isn't that good? Fan Shi retorted. You have always discriminated against different species, thinking their souls polluted by radiation. But, Your Honor, humanity needs to evolve. Different species have superior abilities in every aspect compared to natural humans. I am choosing a bright future for humanity. Even now, Fan Shi stubbornly believed he was not wrong. So you can disregard their will and lives, forcing them to choose the path of evolution and forcibly control their thoughts, turning them into puppets of evolutionary bodies? Uso hid among the crowd in the courtroom, and Fan Shi initially did not notice her. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Fan Shi found it hard to believe, and a rarely seen expression of vulnerability appeared on his face. Uso was his Achilles heel. Fan Shi lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Your Honor, if you are willing, please sentence me to death. Even now, he stubbornly believed he was not wrong. Uso interrupted him. Evolution should be based on free will. It is a manifestation and need for humanity to adapt to the cosmic environment, not a manipulation by humans. Evolution inherently requires the suffering of a small number of individuals. Fan Shi raised his eyes to refute, but his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. Uso sneered. Fan Shi, you said natural humans discriminate against different species. Did I ever discriminate against you? Did Yin Huan ever discriminate against you? Think about it. Within the alliance system, was everyone really discriminatory against different species? Have you ever received any help from natural humans aside from me? Are natural humans really that repulsive to you? Have they ever slaughtered different species? Uso gazed at Fan Shi, as if trying to find a glimpse of his past self through his eyes. Before Fan Shi could speak, Uso continued. You raise your puppets like sheep, to tame them into obedient animals. You break their nature and social connections, suppressing their aggression. Is this what they want? Will they thank you for granting them evolution? In your eyes, they have become thoughtless machines whose only purpose is reproduction. Yet you tell me that collective evolution needs to be built on individual suffering. Can you find a single happy evolutionary? It was truly laughable. As Uso spoke, Fan Shi seemed to lose all ability to articulate. Stubborn people will never believe they are wrong. Even now, he would only think that the world was wrong. Uso did not believe she could change his stubborn thoughts. Regardless of whether Fan Shi thought he was guilty, his actions could not escape death. She was merely bidding farewell to Fan Shi for the last time. You are right. I have no words left. Fan Shi closed his eyes and stopped arguing. But Uso knew he still refused to accept it. On the day Fan Shi was executed, he suddenly made a request for a final meeting with Uso. The Human Security Committee could have easily denied his request, but considering Uso's words during the trial and their complex relationship, they decided to listen to the opinions of the parties involved. To their surprise, Uso agreed. Why do you want to see me? Uso asked. I want to clarify one thing. The death of Yin Huan has nothing to do with me. It was done by a previous leader in the wasteland. Fan Shi perhaps felt the need to explain this to Uso before his death. Uso's voice was somewhat hoarse as she sighed. I know. You know? Fan Shi said slowly. Then that's good. Is there anything else? Uso asked, inquiring whether he had anything more to say. Can I ask you for a hug? As a gesture for the Fan Shi of the past, Fan Shi looked earnestly at Uso. Uso looked deeply into Fan Shi's eyes, and in this uncomfortable atmosphere, they both remained silent for a long time. Okay, they shared a brief hug before quickly parting ways. Bang! The particle gun emitted a faint sound, so small that it could hardly be heard if one wasn't paying close attention. Everything had come to an end. Humanity, carrying the torch of civilization, must pass it down from generation to generation. The blazing torch seemed to burn ever more fiercely and strongly, but in reality, fragile humans could not withstand even the slightest gust of wind or rain. Even the smallest storm could extinguish this flame. Yet, cowardly humans could display unprecedented courage in the face of each storm, boldly confronting crises to protect that flicker of flame, narrowly escaping disaster time and again.